Guys, can you see my screen, everyone? Can you see my screen? Okay. What is the plan for today's session? What is the plan for today's session? What is the plan for today's session? Recursion. Quite simple. Recursion. What is recursion? क्या होता है recursion? चलो चलो. Arre, nice. Aman, I think Aman has something, some memories. Aman has some memories. Haha, nice. Cool. Guys, all of you are allowed to Google, but everyone has to tell me what is the meaning of recursion. Again, meaning. I did not ask definition. I did not use the word function. What is the meaning of recursion? All of you can Google, you can do whatever you want. Just tell me what is the meaning of recursion. Google. Karthik, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Nice. Come on. No. Occurring again and again. No. Repetition. No. That's not what we are looking for. You guys can Google. Google kar sakte ho, guys. Google kar sakte ho. You guys can Google. Come on. Google it. Google it. Google it. Again, not the definition I'm looking for, Ravi. That's a definition, but not the definition I'm looking for. Dividing the same problem and sort of, but not exactly what I want for. No. Priyanshu, we don't need to convert this into Hindi. Don't look for recursion in Java. I said, what is the meaning of recursion? No Java, no JavaScript, no function, no coding, nothing. What is the meaning of recursion? What is the meaning of recursion? Come on. Google it. Google karo yaar. Guys, come on. Googling is very important. Ye mat bhejo. Come on. I don't need the link. Acha, tell me, is anyone able to find this definition? A problem defined in terms of itself. Ye wala definition, did anyone get this? This is the definition. So the entire purpose, this is one definition. If you look thoda aage jaoge, thoda, if you search it a little bit more, you will get it. So the entire purpose of today's session is to understand this particular line. Bas, kuch nahi karna hai, guys. We just have to understand this particular line. That's it. Sirf ye karna hai. If by the end of the day, by the end of the session, you all can figure out what is the meaning, what is this line saying, then we have achieved our mission for today. That's it. That's all we need to do. Everyone clear with this? Everyone clear with this? That's all we need to do. Or kuch nahi karna hai. Nothing else we are going to do. No function, no recursion, no iteration, nothing. Kuch nahi karna hai. Everyone just understand that today's session is all about that we need to make sure that we understand this particular line. Bas. Entire discussion is just based on this particular thing. That's it. Nothing else. Okay. Awesome. Now, tell me one thing. How many of you know what is a function? Kya hota hai function? What is a function? Block of code. Pretty good. Yes. What is a block of code? Kya hota hai block of code? What is a block of code? What is the meaning of block of code? Code ka matlab kya hota hai? Block ka matlab kya hota hai? What is this? Come on. Try to think of it. I would say this. Okay. It is a set of instructions that perform a specific task. Set of instructions that perform a specific task. Yes or no? Set of instructions that perform a specific task. Yes or no? Yes or no? Can I say that? But I have one question for you. Do you know how does computer executes these instructions? किसी को पता है? Does anyone know? How does this computer executes these instructions? Okay, chalo, let's see. Let's say I did int a is equal to 4, a is equal to a plus 1, print a. These are 3 instructions, right? These are 3 instructions. Yes or no? These are 3 instructions. Zen also has some memory. Nice. These are 3 instructions. Tell me one thing. Can I say this is line number 1? Can I say this is line number 2? And can I say this is line number 3? Is it fair? Is it fair? Okay. Now tell me, how does the computer executes these instructions? First, it completely executes line number 1, right? Then it completely executes line number 2. Then it completely executes line number 3. Yes or no? Top to bottom, line by line. First, the top line, then the next line, and the next line. That's it. Everyone understands? Top to bottom. And how is each line executed? How? Let's talk about this line. Int a equals to 4. Does everyone know how does this work? Does everyone know how does this work? What is the meaning of this int a? So basically, guys, what happens is the execution starts from left to right. Left to right. That means first I will execute this int a. What is the meaning of this int a? क्या मतलब होता है इसका? What is the meaning of this int a? So guys, do you know every computer has some memory? कुछ ना कुछ memory तो होता ही है. Yes, कुछ ना कुछ memory होता ही है, right? So let's try to understand what does this line does. क्या करता है ये line? So suppose this is a block of memory. ठीक है? Let's assume this is a block of memory. So let's say this int a. What is this int? What is this int, guys? It's a data type, right? Do you know why this data type is required? So that we know what amount of memory is required. What amount of memory is required. Okay? It can be anything, right? It can be anything. Let's say it's 4 bits, 4 bytes, whatever it is, right? So this will tell us how much space is required, how much amount of memory you're looking to block. Let's say itna memory you're looking to block. Then what is this a? That you are going to denote this memory with a variable name a, correct? And then what is this equals to 4? This is assigning. This is assigning. That means at this particular memory location, which has been given the name a, we are storing the value 4. Yes or no? Is this what happens? Is this what happens, guys? Is this what happens? Any doubts with this part? Any doubts? Awesome. Smart, yeah. Pretty smart. But what happened here? What happened here? You basically went from left to right, executing the instructions one after the other, and top to bottom. Is this what you did, guys? Is this what you did? Left to right, top to bottom. Is this what you did? Left to right, top to bottom. Guys, this is probably the most important thing that you need to understand. Trust me, everything else will make sense. And I know this might sound ki, "Arey, ye to bahut hi trivial hai. This is very easy." But trust me, this part will basically make, this will be the baseline of everything that we are going to do. Do remember this. So I sort of like to call it as God's rule. What is the meaning of God's rule? Why am I calling it God's rule? Because it is applicable everywhere. हर जगह पे this rule should vary. भगवान का रूल है भाई, भगवान की बात पे चैलेंज नहीं करते, right? You do not challenge the God's rule. Sun rises from the east, तो east. Sun rises from the east, तो east ही रहेगा. So this is a God's rule. Left to right, top to bottom. Everyone gets this part? Guys, trust me. I know this might sound very trivial right now, but trust me, guys, we'll come across a situation जब ये लगेगा कि भाई ये तो सही है, right? Left to right, top to bottom. Everyone understands this part. Left to right, top to bottom. Get it in your head. Even if it means saying it 4 times, get it in your head. Left to right, top to bottom. It should be that way. Left to right, top to bottom. How does a computer execute its instructions? If I ask you this very simple question, how does a computer execute its instruction? How does computer executes instructions? Very simple answer, but the most important thing, left to right, top to bottom. Most important. Everyone aligned with this part? Everyone aligned with this part? Nice, pretty good, awesome. Badhiya, smart people. Chalo, let's move ahead now. Chalo. Now tell me one thing. All of you know what is an array? Sabko pata hai? Let's say this is an array. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this an array? Very smart, yeah, pretty smart. Chalo, let's write a function, guys. Let's write a function. Let's give the function a name, print array, and then we will give it an array as argument, and then for I equals to 0, I lesser than array dot length. And guys, this is pseudocode, right? So it doesn't have to be syntactically correct. Okay. So don't say that int I equals to 0 and I know that, but it's a pseudocode, right? So we can take that liberty. Everyone's fine with that, right? Everyone's fine with that, no? Yeah, awesome. Smart, yeah. Cool, nice. Okay, what does this function does, guys? What does this function does? It simply prints the array, nothing else, right? Simply prints the array, and this is the entire function. Okay, so let's say I'm gonna write a piece of code here. Okay, so in Java we do that, right? Public static void main. So let's say this is the main function. Okay, here I declare an array of size 5. Okay, and I take the array as an input. So for whatever it is, array of I is equal to s dot next int, whatever it is. Okay, I take an array of size 5, I take it as input, and then I call this function print array. I'll give it this. Oops, sorry. Print, one second, array, and I give it this argument. And in the next line, I do print job done. Print job done and done. How will this code execute? Can anyone tell me? You guys have 2 minutes. You guys can take 1 minute to think about it. But how will this code execute? You guys have 2 minutes to think about it. Let me know how will this code execute? Come on, everyone should think about it. Everyone. Think about it. Yes, left to right, top to bottom is correct. But we are calling a function here. Ye kaise chalega? Just think about it. Think about it 2 minutes. Think about it for 2 minutes. Cool. How many of you understand how will this execute? How many of you understand how will this execute? Okay, let's try. Chalo, let's try. एक बार track करते हैं, ठीक है? Let's try to track this. If I have to track this, first, this line will be executed. That is an array of size 5 in memory will be blocked, whatever it is, right? Then next line, these two, the inputs will be taken care of. And then after that, what is this, guys? This I am actually calling another function. So suppose what happens is the control basically passes to this point. Aise socho, it's like a control, right? It's like a control. So the control passes to this function and we stay at this line waiting for this particular set of instruction, that is this function, to finish execution. Yes or no? So basically this entire, whatever this is, 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, jitni bhi lines hai, this entire thing is executed. And once this is done, what happens? The control goes back here. And then we proceed to the next line and we print job done. So let's say if my array is 1, 2, 3, 4, what would have happened? I would have print 1, I would have print 2, I would have print 3, I would have print 4. How would that have done? Because of this function. And once this function is done, I will return to the point where it was called. Yes or no? I will return to the point where it was called, such that it goes to this line. And what is the next thing that we do? Job done. Guys, again, it's not important to understand the output. More important is to understand how will this control pass. Suppose initially the control is at this line, it moves to this line, then this line. Then once this line comes up, this is a function call. So the control passes to this function, right? And once the control is passed to that function, entire thing is executed. Entire thing is executed. and then the control passes to this one, right? Then the control passes to this one. Everyone understands this part? Everyone understands this part? Okay. Now let's write another function. Okay. Let's write another function. एक और function लिखते हैं. Let's try to understand once more. Okay. So let's write a function. Check. The name of the function. It takes a variable. Let's say int a. If a mod 2 is equal to 0, a is equal to a plus 1 and return. Otherwise, a is equal to a plus 4, a is equal to a into 10, and then return. Okay, guys, is my screen running fine? Can you see my screen fine? Can you see my screen perfectly? Okay. I think I got text from someone. Ravi, I think it's from your end. Can you check your internet connection? Okay, cool. It's fine, no? There is no lag from my side, no? It's food. Acha, food. Not sure. Okay, chalo. Okay, guys, everyone understands this function? Everyone understands this function? Nice. Chalo. So let's look into this one. इस पे करते हैं, ठीक है? For this one, what do we do? Again, the main function. Inside this, I take a variable a, int a, and s dot next or scanner dot next it, whatever it is. I take the input. Okay, and after that, I call the function check a, and then I say print a. Now, again, you have 2 minutes. Try to think of how this will work. Suppose if the value of a that we are giving as input is a is equal to 4, what is the output that we should expect? And everyone tell me, how did this work? Please, come on. Think about it, guys. 2 minutes. Take 2 minutes, but think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Again, it's not important to understand the output. More important to understand how did this happen. Very important. Try to understand the how of it. How. Cool. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? कितनों को समझ आ गया? Okay, nice. But again, the important point is to understand how did this work. ठीक है, चलो. See guys, here we are taking the input. Okay, this line we take the input and then we call this function. As soon as we call this function, what happens? Control passes to this point. Now, what is this point? This thing is first, it checks if a mod 2 equals to 0. So is a mod 2 equals to 0? Guys, is this correct? Is this correct? This is correct, right? This is correct. So what will happen? A is equal to a plus 1. A is equal to a plus 1 means what happens? A ka value gets converted to 5. And then what happens? You call return. What is this return statement? What is the meaning of this return statement? What does it do? What does it do? Any idea? Any idea? It breaks the function, correct? But basically what it does, you know, guys, basically what it does, it basically, if this line is executed, it passes the control back to where it came from. Jahan se aaye the, wahan wapas jana hai. That's why the name return. You don't have to end the function. Everyone say it is the end of the function, but that's not a correct thing to say. The correct thing to say is the control passes back to the point where the function was called, where the function that we are currently executing is called, where this function was being executed at this line. So the control passes back to this line, and then we do print a, that is the output comes out as 5. How many of you understood this point? Most important point, return means going back to the point where the function was called. Going back to the point where function was called, not the end of the function. That's a wrong thing to say. Going back to the point where the function was called. And since you are going back, that's why the function ends. Function end is, it should be return A, it should be return anything, it can be anything. So अलग-अलग data type होता है, right guys? This will be void, let's say. What is the meaning of void? We are not returning anything, right? Void means nothing to return. Int means you have to return an integer, and so on, right? Exactly. That's why we are not using break. What does break does, guys? Break and return, what is the difference? Break ends the function. Break ends the loop. But everything else gets executed below the loop. But return, it passes the control back to the point where it was called. Back to the point where the function was called. वहां पे control वापस चले जाएगा. Everyone understands this part? Back to the point where control, right? Okay. Now, some of you are saying that answer will be A only. So guys, again, इस पे थोड़ा सा deep वाला concept है. Something known as pass by reference, pass by value. So won't go into the depth of it. But sometimes what happens is, let me give you a very small example. Okay, let me take you to the OJ. I'll take a very small example for this. One second. Cohort. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yes, I'm sharing the screen. Don't worry. Yep. Yeah, guys, can you see my screen, everyone? Can you see my screen? Don't worry about the question. We are not going to worry about the question. More is the point around this. Okay, let's go with Java, and I'll give you a small example. So again, we have to import certain libraries to take input. So scanner, main class. I hope everyone is aware about this. In public static void main, the main function. This is more of the syntactical stuff, so I'm not going much into it. We need the scanner class, so creating an object for it. We need the size of the array, and once we are done, we'll create an array of size n. Okay, and now what will I do? I will take input in the form of an array. Int I equals to 0, I lesser than n, I plus plus. I will say array of I is equal to s dot next int, because I'm expecting an integer, right? Okay, everyone understands this part? Everyone understands this part? Okay, now the point is, I'm going to write a function which is not going to return anything. Public static void swap. I'm going to call this function. What I'm going to give it? I'm going to give it an array. I'm going to give it one value I, one value j. Everyone understands what am I going to do with swap function? Everyone understands what I'm going to do with the swap function? I'm going to swap two indexes, basically, nothing much. So how can I do this? Int temp is equal to array of I. Array of I is equal to array of j, and array of j is equal to temp. So how did this happen? Iske baad I will say, I'll call swap, and I will say array 1, 2. But before that, I would want to print the array. Print an array of I. Or let's print all of them on the same line. Okay. And then let's copy this thing. And once after swapping, this is done. So the input that we are going to take is, let's say, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, everyone fine if I take this input? Everyone fine if I take this input? Okay, let's see what is the output that we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the original array. Then what we did, we swapped the element at index 1 and 2. What were the element at index 1 and 2? Indexing starts from 0. At element 1, we had 2. At element 2, we had element 3. Have they been swapped? Have they been swapped? How did this happen? How did this happen? Can anyone tell me? How did this happen? So guys, sometimes what happens is you have to think in terms of memory. आपको memory के हिसाब से सोचना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? So let's try to visualize this thing, right? Let's try to visualize this thing. Okay, I won't go much into the concept right now. That is a thing for later. But एक बार let's try to visualize this entire process. ठीक है? Everyone gets it? Yes, yes, I can call it as many times as you want. Exactly. Good point. Nice one. Okay, suppose guys, this is a memory. I need 4 blocks, or sorry, 5 blocks. This is a certain section of memory. Okay, certain section of memory. And let's say here I'm storing values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now what do I do here? Yahan pe, what did I did? I called the function swap and I gave it array. I gave it 1, I gave it 2. So what happens with this line? Int temp. A certain block of memory, let's say this one, was blocked, and int temp mein what was stored? Array of I was stored. What is array of I? What is array of I? 2. 2 got stored here. Next line, array of I is equal to array of j. What is the value at array of j, guys? What is the value at array of j? 3. So yahan pe you basically change the value at this position. Yes or no? You basically change the value of this one, right? Next line, what do you do? Array of j is equal to temp. That is, at this position, 2 comes up. So did we swap? Did we swap the 2 elements? Did we swap the 2 elements? Even though I'm not returning anything, even though you notice I'm not returning anything, मैंने कुछ भी return नहीं किया, but still the values got swapped. How did they got swapped? The same array that I passed, it basically changed the value of those. Everyone understand how did this happen? Even though we are not returning anything, and that is the same logic there as well. Return A, same logic there as well. Return, even though I'm not returning anything, the value of A will be updated. Yes or no? Everyone gets this part, guys? Everyone gets this part? How did the swap function work? Everyone gets it? Now tell me, is there any return statement here? Is function mein, is there any return statement here? So does it mean that the control will never be passed? Does it mean that the control will never be passed? No. What does it mean? That the control will be passed after executing all the instructions. This is line number 1. This is line number 2. This is line number 3. Is there any return statement? No. But it has executed line number 1, line number 2, line number 3. Since all the instructions have been executed, the control automatically passes back to the point where it came up. Now, what does return does? Return ends it prematurely. But if return is not there, it will execute the entire thing and then return, right? It will check, have all the instructions be executed. Once they are done, it will return, right? So return is not mandatory, guys, unless you have promised. So in this case, I promised that I won't be returning anything. That's why this works. But if I say int, that means I'm promising an integer. So I will have to return something, right? Right. But I hope you understand. Everyone understands this return statement. It is not mandatory. In case return is not there, all the instructions will be executed, right? But what does return does? क्या मतलब होता है guys return का? What does return does? It basically passes the control back to the point where it was called. Control passes back. Everyone understands? Everyone understands this part? Okay, nice. So this was all about functions and return statements, some things that you already know, right? Some things that you already know. Sabko pata tha, it was more of a refresher, right? But now let's try to understand something more. Ab kuch aur karte hain. Let's try to do something fun. Okay? So guys, how many of you have done plagiarism in any of the evaluations? How many of you have done plagiarism in any of the evaluations? Come on, be honest. Thodi bahut cheating? 2 people have dropped. 2 people have dropped. What do I check now? Cool. I'm not expecting you guys to answer, but चलो एक बार करते हैं, ठीक है? Let's assume that you guys cheated. नहीं भी करी cheating, but कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है? चलो, I'm gonna write a function. I'm gonna write print array, and this is array. Okay. What will happen? For I equals to 0, I lesser than array dot length I plus plus print array of I. What does this function will do? ये function क्या करेगा guys? This function will print the array. Very simple, nothing much. Very simple, no? Very simple, nothing much. Yes or no? Yes or no? Everyone understands? Prints the value of the array. Chalo, let's write another function. एक और function लिखते हैं. First of all, tell me what will be the output if I say print array. This is the function call that I'm making, and I'm giving it an array, and the array is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The output will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone agrees? This will be the output. Agrees? Awesome. Pretty nice. Pretty good. Okay. Now let's write a function. फिर से लिखते हैं. I'm going to write this a little bit more clear. Let me know if my writing is real bad in between. Okay? Cool. Let's write a function. Give it the name print. Give it an array and give it an integer. Let's call this I. And I will say if I is equal to array dot length return. Okay, I will just say itna. I will just say this line, if I is equal to array dot length return. Otherwise, print array of I, and then the name of the function is print A. Okay, guys, print is already using. So print A, the function call, give it the array, but instead of passing it I will say I plus 1 and done. Okay, everyone understands this block of code? Everyone understands this block of code? सबको समझ आया? Let's see how it works. Let's see क्या होता है इसमें. ठीक है, एक बार समझने की कोशिश करता है. So let's say the arrays 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and guys, let's say the first function call. I make a function called print A array, and I give the index 0. Can I make this function call? Can I make this function call? Nice, I can make this function call. So as soon as we call the function, it will start executing line by line. It will start executing line by line. Yes or no? This is line number 1, line number 2, line number 3, line number 4. 4 lines, right? This is the first function call. Yeah, we called the function here. Everyone understands? We called the function here. Let's see what happens after calling this function. Guys, can you please confirm if I is equal to array dot length? I का value is 0, right? Because the function call के हिसाब से, what is the value of I? 0. Is I equals to array dot length? Will this part be true, guys? Is this condition true? Is I equals to array dot length? What is array dot length? 5. Is 0 equals to 5? Definitely not. So can I go inside this? Can I execute this line number 2? Definitely not. Definitely not. So what will happen since I cannot execute line number 2? I'll have to jump to line number 3. What is line number 3? Print array of I. Print array of I. Yes or no? Yes or no? That will be line number 3. So I'm going to write the output here. What will be array of I? Can anyone please confirm? Array of I will be 1 because array of 0 is 1. Can I say 1 will be printed? Now, what is the next line? Can you please tell me what is the next line? Print A array I plus 1. What is I plus 1? What will be I plus 1? Can anyone please confirm? What will be I plus 1? I plus 1. I ka value. I plus 1 means what will be the value of I? 1. Everyone understands? Now, what is this line though? What is this line? Ye kya hai? A function call? Am I calling a function? Bhale same function, but I am calling a function, no? I am calling a function. That is not relevant which function is being called. That is a function. So this function, basically, let's say this function, let's give these functions name. So let's say this is Ujwal ka function. Can I say this is Ujwal's function? Ujwal, I know you have written your spelling wrong, but maaf kar dena bhai. Right? Let's say this is Gaurav's function. Okay. So now Ujjwal is waiting for his function to execute completely. But line number 4 is basically another function, which is Gaurav's function. So guys, tell me one thing. Ujjwal will have to wait for Gaurav's function to finish execution or not? Only then Ujjwal can say, no, that completely, my code is completely done. When can Ujjwal say my code is completely done? When line number 1 is done, line number 2 is done, line number 3 is done, line number 4 is done. Line number 1 is done, line number 2 is not applicable, line number 3 is done, but line number 4 will also have to be done. Only then can Ujjwal say, no, that code is complete, right? All 4 lines have to be executed. Yes or no? So what does Ujjwal has to do? Ujjwal has to wait for Gaurav to finish execution. Yes or no? Yes or no? How many of you understand this part? Any doubt in this, please let me know. Any doubt in this part? किसी को थोड़ा भी doubt? Don't worry, वो return का आएगा आएगा. दीपक, we are very far from it. अभी पहुंचने तो दो. ठीक है? Okay. Ayush, you have a doubt? Ayush, you got a doubt? Okay, cool. Okay. So guys, what happened? Ujjwal called a function. Ujjwal, एक बार फिर से थोड़ा सा recap करते हैं. Let's recap a little bit. Ujjwal called a function. He gave the value array and he gave I का value 0. So what happened? This line was not happening. This line is not true. That's why you cannot execute line number 2. What happened to this line? We printed the value. That's why we got the output as 1. Okay. Line number 3 gave us the output 1. Then after that, what happened? Line number 4. What is line number 4? What is line number 4? Line number 4 is a function call. Let's give this function a name Gaurav. So now Ujjwal has to wait for Gaurav to finish this particular function call so that he can say that my function is completely done. Yes or no? Everyone aligned till this point? Everyone aligned? Monica, are you okay with this part? You raised it out. Okay, nice. Okay, cool. So what we'll have to do? The control will pass to Gaurav's function. यहाँ पे control आ गया. Right? यहाँ पे control आ गया. ठीक है? The control comes to this point. Let's say, so what do we do, guys? We start executing Gaurav's function. Gaurav's function is, for Gaurav's function, what is the value of I? For Gaurav's function, what is the value of I? 1. Is 1 equals to array.length, that is 5? Is 1 equals to 5, guys? No, definitely not. So can I execute line number 2? Definitely not. I'll have to go to line number 3. What is line number 3? Print array of I. What is array of I? 2. Nice. And what is this now? ये बताओ, ये क्या है? What is this now? What is this? Can anyone call? Exactly. It's a function call. Now, Ujjwal was waiting for Gaurav to finish execution, but Gaurav के case में क्या हुआ, guys? Gaurav's case में what happened? Another function call came in, right? So now print A. Now tell me who is calling this function? Who is calling this function? Gaurav. So what will be the value of I plus 1? Can you please confirm? What will be the value of I plus 1? 2. Because I ka value for Gaurav was 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. So can I say this is Ayush's function? Can I say this is Ayush's function? Is it fine? Again, we have to give it some name, no? So what has happened, guys? What has happened so far? So far, what has happened is Ujjwal called a function. ठीक है? Ujjwal के function को has to wait for Gaurav's function to finish execute, but Gaurav's function has further needs to wait for Ayush's function to finish execution. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? A chain reaction sort of have started, right? Saf, that's a great observation, but too far ahead. Too far ahead. अभी यहीं रुक जाओ. Too far ahead. Guys, everyone okay till this point? Everyone okay till this point? Okay. Chalo. Nice. Next. Let's start executing Ayush's function. What is the value of I for Ayush's function? 2. Is 2 equals to 5? Can you please confirm? No. So I cannot execute line number 2. I will have to execute line number 3. What is line number 3? Print array of I. What is the value of I? 2. So what is array of 2? 3. And then line number 4. What is line number 4, guys? Can you please confirm? What is line number 4? It's another function call. Exactly. So what is line number 4? Print A. But now Ayush is calling this function. What will be the value of I? Ayush is calling this function, guys. Ayush is calling this function. So I plus 1 means, what is I plus 1? 3. Let's give this name Raj. Okay. So now what is the scenario, guys? Ujjwal is waiting for Gaurav. Gaurav is waiting for Ayush. Ayush is further waiting for Raj. How many of you get it? How many of you get it till this point? कितनों को समझ में आया इस point तक? How many of you are getting it till this point? Just stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Do not lose me at this point. Do not lose me at this point. Now stay with me. 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 Okay. Next. Next. Again, Monica, let's observe it. Let's observe it one step at a time. One step at a time. Don't lose me, guys. Don't lose me. Stay with me. Okay. Now, as soon as we execute Raj's function, what happens? What is the value for Raj? I ka value. What is I ka value for Raj? It is 3. Is 3 equals to 5? Can you please confirm? No. Again not. Again not. What happens in this case? I cannot execute line number 2. I will have to execute line number 3. What is line number 3? What is line number 3? Print array of I. What is array of 3, guys? Can you please confirm? 4. And then what is the next line? Kya hai next line? Kya hai? Another function call, right? Everyone understands what is happening. Ujjwal is waiting for Gaurav. Gaurav is waiting for Ayush. Ayush is waiting for Raj. Now Raj is further calling another function. Guys, समझ रहे हो क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? It's a different game altogether, right? Yes, yes. See, understand these 4 lines of code, how they are executing. You have to understand this part. These 4 lines of code, how they are working together. Just understand. Stay with me, huh? So another function call is happening. Print a array. What will be I plus 1 since Raj is calling it, guys? What will be I plus 1? It will be 4. Let's say Sukhdev is the one. This is Sukhdev's function. So now what has happened? Ujjwal called a function. Ujjwal is waiting for Gaurav. Gaurav is waiting for Ayush. Ayush is waiting for Raj. Raj is waiting for Sukhdev. All 4 of them are waiting. All 5 of them are waiting. So let's execute Sukhdev's function also. What is happening? For Sukhdev's function, what happened, guys? I ka value. What is I ka value? Can you please confirm? I ka value is 4. I ka value is 4. 4 is equal to 5. Not equal. Cannot execute line number 2. I'll have to go for this line. What is this line? Print array of I. Print array of I. What is array of I? Can you please confirm? Array of 4, 5. What is the next line? Up by. What is the next line? What is the next line, guys? Another function call. क्या कर रहा है, guys? Right? Is anyone feeling कि ये खत्म हो ही नहीं रहा है? क्या हो रहा है ये? But trust me, guys, it will be much fun once it happens. So let's say Raj also calls a function. Print a array. Now, guys, since Sukhdev is calling it, what will be I plus 1? 5. And let's say Sultan is the one. This is Sultan's function. Okay. Okay. Now, everyone understand, Ujjwal called Gaurav. Gaurav called Ayush. Ayush called Raj. Raj called Sukhdev. Sukhdev called Sultan. Whew. Now, let's execute Sultan's function. What is the value of I? Can anyone confirm? It is 5. Oops, sorry. It is 5. Is 5 equals to 5? Can you please confirm? 100% true. What will happen? Line number 2 will be executed. And as we discussed, return, it takes the control back to the point where it was called. Who called Sultan? Who called Sultan? Sultan called Sukhdev. So the control goes back to this point. At this point, have we executed all the 4 lines? Have we executed all the 4 lines? At this point, have we executed all the 4 lines? Yes or no? Yes, we have. We definitely have. What happens after this? The control goes back to the point where the function was called. Who called Sukhdev? Who called Sukhdev? Raj. So the control goes back to this line, but this function is Raj's function. So Raj's function may also, have we executed all the 4 lines? Yes, we have. So what happens? The control passes back to the point where Raj's function was called. What was the function called by Raj? Who called Raj? Ayush. So now it goes back to Ayush. At Ayush also, again, the control passes back to which line? Line number 4. That is executed. We are done. We go back to the point where it was called. Where it was called? At Gaurav's. It was called at Gaurav's. What happened at Gaurav's? Control passes back to this line. Is it done? Is it done, guys? Is it done? Yes, definitely done. Just like all the other functions. And the control passes back to Ujjwal's function. What happened at Ujjwal's function? Line number 4 is completely done. And that is the end of the function. And what is the output that you got? Batao. what is the output that you got? Is it similar to the output in the previous case? Similar to the output in the previous case? Are both of them doing the same thing? How many of you understood this particular point? How many of you understood this particular point? How many of you understood, guys? Forget about time, space, complexity. कुछ याद नहीं करना है. Nothing. You don't have to understand anything. Just tell me, did you understand how did this work? Did you understand how did this work? How, by just calling this function, I got the output this. How many of you understood this point? इतना समझ में आ गया? इतना समझ में आ गया? Okay. Now I'll tell you the definition of recursive function. What is recursive function? I haven't told you the meaning of recursion right now. अभी नहीं बताया. But recursive function की बात कर रहे हैं. बाद में recursion. पहले recursive function. What is recursive function? A function which calls itself. What is a recursive function, guys? A function which calls itself. So can you please tell me, is this a recursive function? Is this a recursive function? Is this particular function recursive? Yes, it is recursive. It is recursive. It is recursive because it is calling itself. Simple. The point is, what is the meaning of a recursive function? What is the meaning of recursive function? A function which calls itself. Again, not the definition of recursion. Recursive function. A function which calls itself. How many of you understand this point? How many of you understand this point? ये कितनों को समझ में आया? The meaning of recursion function. Meaning. Just the meaning, nothing else. Just the meaning. Right? A function calling itself. Or kuch. That is it. Now, there are a couple of things, guys. There are a couple of things. Okay. Chalo, let's try to understand those things with the help of a question. कितनों को पता है? How many of you know what is factorial of a number? Factorial of a number. How many of you know this? Smart people, yeah. Everyone knows it. You guys are pretty smart, huh? Nice. Chalo. So what is the symbol of factorial? ऐसा 5 factorial. Yes. 5 factorial. ऐसे ही करते हैं, right? What is the meaning of 5 factorial? 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, right? 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, right? Acha chalo. But there is another way to write it, right? Can I write this as 5 into 4 factorial? Can I write it? So for 4, I will write 4 into 3 factorial, right? 3, I will write it as 3 into 2 factorial, right? 2, I will write as 2 into 1 factorial, right? Right? Iska value we already know. Do we know the value of this? What is the value of 1 factorial? 1. So what is 2 into 1? What is 2 into 1? 2. So since we know the value of this, the value becomes 2. 3 into 2 is 6. Iska value becomes 6. What is 4 into 6? 24. Iska value becomes 24. What is 5 into 24? So the value of 5 factorial becomes 120. We just knew the value of 1 factorial, but with the help of this, we were able to solve 5 factorial without actually multiplying all these things or without actually finding 5 factorial, right? We just knew the value of 1 factorial. 1 factorial se ye nikala hai, usse ye, and so on, right? Everyone understands? Everyone understands? Everyone understands or not? This part. Let's try to code this. Isko code karte hain. Kare? Let's try to code this thing. And guys, sorry, I sometimes shift to Hindi a little bit, thoda sa. I will ensure that that is not the case. But if someone doesn't get some part of it, please let me know, guys. Extremely sorry, but Hindi is sort of a natural language, so sometimes it might come up, right? But extremely sorry if that's the case, right? Yeah. But do let me know if any part doesn't make sense, right? Just because of the language, just let me know. Okay, thanks. Awesome. Chalo, let's try to code this thing. Let's write a function. Let's name the function factorial. And let's give it a number n. Okay. Now guys, if n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1. If this is the case, what should be my answer? If n ka value is 0 or n ka value is 1, what should be my answer? Return 1. Because n ka value 0 or 1, it is 1. Right? If 0 factorial, 1 factorial, both are 1. Okay. Otherwise, return n into factorial of n minus 1. Yes or no? N minus 1. Yes or no? Yes sir. Everyone gets it? Chalo, let's try to execute this function. Shall we? Shall we? Shall we do a dry run? Everyone knows what is a dry run, right? Everyone knows what is a dry run, right? Awesome. Nice. Let's try to do it. Okay. Cool. So let's say I call this function factorial of 5. Okay. Factorial of 5. What happens at this function? As soon as I call it, we start executing. Sorry, let's take a different color. We start executing. Is this condition true? What is the value of n for this function call? Let's give it a name. Chalo, abhi naam nahi dete hain. Chalo, theek hai. Okay. Factorial 5. Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So can I execute line number 2? This is line number 1. This is line number 3. Line number 1 is not true, so I'll have to go with line number 3. What is line number 3? Line number 3 is return. Okay. N. I already have the value of n, but I need the value of this, right? Only then I can return this, right? 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 Let's try to understand this part. What is this line? Kya hai ye? What is this line? It's a function call, right? It's a function call. So factorial of 5 ne kya kiya, guys? It called another function with the name factorial, but n minus 1. What was the value of n? What was the value of n? 5. So n minus 1 means 4. Then can I return immediately, or do I need to find the value of this? I need to find the value of this, right? Left to right, top to bottom. This is a function call. That means this particular thing has to be executed completely. Only then I can go back. Yes or no? Only then I can go back. Yes or no? So let's do it. Let's execute factorial of 4. For factorial of 4, is n equals to 0 or 1? Can I execute line number 2? Definitely not. I will have to go to line number 3. What is line number 3? Return n. We already have the value of n, which is 4. But what about this one? Do we have the value of factorial n minus 1? Do we have this? No, we'll have to call it. What is this? A function call. So factorial of 4 called a function called factorial of 3. Why 3? Why 3? Because this function called n minus 1. N ka value 5. 5 minus 1 becomes 4. This function is calling n minus 1. N ka value 4. 4 minus 1, 3. Let's execute factorial of 3 now. Let's execute factorial of 3 now. What is factorial of 3? This one. Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So what do? Do we execute line number 2? No, definitely not. We go to this line. What is this line? Return n. We already have the value of n. What is value of n? 3. But what do we have the value of factorial n minus 1? Do we have this value? We definitely don't have this value. So what will happen? Factorial of 3 will call a function factorial of n minus 1. What is n minus 1? 3 minus 1. That is 2. Awesome. How many of you get this? How many of you get this, guys? Stay with me. Yeah, stay with me, guys. Again, do not lose me at this point. Any point pe, do not lose me. Stay with me. Okay. Next. Factorial of 2. At factorial of 2, what happens? Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So what happens? I have to jump to line number 3. Return n. I already have the value of n, but I don't have the value of factorial of n minus 1. So what happens? Factorial of n, which is 2, minus 1, that is 1. Right? So now what has happened? I will have to execute this one. What is factorial of 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1 now for this one? Now equal, 100% equal. So what will happen? Return 1. So who called this function? Who called factorial of 1, guys? Who called factorial of 1? 2. So this value is returned to this point such that we already had the value of this 2. Now we have the value of this as well, which is 1. So what is 2 into 1? What is 2 into 1? 2. So factorial of 2 ka value, do we have it now? Do we have it? We 100% have it. So what happens? It gets passed to factorial of 3. What is factorial of 3 pe? Factorial of 3 pe, now we have the value of factorial of n minus 1. We have the value of n also. What is 3 into 2? Can you please confirm what is 3 into 2? 6. So this gets passed to the function. Who called it? Who called this function? Who called this function? Factorial of 4. Factorial of 4 called this function. So now we have the value of factorial of n minus 1. N ka value is 4. So 4 into 6 is 24. Such that 24 pe what happened? It goes back to factorial of 5. Now we have the value of n. We have the value of this. What is 5 into 24? 120. The output of this is 120. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? Is it a recursive code? First of all, is it a recursive code? 100% yes. This function is calling itself recursive. 100%. No issues, right? Everyone comfortable to this point? Everyone comfortable to this point? Everyone? Now guys, we'll speak 5-10 minutes on this. We'll make some really beautiful observations. बहुत बढ़िया observations करते हैं guys. Let's make some observations on this. ठीक है? Nothing much, just simple observations. सिर्फ observations करना है. Shall we do it? Shall we do it? Shall we do it? Now we've written 2 recursive codes. One is for printing the elements of the array. Another is for finding the factorial. In both the cases, there was one condition based on that the code was stopping. There was one terminating condition, because if you remove that condition, no, the code will continuously work. It will never stop. It will never stop. Aisa hai? Can you check this? Let's look at the factorial wala code. If I remove this piece, agar main yahan se hata दूं, how many of you feel that this code will keep on going? How many feel this code will never finish? ऐसा होगा? लिख के देख लेते हैं. This is function factorial n. Return n into factorial of n minus 1. Right? Right? So what will happen at this point? What will happen at this point? What will happen at this point? Let's say I call factorial of 5. Now what will factorial of 5 do? Factorial of 5 will call factorial of 4. 4 will call 3. 3 will call 2. 2 will call 1. 1 will call 0. Sorry. 0 will call minus 1. Minus 1 will call minus 2. Minus 2 will call minus 3. Minus 3 will call minus 4. Minus 4 will call minus 5. Guys, it is not ending. This is not ending. Yes or no? So that's why we need one condition where our code will stop. एक stopping, एक terminating condition चाहिए, right guys? Everyone understands? We need one condition at which our code stops, right? At which our code stops. That condition is called as, what do you think? क्या नाम देना है? You guys can give it whatever name you want. What name do you want to give it? What name do you want to give it? Acha, chalo. You guys can think of whatever names you want to give, but दुनिया ने, the world has given it a name called as base condition. No recursive code, no recursive function can ever be useful without the base condition. Whenever you think of a recursive code, the first thing that you should think of is what is the base condition. Without base condition, a recursive function is useless. 100% useless. कोई मतलब का नहीं है. Only will throw an error. And what error? That error is also very important. In today's contest, you should definitely get that error. मजा आएगा guys. You will get that error, and you will नहीं TLE भी नहीं आएगा. एक नया सा error आएगा. बढ़िया सा, बेहतरीन सा. You will get a beautiful error. To be honest, most beautiful error you will ever get. Right? Ah, nice. Aman has lots of memories right now. But ठीक है, कोई बात. You will get a beautiful error. बहुत 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 बढ़िया error. No, you will love that error, right? Error से भी प्यार हो जाएगा guys. You will love that error, but बहुत सही error आएगा. So be prepared for that. Everyone should get that error. if someone is not getting that error, तो मजा नहीं आएगा. अरे Gaurav, it won't be fun if I tell you right now. If I tell you right now, it won't be fun. I want you guys to have it. I want you guys to get it. तब मजा आएगा, right? चलो, nice. Okay. Now the point is, no recursive code is completed without a base condition. That's a good question, Rohan, but too early to tell. We'll speak about it. अभी थोड़ा जल्दी हो जाएगा to speak about it. Okay, what is a base condition, guys? What is the meaning of base condition? Simple meaning, base condition means termination condition. The most important thing. Every recursive code needs a base condition, the termination condition, the condition at which the code stops. Termination condition, or the condition at which the code stops. Everyone gets this part? Guys? Okay, nice. Now, guys, can you tell me, I'm going to ask you a tricky question, right? Is this thing is factorial of 5? Is this function call equal to this function call? Is factorial of 5 equals to factorial of 4? Not in terms of value. Are they the same function calls? If yes, why? If no, why? दोनों का आंसर चाहिए. If yes, why? If no, why? Please tell me the answer to both the things. Again, the question is factorial of 5. This function call, is it equals to factorial of 4? Not in terms of returning what value they are returning, but are they the same value? Are they the same functions? Achha. So you guys said one thing, that the name of the function is equal. What does that mean? Factorial name is same. If the name is same, that means the same instructions will be executed. Yes or no? Same instructions will be executed. But what is the differentiating factor between these two function calls? Kuch to alag hoga na? What is the differentiating factor? Value, argument. Factorial 5 has an argument 5. Factorial 4 has an argument 4. Everyone understands argument? Argument means the values that you are assigning to the or giving to the function. Argument is different. Yes or no, guys? So basically, factorial 5, factorial 4, factorial 3, all these are same but different also. But how are they different? How do I differentiate this function from this function, or this function from this function? Parameters, arguments, whatever you want to call it. Yes or no? So this is called as, guys, state of the function. What is the meaning of state of the function? The meaning of state of the function is the value of its arguments. Yes or no? How many of you get this? The state of the function is value of its arguments. Two things we've studied, guys, right now. Two things. Most important, just terminologies, but very important. We'll be saying these names again and again. One is the base condition. Another is the state of the function. Please let me know if someone is not comfortable with this. Please let me know this. 1 if you don't have a doubt, 0 if you have a doubt. If doubt, 1. Okay. I'll repeat this once. What is base condition? Base condition is the termination condition. And what is state of the function? The values of its arguments. Okay. Bharat, your doubt is, I guess your doubt is more on the line of how these function calls are being maintained, right, Bharat? Yes or no? Yeah, don't worry. That's not an issue. Just tell me, do you understand these two parts? Base condition and state of the function. Do you understand these two parts? Everyone understands these two parts? Okay, nice, awesome. State of the functions are different, right? Every function will have a different state, right? So when I say factorial of 4, what is the state of the function for this? 4. Factorial 8. What is the state of the function? 8. The value of its arguments, right? Exactly. They're only differentiated based on their values, argument ka values. Because these argument values will basically decide what is the output, no guys? So factorial 4 ka output kya hoga? 24. But same factorial 5, same instructions, but the output will be different. 120. Why is it different? Because of the arguments. So basically arguments determine what will be the output. That's why they define the state of the function. कि इसकी, if I have to say in pure Hindi, function की अवस्था. It's always funny when I say this, but function की अवस्था, guys. Right? Okay, I hope you get the point. I hope you get the point. ठीक है, cool. Now let's try to again execute this function end to end by using these terminologies, and इससे the doubt that Bharat had, that will also be cleared. Okay, let's try to do it. एक बार फिर से करते हैं. Let's do the entire thing once more. ठीक है? ठीक है? फिर से करते हैं guys. चलो. Function factorial n. Okay. If n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, what will happen? Return 1. Otherwise, return n into factorial of n minus 1. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah. So, guys, again, this will be my main function. Okay. I will take a value n is equal to 3, and I will call print. I will call a function factorial 3. Can I say this? Can I say this? ऐसा कर सकते हैं? Can I do this? This is my main function. I took n equals to 3 and I did print factorial of 3. So line number 1 executed, line number 2. What is line number 2? Line number 2 में क्या हुआ? Print. Okay, I have to print. What do I have to print? This one. What is this? This is a function call. ठीक है? This is a function call. So I'm gonna, just for everyone's visibility, थोड़ा better visibility के लिए, I'm gonna write it here. What happened here, guys? Factorial of 3 was called. Where was it called? At this line. So once this function is executed, where it will go? Where it will go? To this point. Everyone understands this part? Itna samajh mein aa gaya? Everyone understands this part? Once this thing is completely done, it will go back to this point. Okay? Let's try to execute factorial of 3. For factorial of 3, as soon as we call it, line number 1, line number 2, and line number 3. These 3 lines are executed. Factorial of 3. Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? No. So line number 2 cannot be executed. This line has to be executed. What is this line? Return n. What is the value of n? 3. What is this line? क्या है ये? Factorial of n minus 1. That's a function call. So factorial of 3 has called a favor कि भाई, I need the value of factorial of 2. Only after that I can finish my execution and go to the point where it was called. Where was it called? It was called here. So it will go back to the point where it was called. Very important. You will have to go back to the point where it was called. Please remember this. Left to right, top to bottom, every rule is being followed. Right? Now, factorial of 2. Factorial of 3 is waiting for factorial of 2 to finish execution. What happened at factorial of 2? At factorial of 2, n is equal to 0 or 1. Is this true? Is this true? Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? For factorial of 2? No. So we'll have to go with return n. What is n? We know n. 2. But nahi, Bharat, nahi. What happened is you called this function. Now it will only, ye, aise socho, think of it like this. Let's write a story. Guys, वो Bollywood में story नहीं दिखाते हैं कि a father, pushes his son out of the house, so the son can go back to the house only after he has earned something or has finished the task that is done, right? Bharat, so this guy, factorial of 3 ko, his father, which is print function, has removed from the house. Now factorial of 3 can go back only if it has the value of this. It can only go back if it has the value of this, right? But to get the value of this factorial of 3, what does it do? it gives the it needs the value of factorial of 2. That's why it calls the same function but just with a different value. So abhi kya hua hai? Control was at this point, it went to this point, now it is at this point, factorial of 2. Let's look at factorial of 2. Bharat, clear till this point? It cannot go back. Main function ne nahi bulaya, main function ne nahi bulaya, theek hai? So at any for factorial of 2, n is equal to 0 not true, n equals to 1 not true, return not true. I'll go back to this line. What is this? N ka value 2. What is this thing? This thing is a function call. So factorial of 3 ne kya kiya? It called a function factorial of, what is this? N minus 1. This guy is calling it. What will be n minus 1? 1. Awesome. Guys, stay with me. Huh? So n equals to 0 or 1. For factorial of 1, is this true? For factorial of 1, is this true? Yes. So return 1. What is this return 1? What is this return 1? It returns to the point where it was called. Where was it called? It was called when this factorial of 2 was executing at this point. So now you have the value of 2. You have the value of factorial of 1. What is the value of factorial of 1? 1. So 2 into 1 is 2. So once you have the value of factorial of 2, it will go back to the point where it was called. Where was this called? At factorial of 3. Now, do we have the value of factorial of 2 also? Yes, we have the value of 3 also. So 3 into 2 is 6. So factorial of 3 will return to which point? The point where it was called. Okay, the value is 6. So now finally, you can print the value 6 and the output is 6. How many of you got this? This is how it works. How many of you got this, guys? We haven't written a single line of code, but I hope everyone understands how this works. This how is very important, guys. Doesn't matter how many lines of code you've written. Everyone understands this part? Bharat, comfortable? No, I won't write this on OJ right now. Guys, that is your job, not my job. Your job to write on OJ. I will never give you the code, guys. That's not my job, right? Not my job. You will have to do it, right? And I hope you're fine with that. Again, guys, my job is to make you struggle a little bit, right? Make you struggle a little bit. Again, as I said, I want you to struggle as much as you want right now so that it's easier for you to go ahead, right? So I will never give you the code. Never ever give you the code. Sorry. You can assume that I don't know how to write code. That's also fine with me, but I will never give you the code. Extremely sorry. Okay, nice. Because basic condition always returns constant. That's a good observation though, but let's see. We are, kafi hai. Okay, cool. So guys, how many of you have heard of a mathematician with the name Fibonacci? कितनों ने सुना है इस mathematician के बारे में? This was a good guy, a good mathematician. काफी बढ़िया, smart बंदा, very smart guy, one of the best of his time, but mostly a smart guy, like every mathematician. Do you know how did he look? How did he look? चलो देखते हैं. Let's see how did he look. I don't know how he looks, but देखते हैं एक बार. ठीक है? Let's try. चलो. Fibonacci. Guys, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Fibonacci image. Mathematician. Nice. Arey, smart guy, no? Guys, does he feel smart? लग रहा है mathematician जैसा? How many feel he looks like a mathematician, no? Right? Twinkle in his eye, trying to Habibi. Nice. Yeah, seems a smart guy. उस टाइम से relate करो तो model. अच्छा, someone is saying he will be a model of that time. Nice. Correct. Okay, so guys, this is the guy Fibonacci. This is a mathematician. But why are we talking about him? क्यों बात कर रहे हैं guys? Why are we talking about him? Because he gave us a interesting thing called as Fibonacci series. Okay, Fibonacci series. What is this series? This series says that every term in this series is a sum of previous two terms. That's it. इतना ही और कुछ नहीं. Fibonacci series बस इतना ही बताया भाई. This is what he told. But he said this series also has to start at some point, right? किसी point पे तो start करना पड़ेगा, right? So he said yes, this series has to start at some point. So the first term is 0 and the second term is 1. And then the series can go ahead. What is the next term, guys? What is the next term? 0 plus 1 is 1. What is the next term? 1 plus 1 is 2. What is the next term? 1 plus 2 is 3. What is the next term? 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. 8 plus 5 is 13. 13 plus 8 is 21, and so on. Right? Right? So can I say that the nth Fibonacci number is basically the sum of n minus 1th Fibonacci number and n minus 2th Fibonacci number? Can I say this little thing? Can I say this little thing? ऐसा कह सकते हैं? कह सकते हैं कि नहीं कह सकते? नहीं कह सकते, बिल्कुल कह सकते, right? नहीं समझ में आया पवन? Okay, कोई बात नहीं. Pawan, can you unmute for a second? Guys, this needs to be cleared. That's why I'll take one doubt. Pawan, where is Pawan? Pawan, can you unmute for a second, please?
हाँ सर, वो फिबोनाची वाला जो आपने लिखा है
कोई बात,
वो समझ में नहीं आया.
कोई बात. Pawan, tell me one thing. So the first term in this is 0. The second term in this series is 1. The significance is that every term is the sum of previous two terms. That means what will be this element? Sum of previous two. Previous two means पूरा पिछले
0 1. Yes.
This one. पिछले दो.
Yes. 1 on 1.
पिछले दो. पिछले दो. Right? This one. पिछले दो. Correct?
Yes.
So
Yes.
can I make a relation that अगर मेरे को nth Fibonacci number, I can basically add the Fibonacci number just before it and the Fibonacci number 2 steps before it. Yes or no, Pawan?
Yes.
बस यही लिखा है. Got it?
Okay.
Nice. Pawan, अब आई हो तो सबको हाय बोल दो यार.
Yeah. Hi everyone.
Please come on, say hi to Pawan. He's saying hi. Okay, Pawan, everyone saying hi to you. Pawan, you have a following, man. Fan following यार तुम्हारी तो सही है.
No sir.
अरे क्या बात है. चलो. Okay, thanks Pawan.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, guys, everyone clear with this relationship? Fib of n is equal to fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2. Everyone clear with this relationship? ऐसा कुछ होता है लाइफ में. Everyone clear? Okay. So now, can I write this thing? ऐसे. Let's write a function. Function is fib n. Okay. I can say that if n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, I will say return n. Why n? Because if n equals to 0, the output should be 0. If n equals to 1, the output should be 1, right? Fib of 0 is 0. Fib of 1 is 1. Yes or no? Yes or no? Otherwise, return fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2. Yes or no? ऐसा करना पड़ेगा ना guys? नहीं करना पड़ेगा. करना पड़ेगा कि नहीं करना पड़ेगा? करना पड़ेगा. Definitely करना पड़ेगा. Right? We'll have to do this. So let's try to understand. ठीक है? Let's take an example. Let's say I want the value of fib of 3. Can I say that I want the value of fib of 3? Is it fine if I say this? Is it fine if I say this, guys? Let me write it here. One second, guys. Let me make some space. Large number to मैं ले लूं, but you'll get the reason why am I taking a small number. Don't worry, Gaurav. थोड़ा सा रुक जाओ. Just hang on a bit. Okay. So, cool. I need the value of fib of 3. Okay. Okay. Fib of 3, not third term. Fib of 3. So guys, This is the 0th term, first term, second term, third term, and fourth term. Just like indexing, it starts from 0, right? Just like indexing, it starts from 0. Okay. Yuvraj, good question, bro. Very good question. Yuvraj, fine with this? Yuvraj, are you fine? Yeah, nice. Okay. So guys, what happens as soon as I call this function? What happens? This line gets executed, right? Is this line true? Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So line number 2 cannot be executed, right? Line number 2 cannot be executed. Now left to right, top to bottom, yaad rakhna, theek hai? This is line number 3. What is line number 3? Return. Okay. But what do you have to return? What is this? What is this? A function call. Again, 2 function calls. But can I move ahead before executing this one? Can I move ahead before executing this one? No, we cannot. Why? Left to right, top to bottom. Top to bottom though is being executed, but are you executing left to right? No. So you have to execute this beautiful little thing first. What is this beautiful little thing? It's a function called to fib of 2. So now fib of 3 is basically waiting for fib of 2. How many of you get this point, guys? How many of you get this point? No. Right thing, nahi, left thing, left to right. You go left to right. Remember, left to right. Monica, left to right. So you have to execute this first, then this first. Left to right. Okay, stay with me now. So guys, what happens? A function call is made. Fib of 2. What is this fib of 2? What is this fib of 2? Let's execute. Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No, definitely not. So can I execute line number 2? Definitely not. Okay, then what happens this line? What is this line? Again, line number 3. Return fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2. But again, as you move, you scan. Basically, aap scan kar rahe ho. You are scanning this from left to right. So return. Okay, I have to return, but I need the value. So value ke liye kya ho gaya? This line comes in first, or this function call comes in first. So what happens, guys? Fib of 2 basically called n minus 1. What is n minus 1 if fib of 2 is calling it? What is n minus 1 if fib of 2 is calling it? It will be fib of 1, right? Fib of 1. Now, what happens? Fib of 3 is waiting for fib of 2. Fib of 2 is waiting for fib of 1. But understand that fib of 2 has to execute this also. Okay? Understand this part. Now, for fib of 1, is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Yes. So what will happen? Return n. Return n means what is the value that will be returned? Can you please confirm? Fib of 1 returns to the point where it was called. Where it was called? Kahan pe? Where was it called? It was called at this point, and it returns to this point with the value 1. And after that, plus, what is this line? Can you please confirm? What is this line? Fib of n minus 2. That's another function call. Who is calling this function? Please tell me. Who is calling this function? Fib of 2 is calling this function, guys. The most amazing part is here. Okay, fib of 2. And what happens at this point? Another function called fib of 0. Fib of 0? Yes or no? Fib of 0? Yes or no? Fib of 0? Okay. Now, at fib of 0, once it is called, what happens? Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Definitely yes. You call return n such that what is the value is returned? What is the value that is returned? 0. And where does it returns? To this point. So what is 1 plus 0? Can you please confirm? What is 1 plus 0? It is 1. So now we have the value of fib of 2. It will execute the return statement. But where will it return to? Kahan jayega ye wapas? Where was it called? It was called by fib of 3. So it will return to fib of 3 with a value 1. And where will it return? To this point. 1. Plus, what is fib of n minus 2? What is fib of n minus 2? Fib of n minus 2. 3 is calling it. Fib of 3 is calling it. So what is it? 3 minus 2, which is 1. So now this guy calls a function fib of 1. What is fib of 1? Can you please confirm? What is fib of 1? Can you please confirm? n equals to 0 or 1. Is this line true? Definitely true. So what happens? Return n. What is return n? It returns to this particular thing such that, what is this fib of 1? What is this fib of 1? Returns with a value 1, and basically it means it returns to this point. What is 1 plus 1, guys? What is 1 plus 1? 2. And so that fib of 3 has a value of 2. Let's check if the value is correct. Is the value correct? 100% correct. How many of you got this? How many of you got this little thing? Guys, again, I told you left to right, top to bottom is only thing that you need to understand, and that is being applicable here. ठीक है, implication क्या होगा, क्यों जरूरत है, क्या कर रहे हैं, that is something that we'll talk about later. But there is one thing that I want to talk about. One thing. How many of you noticed in factorial wala question that I had to solve for factorial of 5? I had to solve for factorial of 5. But to solve factorial of 5, I had to solve factorial of 4. And for that, I had to solve factorial of 3. And for that, I have to solve factorial of 2. And for that, I have to solve factorial of 1, which is already solved. So now my question is, all of these are the same problems, yes or no? All of these are the same problems. Factorial of 5 is the same problem as factorial of 4. Only change values. Only difference values. When I say problem, basically I mean instructions. Factorial of 5 is similar to factorial of 4. Only difference, this one is a smaller problem compared to this one. Yes or no? Don't worry about function calls. Don't worry about time complexity. Just tell me one thing. To solve the bigger problem, don't you have to solve the same problem just for smaller and smaller values? For 5, that is for the bigger problem, you solved a smaller problem, an even smaller problem, and then even smaller problem, such that at every step you were solving the same problem just for a smaller value. Yes or no? Yes or no? How many of you are able to observe this thing? Same is the case with Fibonacci also, guys. Same is the case with Fibonacci also. Fib of n, for that you have to solve a smaller problem. Same code, same set of instructions, just a smaller value. How many of you understand this little thing? How many of you understand this little thing? So can I say this line that to solve a problem, I am basically solving the same problem. Let's say to solve a bigger problem, I'm basically solving the same problem just for smaller and smaller values. So that eventually what is happening? The bigger problem is getting solved. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? So basically what has happened, guys? You are solving the same problem just for smaller values such that the solution is defined in terms of problem itself. Problem mein hi solution aa gaya. Samajh rahe ho? How many of you are getting it? Now let's get back to the first line, first page that we went to. What was the first page that we went to? This one. A problem defined in terms of itself. That means if you have to solve factorial of 5, you are actually solving the same problem, factorial of 4, factorial of 3, factorial of 2, and factorial of 1. So to solve the bigger problem, you are solving the same problem just for smaller and smaller values. How many of you are able to relate to this statement now? A problem defined in terms of itself. How many of you are able to relate to this one? Guys, how many of you are able to relate to this thing? How many of you are able to relate to this thing? Is everyone able to relate? Ki yaar, main to same cheez kar raha hu. I'm doing the same thing. Just values are smaller, different. Now the point is, if you are doing the same thing, agar aap same cheez kar rahe ho, then why use a separate function? Why will you will have to give the same instruction? No. If you are solving the same problem, instruction should also be same. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Factorial of 5 or factorial of 4. Problem is same. Value is different. So if the problem is same, why should the code be changed? Why should the function be changed? Should the function be changed? No. That's why we are using the same function again and again. And that is why We need a recursive function for this. So again, the point is not that recursive function is important. The point is recursion means that a problem is defined in terms of itself. That means to solve the problem, you have to solve the similar problem just for smaller and smaller values. And if you have to solve the same problem, आप क्यों ना same ही code use कर लो? Why not use the same code? Right? Why write a separate code when the same code can do the job for you? Yes or no? That is the purpose of using recursive function. But the most important thing is आपको ये समझ में आना चाहिए. If you get this, then the reasoning of this becomes much more clear. How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? That's a very good question, Zen, but इसका answer is not that straightforward. Again, so this is a good question. How do I know the base condition? Guys, again, that's not a very simple answer. It's not a very simple answer. And for that, you need practice. So when I was printing the elements of the array, what was the base condition? I equals to array dot length. When it comes to factorial, what was the base condition? N is equal to 0 or 1. When it comes to Fibonacci, what was the base condition? N equals to 0 or 1. But most times it is one of the two things. When you already know the answer, for the the value for which you already know the answer, right? The value for which you already know the answer, or the value basically a stopping condition. Like in case of an array, you knew that after this point I'll be going out of the array, which I don't want to, right? We have to make some assumptions. Assumptions nahi. You will have to solve this on a piece of paper. The biggest mistake that you guys can do here is focus on code. Piece of paper पे आप जब तक solve नहीं करोगे, until and unless you don't solve recursive codes on a piece of paper, it doesn't make sense. Guys, codes are very small. 4-5 line के code है. 4-5 lines of code. So point is not the code. The point is, what is the point? Dry run. The point is solving it on a piece of paper. Recursion may most times, only thing that you need to understand, guys, writing code is a 5-minute process. But trying to understand what to write, that's a huge process. That's the huge process. What to write. है ना? और ये what to write के लिए what you have to do? For this what to write, what you have to do? You have to visualize. And visualization, is it an easy thing? Albert Einstein said the smartest brain are the most imaginative brains. So आप smart हो आप सब. You guys are extremely smart. So this must be a cakewalk for you, right? But again, guys, this will happen. Things will make sense, right? Things will make sense. But जितनी आज बात की है, उतना आपको समझना है. Today's purpose, I hope you understood the purpose. This was one thing that you need to understand. Some recursive codes. We looked at 2-3 recursive codes that you need to understand. And today, then you need to go back and start solving some questions as well. How many of you understood whatever we discussed today? Understood? I can do that for fib of 5. Someone asked, one second. Krishna, I can definitely do that, but I would want you guys to try this once, fib of 5 ka, and then I'll do it once again. We'll start the next session by this only. Okay, Krishna? We'll start the next session by fib of 5 ka try run only. But first, I want you guys to try this once. Okay? Okay? Everyone got this? Everyone got this? कोई बात नहीं. Whoever is saying I did not get some part of it, I would recommend you guys spend some time. थोड़ा सा time, guys. थोड़ा सा time. Spend some time on this, and then let's talk about it. ठीक है? ठीक है? We'll do questions. And is anyone feeling अभी recursion तो फालतू ही है? I can do these things with the help of loops. So whatever things you do, right? Let's say till now everything you've been doing using a for loop, right? This method is called as iterative method. So something which is not recursive, that is called as iterative. So how many of you are feeling at this point कि यार सब तो iteration से हो जा रहा है? Why do we need recursion? Anyone getting the thought like this? किसी को आया ऐसे दिमाग में कि क्यों चाहिए recursion? Why do we need recursion? Anyone getting? So this answer will come up. इसका answer we'll get in the next session. Probably not even the next session, but in the next 2 sessions we should have the answer to this one. In the next 2 sessions we'll have the answer to this one, right? अभी तो maybe वाले जितने assumptions लगाने लगा लो, not an issue, but understand that it will take us 2 sessions to completely understand why do we need this. And that's why, what is the title of the third session? Why and when recursion. Check the block plan. right? Kab, kahan, kaise, those questions will be answered, right? But for that, we'll have to wait, right? Wait, we'll have to wait. But again, we'll talk about it. Cool. Okay. Thanks, Gulshan. Okay. What is the first term of the series? 0. What is the second term of the series? 1. Now, what is the next term? Add these two up. 0 plus 1 is 1. Next term, add these two up. This becomes 2. Next term, add these two up. Comes 0. Next term, add these two up. 5. Next term, add these two up. Next term, and so on. And so on. Right? Right? Yes or no? Now, how do we code this? How do we code this? How do we code this? We write a function and let's say it is fib. Let's say the given number is n and we say if n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, we simply return, let's say, n. Otherwise, we return fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2. Yes or no? Is this what we do? Is this what we do? Okay. Now guys, you have 2 minutes. Let's say let's take some more time. You have 4 minutes basically. You have to find out what is the value of fib of 4 and draw something like we did yesterday as well. Let me figure out where did we have that. Where did we have that? Guys, do you remember we drew something like this, that fib of 3 is calling fib of 2, then fib of 2 is calling fib of 1, something like this. Do you remember? Everyone try to solve or try to figure out how do we go about this, and then that is what exactly we'll do, and I'll tell you what is this called. So you have 4 minutes. It's 8:12. You have 4 minutes. Try to draw this on your own. How will this be? And then we can verify whether it is correct or not. Okay. I might ask any one of you to share your screen also, so be prepared for that. Okay. Come on, guys. Take some time. Get this done. Come on. Yes, for fib of 4. Come on, guys. Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. Guys, draw on a piece of paper. 100% perfect. That's exactly what is expected. Yes. How many of you guys have done this? Done? Done? Okay. Completely done. Sure. Everyone. Okay. Let's try. Let's try, guys. Let's try. Yes. Everyone remembers God's rule. What was God's rule? What was God's rule? What was God's rule? Left to right, top to bottom. Left to right, top to bottom. Okay. So guys, I'm going to write a piece of code here. Let's say function fib n. If n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, I would say return n. Otherwise, I would say return fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2. Okay. It is written here. Direct, indirect recursion. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Okay. Actually, to be honest, it's nothing much. It's just recursion, just given names based on that. Nothing much. Everything else is same. You don't have to be honest, even if you don't know it, that's fine. But you should understand the concept, right? So, guys, I hope everyone at this point, everyone understands that you will have to invoke this function. You will have to make the first function call. Without making the first function call, this chain reaction sort of thing that we were talking about, that will not begin, right? That will not begin. So what will I do? I will write my main function here. Main function may, I will call fib of 4. I will basically say like this. Answer is equal to fib of 4 and then print answer. Can I do something like this in my main function? Can I do something like this? Of course I can, right? So what happens when you make this function call? What happens when you make this function call? When you make this function call, fib of 4, it starts executing. What does it start executing? It starts executing this line. So this is line number 1. This is line number 2. This is line number 3. Guys, I know this is a little bit something that we've already done yesterday, but it is very important to understand this. That's why I'm reiterating this. I would go a little fast, but we need to get back to this. Okay, we need to understand this end to end so that we can understand how recursion is executed. So very important on that front. Okay, so is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No, not true. So I cannot execute line number 2. Now I'm waiting for line number 3. Line number 3 is basically 3 parts. One is the return statement A, one is B, another is this C. Yes or no? A is the return statement. Okay, so it needs the value. What is the value? Value is B plus C. Part B, part C. दोनों का addition. What is part B? What is part B? Deepak, lots of uses of this in future. अभी प्रेजेंट का सोचोगे तो फ्यूचर सही हो जाएगा, लेकिन अभी इसको नहीं समझोगे तो फ्यूचर खराब हो जाएगा, right? Don't worry, relax. अभी इधर ध्यान. Okay, so guys, I will first execute return statement. Okay, the return statement is executed. What happens next? What happens next? You go to this line. What is this line? A function call. Right, now tell me one thing. Can I move ahead to this plus statement without executing this completely? No, I cannot. That's very simple, right? Left to right, top to bottom. So what will happen at this point? At this point, I will make a function call. Fib of 4 will make a function call to fib of n minus 1. And since fib of 4 is making a function call, what will be this? Fib of 3. And now tell me one thing, guys. Fib of 4 is stuck at which point? Point B. That is, it is waiting for point B to finish execution so that it can move ahead. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, nice. Now, next line, what happens? Fib of 3 starts executing. So is n equals to 0 or 1 for fib of 3? Is n equals to 0 or 1 for fib of 3? No. So we cannot execute line number 2. We have to execute line number 3, which is again 3 parts. Part A is written, okay, right? Yes, A is waiting, correct, 100%. but I'm just counting it as fib of 4 only. Fib of 4 का मतलब fib of 4 का ही part है ना A. This line number, this A is part of line number 3, which is part of fib of 4 only, right, Muntazir? So एक ही बात हो गई, right? So fib of 4 is only waiting, no? Right? Right? Okay? Yeah. So now what will happen after this point? At this point, we'll make a function call again. What is this function call? This point B. What is this point B saying? Point B says fib of n minus 1. Who is calling this function? Fib of 3. Now fib of 3 is also waiting at point B, and it makes a function called fib of 2. Fib of 2. So what do we do now after this? We start executing fib of 2. Now for fib of 2, something interesting happens. Again, n equals to 0 or 1. Not true. So I cannot execute line number 2. I'll have to execute line number 3, which is again 3 parts. So point A, return, okay. Point B is function call. What is fib of 2 ka function call? N minus 1 will be fib of 1. And it is stuck at which point? It is also stuck at point B. It is also stuck at point B. So now we start executing fib of 1. What happens with fib of 1? For fib of 1, is this thing true? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is this true? Yes, 100% true. And we return the value n. So we return to the point where it was called. Where it was called at point B. So we have the value 1. How many of you get this point? How many of you get this point? Okay. Now, since we were stuck at point B, we will move ahead. B ke baad plus. So 1 plus. What is this? This is point C. What is point C? What is point C? Can anyone confirm? It's a function call. It's a function call made by fib of 2. Made by fib of 2. So if it's a function call made by fib of 2, what will be this? What will be this? Fib of 0. Fib of 0. Yes or no? So we start executing this, right? We start executing this such that it is waiting for point C to finish execution. Is n equals to 0 or 1 for fib of 1? Yes, 100% yes, 100% yes. What happens in this case? You return n. What is n? 0. So this returns with a value 0. So now we return to point C. Now point B is done, point C is done. We add them up and we execute the ALX instruction. What is the instruction? Return. Now fib of 2 will return to which point? To the point where it was called. Where was this called? Where was this called? At fib of 3. Exactly. Smart. Nice. So fib of 2 will return to fib of 3 with a value. What is 1 plus 0, guys? What is 1 plus 0? 1. Awesome. Now fib of 3 was stuck at which point? Fib of 3 was stuck at which point? Point B. So it will say, okay, 1 I have received plus. What is this line? Can anyone confirm? What is this line? Fib of n minus 3. It's a function call. What is this function call? Can anyone confirm? Fib of 3 is making it an n minus 2. What is n minus 2? Fib of 1. Fib of 1. Now, for fib of 1, we start executing it. Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Yes. So we simply return n. We simply return n. So this returns back. Why you choose function name fib? I can choose whatever I want. Fibonacci ka short fib. I could have called it web if you want. It's just a function name, no? So fib of 1 comes at 1. Okay, fib of 1 comes at 1. Okay, guys, everyone get this part? Everyone gets this part? Now we are done with part B. We are done with part C. So 1 plus 1 is, what is 1 plus 1? What is 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1 is 2. And we return from this point. We return from this point. So what is the value that we return? What is the value that we return? What is the value that we return? We return 2. And fib of 3 will return to which point? First of all, return to fib of 4 with a value 2. Right? So now fib of 4 was stuck at point B. What is happening in C? Happening in C में ये हो रहा है. C में function call. शायद same thing. Whatever is happening for this one, same thing. Same thing is happening for this as well. Right? Same thing. यहाँ पे अभी you can check it out here itself. Okay. So at fib of 4, we were stuck at this point D. Now this particular point is done plus. Okay. Now what is this? This is point C. What is point C? Point C is another function call. So what do? We make that function call. And what is fib of 4 is making that. So n minus 2 will be fib of 2. Okay. Fib of 2. So if this comes out as fib of 2, now we have to execute this. Simple. And I think we've already solved it, but still we'll have to do it once more, right? Fib of 2 equals to 1 directly. Okay. So what will fib of 2 do? It will execute this thing. Is n equals to 0 or 1, guys? Is n equals to 0 or 1 for fib of 2? No, we cannot execute line number 2. We'll have to execute line number 3, which is again 3 parts, A, B, and C. Point A, return. Point B, function call, which is fib of n minus 1. N minus 1. What is this? 1. Where are we calling fib of n function inside the function? This one. We are not calling fib of n. We are calling fib of n minus 1. We called fib of n inside here. Yahan pe, in the main function. Okay. So fib of 1. What happens to fib of 1, guys? What happens to fib of 1? What happens to fib of 1? N equals to 0 or 1. Is it true? Is it true? Yes. So you return with a value 1. Okay. And then plus. What is this fib of n minus 2? What will be this function called? Fib of 2 is calling it. So what will be fib of n minus 2? 0. So for fib of 0, is this condition true? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Yes, 100% yes. You basically get this done. And what is the value returned? 0. So what is 1 plus 0? What is 1 plus 0, guys? 1. So fib of 2 returns to fib of 4 with a value 1. So now 2 plus 1. What is 2 plus 1? 3. So fib of 4 returns to the point where it was called with the value 3. That's a great point, Gaurav. I'll come back to this point. So now answer ka value, what will be the value stored in answer? 3. So if you print answer, what is the output? 3. How many of you got this? So this little function call basically did so many function calls. This one line sort of started something called as something called as chain reaction or recursive function, whatever you want to call it, right? How many of you got it, guys, till this point? How many of you got it? Don't worry about the execution part of things right now, Muntazir, that's far away. We'll get to that point. At higher level, it can have multiple branches. Exactly. What is 3? Is it index number? No, it is not index number. It is the 4th Fibonacci number. You dekho na? 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. So this is the 0th Fibonacci number. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and so on. Why recursion over iteration? Good question, but right now is not a good time to answer it. Tomorrow's session will be basically the answer for it. Tomorrow's session will basically be the answer for it. Not today, Rohan, not today. I got it, but still confused. That can happen. That can happen. It will take time. But actually, guys, Gaurav raised a really good point. Gaurav said that this particular half of the problem was actually solved already. It was solved here only. So if I can, why do I need to solve it again? If I already know the value of fib of 2, right? Right? Good question, guys. Good question. Everyone agrees? Everyone agrees to this part? If I, same hi to hai. See, this part is same. This part is same. Output is also same. Why are we calculating it again? Anyone getting this question? Anyone getting this question? Do you know what is this called? Do you know what is this called? What is this called? This is called as dynamic programming, or in short, DP. To be honest, this is one of the most feared topics in entire DSA curriculum, but the problem is not with DP. The problem is with this. People struggle with recursion. And why do they struggle with recursion? Because of the basics, right? Point is, DP is not hard. Recursion is the case. So, you basically what you do, what do you do in this case? You basically solve, you don't solve the problems which are already solved. That is exactly what is DP. DP में क्या होता है? We just figure out what are the problems that we've already solved. We just avoid solving already solved problems. That's it. We just avoid solving already solved problems. Already solved problems. That's what is DP. But again, for that, you have to have some really good command on recursion. And right now, I know you are getting questions like, why do I need recursion? What is the reason of recursion? Why this? How will I know the base case? Correct. All good questions. But for that, we'll have to practice a bit. We'll have to go step by step and so on. Right? Saif is saying we always do in recursive decreasing. Can you give any increasing order example? Of course. The next one. अगला ही वाला कर लेते हैं. Let's do it. The next one only. Okay. So guys, yesterday's contest, you all must have seen a question. Let me open it up. I want everyone to look at that question. And yeah, guys, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Okay. Everyone, you have to go through this question. You have 2 minutes. Everyone read the question and let me know what do you get. Everyone go through the question and let me know what do you get. Yeah, anyone would like to explain what is the purpose of this question? Karna kya hai? What do you have to do? Actually, guys, it's quite simple. Quite simple. See, just imagine you are standing on, okay, you have to, this is 1 2 3 4. Okay, so these are 4 stairs, right? These are 4 stairs. Now what you can do, you can jump 1 2 3 4 and get to this point. This is one way to do it. How did you do it? Jump 1, jump 2, jump again, and 4 is done, right? That's one way of doing it. But the question says that you can jump 1 step, 2 step, or 3 steps at a time, right? So I could have, no, this was one step, quite simple. Other thing I could have done is I could have jumped twice, then I could have jumped once and then another once. So 2 1 1. So this is another way to do it. Yes or no? This is another way to do it. Otherwise, what could I have done? Jump once, jump once, jump twice. 1, 1, 2. 4 steps traveled. Yes or no? That is another way. What was another way that I could have done? Jump once, jump twice, jump once. 1, twice, 1. 4 steps. Yes or no? Yes or no? Another thing I could have done. Jump twice, jump twice. 4 steps. Right? What else I could have done? What else I could have done? I could have jumped thrice and then once. That will be 4, or that will be 4 steps. I could have done one more thing. I could have jumped just once and then thrice. That will be another way. How many ways we have figured out so far? How many ways we figured out so far? Kitne ways ho gaye? Can you count? Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that is the answer. This is what you have to do. Simple. Everyone got the question? Everyone got the question? We just have to do this. We just have to figure out this thing. We just have to figure out this thing. How many ways I can travel 4 steps? But the point is, I can only travel 4 steps. No more than that, no lesser than that. No more than that, no lesser than that. Exact hona chahiye. Exact 4 steps. So this is the question. Now, I want you guys to think about the solution. I explained the question. Now it's your time to think about the question. Come on, everyone, think about the question. Sorry, think about the solution rather. How do you solve it? Think about it. Think about it. How do you solve it? कैसे करेंगे? So recursion topic is going on. That's why through recursion. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Come on, how do you do it? Socho, socho, socho. Okay, Vishal, that's good. Okay, but how did you come up with this? That's my question. Sub-array. Okay. No. Doing sum and count function. Okay. Actually, guys, I have a different sort of method to it. Okay. Abhi, for the next 5 minutes, I want none of you to think about the code. Please don't think about the code. Abhi ye socho that we just have to solve. No coding involved. Okay. We just have to solve. No coding involved. We'll look at the code later. Code के बारे में बाद में सोचेंगे. Abhi just everyone come up here. Can you see my screen, everyone? Can you see my screen? Just tell me one thing. How many steps I have to travel? N is equal to 4. And what are the options that I have? I can go with 1 step, 2 step, or 3 step. That is, I can travel 1 step at a time. Matlab, I can jump 1, I can jump twice, or I can jump a length of 3. Right? Yeah, guys. Is this the case? How many steps do I need to travel? 4. What is the first option? Sirf ek jump maar lo. What is the next option? I can jump twice. What is the next option? I can jump thrice. 3 options, right? Forget permutation, combination. Complicated words there. These are really complicated words. I don't get that. I don't understand what is permutation, combination. So I'm very sorry for that. But just tell me one thing. N equals to 4 is the number of steps that I have to travel. Now, is it true that I have 3 options here? I can jump 1 step, I can jump 2 steps, and I can jump 3 steps. So I will do one simple thing. I will try all different approaches. I will try all different paths. I will try all different options. and see how many of them are resulting in an answer, right? I will just try all the options that I have and see what is the answer, right? What is the answer? Okay, yes or no? Is this correct? Is this correct? Is this correct? Okay, nice. Now tell me one thing. If n equals to 4, let's say I decide to choose that I will jump once. I decide to explore this particular path. ये वाला path. So how many steps will be remaining if I decide to jump one? कितने steps बचे रहेंगे guys? How many steps will be remaining? I decide to jump one step. I have to travel 4 steps. One step is done. So 3 will be remaining. Everyone understands this part? 3 will be remaining. Yes, 3 will be remaining 100%. Now at this point, how many options do I have? Again, same 3 options. 1, 2 and 3. Why? ऐसा कहीं लिखा थोड़ी है कि I can jump only once. I can jump as many times as I want, right? I can use this one as many times as I want. ऐसा थोड़ी है कि एक बार one length का jump कर दिया तो you cannot jump one again, right? Is there anything like that? No. I can jump as many times as I want. So there are 3 options available, no? I can jump once, I can jump twice, or I can jump a length of 3. Yes or no? Yes or no? So again, I have 3 options. Again, I have 3 options. Let's say I decide to go with 1 again. I decide to go with 1 again, and what happens? How many steps remain? 2 steps. At this point, how many options do I have? How many options do I have? I would say I still have 3 options. I still have 3 options. I would say I still have 3 options. I know what you guys are thinking. I know what you guys are thinking, but bata raha hu. Hang on. I said you have 3 options. I'm not saying 3 correct options. My point is you have 3 options. Not all of them will be correct, but option to 3 hai na. At every step, you have 3 options. I'm not saying they are correct. Definitely not. But option to 3 hi hai. 3 options still remaining, right? So I would explore again. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now again, I decide to travel 1 step. Again, I decide to travel 1 step. How many steps remaining? How many steps remaining? 1. And at this point, how many options do I have? Same 3 options. Same 3 options. वो क्यों change हो जाएंगे? That will not change. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, again, I have a question. I decide to go with 1 step again. How many steps will be remaining? 0. That means I have successfully traveled how many steps? If 0 steps are remaining, that means how many steps have I traveled? How many steps have I traveled? N is equal to 4. And that is what I wanted to do. That is what I wanted to do. So I will say this is one of the ways to do it. I will say this is one of the way to do it. Yes or no? How many of you agree to this part? Yes, this is a correct way. कि हाँ भाई ये तो बढ़िया तरीका था. Must. Answer आ गया. But this was one of the way. Now, should I explore any further? Should I explore any further? No, why will I explore any further? No, I had to travel 4 steps, 4 steps done. So now point to return to the previous point because we haven't explored all the choices, right? We have explored all the choices at this point because there are no choices. So what will I do? I will return to the previous point. And if I return to the previous point, the decision that I made is undone. Guys, Control Z दबाते हैं? Do you do Control Z? Control Z में क्या होता है? It gets undone, undo, simple undo. तो यहाँ पे this is basically the undo button. Once you do, नहीं वो Control C होता है राज, Control C, Control Z की बात कर रहा हूँ, Control Z. Control Z में क्या होता है guys? Control Z, Command Z, whatever you wanna call it. It gets undo. तो यहाँ पे you will undo the decision that you made. So what was the decision that you made? That you will travel 1 step. That's why how many steps were remaining? 0. So once you return, ये 1 step will come back again. So now when you come back at this point, how many steps are remaining? How many steps are remaining? 1 step. Everyone gets this part. ये वाला part समझ में आया? Everyone gets this part. This is the most important part here. ये सबसे important part है. Right? Now, at this point, what were the other options? What were the other options? I could have gone with 2. I could have gone with 3. So I have one step remaining. I decide to jump 2 steps. How many steps are remaining now? How many steps are remaining now? 1 step, and I decide to jump 2 steps. 2 steps कर लूंगा तो क्या हो जाएगा? What will be the value for this? -1. If the value is negative, इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? If the value is negative, what is the meaning? It's not correct. 100% not correct. That means I have traveled more than I require. I had to travel n equals to 4. But now if the number of steps are remaining -1, that means I traveled more than exactly. I traveled 5 steps. 100% correct. And do I need to travel 5 steps? No. So I said, okay, this path or this particular thing is not the correct choice. So I will return from here and I will not count this. मैं यहां से वापस चले जाऊंगा और इस path को count नहीं करूंगा. Why? Because it is not ending with 0 moves remaining. It is not ending with 0 moves remaining. How many of you get this point? How many of you get this point, guys? It is not ending with 0 moves remaining. So what do? You return, and again, the decision that you made is undone. So now at this level, how many steps are remaining? 1. Right? Now, after this, you have 3 steps. 3 steps wala option. That is also something that you have to explore. So if you decide to travel 3 steps, how many steps are remaining? -2. And is it something that you want to do? Is it something that you want to do? No, you definitely don't want to do that. So what will you do? You will return and you will not count this. Now, guys, you have to understand at what point you are returning. ये बहुत जरूरी है. Right? What point you are returning. Again, if this doesn't make sense, we'll spend the entire day on it. Not an issue. But please stay with me for this. Please stay with me. This is not done yet. Okay. How many of you are comfortable till this point? How many of you are comfortable till this point? Okay. So now I come back to this point, and how many steps are remaining? 1 step. So have I explored all the options at this point? There were 3 options. Have I explored all the 3 options? Yes. So if I've explored all the 3 options, what will I do? Simply return to the previous point. And again, if I return to the previous point, what happens? The choice that I made gets undone. So if I come back to this point, how many steps are remaining? How many steps are remaining? 2 steps. And what is the next option that we have? I can travel 2 steps. So what are those 2 steps? What are those 2 steps? If I travel 2 steps, how many steps are remaining? How many steps are remaining? 0. Is it exactly what I want? Is it exactly what I want? Yes. So this is one of the ways in which I can travel n steps. This is one of the ways in which I can travel n steps. So do I need to explore any further, or can I go back now? I can definitely go back, right? So I go back and I explore the next option. What is the next option that I have? What is the next option that I have? 3 steps. So I have 2 steps remaining. I decide to travel 3 steps. How many steps remaining? -1. Is it correct? Is it correct? No, not at all. I need to return. Matlab, this is not one of the path, right? Should I count it? I won't count it, and I will simply return, right? Now at this point, at this particular point, have I explored all the options? Have I explored all the options? Yes. So what will I do? I will return to the previous point. And if I return to the previous point, what happens, guys? The choice that I made gets undone. Undo ho jati hai wali choice, right? You go back to the previous point. Basically, you are traveling 1 step back. So how many steps you still have to travel? 3 steps. What are the options? You can go with 2. You can go with 3. Let's explore 2 wala part. If I have to travel 2 steps, if I decide to travel 2 steps, how many steps are remaining? 1 step. And again, what are the options that I have at this level? Same 3 options. I have the same 3 options, right? 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. So if I decide to go with 1 step, how many steps are remaining then? 0. And that is correct. No, that is one of the ways to do it. That is one of the ways to do it, right? So I will count this up. I will count this up. And do I need to explore any further? No, I'll simply return. I'll simply return. Now at this level, you have 1 step remaining. And how many still we need to travel? How many still we need to travel? 1, right? And what is the other option? 2 steps. So you have one step remaining. You decide to go with 2. What happens? What is the value here? What is the value here? -1. -1, which is not correct. That means we've traveled extra. So will we count it? No. And simply return. And at this point now what happens? इस point पे क्या होगा guys? इस point पे क्या होगा? We travel 3 steps. 1 step remaining, you travel 3 steps. How many steps are remaining? -2. Is it correct? Is it correct? No, not correct. So what will you do? Simply return, right? And if you simply return, have you explored all the 3 options at this point? Yes, you have. So what will you do? You will go back to the point, and once you go back to the point, the choice becomes undo. Undo ho jati hai choice, right? So now what happens at this point? What happens at this point? At this point, you explore the third option. You have 3 steps remaining and you decide to travel 3 steps. How many steps are remaining? If you decide to travel this one, 0. And this is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want. So can I count it up? Of course I can count it up, and I will return. So at this level, have we explored all the options? Yes, we have. So what will happen now? We'll return to this point. How many if you're okay till this point? How many if you're okay till this point? How many correct answers did we get? How many correct paths did we get? One is this, second is this, third is this, and fourth is this. Guys, everyone having fun? Everyone with me so far? Everyone with me so far? Everyone with me so far? Okay. Okay, guys, don't lose me at this point. Don't lose me at this point. Okay. Don't lose me at this point. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Okay. Now, next. N equals to 4. Okay. N equals to 4. Okay. N equals to 4. Now, if I come back, I have already explored what happens if I decide to travel 1 step. Now I will explore the next option. What is the next option? I decide to travel how many steps? 2 steps. And if I decide to travel 2 steps, how many steps are remaining? 2. And what are the options that I have? The options that I have are 1 step, 2 step, and 3 steps, right? 1 step, 2 step, and 3 steps, right? So if I get 1 step, 2 step, and 3 step, I will explore all the 3 options. I have 2 steps remaining. I decide to travel 1 step. How many steps are remaining then? 1 step. So at this point, again, I will take those 3 options. What are the 3 options? 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. Again, I'll start exploring them. So you have 1 step remaining. You decide to travel 1 step. How many steps are remaining? 0. Is it one of the ways? Yes. You will count it and you will return. Now you have 1 step remaining and you decide to travel 2 steps. You have 1 step remaining and you decide to travel 2 steps. What is the value? -1. Is it a correct answer? No. You don't count this and you return. Now, what was the third option? What was the third option? 1 step remaining, you decide to travel 3 steps. -2. Is it correct? No. So what do? You simply return. You simply return, right? Now, at this point, what happens? At this point, what happens? All the 3 options have been explored. So what do? You go back and explore the next option. What was the next option? You have 2 steps remaining. You decide to travel 2 steps. How many? How many remaining? 0. Is it one of the ways? Definitely yes. Count it and return. Now, 2 steps. How many steps remaining? How many steps remaining? 3. So, oh, sorry. You decide to travel 3 steps. How many steps remaining? -1. Is it correct? Is it correct? No. You don't count it and you return. Have you explored all the 3 options at this point? Yes. So you simply return. How many options did you get from here, or how many correct answers did you get? 1 and 2. Okay. And if you come back to this point, again, the choice gets undone. What will you do at this point now? What will you do at this point now? You will try the last option. What is the last option? 3. So if you decide to travel 3 steps and you have 4 steps remaining, how many steps are remaining? 1 step. And at this point, how many options? Same, 3 options. Right? So 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Okay. So if you decide to travel one step, how many steps are remaining? 0. Is it one of the ways? Is it one of the ways? Yes. So you count it up and you return. Now for 1, what was the next option? 2 steps. So what do? How many steps remaining? -1. And do you count it? No, you don't. And you return. What was the last option? 3. 3. So how many steps remaining? -2. -2. So do we count it? We definitely don't count it. And we return. Yes or no? Have we explored all the options at this point? Yes. So we simply return. Have we explored, right? Have we explored everything so far? Have we explored everything so far? Yes. So now let's count up how many solutions did we get. Count karte hain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And is that the answer? Is that the answer? Now, what happens is generally you look at this something. Now, this is, guys, you know what is this called? This is something called as a recursion tree. Now, generally people look at a recursion tree directly. मतलब आप directly ये चीज देख रहे होते हो. You directly look at this thing. If you look at this thing, it looks super scary. It is super scary if you look at this, right? But since we went through the entire process, we know exactly what happened when you went to the left branch, to the middle branch, and to the right branch. We know exactly what happened. So that is why we spent time on creating this tree so that you understand what is the thought process. Thought process is very important. And but just by looking at this image, how many of you feel that the code will be super long? कितनों को लग रहा है कि कोड तो बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स सा होगा? Anyone feeling like that? Anyone feeling like that? Code will be super complex. Anyone feeling like that? Anyone feeling like that? Now, a couple of people texted that they can understand this, but they cannot code it. Now, guys, first of all, understand while I'm in the middle of explanation, please don't do anything else. Please don't do anything else. Guys, first of all, that would make zero sense. See, the way I will go about things is I will try to formulate something, and then sort of connect the dots. Now, without connecting the dots, you cannot understand the entire solution. You cannot understand the entire solution. Now, if you guys leave in the middle and start solving, it will never make sense. It will never make sense. Please understand this, guys. While I'm in the middle of explanation, please don't do anything else. Please, that's a request from my side. Otherwise, nothing will make sense. And there is nothing I can do for that. I'm very sorry. I cannot repeat the entire thing because every recursive code takes almost 40 to 50 minutes just for this. You understood how big this becomes. It is for n equals to 4. If I try for n equals to 7, just understand how big this will become. If I do for n equals to 7, I'm just saying n equals to 7 or kuch nahi keh raha. N equals to 7 ke liye, how big this will become. Do you understand? Do you understand? Let me show you. Let me show you. ठीक है? चलो. I will show it to you guys. Look. I'll show it to you. One second. Okay. So guys, everyone remembers Fibonacci? Yes, yes, I know screen is not visible. Making it visible. One second. Yeah, everyone knows Fibonacci. Everyone knows Fibonacci. Right? Everyone knows Fibonacci, right? हमने अभी बनाया था उसको. Let's try to do the same thing for n equals to 6 and just understand and see how big the tree becomes. Okay? Just see how big the tree becomes. Let's try to run this. See, the code is same. If n equals to less than equals to 1, it returns n. The same thing, right? It is assuming that we will not give it negative numbers, right? But again, same thing. Logic is same. Just see how big the tree becomes. Make it fast. Just see how big the recursion tree is. And that is exactly what is happening. That is exactly what is happening. See, This is fib of n making a function call to fib of n minus 1. And do you understand how it is starting? फिर से देखो एक बार start. Let's go through this again. Left to right, top to bottom is still true. It is starting the left part first. There is a reason for it. Just look at this part. Okay, just look at how will it start. It will start from left, and then it will go right. Just look at this. Left, and once. Okay. यहाँ पे. 1 second. Just understand. See, at this point, it came the base case, and after the base case, it started exploring the right wala part, and then it sort of started going up. So left to right, top to bottom. That's God's rule, guys. God's rule. Check it out. Check this out. Right? Check this out. Are you getting? Left to right, top to bottom. This is exactly what we draw, but we were drawing it for fib of 4. Now it is for fib of 6. Just understand how big this tree becomes. Just understand how big this tree becomes, right? So if you do it for 10, how big this will become? How big this will become? How big will this become? Dekh lo ek baar. Let's do it. Increase the speed also. Check this out. Now, in such a in something like this, exactly my point. That's a lot of numbers. So first of all, understand that we cannot do it for large numbers, and second, you cannot miss any point of it. You have to stay with me throughout the time. Are you getting my point here? The entire purpose of this is you have to stay with me all times, ekdam attentive. If you need a break, let me know. I'll give you a break, but do not lose concentration, because this is what happens. This is a big tree. Big tree. Very big tree. अभी 30-40 की तो बात ही नहीं कर रहे. That's a lot of numbers. Exactly. Getting my point? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna stop it here itself. हो गया भाई, हो गया, रुक जाओ. It is just constantly going. Cool. Let's get back to the board. Okay. Everyone comfortable? Everyone comfortable, guys, till this point? Again, you don't have to worry about. Exactly. ये तो बहुत TLE देता हूँ. Correct. बहुत सारा. बहुत बड़े TLE मिलेंगे. Guys will get a lot of TLEs. But again, my point is, what is the point that I'm trying to make? That you have to stay with me at all times. Now, guys, how many of you realized one thing? How many of you realized one thing when we were doing the factorial wala question? Everyone remembers. Now, again, I know that this question is not completely done, but I am pausing this question for the next 10 minutes. Next 10 minutes ke liye, this question is on pause. Okay? Next 10 minutes ke liye, this question is on pause. No one will think about this question. We know how to solve it. Code ke bare mein we'll look into it. Now, everyone think about the last question. Yesterday, we solved a question with the name of factorial. Everyone remembers factorial? How we were doing it? We wrote a function. We called it fact. We gave it a value n, and we said if n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, we will return 1. Otherwise, we will return n into factorial of n minus 1. Right? So let's revise this thing again. But is bar, every function call that is being made, we'll give it a name. Okay? Every function call that is being made, we will give it a name. So the first function call that is made, let's say the first function call that is made, it is called as fact of 4. Let's say I call this as Raj. Raj was given the responsibility of finding the value of fact of 4. Right? Okay. Now Raj will be free. Guys, the task that is given to Raj will be free only after he finds the value of factor 4. Right? Only after the value is factor 4. तो मैं कब कह सकता हूँ कि राज की छुट्टी हो जाएगी? मतलब राज की छुट्टी कब होगी? Raj can be free only after he finds the value of factor 4. Correct? Everyone understands? We need to figure out Raj की छुट्टी कब होती है. That's it. Raj was the first person, right? Raj was the first person that we called, first function call. So Raj was the first person that we called. ठीक है? Everyone understands? Who is the first person you called? यहाँ पे लिखना है guys. Who is the first person you called? Raj. ठीक है? Awesome. Next, let's execute this function. Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So you have to return n. अब राज के पास n का value है. Raj has the value of n. What is that value? 4. But he does not have the value of factor of n minus 1. So what does Raj does? Raj calls his friend Gaurav. Raj calls his friend Gaurav. कि भाई Gaurav, give me the value of fact of 3. N minus 1 is 3, no? So who is the second person we called? Who is the second person we called? Gaurav. Everyone understands? First person called is Raj. Second person called is Gaurav. Okay? Now Gaurav will be free only after he finds the value of fact of 3. Okay? Fact of 3. So Gaurav starts executing this function. Is n equals to 0 or 1 for Gaurav? No. So he cannot execute this line. He finds return n. Now Gaurav has the value of n, which is 3. But does he have the value of fact of n minus 1? No. So what does Gaurav does? Gaurav calls his good friend Ujjwal. Bhai Ujjwal, please get me the value of fact of 2. So what is the third person that we called? Third person call is Ujjwal. Ujjwal says, okay, I will do that. Now what is the thing? Raj is waiting for Gaurav. Gaurav is waiting for Ujjwal. So Ujjwal starts executing this thing. Ujjwal starts executing this thing. N is equal to 0, guys. Is n equals to 0? No. N equals to 1? No. So Ujjwal gets to this line. What is this line? N. Ujjwal has the value of n, which is 2, but he does not have the value of factorial of n minus 1. So he has to call his good friend Sukhdev. Yes. Sukhdev. So Gaurav calls, Ujjwal calls his good friend Sukhdev. So what is the last or the fourth person we called? Fourth person, Sukhdev. Right? And what is the value passed? Factorial of 1. Now factorial of 1. What is the meaning of factorial of 1? Can you please confirm if this is true? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Yes. So what will we do? We will simply return 1. And can I say Sukhdev ka task is done? Because Sukhdev has returned the value 1. Sukhdev has returned the value 1. So Sukhdev, what will Sukhdev do? Sukhdev will return the value 1 to Ujjwal. So since Sukhdev's task is done, is he free now? Is he free now? Sukhdev ka kaam ho gaya na. Sukhdev's task is done. So he's free. Free, guys, free. 100% free. The last person was called, but he became मतलब वो सबसे जल्दी free हो गया. The last person who was called and he was freed the first. Right? Next. Muntazir, वो बाद में देखेंगे. अभी focus here. We focus here. Now after this, Ujjwal gets the value gets the value of factorial of 2. Oh, sorry, factorial of 1. So what he does? He multiplies this value 2 into 1 and returns. So Ujjwal is also free now. He returns with a value 2. Is Ujjwal also free? Now Ujjwal was the second last person that you called, but he's the second person to be free. Right? After this, what happens? Gaurav has the value of fact of 3. He multiplies it with 2. Oh, sorry, fact of 2. He multiplies it with 3 and returns the value to Raj. Now, Gaurav was the second person or the third last person to be called, but he gets freed the third point. And after that, what happens to Raj? Raj finally has the value of factorial of 3. He multiplies it with this and gets the value 24. Raj's task is also done. He returns with the value 24. Now, the question is, लास्ट में कौन फ्री हुआ? लास्ट फ्री कौन हुआ? राज. Who was the first person called? Raj. So Raj came in last but went out first. Oh, sorry. Raj came in first and went out last. What kind of a situation is this coming up? Last in, first out happened to Sukhdev. Sukhdev came in last और सबसे पहले चले गया. What happened to Raj? Raj came in first and went out last. Yes or no? What kind of a scenario is coming up? जब भी ये आता है guys दुनिया में, whenever you hear something like this, what comes in your head? Stack. Stack comes up in your head, and that is exactly the point that I want to convey. That is exactly the point that I want to convey. How does this work? This works like it maintains something called as a recursive call stack. Now, how it does, I'll talk about it later. But is everyone getting the feeling of stack? Stack kahan se aaya? Q is first in, first out, Akash. Q is first in, first out. That's not the case. Stack is last in, first out. Raj sabse pehle aaya. He came in first in, but went out last. Sukhdev came in last, but went out first. What is this situation, guys? This is stack. How does this work? That's not an issue. But are you getting the point? Stack kahan se aaya? Are you getting the point of stack? How many of you are getting the point of stack? That is extremely important here. How many of you are getting this thing? How many of you are getting this thing? Okay. And yesterday, did anyone get stack overflow error? Kitno ka aaya stack overflow error? This is the reason for it. Ye reason hai uska. Stack overflow error aaya. I told you about one wonderful, beautiful, nice error that you will get. This is the error that I was talking about. One very famous website is also based on this. What is the website called? Stack Overflow. So uska bhi reason hai, guys. This is the reason for it. This is the reason for it. Now, how does it come? Why does it come? Sab batayenge. But tell me, do you get the hunch of stack? Hunch kitno? The intuition kitno ko aaya? How many of you got it till this point? You don't have to get the exact thing. But stack, kyun keh raha hu? Everyone getting that? Why am I saying the word stack? वो भी बताएंगे कृष्णा. Don't worry about it. Everyone with me so far? Guys, is everyone with me so far? Awesome. Stay with me. Stay with me. Now we'll understand what is this exactly. ये क्या आ रहा है? Exactly क्या हो रहा है? So guys, what happens is now you have to understand it a little bit differently. ठीक है? इसको आप समझते हैं. अब ये तो पता चल गया कि somewhat we have to use stack, but how does it actually happen? Let's try to understand. Factorial n. If n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, return 1. Okay. Now, what else do you do? Return n into factorial of n minus 1. So guys, there is something called as memory. Computer में होती है कुछ ऐसा एक word होता है computer में, memory. I don't know if you guys have heard of it or not. Of course, you've heard of it. I'm joking. But you guys have heard of a memory. So what happens is, yesterday we spoke about something called as state of the function. Yesterday we spoke about something called as state of the function. Yes or no? Everyone remembers? So let's say in my main function, I make a function call called fact of 4. So do you know what happens is, this function, the state of this function gets stored in a memory, gets stored in this memory. Now, what is this memory called? Recursive call stack. Recursive call stack. As soon as you call a function, this gets stored in the memory. Fact of 4. So fact is the name of the program. Now, a fact is the name of the function. Let me write it so that no one is confused. Fact is the name of the function. So iske madad se the computer understands that what is the instructions that I have to execute, and with the help of the state, it understands what is the data on which I have to operate. These are the only two things in need. What is the instructions? What are the instructions? And what is the data? Right? So computer stores this in a memory. इस memory को हम कहते हैं recursive call stack. So as soon as this is done, it stays there until and unless this function has finished execution. And when does a function finish execution? If all the lines have been executed or you hit the return statement. Yes or no? Is this what happens? Is this what happens? Right? Nice. Stay with me, guys. So as soon as this goes inside the recursive call stack, we start executing it. So we start executing fact of 4. What happens to fact of 4? We check, is n equals to 0 or 1? For fact of 4, is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So can I execute line number 2? No. I'll have to go with this line. What is this line? Return n Okay, n into factorial of n minus 1. Now guys, what is factorial of 4 has done? Has it finished execution? No, it hasn't finished execution, but it has called another function. What is that function? Factorial of 3. So now, even though factorial of 4 has not finished execution, what has happened? Another function call has been made. That's why factorial of 3 goes into the recursion stack. And it will stay there until and unless what happens? The return statement gets executed for this function fact of 3. Right? So what do we do now? Fact of 4 is waiting for fact of 3 to finish execution. Taki it can return. Yes or no? So fact of 3 will start executing. Is n equals to 0 or 1 for fact of 3? Is n equals to 0 or 1 for fact of 3? No. So you come back to this line. So what happens? Return n into factorial of n minus 1. N ka value we already know, but what about factorial of n minus 1? Do we have the idea? No, we don't have the idea. So fact of 4 called fact of 3. Now fact of 3 is calling fact of 2. Right? So has fact of 4 finished execution? No. Has fact of 3 finished execution? No. Has fact of 2 finished execution? No. So we come back to this point. Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So you come back to this line. What is this line? Return n. We already know the value of n, that is 2. But what about this? Do we know the value of this? Factorial of n minus 1. We don't. So what happens? We say fact of 1. Fact of 1. So now fact of 4 is waiting for fact of 3. Fact of 3 is waiting for fact of 2. Fact of 2 is waiting for fact of 1. Whew, how many of you are okay till this point? I hope you're not losing me at any point. Guys, are you losing me at any point? Stay with me. Stay with me. It's fine if you're not responding. It's fine if you're not responding, but please ensure that you are paying attention. Okay? Please ensure that you're paying attention. Okay? So at fact of 4, what happened? At fact of 1, is this line true? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Yes. So what happens? It returns 1. And now the computer knows where to return. Where to return? Last function call. So fact of 1 can be removed from the memory because it has finished execution. It has finished execution. So it will return with a value 1. So for fact of 2, we already have this value. We have this value 2 into 1. Can I return now? Can I return? Yes, I can return. And since the return statement has been executed, that means fact of 2 is done. So I will remove it from the recursion stack. And now for fact of 3, I have the value of this, which is 2. I already had the value of this, which is 3. So can I execute the return statement? 100% yes. So what will I do? I will remove it from here and it goes back to fact of 4. Now for fact of 4, I have the value of n, which is 4. I have the value of this also now, which is 6. So what is 4 into 6? 24. So now fact of 4 is also done and we can remove it from the recursion stack. Now, how many of you understand why it is called as recursive call stack? Please let me know. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? Guys, there are so many people, but still only few responses. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? Come on. Everyone understands the how did this stack came up? How did this stack came up? Everyone understands this part, guys. This is the entire thing. So let's say if you miss the base condition, अगर life में कभी base condition miss हो गई तो क्या होगा? This stack will keep on getting filled, right? ये तो fill होता जाएगा, right? And what happens when stack size is exceeded? Stack का size exceed होता है तो what do you call that situation? When a stack is full and you're trying to push more values into it, what is that called? Stack overflow. And that's why what is this error called? Stack overflow. I told you, right? This is a beautiful error, right? Is the size of the stack? Yes, but you don't have to take care of it. It is taken care by the memory. It is taken care by the programming language, sorry, rather. Everyone gets this part, guys? That's how a recursive function is executed. What is beautiful about it? Arey, there is so much beauty in it here. What is not beautiful about this? You see, I just did this. it sort of started filling fact of 4, then fact of 3, then fact of 2, and so on. One line is missing here. Let's say if you miss one little line, everything is this. Everything is done. You just how can you not understand this part? ये वाली चीज समझो ना guys. I just made this function call on a piece of paper. You are trying to dry run this and everything. That's why it is looking. But if you try to code this out, it is just 4 lines. But how much work those 4 lines are doing? कितना काम कर रही हैं that 4 lines? That is beauty. That is beauty, no? That is beauty. Just one line of code and so much work done. And that is why, recursion is probably the first step to automation. Again, I cannot say that with a, on a SMS sign karke nahi bol sakta, but I would say that's the first step of automation, because what you're doing, you're making a function do it. You're not doing it yourself. I am not counting factorial myself. I am telling a function कि भाई देख n equals to 0 आता है 1 आता है तो उसका आंसर 1 होता है, बाकी का तू खुद निकाल ले. I am just telling my function that n equals to 0 और 1 का value is 1. I just know this. मेरे को इतना ही पता है, बाकी तू खुद निकालते रहे. That's it. Yes, Ayush, that's correct. Right? Right? Why stack is working? Again, this stack is not maintained by you guys. ये stack आप नहीं maintain करते. This is not. This is taken care by the memory. That's why I said you don't do it. ये सब you don't do it. You just write this part. You just write this part. All these things are taken care by the memory. But why were you getting a stack overflow error? कहाँ से stack? कहाँ से overflow? This is the reason for it. You don't have to do all these things. You don't have to declare an object for stack and so on. ये तो आप करते भी नहीं हो, but that's how a computer does it. And that's why data structures and algorithms are everywhere. The deeper you dive into computer science, the more data structures it is. Absolutely, that is it. Right? That is the entire thing. A lot of people say that why do we use DSA? That is not even asked in use in software development. How it is not used in software development? The deeper you go into it, the deeper you go into anything in computer science, the more data structures present itself. This is a computer making a data structure. Computer is using like a data structure, right? Exactly. Correct. Gaurav, correct. When you use recursion, data nahi, state of the function, not just data, state of the function. Why state of the function? Because it needs to know what are the instructions that I have to execute and what is the data, right? Sirf data nahi, right? Everyone gets this part? Everyone gets this part? How cool was this, guys? How cool was this? How cool was this? So this is something that I call oh bhai moment type. Do you know what is an oh bhai moment? Oh bhai moment. Do you know what is an oh bhai moment, guys? When you realize, oh bhai, aisa, oh, this what happened. Oh, ek reaction hota na. There is one reaction. Oh bhai, aisa. वो वाला reaction. Do you understand this part? Oh bhai, aisa. So I say this was one of my oh bhai sahab wala moment. Correct. Right. So this is one of those oh bhai, that moment. Right. This is called as oh bhai wala moment. That's what we generally call. If you don't like it, we can use a different term. But that's what I generally call it. Oh bhai moment. Right? Because how beautiful is this, guys? No, little line of code, itna sara kaam. Kitna chota sa code, kitna sara kaam. And now if I go about the next one, no, the one that we've paused, usme to aur maza aata hai. That is even more fun. That is even more fun. Shall we solve that question now, or do you guys need a break? Shall we solve that? Shall we solve that? Or it's already 9:30, so I'm supposed to stop the session actually, but I would need 10-15 minutes extra. So is that fine? Is that fine? Awesome. Chalo. So guys, I cannot do that here. What will I do? I will take you to the editor. मतलब एक editor पे चलते हैं, right? And let's do it a dry run, because my writing, I don't want the experience to be disturbed because of my writing. Okay. So I will take you to an editor. Yeah. Can you see my screen? We are at an editor. Can you see my screen? Okay. So what will I write? I will write a function. I will call it number of base. Okay. What do I need for this? I need just n, nothing else. Now, if the number of steps, what is n, guys? What is n? The number of steps. If the number of steps is 0, that means I have found one of the ways to do my thing. I have found one of the ways to travel n steps. Yes or no? So I will say return n. Oh, sorry, return 1. Okay. If n is lesser than 0, that means I found one of the illegal ways, one of the ways which does not work. So should I count this? No. I will say return 0. Now next step, return number of ways n minus 1 plus number of ways n minus 2 plus number of ways n minus 3. Done. This is the code. Done. This is the code. Complete code. Complete code. Pura. Pura ka pura code for this function. Complete code. Complete code. Trust me. Array, I can explain definitely, but this is the complete code. Complete code. Everyone is saying this is oh my movement. Okay. Complete code. Array, trust me on that. Chalo. I can prove it, no? I can prove it. So ये main function रहा. Okay. This is my main function. The value of n is equal to 4. Okay. No, 4 nahi guys. It will become too big. Let's take n equals to 3. What will be the answer for 3? Can you please tell me though? What will be the answer for 3? 3 के लिए आंसर क्या होगा? Gulshan is saying एकदम से दुनिया बदल दी, जज्बात बदल दिए. Nice. What will be the answer of 3? पहले 3 का आंसर बताओ जल्दी से. नहीं नहीं, 3 is not the answer. Come on. अरे पेपर पे सॉल्व करके बताओ यार. Come on, solve it on a piece of paper. Come on. चलो पेपर पे सॉल्व करते हैं. पहले लाइफ में everything that you can do in life, first solve it on a piece of paper. One of the ways to travel 3 steps is 1, 1, 1. Another step is 1, 2. Another way is 2, 1. Another way is 3. That's it. 4 ways to do it, right? So what is the answer for this? Answer आना चाहिए 4. Answer आना चाहिए 4. ठीक है? Answer आना चाहिए 4, right? What is the answer that we are expecting? 4, right? Everyone with me? Everyone with me? Everyone ready to be surprised? Everyone ready to be shocked? Chalo, let me show you the beauty. Let me show you the beauty of this little thing. Okay. So guys, everyone understands this will be the first function call. This will be the first function call. Everyone understands. I'm going to give it a name. The first function call. Now, ideally, I would have want to use your names, but at some point of time, we'll run out of names. या नाम याद नहीं रख पाते हैं. तो एक काम करेंगे. Let's give it a simple name. X1. What is X1? The first function call. X1. What is the state of this function? I'll use a different color. X1. What is the state of X1, guys? What is the state of X1? 3. Everyone understands what is the state of X1? 3. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Are you following till this point? This is my recursion call stack. As soon as I call a function, this is a function call, right? As soon as I call a function, what happens? It goes inside this. Aisha, we are trying to do for n equals to 3, not 4. 4 ke liye to you guys will do it. I won't do it. We are trying to do for 3. Right? So what is X1? X1 is the first function call. What is the state of this function? 3. Everyone here with me? Because start point pe we should all be together so that we can go along from here. Sub everyone ready at the start point? Shall we move ahead? Everyone ready at the start point? Awesome. So what happens as soon as this function goes into the stack? What happens? You start executing it. Is n equals to 0 for X1? Is n equals to 0 for X1? No. Is n lesser than 0 for X1? No. So you have to come back to this line. Now, what is this line? This line is basically 4 parts. Return is part A. This is part B. This is part C. This is part D. Correct? Correct. Again, simple. So For part A to execute, we need the value of part B, part C, and part D. But according to God's rule, which part will be executed first? According to God's rule, D. Simple. So x1 makes a function call. Let's call this x2. What will be the value of n minus 1? Jaldi bata do guys. N minus 1 ka value kya hoga? 2. Smart people. Nice. Now, can I move ahead to C, or first I have to execute x2 completely? No, I cannot. I have to finish x2, right? Pehle x2 ko solve karna padega. So let's execute x2. So for x2, is n equals to 0 or 1? Oh, sorry. Is n equals to 0? No. Is n lesser than 0? No. So you'll have to come back to this point. x2 bhi aa gaya line number 3, 4, what line number 8 pe. So for x2, again, for x2 also, I'll have to make a function call to point B. So x2 is going to make a function call. Let's call it x3. What will be the value of n minus 1? Can you please confirm? Can you please confirm? 1. Now guys, everyone, aapko yahan pe, you have to remember what part we are stuck at. x1 is stuck at point B. x2 is stuck at point B. And now we are going to execute x3. Everyone okay till this point? Everyone okay? At x3, what happens? Yeah. At x3, is n equals to 0? Is n equals to 0? No. Is n lesser than 0? No. So we go with this one, line number 8. What is line number 8? Again, function calls. So x3 makes a function call. Let's call it x4. What will be n minus 1? Can you please confirm? What will be n minus 1? Can you please confirm? It will be 0. Smart. It will be 0. So now x3 is also stuck at which point? Point B. 9, 9, 9, 9. X2 is stuck at point B. It is waiting for this to finish execution. That's what I said. Don't lose me at this point. See, x1 called this function. Now it is waiting for this function. x2 called this function. Now it is waiting for this function. x3 called this function. Now it is waiting for this function, which is x4. Do not lose me at this point, guys. Yahan pe, don't miss me. Stay with me at every point. Is everyone okay till this point? Is everyone okay till this point? Stay with me. Stay with me. Don't lose me. Okay. Now, at x4 is n equals to 0. At x4 is n equals to 0. Yes. So what happens? We return 1, and x4 will return to which point? x4 will return to which point? x3, exactly, with a value 1. And which point were we stuck at? Point B. So point B plus, what is the next point? C. And since x4 is done, can I remove it from the recursion stack? 100% yes. 100% yes. So what is this? x3 is calling it. What will be n minus 2? x3 is calling it. What will be n minus 2? Please confirm, guys. Now it is stuck at point C, x4. N ka value for x3 is 1. So what will be 1 minus 2? What will be 1 minus 2? Minus 1. So for x4, is n equals to 0? No. Is n lesser than 0? Yes. So what do? You return with a value 0. And you return to which point? x3. You return to x3 such that this is done. And you were stuck at point C. So point C ke baad plus. And then what is the next thing that you have to do? Point D. What is point D? Another function call. What is this function call? Please confirm. What is this function call? What is this function call? It is, again, let's call it x4. What is n minus 3? N ka value 1. 1 minus 3 is minus 2. Minus 2. So x4 comes in. Let's start executing this. Is n equals to 0? Is n equals to 0? No. Is n lesser than 0? Yes. So what happens? We return with a value 0, and point D is also done. x4 is done. So remove it. Point D is also done. Now tell me, we are done with point B. We are done with point C. We are done with point D. Can we add all of them up and execute point A? Can we can we add all of them up and execute point A? Yes. So what will be 1 plus 0 plus 0? 1. So x3 returns to which point? x3 returns to which point? x2 with what value? With what value? x1 exactly. With what value? 1, 1, and we were stuck at which point? Point B. So uske baad plus, then point C. What is point C? Please confirm. x2 is calling it n minus 2. What will be n minus 2? It's a function call. Correct. What will be n minus 2? x2 ka value is 2. So 2 minus 2. 2 minus 2 is 0. So for x3, is n equals to 0? Is n equals to 0? Yes. So what do? You return 1. So 1 plus 1. And x3 will return to x2, of course. And we were stuck at point C. So what is the next thing that we will do? What is the next thing that we will do? Plus, and then what is the next thing that we have to do? Point D. Exactly. Now x2 is calling point D. N ka value 2. What is 2 minus 3? Can you please confirm, guys? What is 2 minus 3? Minus 1. So what is this minus 1 now? Let's execute. Is n equals to 0? No. Is n lesser than 0? Yes. So you return with a value 0. And x3 returns to x2. Point D is also done. Point D is also done. Point B done. Point C done. Point D done. So x2 can return to x1 with a value 2. With a value 2. And we were stuck at which point? Point B. So what will happen in this case? यहाँ पे क्या होगा? Point B plus. What is the next thing that we have to do? A function call, guys. A function call. What is this function call? Again, since x1 is calling it, let's make it x2. We were stuck at point C. At x2, what will happen at x2? x1 is calling it. So what will be n minus 2? Please confirm, guys. What will be n minus 2? x1 is 3. 3 minus 2? 1. Nice. Is everyone with me, guys? Is everyone with me? Having fun? Having fun? With me, with me, with me? Okay. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Okay. What is the next thing that we do? What is the next thing that we do? At x2, we start executing x2. Is n equals to 0? No. N lesser than 0? No. We start, go to this line. What is this line? A. Return A. Okay. Now what after that? Point B. What is point B? A function call. x2 is making this function call. So let's say x3. Now what will be n minus 1, guys? What will be n minus 1? It will be 0. N minus 1 is 0. So x3 does this. So is n equals to 0? Let's start executing this. Is n equals to 0? Yes. So what do? We return with a value 1. And once we return with a value 1, what happens? x3 is done. We remove it from the recursion stack. Next point is plus. Then point C. What is point C? Please confirm. A function call, correct? A function call. So this will be x3, n minus 2. What is n minus 2? x2 is calling it minus 1, correct? Minus 1. So what happens at minus 1? Let's execute. Is n equals to 0? No. Is n lesser than 0? Yes. So return with a value 0. So x3 is done. What happens after this? Point C is done. So plus. Then another function call, which is point D. What is this point D? What is this point D? Point D is a function call again. x3. Now what is this? N minus 3. What is n minus 3, guys? x2 is calling it minus 2. So is n equals to 0? No. Is n lesser than 0? Yes. So what happens? 1 plus 0 plus 0. x3 is done. And guys, for x2, are we done with point B, C, and D? So we can return. What is the value that we will return? What is 1 plus 0 plus 0? 1. So we return with a value 1. And can I say x2 is done? definitely done. But we are still not done. X1 is stuck at which point? C. So plus. And now time to execute point D. What is this point D? Point D is a function call. So what is this function call? N minus 3. So X1 calls X2 and it makes a function call. What is 3 minus 3? 0. So is n equals to 0, guys? Is n equals to 0? Yes. So you return 1. And since X2 is done, so we return it. At X1, are we done with point B, C, and D? Are we done with point B, C, and D? Yes. So what do? We add them all up and return the value. What is the value? 2 plus 1 plus 1. What is this value? 4. What was the answer that you were expecting? So X1 is done. It goes to this point and we get the answer as 4. Were you expecting 4? Were you expecting 4? And that's it. How many? If you got this, do you understand how did ये एक function call से क्या हुआ? Do you understand what happened when we did this? As soon as you click run, इतना काम करता है computer. This is what does the computer does. 4. नहीं. N minus 1. See, this is what it is doing, no? This is what it is doing. How it is telling the number of steps. Number of steps as in? Arey, that Akram, that will come up much later. We'll go that way. We'll go that way. How 4 is coming? Arey, 4 to yaar. You have to understand, guys. This 4, this 1 0 इकट्ठा कर करके तो 4 बनाया हमने. You have to go back. How did we get 4? Do you understand? इस function call ने 1 लाया, फिर this function call ने 1 लाया. So 2 plus 1 plus 1. You have to understand. Can we solve this question without recursion? Rohan, why you don't like recursion? You don't like recursion? That's a good question, Komal, but uska thoda time lagega. Thoda sa time lagega. Tomorrow's session, you know, guys, you'll understand much more when to use recursion, why to use recursion. But it will happen. It will happen. For today, try to understand this. And again, I will tell this one thing. Recursion and iteration. For every problem in the universe, you can do it in both the ways. But the point is, which one is more feasible when? That is what we need to learn. Yes, everything that you do recursively, it can be done iteratively and vice versa. There is a research paper on it as well. But is it feasible or not? That's the good question. Is it feasible or not? That's the question that we need to worry about. Right? That's correct. That's correct. So someone is saying, I am able to understand this, but I'm not able to, capture it with the previous recursion tree. So guys, see, actually that is the same thing. Agar aap dekho, if every step is basically the same thing. So what we'll do tomorrow, what I want you guys to do, there is a little homework for you guys. Try to do it for n equals to 4, ek bar. And first of all, try to relate these recursive function calls in a stack with the recursion tree that we were making. That is exactly same tree. So tomorrow we will be starting off with this point, but this will make much more sense if you guys go back and try this out. Agar khud se karke aoge, to tomorrow's first thing will make much more sense. If you don't give it that effort, it won't make that sense. So go back, try this out for n equals to 4. Not necessarily you have to do it correctly, but try to relate things. Right? Right? Again, guys, you have to understand this has just been 2 days. 2 days of recursion. Arey 2 din mein thodi king hota hai koi. It takes time. Thoda time lagega. Right now, don't worry. If you're not able to solve questions. But once the session is done, you should be able to do it. Right? Try to do it as as much as you can. If you feel like you have to go through the recording, then you will have to do it. Someone is saying I am special. भाई special लोग पहले ordinary होते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा ordinary होते हैं, फिर special होते हैं. ऐसे कोई special नहीं होता. Special people are just those people who just did lot of bad things. मतलब बार-बार वो frustrating काम करते रहे, इसीलिए वो special हो गए. That's the only way people get special. Otherwise, there is no such thing as I am special. No one gets it in the first go. There is a lot of hard work. There is a lot of, what do you say, frustrating things that you have to do to get it right. You know? Right? Yes, you might need to watch it again. Please do it. If required, please do it. But give it the effort it deserves. Guys, I hope you understand. इतना सा code इतना सारा काम करता है. For this to understand, you will have to give it the time it deserves. यार ऐसा क्यों हो? Why such a beautiful thing should make sense in one go? ऐसा क्यों हो? Why do you feel that way? ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए, right? Otherwise, what's the fun? यार, everyone in the universe will get it. Then what is so special? मतलब क्या ही मतलब होगा फिर? है ना? Right? Right or wrong? This is a skill, and it is a good skill. It is a beautiful skill because it is not that simple. And that's how exactly it should be. No, why do you always want to do simple things? Arey, tough cheeze karo, right? Right, right. Fib of 4 is index. Index keh sakte ho, but not exactly the right word. But yeah, you can say that. Okay, cool, exactly. Okay, what is the process of what? What is the process of what? Okay, whatever it is, guys, you others doubt can be taken on Slack. But yeah, that's it from my side, guys, today. Please ensure that you're solving questions, and yeah, I will see you again tomorrow, right? Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. See you. Upload the recording as soon as I can. Yeah, आज कितने क्वेश्चन मिलेंगे? बहुत सारे. Any tips to make that tree? Okay, guys, since I let me pause the recording, ताकि you know this. No. Cool. Everyone, अच्छा ठीक है, चलो. So before I answer this question, why recursion? That is the purpose of today's session. Everyone knows about it, right? Why recursion? Everyone knows the purpose of this session. Why recursion? सबको पता है? Why recursion? Everyone knows this? Everyone knows this? Why recursion? This is the purpose of today's session. तो ये तो पता है ना? This is the purpose of today's session, no? So why recursion? ये वाला आंसर देने से पहले let's solve a question. Life में, guys, everything. Whenever we humans are really bad at one thing, we realize the value of something. We realize the value of something only when we need it, right? We are really bad in that sense. Value of something only when we need it, right? है ना? ऐसा होता है? ऐसा होता है? Only when we need it, or when it's gone, जो भी है, when we need it. We are bad people. We are bad human beings, no? Okay, right? ऐसा होता है. So that's why let's solve a question. मैं क्वेश्चन समझाता हूँ. Let me explain that question and then you guys will realize कि अरे यार ये तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा जोरदार चीज़ है. ठीक है, चलो let's figure it out. अच्छा, how many of you play chess? कितने लोग chess खेलते हैं? Everyone knows chess. ऐसा कोई है who doesn't understand chess? Is there anyone who does not know chess? Please reply with a 0 if you don't know. यहाँ पे लिखने दो. 0 if you don't know chess. 1 if you know chess. चलो start हो जाओ. Everyone should respond. 106 responses. Okay, there are few people who don't know chess. That's a good thing. Okay, still there are some people who don't know chess, and it's our responsibility that we should explain it to them, right? So what is a chess? क्या होता है chess? क्या होता है chess? What is chess? क्या है chess? What is chess? बताओ भाई. गेम है. Oh, nice. बड़ी बात बता दी यार. So chess is of course a game. It is played on an 8 cross 8 box. Can I call this box as a matrix because I'm smart? Can I call this as a matrix because I'm smart? Okay. Now, guys, chess में क्या होता है? there are different types of what you call. Hindi में we call it goti. What do you call it in English, guys? क्या कहते हैं? हिंदी में तो गोटी कहते हैं. Pieces. Correct. Nice. We have different types of pieces. What is the purpose of these pieces? The entire purpose of these pieces is to kill the king of the सामने वाली team, right? सामने वाली team का king, you have to break it or you have to kill it, right? And once you kill the king, you win. Correct? Simple. Simple, no guys, simple. And you have different types of warrior pieces. Warrior pieces as in goti. So one of them is knight. What is knight? Knight को क्या कहते हैं हिंदी में? Knight को क्या कहते हैं हिंदी में? घोड़ा. Correct. What is the speciality about this घोड़ा? What is the speciality about this घोड़ा? What is the speciality about this घोड़ा? It moves ढाई कदम. What is the meaning of ढाई कदम? What is the meaning of ढाई कदम? बताओ. Doesn't eat grass. अरे अभिषेक, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है यार. ऐसे जोक नहीं मारना चाहिए. What is the speciality of this knight? It moves ढाई कदम, 2.5 steps. What is the meaning of 2.5 steps? Basically, the meaning of 2.5 steps is quite simple, guys. बहुत ही simple. What is that? It means it will move 2 steps in a horizontal direction and 1 step in a vertical direction. This is one move. Otherwise, it will move 2 steps in a vertical direction and 1 step in a horizontal direction. 9 cross 10 का बन गया क्या? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So फिर we'll have to add one more. Thank you यार. You are nice. One second. This is a 10 cross 10 matrix, right? Generally chess में guys it is 8 cross 8, but in this question we are given 10 cross 10. अब वो क्यों है? Why is it the case? My life, my rules. I can do whatever I want. If you have a problem, keep it to yourself. No? Right? 8 cross 80. The question says that we are given a 10 cross 10 chessboard. Okay? 10 cross 10 chessboard. Is it 10 cross 10, guys? Is it 10 cross 10? Is this chessboard 10 cross 10? So now we are given a knight. Now, guys, what is the meaning of a knight? मान लो if the knight is here. Okay, मान लो if the knight is here. In how many ways or how many positions can knight explore in one move? N is equal to one movement. What are the different positions knight can explore? Right. So knight can move 2 steps vertically up and 1 step right. This will count as one move. So this is one of the positions my knight can go to. It can go 2 steps up and 1 step left. So this will be another position that it can explore. It can go 2 steps left and 1 step up. This is also one of the possible moves. It can go 2 steps left and 1 step down. This can also be one of the possible moves. Yes or no? Then it can move 2 steps right and 1 step up. One of the possible moves. Sorry, galat ho gaya. 2 steps right and 1 step up. One of the possible moves. Then 2 steps right, 1 step down. One of the possible moves. Then 2 steps down, 1 step right. One of the possible moves. 2 step right, 1 step. One of the possible moves. Can my knight be in all these positions? Again, logic is simple. It can move 2 steps horizontal, 1 step vertical. This is counted as 1 step. Or 2 steps vertical, 1 step horizontal. That is counted as 1 step. So tell me, in 1 step, can my knight be in all these positions? These are the different options. यहाँ पे मेरा knight हो सकता है, right? Guys, whoever doesn't understand chess, are you guys fine with this? I remember a few names. I think Nidhi was one. Nidhi, are you fine with this? Okay. Comfortable, no, Nidhi? Right. Okay. Okay. Is everyone comfortable? I'm sorry, I don't remember everyone's name who don't know chess, but are you guys comfortable? Comfortable? Whoever don't know what is a chess game, क्या होता है? Okay, cool, nice. So now what do we have to do, guys? What do we have to do? We have to figure out, we are given a knight. हमको एक knight दिया हुआ है and we are given the initial position of the knight. Initial position of the knight. Initial position of the knight. ठीक है? We are given the initial position of the knight. Now the thing is, what do we have to do in this case? What do we have to do in this case? We have to figure out after n steps, that is, let's say after one step, what are the unique positions? What are the unique positions my knight can be? What are the unique positions my knight can be after this n equals to 1 moves? So initial position of knight is given like this. This is the initial position. Where is my knight? Initially at this position. What are the different places my knight can be after one move? This one, 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 and this one. So what is the answer? After one move, how many positions can my knight be after one move? 8. Now guys, most of you make a very common mistake that you are trying to think about code. Guys, abhi kuch nahi sochna hai. You don't have to think about the code. Right now, don't do anything. Ekdam aaram se baith jao. Just relax and start looking at what I'm doing. Don't think about code. Don't think about anything. कैसे code करेंगे, कैसे solve करेंगे, how recursion is applicable here. कुछ मत सोचो. Just try to understand what I'm saying. Okay. So the knight is here. Okay, the knight is here. Suppose the initial position of the knight was given here. This is the initial position of the knight, and you are allowed to make n equals to 1 moves. What are the different positions can the knight can be after one move? This is one position. Okay, this is one position. Here, can I count this position? No, outside the chessboard. Can I count this one? No, outside the chessboard. Can I count this one? No, outside the chessboard. Can I count this one? No, outside the chessboard. Can I count this one? No, outside the chessboard. Anything else that I can count? Anything else that I can count? This one? No, outside the chessboard. So how many valid positions are there? How many valid positions are there? 2. So let's say if the initial position is given this and n is equal to 1 move, what are the different places my knight can be after one move? What is the answer? 2. 2. एक और example लेते हैं. Let's take another example. Let's say the initial position of the knight is given this one, and you are allowed to make n is equal to 2 moves. अब 2 moves आ गए. 2 moves are there. अब बताओ. Everyone think about it. How will it go? Socho. Take 2 minutes and tell me how will it go. Come on. You can do it on a piece of paper. Start scribbling. Come on. Socho. Everyone. Come on. Take 2 minutes. This is ye. Right? Come on, try it out. Everyone try this out. Everyone take 2 minutes and try it out. Aman, are you sure? 100% sure? Because I'm not sure. Yes, Ujjwal, it can. Definitely it can. What is the answer? Chalo, let me make it really terrible for you. Let me make it really terrible for you. ठीक है, एकदम खराब कर देता हूँ मैं काम for you guys. Wait, you want one more, some more time? Okay, take 2 minutes. That's fine. I'm okay with it. Take time. Tell me what do you get. Come on. Question is simple question. This is the initial position of the knight and you are allowed to travel n equals to 2 moves. What are the different unique positions where the knight can be after 2 moves? 2 moves के बाद ये knight कहाँ कहाँ हो सकता है? That is the question. That is the question. Now please tell me what do you get? चलो, shall we try? Solve करें guys? Shall we try? Shall we try? चलो try करते हैं. Let's try. अरे forget recursion tree, forget everything. Just tell me one thing. एक छोटी सी चीज बता दो. This is the initial position. Initial position. Let's focus on at this point. How many moves does my knight have? इस point पे how many moves does my knight have? N equals to 2. After one move, can my knight be here? यहाँ पे आ सकता है? Yes or no? Can my knight be here? It can be here, right? So let's say after one move, my knight can be here. So when my knight arrives at this position, how many moves are still remaining? कितने moves बचे? One move got, ऐसे सोचो, you have 2 rupees. You have 2 rupees. 1 rupee you spend to get here. How much amount you have? How much amount is remaining? 1 रुपए बचा है अभी भी. You have 1 rupee left. So from this position, how many different positions can you go to? You can go here. Final. Yes or no? Can you go here? यहाँ जा सकते हैं? जा सकते हैं. So when you arrive at this position, how much money do you have? कितना बचा? 0. Nice. But this was one option. What was the other option? You could have gone here. Yes or no? Yes or no? What was the other option? You could have gone here. You could have gone here. You could have come. You could have gone back. You could have gone here. Oops, sorry. Not this way. Sorry. You could have gone back. You could have gone here. Yes or no? All these different are possible, right? All these different things are possible, right? But this is after you decided to make this choice. ये choice के बाद. What if initially you decided to make यहाँ पे? Then the answer will change altogether again. Yes or no? Answer फिर change हो जाएगा, right? So that is changing all the time. How many of you are getting this point? How many of you are getting this point? But my question to you, very simple question to you guys. Very simple question to you. Probably the simplest question you'll ever get in life. Let's say when you are at the initial position, what are you trying to do? क्या कर रहे हो आप? You are trying to see all different positions that the knight can get to if it decides to make a move. Are you trying that? आप ये कर रहे हो? Are you doing this? Yes, you are doing it. Let's say when you are at this position, you decided to see how many options are there and you decide to make this option. At this particular position, are you doing the exact same thing again? Again, trying to see what are the different positions my knight can be. So basically you are doing the same thing again and again. Just the condition is at this point you had how many moves? 2 moves. At this point you had how many moves? 1 move. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? How many of you understand this little point? You were doing the exact same thing, but now आपका value change हो रहा है. How many of you understand this part? And whenever in life, we have to solve the same problem. Focus on this. Same problem again and again, just for smaller and smaller values. What do we use? क्या use करते हैं उस time पे? Just for smaller values. What we have been doing for the last 2 days. Solving the same problem just for smaller and smaller values. What do we use for this? क्या use करते हैं इसके लिए? This little damn thing called as recursion. Again, try to understand this little thing once more, guys. I was doing the exact same thing for this one. I will do the exact same thing at this position. Just my values will be different. Just my values will be different. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? कितनों को समझ में आई इतनी बात? The point that I'm trying to make is फिर से करते हैं, ठीक है? Let me do this once more. Let me draw a smaller chessboard for you guys. Can I draw a smaller chessboard for you guys? Let's draw a 4x4 chessboard. छोटा सा chessboard. ठीक है? हमारी मर्जी, हम कुछ भी करेंगे. Right? We'll break the rules of the world. Because our life, our rules, no? What is this? What is this? 4x4 chessboard. Okay. Now, initially, let's say, guys, your knight is at this position. In one move, your knight can move to how many different positions? Can you please confirm? It can come here, K dash. 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 Only these are the 4 possible values. Yes or no? In one move? Yes or no? Let's say this is one move. One move में what are the different position your knight can come to? This one. ठीक है? अब let's say एक की जगह 2 move है. Let's undo this little thing. ठीक है? This is the initial position, but you are allowed to travel n is equal to 2 move. ठीक है? So this is your knight initially. Now it has to make mandatorily 2 moves. इसको 2 moves करनी है. It has to make those 2 moves mandatorily. So let's say after one move, can my knight come here? One move के बाद, can my knight come here? Can my knight come here after one move? Yes. So I'm gonna say that at this position, my knight has how many moves remaining? 1 moves remaining, because it made a choice that I'm going to go here. Yes or no? Yes or no? Can I say that? Now after this position, at this point, how many choices does my knight have? How many choices? It can go here. Can it go here, guys? Can it go here? ये जा सकते हैं यहाँ पे? At this particular position, how many moves does my knight have? 0. So this is the position of this is one of the positions where the knight can be after how many moves? After how many moves? 2 moves. This is one of the final positions where the knight can be after how many moves? Again, after how many moves? 2 moves. But ये एक option था. Were there no other options? There were. और भी options थे. One of the moves was it can go back to this particular point. जहां से आया था वहां वापस जा सकता था. Yes or no? This is one other option. What was the other option? It can go to this other place as well. Right? What was the other option? और कोई option बच रहा है? Is there any other option available? No, because it cannot go anywhere else. So these are 3 options, but these 3 options came up when you decided to make that you will go in the first step, you will go here. What would have happened if in the first step you would have gone here? First step में यहाँ से आप यहाँ चले गए होते. What would have happened if in the first step you would have gone here? Now at this point, how many moves are remaining? At this point, how many moves are remaining? 1. So you would have started to explore all the other positions now. यहाँ से कहाँ जा सकते हो? You can go here. You can go down, you can go here. That's the 3 other options. Any other option remaining? कोई और option बचा? 3 other options. So this is one option. This is another option, but this option has already been calculated once. Should I calculate this again? Should I calculate this again? No. So 3 options. Second may be 3 options, but how did these 3 options come? One was repeated. So actually 2 options. So how many options have we figured out so far? What are the different places that the knight can be after 2 moves? 5 options. And we are still not done. Why? Because initially my knight could have gone yahan also, right? Right? One more remaining, because I mean one of the positions is repeated, no? एक position ये है, which we already counted when we counted 3, no? एक position तो वो हो गई ना, right? So we counted one of the positions twice, which we don't want to. ठीक है? Guys, how many of you are able to understand this part little bit? कितनों को समझ में आया? How many of you are able to understand the question? I did not say solution. I did not say anything. Question. How many of you understood the question? How many moves and how to go about it? Question. Any doubts in the question? You guys can take 2 minutes on this. Let me know. Any doubts in the question? Any doubts in the question? That is one of the options, Ramzan. एक option है उसके पास, ऐसा नहीं है कि वापस ही आएगा, but ये one of the options है. चल, इसको भी समझाते हैं, एक और बार समझते हैं. Let's do it once more. इसको थोड़ा अलग तरीके से करते हैं, ठीक है? एक बार फिर से करते हैं, but let's do it a different way. थोड़ा अलग तरीके से करते हैं. Let's take 5 plus 5. I should create it before the session, no? How many of you feel that? नहीं लिखा है यार. Distinct positions is written or not? What is the meaning of distinct position? Distinct का मतलब क्या होता है? Krishna, what is the meaning of distinct? Unique. So you have to find what are the unique positions that the knight can be. ठीक है? अब guys, चलो बड़ा simple सा game खेलते हैं. Very simple game. Red means when the number of moves are 0. Whichever I have written in red, the number of moves are 0. Oh, sorry, number of moves are 2. So if I have written in red, that means at that position, how many moves are remaining? 2 moves. 2 moves. So at this point, I have written in K. I have written in red. That means how many points are remaining? How many moves are remaining? 2. If I have written it in blue, अगर blue में लिखा है, तो how many moves are remaining? 1. 1 move remaining. And if at any point we have 0 moves remaining, we will cross it. 0 moves remaining को cross कर देंगे. ठीक है? ऐसा कर लें? Cross कर देंगे उसको. ठीक है? ठीक है? चलो करते हैं. So this is one move. Can anybody tell me what are the different options for the first move? First move के लिए what are the different options? एक option तो ये हो गया guys. एक option तो ये हो गया. ठीक है? Let's explore what are the different options from this first position. ठीक है? करें? Everyone aligned? Everyone aligned with this one? ठीक है? चलो. Let's see what are the different options. One option is this. Bad color. This one is one option. Please zoom. Okay, sure. क्यों नहीं भाई? बिल्कुल. This is one option, guys. This is one option. This is another option. This is another option. And this is another option. ये हो सकता है, यहाँ मैं जा सकता हूँ, यहाँ मैं जा सकता हूँ, यहाँ मैं जा सकता हूँ, यहाँ मैं जा सकता हूँ. Can I go anywhere else? Can I go anywhere else? No. Right? So we explored what happens if we make this as the first move, and uske baad we explored all the different positions. Correct? Correct. But this was all possible when we decide to make this as the first move. एक और option तो था guys. What was the other option? You could have made this one as the first move, right? You could have made this one as the first move. Red को count करेंगे, करना पड़ेगा because this particular position से you can come back also, right? So यहाँ पे green, इसीलिए green वाला भी बना है because you can come back to this, right? You can come back to this. Raj, does this make sense? Guys, does this point make sense? You can come back to this position. That's why I have made a green cross also. You can go here and you can come back also, no? Right? ठीक है. But what happens if you come across at this position? What are the different options you can come back? You can go to. You can actually come back as well. You can actually come back as well. So this one. But will we count it again? No, already crossed. No, already counted. Already counted. So why will we count it again? No, we won't. One of the thing, exactly, Rohan, exactly. But it should be counted once, no? Rohan, एक बार तो count करना चाहिए, right? एक बार तो count करना पड़ेगा ना. That is one of the positions where knight can end up at. I'm not saying to count it multiple times, but एक बार तो जा ही सकते हैं ना, right? एक बार तो count होना चाहिए, right? Rohan, does it make sense? Does that make sense, Rohan? Nice, awesome. Guys, one more thing. I can go here. I can actually go here also, and I can actually go here also. I can actually go here also. I can actually go here also. Anything else can I do? Have I explored everything? Yahan. I can come back here also. Nice. Then this one, then this one, then this one, this one. Did I miss anything? Kuch miss kiya? No, all done, no? Correct. But this was all possible. This was all possible when we decided to make this as our first move. Or एक option available था, guys. What was the other option available? I could have come here. Yes or no? I could have come at this position. Yes or no? If I come at this position, what are the different options I would have had? I can actually go back, but that position is already counted, so cannot count it again. I could have come up here, but that position is already counted, so cannot count it again. Yes or no? Yes or no? I could have gone here, but that position is already counted, so cannot count it here again. I could have gone here, so I'll mark it. Anywhere else can I go? Anywhere else can I go? Anywhere else can I go, guys? Nope. So now I have explored all the different options where I can go after two moves. Kar liya, guys? Kar liya, guys? And how did I solve this? First of all, I decided what are the different positions I can explore after one move. मैंने पहले ये decide किया. फिर वहां से what are the different places? All those different places I tried one more move, right? This is how we went about it. Now finally, how do we figure out how many different positions we have? Just count the number of x's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So how many different moves, how many different positions can my knight be after two moves? What is the answer for this? 11 distinct or unique positions. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? Hurts your brain? Hurts your brain? Did it hurt your brain? दिमाग में दर्द हुआ guys? दिमाग में दर्द हुआ? थोड़ा बहुत? Nice. Guys, everyone comfortable with this part? Everyone comfortable till this point? Okay. Now all we have to do is we have to figure out how to code this out. All we have to do is we have to figure out how to code this out. Very simple. You already know the logic. Jo, whatever you are doing, that is the exact logic. Same logic, but you just have to figure out how to code it out. So now, since you are exceptionally smart people, you guys are the best in the world. Come on, best in the world people, try to solve it. Karo. Chalo, batao, how do we solve this? Batao, how to solve this? Smart people, batao. Batao. Scam. थोड़ा टफ होगा, कोई बात नहीं तालिफ, टफ चीज करेंगे यार, लाइफ में इजी चीज थोड़ी करनी है। आज फिर ओ भाई मूवमेंट आएगा, आएगा आएगा, क्यों नहीं आएगा। ओ नाइस कोमल, एटलीस्ट यू फिगर आउट दिस, नाइस नाइस नाइस। अच्छा, I already figured out till this point, was having issues after this. Okay guys, give me 1 second, someone at the door, you guys keep on thinking how do we code it out. Come on, think about it. In this we will use 2D matrix. Nice, good one, good start. Chalo, we know one thing, we need 2D matrix. Chalo, whatever you guys say, I'll keep on writing it. You say we need 2D matrix, understood. What else, what else? If knight has coordinates at 3 cross 3, it can move 8 moves, understood. और क्या हो रहा है, और क्या हो रहा है, think about it. What else, what else, what else, what else? If index is less than 0 or greater than n, we will not count. Awesome, क्या बात है. If index is lesser than 0 or index is greater than n, we will not count. क्या बात है, awesome, awesome, awesome. Yes, we will be working on indexes. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Nice. What else, what else, what else? जल्दी बताओ. What else, what else, what else? Fill with 0. Okay. What else, what else, what else? Muntazir, you are using your memory, which is nice. If current equals to n equals to true, what is current, what is n, I don't know, so cannot write this. If n equals to 0, okay Raj, we have this. What can we do if n equals to 0? क्या करें? If n equals to 0, what do we do? बताओ बताओ बताओ. If n equals to 0, तो क्या करें? If n equals to 0, return. Okay, ठीक है ठीक है, understood. What else, what else? और क्या करना है बताओ? Boolean flag. Okay, flag. ठीक है, और क्या करना है? Fill it with 0, it's already present, we omit 1. Okay, और क्या करना है जल्दी बताओ? If previous can come again, then it will be 0. Okay, what else? क्या करना है बताओ? क्या करना है भाई बताओ? Smart people. अच्छा, tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. There is one very interesting thing about a 2D array. Have you ever realized? कभी किसी ने guys थोड़ा सा ऐसे analysis किया है क्या? Let me tell you. पहले ही बताना this is a 2D array or not. ठीक है? Is this a 2D array? 3 cross 3? ठीक है? Can you tell me what is the index of 2? क्या index है 2 का? 0,1, 0 through first column. If I move right from this index, what happens? अगर यहाँ से मैं right को move किया, what happens? I reach index 0,3, right? Oh, sorry, 0,2. 0,2, right? I reach index 0,2, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? If I move left from here, अगर मैं यहाँ से left जाता हूँ, तो where do I end up? 0,0. If I move right from here, sorry, down from here, अगर यहाँ से मैं down जाता हूँ, तो what happens? 1,1. And let's say from 1,1, if I no, from 9, if I decide to move up, what is the index of 9? 9 का index क्या है? 2,2. From here, if I decide to move up, what index do I reach? What index do I reach? 1,2. So guys, we actually basically get the fundamentals of 2D array. Fundamentals of indexing we get. What are the fundamentals of indexing? If you move right, what happens? Column increases. If you move left, what happens? Column decreases. If you move down, what happens? Row increases. If you move up, what happens? Row decreases. Actually, you know what? Everything in 2D array can be done with the following these two things. These following four things से कुछ भी कर सकते हो आप. You can do whatever you want in life. कैसे कर सकते हो? बताओ तो. Smart people. Let's say I am at 6 and I want to reach 7. How do I end up? I am at 6. What is the index of 6? Can please anyone confirm? 1, 2. I want to reach 7. What is 7? 7 is basically 2 steps left and 1 step down. 7 is basically 2 steps left and 1 step down. So what happens if I take 2 steps left? क्या होता है? If I take 2 steps left, what happens? I reach 1, 0. And then 1 step down. 1 step down. 1 step down means row increases. Where do I end up? 2, 0. Is that the index of 7? Is that the index of 7? Yes, that is the index of 7. As simple as that. If you know these 4 rules, actually 2D array is a very simple thing. ये 4 चीजों का ध्यान रखना है guys, और कुछ नहीं करना. And this is something that we'll be needing in this question as well. Okay? Okay? Everyone gets it? Guys, any doubts in this part? Any doubts in this part? Any doubts? Any doubts? Any doubts? बताओ बताओ बताओ. All cool till this point? All cool? Okay, nice. Let me start solving. Shall we start solving this question? अच्छा चलो 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 ठीक है. Before I start solving this question, you guys are free to use recursion. You guys are free to use iteration. I want you guys to think about. It's 8:54. I want you guys to think about 4 minutes about the code. जो code लिख सकता है आधा पूरा कुछ भी iteration recursion कुछ भी करो. But try it out. Let me know what do you guys get. Try it out for 4 minutes. I want you to feel the frustration थोड़ा बहुत. Come on, think about it. No foundation of recursion, no foundation of iteration. कुछ भी कर सकते हो life में. Do whatever you want. But take 4 minutes and let me know what do you guys get. Come on, try this out. Try this out, guys. नहीं. The code to write this one. So the code to get this thing done. How many moves? How many different positions that the knight can be after n moves? ये वाले question के लिए try to write the code. Come on. Come on. If anyone needs the question, वो भी बता देते हैं. नहीं पेन पेपर कहीं कहीं भी करो. Do whatever you want, but for 4 minutes or 3 minutes now, everyone should think about the question. I've sent the question link also in the chat if anyone needs it. Anything that suits you, कुछ भी करो. But let me know what do you guys get. कुछ भी करो. Rohan, have you tried attempting this? Have you tried implementing this, Rohan? Have you tried? एक बार try तो करो. Try it for 2 minutes. Try it for 2 minutes. Okay, that's nice, Aditya. Others, try this out. Try this out. Come on. I'll just get some water till then. Come on. You guys try this out. I'll get some water. Guys, iteration, recursion, anything is allowed. Try it, anything. Cool. Anyone found a way? Anyone found anything? Anyone realized that how many loops will be required if you're trying to do it iteratively? कितने loops लगेंगे? Anyone figured it out? किसी को समझ में आया? Nested loops. How many nested loops will be required? Only two. Pakka. Sure about it. Sure about it. Three. Sure about it. Sure about it. If let's say n is equal to 2. If n is equal to 2. What are the different what are the different types of moves will be required? और कैसे करोगे पहले तो वो बताओ यार. पक्का 2 loops. Sure about it. Sure about it. 100%. बस 4 पक्का पक्का 100%. I don't think so. No guys, no, I don't think so. Chalo, let me do it. I'm not going to do it iteratively. That is you guys something that you guys can do it. But I'm going to do it. Chalo. Let me code this out. And again, so that my writing doesn't create an issue, I will take it here. Guys, 1 second. Sorry guys, sorry. Actually, I'm alone at home, so that's why, people are just bothering. Cool. Guys, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Can you please code on OJ itself for better visualization? I can, but should I? I don't think I should. Then Weber, what happens? No, people just copy the entire thing और फिर सीधा का सीधा submit कर देता है. कुछ मजा ही नहीं आता. There is no fun at all. And it's very important to have fun also, no? Right? Weber, do you agree? But they will copy only one. अरे one में सब हो जाता है ना यार. Weber, एक ही में सब हो जाता है. Rest of the nahi, the problem is we will be solving the entire problem. That is the problem. Right now we'll be solving the entire problem. So at least you guys should face some challenge, right? Yes or no? Right? And challenge is the fun part, right, Vaibhav? Challenge is the fun part, no? Hey, if you guys have a doubt that whether I can submit it or not, whether I can solve it or not, वो मैं बाद में दिखा दूंगा. So what I'll do is just to prove just to prove that I have solved it, I will show you my accepted submission कि हाँ देखो ये मैंने submit किया है, ठीक है? If you guys have a doubt on that part. But I won't show you my code, just the submission. So shall we call this function follow the night? ऐसा बुला सकते हैं, ऐसा बुला सकते हैं guys. Can we call this? And we will write some code here. कुछ ना कुछ तो लिखेंगे. Okay. Everyone understands one part. That we will need a 2D array. सबको पता है 2D array? Because chessboard is a 2D array, right? And the question says that it's a 10 cross 10 matrix, right? The question says it's a 10 cross 10 matrix. And guys, one more thing I have to do is I will mark the initial matrix as 0. Basically, I will say initial matrix is 0. I will say the initial matrix is 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Initial matrix is 0, right? I will say that the initial matrix is 0. What is the meaning of it? That is, at no position my knight is present. And whenever my knight is present somewhere, what will I do? I will mark it as 1. So what does 1 means? 1 means present. 0 means absent. Okay? Is this JS language? This is pseudo language. ऐसे यहाँ पे देख के बुरा लग रहा है तो ये लो जावा कर दिया. Anything else you want, Arvind? जो बोलोगे सब मिलेगा. Whatever you want. Nothing changes. अरे और एक रो बना देते हैं. कोई इशू नहीं. Right? Now, is this a 10 cross 10 board, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 cross 10 board, right? Okay. I'm gonna call this as board. This is my board. Okay. This is my board. Everyone comfortable with this? Everyone comfortable with this point? I'm just gonna comment this out. 1 means present, 0 means present. And now, guys, in the question, we are given the initial position of the knight. Let's call it row and column. So in the question, it is given row 3, column 3. What is the meaning of this row 3, column 3? Row 3, column 3 means third row, third column. But the catch is, this is given according to one based indexing. That is, indexing starts from 1. Ideally, it starts from 0, right? We consider it from 0, but in the question, it is given as 1 based indexing. So basically, if row is given 3 and column is given 3, what is actually the position? Position actually है क्या? 2, 2, 3. So actually the position is 2, 2. Guys, everyone gets this part? 1 based indexing wala? 1 based indexing. How will you convert from 1 based indexing to 0 based indexing? बहुत ही मुश्किल सवाल है guys. Very difficult. Probably the toughest question you'll ever have. How will you convert 1 based indexing से 0 based indexing? -1 करके. Simple. Nice. कितने smart हो यार. You guys are too smart. I don't think you guys need me. Too smart. Cool. So how do you do that? Subtract 1. Okay, subtract 1. So what is the initial value of row? 2. What is the initial value of column? 2. And how many moves are we allowed? N is equal to 1 move. We are allowed n equals to 1 move, yes or no? We are allowed n equals to 1 move. So what do? We call our function by follow the knight. Please follow the knight and tell us what are the different positions my knight can be at. So I will give it the board, I will give it row, I will give it column, and I will give it, what else I will give it? The value n, right? So what are the different parameters I will have here? I will have board, I will have row, I will have column, and I will have n. So board will be a 2D matrix. So board, column will be an integer, row will also be an integer, and n will also be a number. Okay, and now we need to write some code. Okay, everyone comfortable? But guys, all this will be worthless if our position is invalid. सबसे पहले तो we should check whether the position that we are currently standing on is valid or not. What do I mean valid? Are we standing inside the chessboard or not? That is the first thing that we need to check. Yes or no? That is the first thing that we need to check. Yes or no? ये पहली चीज करनी है. Yes or no? Is it the first thing that you need to do? हाँ की ना. How will you check whether the position is invalid or not? How will you check whether the position is invalid or not? कैसे check करोगे guys? How will you check? बताओ. अच्छा, tell me. If this has to be valid, that means every index, the value of row should be valid, the value of column should be valid, everything should be valid, right? So if any of them is invalid, that is if the value of row is lesser than 0, or if the value of row is greater than or equals to board dot length, or rather I should say equals to board dot length. Why am I writing board dot length? Because we've already converted into zero based indexing, right? So if row equals to board dot length, or column is lesser than 0, or column is equals to board dot length, what will I do? I will simply return. Will I do anything in that case? गलत जगह पे खड़ा हूं यार, क्या कर सकता हूं? I cannot do anything. I cannot do anything, right? So what is this check, guys? What is this check? Everyone understands? Invalid position check. Everyone understands this part? Invalid position check wala part. Guys, everyone understands this part? Okay. Now let's say if the current position that I'm standing at, why not use row greater than equals to board dot length? Because that will never happen. No, Ayush. अगर आप equals to पे ही वापस चले जा रहे हो, so how will you ever go ahead of it, right? How will you ever go ahead of it? Or should we do that? Worst case में वो भी हो सकता है, right? That can also happen, no? ऐसे हो सकता है, right? Let's say you are standing at the 9th row. 9th row is possible. You are possible 9th row, and you decide to jump 2 steps down vertically. तो आप तो 11th row पे आ जाओगे, and this will give you valid. Yes or no? This will say कि भाई ये तो valid है, right? So what do we do in this case now? That's a great observation. Ayush, can you please clap for yourself? Because we are too lazy. But great job, Ayush. Great job. Awesome. That is exactly one thing that you have to understand. Right? Guys, what is this called? What is this called? This is called figuring out edge cases. Right? Awesome. Great job, Ayush. Great job. Awesome. Now, what else do we do in this case? If row is lesser than 0, or if row is greater than equals to board dot length, if column is lesser than 0 or column is greater than equals to board dot length, we simply return. We don't do anything, right? We don't do anything. Everyone agrees? We don't do anything. Everyone agrees? Yes. Now let's say we checked for invalid position. Now if this condition fails, like if this condition does not execute, that means the position is valid. Can I agree on that? If this particular thing is tested, ये test हो गया, first level का test हो गया. Now I need to check whether the position that I'm currently standing at, that is how many moves are remaining at that position. If the number of moves are remaining 0, that means that is one of the final positions I'm going to be standing at. How many of you agree to this point? That is one of the final positions that I'm going to be standing at. Yes or no? If n is equal to 0, so what will I do? I will just mark that position कि भाई board of row comma column is equal to 1 and simply return. What is the meaning of 1? That a knight is present there. यहाँ पे आके knight रुक गया. It is not gonna go ahead from here. Yes or no? How many of you get this part? How many of you get this part, guys? How many of you get this part? I'm not gonna do anything. This is my final position. I'm gonna rest here. मैं यहाँ पे बैठ के आराम करूँगा. And how do I do आराम here? I just mark my position as 1. Okay. Now, if this position does not execute, if this return statement does not execute, that means now I have to explore all the 8 options, yes or no. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? Please tell me. What is the meaning of this particular thing? If both the conditions, that is the position is also valid and the number of moves are also greater than equals to 1. That means now what else I have to do? I have to explore 8 positions here. 8 position I have to explore. Yes or no? How many of you agree? How many of you agree? And how will I explore this? Again, guys, the problem is same. The problem is same. So how many of you agree कि same ही code use कर लेते हैं ना यार? If I have to do the same thing, why not use the same code? Right? Agree, guys? Agree. Problem तो same है ना? Just value will be different. The move will be different. So shall I use the same function? Yes, I will use the same function. So how can I use the same function? I'll call the same function. I will give it the board. Now, guys, I decide to jump 2 steps right and 1 step up. I decide to jump 2 steps right and 1 step up. If I decide to jump 1 step up, my row value changes to 1 step up means row value will decrease or increase. 1 step up means row value decrease. 2 steps right means column value increase, decrease. Column plus 2. And 1 move of the knight will be required in this process, right? So when the knight arrives at this position, will it have n moves? No, it will have n minus 1 moves. How many of you understood this? How many of you understood this? कितनों को समझ में आया? कितनों को समझ में आया? Similarly, what else do we have to do? We have to move 2 steps right and 1 step down. 2 steps right and 1 step down. That's what we have to do. Yes or no? 2 steps right and 1 step down. That's what we have to do. Yes or no? How many of you agree with that part? कितनों को समझ में आया ये वाला part? Everyone agrees? So let's do it. फिर से लिखते हैं. Same function. I need to give it the board. Now, 2 steps right and 1 step down. What happens if I go 1 step down? 1 step down means row value will increment, and 2 steps right means column plus 2. And to reach at this position, what do I get? Like, will I have n moves? No, n minus 1. Right? How many of you got this, guys? कितनों को समझ में आया ये वाला part? Now, what is the other option I have? Other option is I have is move 2 steps left and 1 step up. That's another option I have. चलो वो भी explore कर देते हैं. Let's explore that as well. Let's give it the board. Now, 2 steps left and 1 step up. 1 step up means what happens to my row? 1 step up means what happens to my row? Row minus 1. 2 steps left means, yes, Ravi, we can do that. कुछ भी कर सकते हैं यार अपन तो. We'll do it. Don't worry. And what happens? What happens next? 2 steps left means column minus 2. And to reach at this particular step, what will I need? N minus 1. Right? Another thing I can do is, और क्या कर सकता हूँ guys मैं? Another thing I can do is, I can move 2 steps left and 1 step down. Yes or no? Yes or no? So again, I'll call the same function. Board. Now, 1 step down means 2 steps left means, and to reach at this particular position, how many moves will I need? N minus 1. Now, what was the other option that I have? एक और option था. I can move 2 steps up and 1 step right. Can I do this? I can do this. How will I go about this? Chalo. Now, 2 steps up means, what does 2 step up means? Row minus 2. And 1 step right means column plus 1. To reach to this particular step, n minus 1. Right? Another option. 2 steps up, 1 step left. Yes or no? 2 steps up, 1 step left. So, board, row, 2 steps up means row minus 2, 1 step left means column minus 1, and to reach at this particular position, n minus 1. Then, what is the next thing that you will do? और क्या option था, guys? What else have you haven't explored? You haven't explored 2 steps down and 1 step right. Right? So let's explore that as well. वो भी explore कर लेते हैं. Let's call it the same function again. Now 2 steps down means, what does 2 steps down means? Row plus 2. What does 1 step right means? Column plus 1 and n minus 1. Now the last part, what is the last step? 2 steps down, 1 step left. So what is this? What is this? 2 steps down means row plus 2. 1 step left means column minus 1, and to reach that n minus 1. And this is the entire code. Done. Khatam. Ho gaya guys. Done. Please tell me this doesn't make sense. Please tell me. Please tell me this doesn't make sense. It should not make sense, guys. It will be unfair if this makes sense in one go. बहुत ही unfair हो जाएगा, guys. बहुत unfair हो जाएगा. बहुत ज़्यादा unfair. That is unfair. Such a beautiful code makes sense in one go. It's sad. That is just sad. Of course, you should have more than one doubts. More than one doubts. But guys, whenever in life you have doubt, what do? क्या करना चाहिए? Whenever in life you have a doubt, what should you do? Dry run. Exactly. Google नहीं करना चाहिए. Nice. Good question, Krishna. Krishna is asking the best questions. Nice. Good question. But इसका answer? अरे विकास, great question. Nice. Awesome. So guys, what do you do now? क्या करें? Dry run करेंगे, right? Right? We will do a dry run, right? I hope you guys are realizing that I am going a little bit slow because it's a little bit complex, right? It's a little bit complex, right? थोड़ा सा complex, right? Right? Please do that run on OJ na. Nahi Webber, I cannot do that. I'm extremely sorry. See, guys, what happens is, if I don't know what my code is gonna do, that is a bad moment. I should exactly know what is my output. Only then it makes sense to click that run button or submit button. I need to know exactly what my code ka output is. And right now I'm not sure what is the output of my code. So I'll have to do a dry run. Uske baad I can do it. And even then I don't think I will submit on the OJ because I already know what is the output. Kyun submit karna? But we'll have to do it. The best programmers don't need compilers. Compilers, sir? Compiler कौन use करता है यार? Right? Guys, we are the best, no? We are the best, no? So we should know what is the output of our code. Right? Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Cool. Nice. So, अरे सोमनाथ is saying wrong. कोई बात नहीं सोमनाथ. You still have to, क्या कहते हैं उसको? You still have to, क्या कहते हैं उसको? Adhere to my ways. चलो. Let me clear this. All is well? Okay. Guys, don't worry. We'll be doing a dry run. एकदम अच्छे से dry run करेंगे and we'll understand each and every step of this beautiful thing. But guys, I hope everyone realizes that it's a beautiful concept. Beautiful concept. Right? Beautiful. Right? Right or wrong? How you make replica of screen? Arey, I'm smart, no? You like it, Webber? That doesn't happen on the OJ. That's fun, no? Right? OJ पे नहीं होता है. Right? Chalo. Let me take some बढ़िया colors. Guys, what is the initial value of row? Row is equal to 2. Column is equal to 2. And what is the value of n? Is equal to 1. Now guys, everyone remembers yesterday what happened yesterday? What did we learn yesterday? क्या पढ़ा था हमने कल? हमने एक चीज पढ़ी थी. What is that thing? क्या था उस चीज का नाम? Recursive call stack. So we will use a recursive call stack and monitor कि हमारी चीज कर क्या रही है. What is our beautiful code doing? So guys, this is the first function call. Can I call it x1? Is it a good name for this? Can I call it x1? Even if it's not a good name, please guys, मान लो और कोई option नहीं है, ठीक है? Okay. And now guys, this board is a global variable. That means it will be the same for all the function calls. ठीक है? It will be the same for all the function calls. So I'm not going to write it here. I'm going to write different things. What are the different things I'm going to write? What is the value of row? What is the value of row? 2. What is the value of column? 2. What is the value of n? How many moves are remaining? 1. As soon as we make this function call, what happens? As soon as we make this function call, क्या होता है guys? We start executing it. Nothing else. और कुछ थोड़ी होगा. Execute ही करेंगे, right? Right or wrong? है ना? तो चलो, let's start executing this. Tell me, is my row value am I at an invalid position? Is my row lesser than 0 or row greater than board dot length or anything like that? You cannot see the entire code, no? It is valid. सब कर देगा मनु, जो तुम बोलोगे वो सब करेगा. अरे यार, how do I take this up? Tired. Shit, it's not just happening. Guys, is it fine if it's like this? Is it fine if it's like this? Is it fine? No? I'm sorry, I just cannot get it done for some reason. Arey yaar. Guys, I'm not this dumb generally, but today I'm just too tired. That's why I cannot get this done for some reason. अब हो जाएगा. चलो. Anyone knows how to do it? कैसे करें? Problem solvers बताओ. Anyone knows how to do it? कैसे किया जाएगा इस? अरे हो गया. अरे हो गया. अरे no one uses this. Even I don't use it. But क्या करें? Sometimes you have to. हाँ, nice. Cool. हाँ, finally. Yes, मेरा भी mind hang हो गया. I'm very sorry guys, very sorry. Let me get it clear now. एक बार अच्छे से आराम से clear the cutter out. Cool. Guys, everyone with me? Sorry for this little hiccup. हो जाता है guys कभी-कभी. थोड़ा. Row is equal to 2, column is equal to 2, and n is equal to 1. Okay? This is the value. Now, in this part, can you all see the code correctly? Okay. Let's start executing this code. Okay. Guys, is this position invalid? Currently, the value of row is 2 and the value of column is 2. Is this position invalid? No, it is valid, 100% valid. So what do we do? Can we execute this statement? No, we cannot. What is the value of n? Is it 0? No, we cannot do it. So what happens now? At this point, we make a function call. Does everyone understand this is a function call? Everyone understands this is a function call? Who is making this function call? X1. X1 is making this function call. So can I write it here? X2. What will be the state of the function? Can you please confirm? Row minus 1. The value of row for column is 2. So 2 minus 1 is? What is 2 minus 1? 1. The value of the column plus 2. The value of column is 2. So what is 2 plus 2? 4. And n minus 1. Can you please confirm if n minus 1, what is the value of n minus 1? 0. Now guys, can I move ahead or do I have to execute this line completely? Line number 10. Can I move ahead or do I have to execute this line completely? Execute. Yes. ऐसा क्यों? Why do I have to do it? ऐसा क्यों करना पड़ रहा है? Why do I have to do it? God's rule. Left to right, top to bottom. You cannot move down until and unless this particular beautiful thing is done. Yes or no? Simple. So what happened in this case? In this case, I start executing x2. Now for x2, the value of row is 1 and the value of column is 4. Guys, is this invalid? Is any of the row or column invalid? Row or column में से कुछ भी invalid है? No. What about this second condition? Is n equals to 0? Is n equals to 0? Yes. So board of row comma column equals to 1. Which position are we talking about? Board of row comma column equals to 1 means 1 comma 4. Where is 1? 0th row, first row. 1. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this the position? Can I mark it as 1? Can I mark it as 1? I'm marking it as a cross just for the sake of it. But I will mark this, and after this, what happens? What is this statement? क्या है ये छोटी सी चीज? Return. And x2 is done. x2 will return to x1. Simple. Nice. At x1, what will happen then? At x1, what will happen then? We will move to the next line, right? Next line, which is another function call. And again, x1 is calling it. And guys, I hope you realize if I come back to x1, state of the function will be, what will be the state of the function? 2 comma 2 comma 1. My memory is storing this thing, right? My memory is storing this thing. So what will happen at this point now? At this point, what will happen? x2. Okay. Now, the value of row is 2. So row plus 1 will be, what will be row plus 1? 3. Column plus 2. The value of column is 2. What will be 2 plus 2? 4. And what will be n minus 1? 0. Guys, I hope everyone understands when you return to x1, the state of the function is x1 ka function. Control Z wala step. Guys, control Z. What is x1? Weber, were you present yesterday? Weber, were you present yesterday? Do you remember we discussed something called as state of the function before that? Do you remember something? State of the function. So do you remember we saying that state of the function is stored, and that's why we are giving it a name x1, such that x1 stores the state of the function, just giving it a name. Do you remember? ऐसा कुछ याद आ रहा है? Weber, something like this, do you remember? Exactly, just like some names that we were giving. Correct. Okay. Weber, have you been solving questions? Have you been solving questions, Weber? I hope you are, because again, guys, you have to understand everything is a chain reaction kind of a thing. If you don't grab the concepts that we did yesterday, today will become a little bit harder. Guys, don't spend, matlab ye mat sochna that I will do everything on the weekend. Nahin, guys, this is not how it works. This is not how it works. You have to solve things daily. Only then it makes sense, right? Please ensure you're doing that. If you're not already, if you're doing that, that's fine. If you're not, please do it. Okay, cool. Where were we? We were at x2. 3 comma 4. So at x2, what will happen at x2? We will start executing this. Is the position invalid? Value of row is 3 and value of column is 4. Is this position invalid? No. So what will happen? Is n equals to 0? Yes. So what do we do? Board of row comma column equals to 1. What is the value of row? What is the value of row? Third row. So 0, 1, 2, 3. And which column? Fourth column. We mark it as 1. And what is the next thing that we do? We return. So can I remove x2 now? x2 will return to x1. Yes. Nice. Nice. Now what happens after this thing? We move to the next line. What is the next line? A function call. What is this function call? x2. Now what is this? Row minus 1. The value of row minus 1 means, look at this line. Row minus 1 means, what will it return? Nothing. It's not returning anything. Void. Krishna, void. Again, you guys are moving ahead. अरे ऐसा मत करो यार, रुको guys. Hang on. We'll come there. I know answer नहीं आ रहा. अभी तो answer से बहुत दूर है, बहुत से. You saying 2? What 2? I'm not saying. I did not say 2. Did I say 2? I said it returns. x2 returns to x1. That's what I said. I did not say it will return anything. It doesn't have to return anything, right? It will return. x2 will return. x2 will return. And it will return back to x1. Okay. Now, let's focus on this line. What is row minus 1? Can you please confirm? What is row minus 1? 1. What is column minus 2? Can you please confirm? 0. What is n minus 1? Can you please confirm? 0. Smart. So we start executing x2. For x2, can you please confirm is row lesser than 0 or row greater than equals to board dot length or column lesser than 0 or column greater than equals to board dot length? Any of this is true? No. So we focus on this line. What is this line? N equals to 0. What is this n equals to 0? Can you please confirm? What is this n equals to 0? Is this true? 100% true, yeah? Bilkul true hai. So what do we do? Board of row comma column equals to 1. What is this row comma column equals to 1? Board of row comma column equals to 1. What is row? 1. What is column? 0. So 0, 1. Which column? This one. Okay. So can I assign it 1 and move on? After that, return statement. X2 is again done. And once X2 is done, what do? We remove it from the recursion stack and we return back to X1. What happens at X1 then? What happens at X1 then? At X1, next line is executed. What is the next line? X2, another function call. What is this function call? Row plus 1. Guys, what is row plus 1? 3. What is column minus 2? 0. What is n minus 1? 0. Awesome. Nice. So for X2, can you all confirm if the position is valid? Is the position valid, guys? Yes. Is n equals to 0? Yes. So what do? Board of row comma column equals to 1. So third row, 0, 1, 2, 3. Third row and 0th column. Can I mark it? Can I mark it as 1? Of course I can. And that's what I'm going to do. Okay. And after that, return. And what will return do? It will go back to X1. And what else do we do after this? Move to the next line. What is the next line? X2. Row minus 2. What is row minus 2? Can you please confirm? What is row minus 2? Can you please confirm? 0. What is column plus 1? What is column plus 1? 3. And what is n minus 1? 0. Nice. Great job, guys. Great job. Great job. What else do we do after this? What else do we do after this? इसके बाद क्या करेंगे? A function call. We'll execute this function call. Is this position valid? Is this position valid? Yes. Is n equals to 0? Yes. So what do? We mark that particular position as 1. So 0, 3. What is 0, 3? 0th row, third column. 0, 1, 2, 3. Can I mark it as? I can mark it as this, right? And then return. So this returns, X2 returns back to X2 returns back to X1. At X1, what happens then? Manu, you don't want to learn this? Manu, you don't want to learn this? That's fine if you don't want to. But again, so guys, sometimes understand that I will go at, for a certain topic, I will go a little bit slow, right? Like today's session was time complexity. I understand I had to do it. But first of all, whatever topic we are doing, it's important to do that, right? It's important to do that correct, right? Yes or no? Or do you want me to just complete the course? I think that's to be honest, that's quite easy. That would be much easier for me. It's too much effort anyway. Is it fine, or do you want me to complete that? Whatever suits you. I can actually go at a much faster pace and, it won't make sense. But you need to understand this, right? Everyone? Everyone? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Again, we can always understand time complexity, guys. There is no issue. Okay, there is no issue in your, there is no issue if we miss out on a particular thing. But whatever we are doing, we should get it the best one. Right? Chalo. And don't worry, eventually we'll be able to finish everything. I'm quite confident of it. We can go fast at the end, but initially we will have to, initially we'll have to go a little slow. Baad mein we can go fast, right? Okay. Chalo. Next point. So once I return back, I will have to do this. What is this line? What is this line? Another function called X2 Row minus 2. Can you all confirm what is row minus 2? 0. What is column minus 1? 1. And n minus 1 is 0. Nice. So let's execute it. Is this position valid, guys? 0, 1? Yes. Is n equals to 0? Yes. So what do I do? 0, 1. So 0th row, first column. Let's mark it. Let's mark it, right? And then we simply return. So x2 returns to x1. X2 returns to x1. Now, what happens at this point? I move to the next line. What is the next line? Row plus 2 and column plus 1. What is this? X2. Row plus 2. What is row plus 2? 4. Column plus 1? 3. N minus 1? 0. What is 4, 3? Is that position valid? Yes. So let's mark it. 4, 3. What is 4, 3? Can you please confirm? Fourth row. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth row and third column. 0, 1, 2, 3. This position. Can I mark it? Yes. And what do I do after that? I simply return. And once I simply return, what happens? Once I simply return, what happens? I return back to x2. Exactly. And once I'm done, I'll move to the next line, which is another function call. So x2, then row plus 2. What is row plus 2? 4. What is column minus 1? 1. And n minus 1? 0. So let's execute x2. Now for x2, is this position valid? Yes. What about this? Is n equals to 0? Yes. So what happens in this case? Board of row comma column equals to 1. So this particular position becomes, what does this position become? 1. And then we simply return. And once we return, what happens? X2 is done. Sorry. X2 is done. And guys, once X2 is done, what happens? When X2 is done, is X1 completely done? Is there anything below it? Nothing there is below it. So can I say X1 is done? Yes, X1 is done. But where is the answer? Answer kahan hai? Kahan hai answer? What was the initial position, guys? 2, 2. 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2. This was the initial position. Have we found all the 8 different positions that I can reach? Now you just need to count how many x's are there or how many ones are there on your 2D array. Exactly. You just have to count the number of ones. Can you guys do that? Can you guys do that? Can you guys do that? You just need to count the number of ones. Number of ones. Number of ones. And that is the answer. That is the answer. How many? If you understood. How many? If you understood this, guys, how many if you understood? How many if you understood? This is the question. How beautiful is this little code? अच्छा लग रहा है, guys? Does it look nice? Does it look nice, the code? Does it look nice, the code? Now, there is one thing. There is one homework from my side. Little homework. This is the recursive way to do it. Everyone should try to do it iteratively. Iteratively aap karo and get it submitted. Now, I'll tell you this code will work for any test case. कोई भी test case के लिए काम कर जाएगा, right? This code will work for any test case. You have to figure out the iterative way to do it, and whatever you get after doing it iteratively, that is the answer of why recursion. Once you do the iteration, once you do the iterative method, that is the answer of this question. The question that we started with. The question that we started with. That is the answer to it. बस यही answer है इसका और कुछ नहीं है. You will eventually understand कि क्यों recursion जरूरी है. Right? 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 That's exactly my point, Gaurav. That's exactly my point. But you haven't put condition of it already 1. That's a great point, Krishna. But let's say अगर वो 1 है, मान लो if that is 1, I am making it 1 again. क्या दिक्कत है? Suppose, good point. But एक बात समझो. Just try to understand one point from my side. Let's say int a is equal to 1. Is it fine? I write a equals to 1 again. कोई issue है? Any issue with this? Any issue with this? No issues, right? It's fine. And that's exactly what's happening, Krishna. वही हो रहा है वहाँ पे. Even though it is already 1, I'm making it 1 again. That's no issue. कोई issue नहीं है. Right? So that condition is taking care of itself. Right, Krishna? समझ में आया? नहीं आया? समझ में आया कि नहीं आया? थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ में आया, थोड़ा थोड़ा नहीं समझ में आया, ऐसा कुछ. Right? But guys, this is actually the entire code. So what I want you guys to do is, you guys go back, try this out, solve it again, and try it iteratively. And that is the answer to the question, why recursion? And in the next session, I'll give you the answer to, what किस चीज का आंसर देंगे? Time complexity of recursion question. And we'll solve one more beautiful thing. Web, this same code will work. This same code will work. N equals to 2 भी होगा तो same code चलेगा. But n minus 1 की जगह, अच्छा चलो, let's give Vaibhav a task. Vaibhav, can you unmute for a second? Abhi Vaibhav, if you're so interested, I need to give you a task. Vaibhav, can you unmute for a second? Please. Just a little task from my end.
Hello.
Yes, Vaibhav, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Vaibhav, so I have a little test case for you. I want you to solve it on a piece of paper and tell us what do you get from this in the next session. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so initial value of row is, let's say 1, 0 based indexing, right? Column is 1 and n is 2. This is the test case.
Okay.
You have to just solve it on a piece of paper. Same, just code, dry run it. Let me know what do you get. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
Make sense?
Well, one more thing, like I understood the logic, but I still can't code it because like they will do many, I mean, problem while code there. So I
Have
requesting.
you already coded it?
Not yet. I mean, frankly,
Hello?
I couldn't solve any of the recurring problem like since 3 days. So I just wanted that if like you or someone can code one question in front of us. So
Okay, I'll do the factorial one then.
okay, yeah, fine.
Fine?
Yeah.
Sure. Guys, let me tell you the factorial wala. Cool? That is already done. Next session. ये तो भगवान को पता है यार. बर्फ, ये बात तो भगवान को ही पता. I don't know this. Cool. Guys, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Someone is saying we have already done that. इसलिए तो मैं कर रहा हूँ. Otherwise, why will I do? So, what is the first thing that we do? We select Java. Okay. Import java.util.scanner class main public static static void main string args boring stuff. Create an object for scanner. Take the input. Call the function. Let's say int answer factorial. Give it the argument n. Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, Gaurav. I know. Just 2 minutes. Almost done. Public static. I'm gonna return int. I'm gonna call it factorial. I'm gonna give it the value n. I know that if n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, I need to return 1. Otherwise, I need to return n into factorial of n minus 1. And finally, what do I have to do? I just have to print answer. What do I do after this? I verify if it's working or not. What should be the answer? Arey, correct answer. क्यों 12 क्यों होगा भाई, 120 होगा. And then we submit and we get accepted. We celebrate, right? That's it. Typing mistake. Okay, Vaibhav, so we've done this for you, right? Happy, Vaibhav? Okay, cool. So guys, you write the main function, you just call the function and the magic happens, right? And the magic happens. चेस का ड्राई रन करते हैं, ड्राई रन तो किया यार अभी तक, इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, नहीं नहीं नहीं, अच्छा चलो, आई विल इम्प्लीमेंट इट इफ यू गाइस सॉल्व इट ऑल, सबके सब सॉल्व कर लो, आई विल इम्प्लीमेंट इट, you guys all of you solve it, I'll implement it 100%, I'll implement it. Scratch end to end, but you guys do it first, and you should just send me accepted wala, then I'll do it. All of you, once I see, I can see on the OJ anyway. See this one, cohort this is the question, right? So you see here I can get, here I get how many students have attempted and how many students have solved. So this is 2.47. Make it 100 or make it more than 80. If this thing goes more than 80, I will do it. If this data goes more than 80%, I'll do it 100%. Okay, just stick it more than 80%. Okay, अरे पक्का 100%. करो तो सही, I'll do it. Okay, cool. Thank you guys, thank you very much. I know we are still remaining with the time complexity wala part. Accepted, AC means accepted. I know we are still remaining with the time complexity wala part, but guys, we'll do it, not an issue. I'll do it, not an issue. We'll be able to cover it, but initially guys, I don't want to go fast, I want to go slow, then eventually we'll pick up pace, right? Baad mein we'll go very fast, but right now let's go slow. Okay, even if that means that we are missing out on certain sections, that's fine. Okay, cool. Thanks guys, thank you very much. See you, bye bye, take care. Please join your discussion sessions and have some fun there as well, right? Okay, bye guys, take care.
So when I initially joined, there was one problem which would bother me a lot, which would generally, I would say, I was not able to solve it in one go. So this was the problem. Yeah, this was the problem, right? Guys, can you see this problem? I think you have been given also this problem. Have you been given this problem? Yes, no, something? Yes, no, something? Batao yaar. Yes, no? So actually what a lot of people do is they basically, exactly, you found it easy, right? You found it easy. I found it extremely difficult, extremely difficult. I just hope my submissions are still there. Yes, my submissions are still there. So I found it extremely difficult because what I was trying to do is I was trying to do something extremely weird, something extremely weird. So I'll tell you again. So the solution that I was trying to achieve, I don't know if it's here, it's still not here. Whatever it is, complicated. So I was trying to do that with the complicated approach, and I would just speak to anyone. They would say, "Yaar, ye to aasan hai. Why are you not able to get? Why are you not able to do it?" I would feel here, "Yaar, why am I not able to get it done?" But I would then realize that everyone else was figuring out a different way. I was trying to do it a different way. So the theory of relativity is completely applicable there, right? So I was trying for a more complicated, complex O of one solution kind of a thing, right? Others were trying a different thing. One more same example of this. ऐसा ही एक और question. Try this question. Very simple. ये तो सबने किया. I'm pretty sure everyone has done this, right? I'm pretty sure everyone has done this, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Everyone feels it is easy. Everyone feels it is easy. Easy, eh? Sure. Yeah. This is the solution that I wrote. This is the solution for this problem. Does it seem easy? Does it seem easy? Just look at this block of code. Easy lag raha? Is it looking easy right now? Say yes or no. Nahi, that's not the point. I'm not saying the point is easy or hard. The point is it's a relative concept. It's a relative concept, right? So exactly, iska easy solution hai, correct, 100%, 100%. But I wanted to do this. I'll if we ever get time, I would discuss this problem definitely. Do remind me. Exactly, there is an easy way, but trust me, I wanted to modify the given matrix. So if you see, the return type that I'm doing is void, and I'm not directly printing it. So what the goal that I was trying to achieve I was trying to modify the input matrix, trying to do it in OF1 basically without using extra space. So I was adding one more constraint to it. And that is what made it extremely difficult. People, and this is actually a really good question. This is an awesome question. Don't go onto the difficulty level. यहाँ पे लिखा है, the difficulty level must be written something low. It is definitely not low. Trust me on that, not low at all. Not low at all. If we ever get time, do remind me, we'll solve this question. Probably on Saturday. Let me know, right? We'll do it. Okay? Okay? So that's a relative concept. Don't worry about relative concepts. Okay? समझ में आया सबको? Guys, for some reason, my internet is working real slow. Give me 1 second. I'll just switch it to a faster one. I don't know why my laptop is working extremely slow. Guys, can you see me? Can you hear me fine? Is my voice coming okay, or is there some kind of lag or anything? Because I am feeling a lag. My laptop's not working the best. Generally, it does. I think too many apps running. Yeah. I just cannot do anything. Guys, can you hear me fine? Good. Okay. Sure. Let me switch my video off. Maybe that is taking some extra space. Let me share my screen. Okay. So guys, one conversation that is pending from the last one is, what is the one conversation that is pending from last time? Time complexity of recursive functions, right? Time complexity of recursive functions. Everyone remembers? Everyone remembers time complexity of recursive. So let's try to understand that. Okay. Let's try to understand that. So time complexity of recursive functions. Okay. Guys, my voice is fine, no? Everything is fine, no? No issues there, right? Ah, okay. Just confirming, because there is, my laptop's not working perfectly. Some reason my laptop's not working the best. Chal, let's focus. Yeah, Apple, I don't know. It has been, so I haven't switched it off for, I don't know, 2-3 months now. It's always on. That's done. I think I need to restart it once. I'll do it after the session. Cool. Yeah. So guys, let's understand it with something. Okay. First of all, you have to understand one thing. Every recursive code, I think I've already explained it, but I'm going to say it once more. Every recursive code can be converted into its iterative form and vice versa. And there is a research paper on it, right? There is a verified research paper on this. There is a verified research paper on this, right? I did tell you this, yes or no, guys? Yes or no? I did tell you this. Every recursive code can be converted into iterative code and so on. Yes or no? Guys, keep on responding. Otherwise, I'm getting a feel that you guys are not able to hear. Keep responding though, right? Otherwise, I won't. Okay. So we have written a recursive code for this function fib. Given a number n, we have to find the nth Fibonacci number if n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1. Simply return n. Otherwise, return fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2. Yes or no? This is something that we've already written. This is something that we've already written. Let's try to write the iterative code for this. Can all of you try to write the iterative code for this? Can all of you try to write the iterative code for this? Come on, try it out. Try this out, guys. Come on. Chalo, sab log try kar. Try to write the iterative code. That is without using just a simple for loop wala that you generally do. Come on. So Vibhai, what zone are you in? You're trying to find Fibonacci and you're writing the code for factorial. ऐसे कैसे भाई? अरे not sure. So Vibhai, not why sorry. Oh sorry. Cool guys, let's try this out. Okay, you guys can verify whether you've written correct or not, but let me try. Again, I will also have to verify. I don't know if it's correct or not. Try karte. Let's write a function again fib. Okay, and n. So guys, if n equals to 0 or 1, we don't need to calculate anything. Simply return 1. Oh, sorry, return n. Otherwise, I'm going to take a couple of variables, right? So I'm going to take f is equal to 0, s is equal to 1. And for I is equal to 2, I lesser than equals to n, I plus plus. And I'm also going to take a variable, let's call it answer is equal to 0. Now, answer will be the sum of previous two, f plus s. And after that, we need to update the value of f and s. What will be the value? First will be equals to s and s will be equals to answer. And finally, we return answer. How many of you believe this code is correct? How many of you believe this code is correct? कितनों को लगता है this code is correct? Yes, no, something. चलो try करके देखते हैं. Let's try to find fib of 4. What is the answer that we are expecting for fib of 4? What is the answer that we are expecting for fib of 4? Fib of 4 के लिए क्या answer expect कर रहा है? What is fib of 4? 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what is fib of 4? What is fib of 4? It should be 3. Fib of 4 should be 3, right? So let's try to find fib of 4 using this approach. So let's focus, guys, here. Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1? Is n equals to 0 or 1? No. So what will be the value of f? 0, s is equal to 1. Why 5 terms? Sanjay, have you been attending the previous sessions? कहाँ थे भाई इतने दिन से? संजय, फिर कैसे भूल गए? This is mostly like indexing. 0th Fibonacci term, first Fibonacci term, second Fibonacci term, third Fibonacci term, fourth Fibonacci term. याद है? What is Fibonacci, Sanjay? What is Fibonacci? What is the Fibonacci series? तो बात करनी पड़ेगी यार संजय तुमसे. I'll have to speak. Yes, Sanjay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Sanjay, what is Fibonacci series?
The addition of the previous two terms.
Exactly, addition of the previous two terms, and it starts from the first value is 0 and the second value is 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So उसके बाद क्या करेंगे? Previous two को add करते चलेंगे, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was confused, like it's
No,
fib of 4, then why 3? It should be 2.
no, that is fine. That is fine. You got it, no? We start from 0.
Yeah, I got it.
Nice, awesome. Chalo. Okay, and what will be the initial value of answer, guys? It will be 0. Now, the loop will start I equals to 2. Is I lesser than equals to n? That is 4. Is I lesser than equals to n? That is 4, guys. Yes or no, guys? I want everyone to be responsive. Come on, this is easy. You guys can do it. Yes or no to bol do 1 0 something. S is equal to 0. S is equal to 1. The first term is 0. The second term is 1. That's how we start. No? That's how we start. Right. What is the value of answer then? The answer value will be updated to f plus s. What is f plus s? 0 plus 1 is 1. Right? 0 plus 1 is 1. And after that, f becomes equals to s. That is, f becomes equals to s means 1. And s becomes equals to answer. What is answer? 1. And then I plus plus, I becomes 3. Is 3 lesser than equals to n? That is 4. Is 3 lesser than equals to n? That is 4. Yes. So what do you do? Answer is equal to f plus s. F is 1, s is 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. And then f is equal to s. What is f is equal to s means? F ka value gets converted to 1 and s ka value becomes equals to answer. What is the value of answer? 2. And then I plus plus, I becomes 4. Is 4 lesser than equals to 4? 100% yes. Then answer is equal to, what is the meaning of answer equals to this? F plus s. Answer is equal to f plus s means 3, right? 3. So answer ho jayega 3, f becomes 2, s becomes 3, I becomes 5. Is 5 lesser than equals to 4? Is 5 lesser than equals to 4? No, that means the end of the loop and we simply return answer. What is the value stored in answer? Final value stored in answer. Is it the answer that we wanted? Is it the answer that we wanted? Yes, that is definitely the answer. So this code is working, right? This is the iterative version, while this is the recursive version. This is the recursive version, right? Right? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Okay. Now, next question. Every code that can be done recursively can be done iteratively. Good point. Abhi recursive wale code ka to time complexity we'll find out later. Can anyone tell me what is the time complexity of this iterative code? What is the time complexity of this code? Can anyone tell me? Big O of n, quite simple, nice. And what is the space complexity? O of 1, we're not using any extra space, right? Okay, so two things taken care of. Two things taken care of, right? Do remember this, right? Do remember this. Manu, uska answer abhi pata chalega, abhi. Okay. Okay. Now let's focus on the recursive time complexity. Okay. So guys, everyone understands. Let me write. Function fib n. If n is equal to 0 or n is equal to 1, you simply return n. Otherwise, you return and you make two functions called fib of n minus 1 plus fib of n minus 2. Correct? Correct. This is the Fibonacci code, everyone. This is the Fibonacci code. Now, I have a question for you again. Tell me one thing. The time taken to find the nth Fibonacci term will be equal to the time taken by n minus 1th Fibonacci term plus n minus 2th Fibonacci term. And this is some constant operation, right? This is some constant operation. The time taken by this operation will be constant, right? Some constant value. Yes or no? Let's call it C. Yes or no? Yes or no? Everyone? Yes or no? So, and now one more thing. Guys, I'm talking about computers, right? Which basically executes everything in a matter of seconds. In a matter of seconds, right? So can I say that t of n minus 1 will be nearly equal to t of n minus 2? Or the time taken to find, let's say time taken to find t of 4 will be nearly equal to the time taken to find t of 3? Yes or no? Can I say that? Is it a good thing to say? Of course, that's a correct approximation, right? It's a correct approximation. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to make an approximation that t of n minus 1 is nearly equal to t of n minus 2. So what does this statement become? This statement becomes t of n is equal to t of n minus 1 plus t of n minus 1 plus c, such that t of n is equal to 2 into t of n minus 1 plus c. Is it correct? Is it correct, guys? Is it correct? Is it correct? Okay. Now, one more thing. This is t of n. What if the value of n is 0 or 1? If the value of n is 0, 1, that is t of 0 or t of 1, I already know that this will take constant time. Why? Base case. Base case, guys, base case. ये तो constant time लेगा, right? This will take some constant time. Why? Because these are the base cases. And for the base case, we don't need to do any computation. We already have the value. That's why it will take constant value, right? That's what a base case is, no? That's what a base case is. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Everyone understands this part? Everyone understands this part? Nice. So t of n is equal to 2 into t of n minus 1 plus c. Next, tell me one thing. If I know the value of t of n, can I find the value of t of n minus 1 as well? I will just replace n ki jagah n minus 1. So what am I comment it out? Replace n with n minus 1. So t of n minus 1. T of n minus 1 is equal to Liam. Don't worry about the code. The code is fine. Abhi idhar dhyan do. Come on. Don't worry about the code. Okay. Why have you written C, guys? What is this C? Some constant operations. Some constant operations. ये कुछ constant operations होंगे? Yes or no? Ayush, do you agree? This will take some constant time, right? That's why I've written them some C, some constant value. Okay, so guys, T of n minus 1, replacing n with n minus 1, n minus 1 minus 1 plus C. So what is T of n minus 1? What is T of n minus 1? T of n minus 2 plus C. Correct? Plus C, correct? Now, similarly, I can find the value of t of n minus 2 as well, right? How can I find the value of t of n minus 2? Replacing n with n minus 2. So it will be, sorry, there is 2 also, right? 2 into, yeah, 2. Correct. Sorry. 2 into t of n ki jagah, replace it with n minus 2. So n minus 2 minus 1 plus c. So what is t of n minus 2? 2 into t of n minus 3 plus c. Everyone understands this part? Yahan tak is everyone okay? So we basically have 3 equations. Equation number 1, equation number 2, equation number 3. Nothing mathematical, sab chill hai. There is no mathematics involved. I'm just replacing values. This is not actually mathematics, right? Everyone comfortable till this point, guys? Everyone fine? Sure. Figure out karte hain. So t of n is equal to t of n minus 1 plus 2 into t of. But guys, iska value, we already know the value of t of n minus 1. What is the value of t of n minus 1? It is 2 into t of n minus 2 plus c. Let's put the value here. T of n is equal to 2 into 2 of t into n minus 2 plus c and plus c. What have I done? Iski jagah pe I have put this value. Everyone comfortable? Everyone comfortable? So what is t of n now? What is 2 into 2? 2 square into t of n minus 2 plus 2c plus c. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? I'm going to write it like this. T of n is equal to 2 square into t of n minus 2 plus 3c. Simple. Right? Everyone understands how did we get 2 square? सबको समझ में आया? Okay. Again, I'll repeat this part. What did I do? T of n is equal to 2 into t of n minus 1 plus c. So t of n minus 1 ka value was this. 2 into t of n minus 2 plus itna. This part. I take this value from here and put it here. 2 into t of n minus 2 plus c. Then what did I do? I multiply this. So what do I get? 2 square into t of n minus 2 plus 2c plus c, which is basically 2 square into t of n minus 2 plus 3c. Everyone comfortable? Everyone comfortable? Oh, nice. Now I also have the value of t of n minus 2. What is the value of t of n minus 2? This is the value of t of. What is this value? 2t into n minus 3 plus c. 2t into n minus 3 plus c. Sure. Let's go for it. Let's put it here. 2 square into. What is t of n minus 2, guys? What is t of n minus 2? 2 into t into n minus 3 plus c plus 3c. So what is t of n? 2 square into 2. What is 2 square into 2? 2 cube into t of n minus 3 plus 2 square into c. What is 2 square into c? 4c plus 3c. Is it the case? Is it the case? Yes or no? Is it the case? Yes. So what is t of n now? 2 cube into t of n minus 3 plus 4c plus 7c. Can I write it like this? 2 cube minus 1 into c. Is it a good way to write it? Is it fine if I write it like this? Fine. No? Is anyone able to identify some general pattern from this? किसी ने कोई pattern identify किया? Is anyone able to identify some pattern from this? Any pattern that you guys could observe? Okay, let me write it like this. So t of n is equal to 2 raised to the power 3 into t of n minus 3 plus 2 raised to the power 3 minus 1 into c. So can I write it generally like this? T of n is equal to 2 raised to the power k into t upon n minus k plus 2 raised to the power k minus 1 into c. Can I write it like this? I just generalize this. You can put k equals to 1, 2, 3, whatever it is, and you will get the correct answer. Have I written it the correct thing? Right? You can check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Put k equals to 1, you will get what you are getting. Put k equals to 2, you will get what you are getting, and so on. So basically, what have I done? Whatever equations we were getting, this one, this one, this one, I have generalized it to get this. I have generalized it to get this. Yes or no? Is everyone comfortable with this part? Is everyone comfortable with this part? But why did I come across this situation? यहाँ पे मैं क्यों आया? Why did I come across this? Correct. Sukhdev, that's correct. Instead, if I put k equals to 3, it will be 7c. If I put k equals to 2, it will be 3c. Right? But why did I come across this situation? So guys, if I could make, I just need to reverse, I just need to make sure that these values are not present. So n minus k is equal to 0. So n ka value comes out as k. N ka value comes out as k, right? If I could know this n minus k equals to 0, then what will be t of 0? I already have the value of t of 0. What is t of 0? What is t of 0? T of 0 is 1, no? Why? Base case. Remember? Base case. So this equation is generalized, no? This equation is generalized, right? So if I could put k ki jagah pe n, if I put k equals to n, then let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Instead of put, let's put k is equal to n. This is a general equation. So every value is valid, right? So t of n becomes 2 raised to the power n into t of n minus n. What is n minus n? N minus n, 0, plus 2 raised to the power n minus 1 into c. And t of n becomes, can you tell me what is t of 0? That is 1. So it becomes 2 raised to the power n into 1 plus 2 raised to the power n into c minus c. Then t of n becomes 2 raised to the power n 1 plus c minus c. Then t of n is equal to, what about this one? What about this one? How do you figure out the time complexity from this equation? How do you figure out that? So guys, do you remember you have to ignore constants and non-dominating terms? Ignore constants and non-dominating terms to figure out the big O notation. This is constant, ignore it. This is non-dominating, ignore it. That's the time complexity. How many? We got this. This is the time complexity of the recursive code for Fibonacci. How many? If you got this? How many? If you got this, guys? How many? If you got this? How many? If you got this? Right. So again, how did we come across here? We figured out this general equation. The general equation again, right? The general equation came up. Then we realized, since this is a general equation, I can put any value. So what I decided, I would put k equals to n. यहाँ पे k की जगह I put n. Why did I do that? Right? Why did I do that? I did because I wanted n minus k to be 0. I wanted n minus k to be 0. Why did I want it to be 0? Because I know that time taken for n equals to 0, which is the base case, is constant. That is 1. So this became 1, and then we sort of started solving it. So what is the total time taken? What is the total time taken? 2 raised to the power n. And Dheeraj has raised a beautiful point that this is actually quite bad. Yes or no, guys? Quite bad. तो काफी गलत है. काफी गलत है, but I'll come to that point. But let me first see how many people have doubts here. How many of you have doubts here? I see Rishabh has a doubt. I'll quickly take that up. Yes, Rishabh, please unmute.
Hello, sir. Am I
Yeah.
audible?
Yes.
Sir, can you go to the previous page,
Okay.
sir, one more time?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Here you have taken replace n with n minus 1. Sir, we can say that here you are considering that n is equal to n minus 1.
No. I am saying n minus 1 because to calculate the nth Fibonacci number, you have to calculate the n minus 1th Fibonacci number and n minus 2th Fibonacci number. Right?
Okay, okay, sir.
Right. That's
yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. That was my doubt.
Okay. So guys, how many of you got this? How the time complexity came out as 2 raised to the power n? What is the time complexity of k? K is some general term. Koi bhi general value, Krishna. Any general value. Do we need to remember this derivation or just remembering time complexity is fine? Actually, not an issue, but you should know how did it come out, and it is actually quite easy. So guys, I'll tell you more about it, but abhi ke liye, let's focus here. So what is the time complexity of this code? 2 raised to the power n. And what about the space complexity? Are we using any extra space? Are we using any extra space? Are we using any extra space? No. It should ideally be O of 1, but is it O of 1? Is it O of 1? Is it O of 1? What about एक चीज भूल रहे हो आप? Every recursive code does that. क्या होता है वो? Exactly, the recursive stack. The recursive stack. In the worst case, how many function calls will be there in the recursive stack? N. So if you ignore the recursive stack, the time complexity or space complexity is O of 1. But if you consider the recursive stack, the space complexity is O of n. And that's actually a trick question. So in an interview, if you're asked what is the space complexity of Fibonacci when written recursive, that's a trick question. You have to answer it like, if you're considering the recursive stack, that's O of n. But if you're ignoring it, that's O of 1. That's O of 1. But actually, to be honest, it doesn't make sense to ignore it. It is there, right? So why do you ignore it? It is O of n. So my question is, iteratively, this was coming as O of n and O of 1, and now it is coming as 2 raised to the power n in terms of time complexity and big O of n in terms of space complexity. यार ये तो काफी खराब है. ये तो काफी खराब है. How many of you understand that this is real bad? This is real bad. Yes or no? Yes or no? So actually, every recursive code has actually really high exponential level time complexity. Not every recursive code, that would be a wrong statement to say, but most recursive codes have this exponential time complexity. Exponential time complexity. And just to verify this particular point, I want you guys to go and check the constraints of all the problems that you have been solving. What was the constraints given in the Fibonacci wala question, or in the number of ways wala problem, or in the follow the night wala question? What was the constraints given? Were they small? Were they big? What was the constraint? What were the constraints? कैसे थे भाई constraints? बताओ. What was the constraints? Can you guys check? Can you guys check Fibonacci wale code mein? What was the constraint? What was the constraint? Very small. N was, I think, 15, 18, something like this. N was 18. For the follow the night, it was N less than 10. So why was it N less than 10? Why was N less than 10? 15 for factorial, correct. For Fibonacci, what was it? For Fibonacci, what was it? 30. 30. 30. Yes or no? Okay. So why is it given small? The reason it is given small is, guys, that is the problem with recursion. The problem with recursion is time complexity is extremely high. Time complexity goes into the exponential range. Sometimes goes into exponential range. Second part, the space constraint also occurs because of the recursion stack. The space constraint also occurs. So what does these two things tell us? What does these two things tell us? You should go for recursion only when absolutely necessary. You should go for recursion only when absolutely necessary. The first preference should always be iteration. Like in case of follow the night, iteration did not feel feasible and recursion was possible. Why? Because of the small constraints. That's why we went for recursion. But always, each and every time, your first preference should always be iteration. First preference always iteration. If the constraints are small and iteration is definitely not possible, then you should definitely go for recursion. Right? Real world example of recursion. Follow the night. That was one question. Real world hi to tha. Follow the night, and you will see a couple of more questions in the coming days. I think today's contest, not today's, but definitely tomorrow's contest. Right? You will go for it. Okay. So what is the meaning that we realized? What was the thing that we realized? One question that we've solved, number of ways problem. Have we solved this question? Have we solved this question, number of ways problem? Have we solved this question? Okay. What is the time complexity of this approach? Jaldi se batao. What is the time complexity of this approach? The recursive relation that was coming up was T of n is equal to T of n minus 1 plus T of n minus 2 plus T of n minus 3. What is the time complexity? Exactly. What is the case? What is the time complexity? 3 raised to the power n. Now, I know, guys, sometimes it might be difficult. Sometimes it might be difficult for you to understand that sense. See, the point is, how can you verify that this is 3 raised to the power n? For every position, for every choice, that how many options do we have? Let's say I want to make how many moves? N moves. The total number of moves or total number of steps that I have to travel is n moves. For every move, how many options do I have? 3 options. So 3 options for the first move, 3 options for the second move, 3 options for the third move, and so on. So this comes out as 3 raised to the power n, right? Just a simple way to understand this. Okay. If you solve by the previous method, that again comes out as 3 raised to the power n only, but this is a much more faster one. Okay. Guys, give me 1 second. Just 1 second. I'll get some water. Just 1 second. Just let me get some water. Yeah, cool. Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. So the point that I'm trying to make here is, what happened for every step you have to, how many steps you have to travel? Can you all confirm how many steps you have to travel? N steps. N steps, right? For every step, how many options you have? You can go 1 step, 2 step, or 3 steps. 3 options, 3 options. So you have 3 options for the first step. You have 3 options for the second step. You have 3 options for the third step. You have 3 options for the fourth step, and so on. So what is the time complexity of this approach? At every step, 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 for all n steps. Till, so what does this come out as? What does this come out as? 3 raised to the power n. Yes or no? 3 raised to the power n, right? Similarly, 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 is 3 raised to the power n, no? Similarly, in case of follow the knight, for every movement, for every move, how many options you had? You basically had 8 options. You basically had 8 options, right? Might not be feasible. I'm not saying all 8 options will be feasible, but you had 8 options, right? You had 8 options, right? So let's say if you have to make n moves, for the first move, you have 8 options. For the second move, you have 8 options, and so on. So what is the total number of options that you have? 8 raised to the power n, and this will be the maximum number of steps or maximum number of things that you will be exploring, maximum number of cells that you will be exploring. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Yes or no? Can you all confirm if you guys are with me or not? Why is it not like 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3? Acha, that's a good question, but acha, guys, have you heard of a term permutation and combination? ऐसा 11th में एक subject था. Do you remember permutation and combination? उसमें I think we used to learn when to use and when to use or. And में क्या करते थे? Multiply करते थे. और में क्या करते थे? Plus करते थे. Right? ऐसा ही होता था. संबंध and फलन, something like this. Right? So the point is, for the first move, you have n options, and for the second move, you have n options, and for the third move, you have n options. So it is not like for the first move you have 1 option, or for the second move you have n options. ऐसा नहीं है, right? You have n option for every possible move. That's why we will have to use multiply and not plus. Get it? Whoever asked this question, कौन से person ने पूछा था ये? Vikas, makes sense? Vikas, makes sense? and. I don't know if I've explained it the best possible way, but ऐसे समझ सकते हो. Another way to understand is every move has n possible options. Every move has 3 options. It is like this. So when you are drawing the recursion tree, for n, in the first case, n minus 1, n minus 2, n minus 3. How many options you had? 3 options. Irrespective of what you decide here, like let's say you decide to go here, here, or here. In the next step, you again had those 3 options. Yes or no? Because if you can understand this part, हमेशा आपके पास वो 3 options होंगे ही होंगे. So at this level, you have 3 options. At this level, you have 3 options. So this and this and this and so on. And this and so on. So 3 plus 3 में कब होगा? When it will be 3 plus 3? When you have 3 options either at this stage or at this stage. इन दोनों में से किसी एक ही में आपके पास 3 options. Then it will be plus. But is it the case like this? The case is this and this, right? उस पे भी होगा and इस पे भी होगा. Because is it making sense? थोड़ा बहुत. Cool. Trust me, it will grow on you, but I hope you get the point. Okay. So guys, this method that we explored by substituting the values, this is called as substitution method. Substitution method of calculating time complexity. Substitution method of calculating time complexity. And there is another way to calculate called as the master method, but that is actually valid for only very specific cases. That's why we don't go for it. And there is another method called as the recursion tree method. And this is something that we will be exploring later in the week. इसको later in the week में explore करते हैं, right? Okay, so what is this method? This method is called the substitution method. I hope everyone knows why it is substitution, because you're substituting values. Master, valid for very specific cases, hence we don't look at it. And recursive tree method we'll be exploring later in the week, right? So guys, everyone gets this part. ये वाली बात सबको समझ में आई? Everyone gets this part. Now, one thing that I want all of you to understand is recursion is like Brahmastra. If that's the one word that every batch uses, I haven't given the word, but that is more like Brahmastra. That's more like a nuclear weapon. Do you use it everywhere? Do you use it everywhere? No. You use it only when absolutely necessary. Only when absolutely necessary. That is point number 1, right? Now the point is, Krishna, actually that will take a lot of time, to be honest. It's exactly same to what we did for Fibonacci. Can you try this out and let me get back with me, right? That is the point, right? It will take actually a lot of time, and it is exactly similar to that. Background noise is from my side. Yes, some people are celebrating, and guys, I cannot ask them not to celebrate. Sorry. People should have fun. That's important. Movie important, right? Right. So recursion should be done only when absolutely necessary. So guys, let's say you come across a question in which you're coming across a situation that you're solving the same problem. Again and again, just for smaller and smaller values to solve the bigger problem. Just for smaller and smaller values. So by understanding or realizing this particular fact, you will develop a hunch for recursion. Okay, a recursive code can be done here, or a recursive solution can be done here. Hunch for a recursive solution. Now, how can you verify this recursive hunch? By checking out the constraints. Generally, I'm not saying this will be the case every time. Generally, the constraints will be small, and you can verify if a recursive code is expected or not. If the constraints are really high, let's say n is power 6 or something, no way you will go for recursion. Generally, one important thing is generally, ऐसा कोई hard coded, this is not written on stone. Generally, that is the case. Hunch का मतलब क्या होता है? Intuition. अभी आप पूछोगे intuition का मतलब क्या है? Intuition का मतलब अंदर की आवाज, मन की आवाज, something, whatever you want to call it, right? Okay, why generally? Because you can come across a question like you already have a question like that. Nick and Hacks, a question hai. Go and check the constraints in that case. The constraints are 10 to the power 12. The constraints are 10 to the power 12. Then why is it still working? Why a recursive code is still working there? Why a recursive code is still working there? A recursive code will work for this question. So again, do remind me guys this tomorrow. This is the first question that we'll be solving tomorrow. First question we'll be solving tomorrow. And I will explain why 10 to the power 12 hone ke baad bhi a recursive code is working. Right? Right? Do remind me guys. Today I want everyone to go for it. It is in the Saturday contest. Saturday wale contest mein it is present. Saturday wale contest has a lot of interesting questions guys. Okay? Do go through all of them. Okay? Okay? Everyone, yes, no, कुछ तो कहो यार, कुछ तो कहो. Permutation नहीं कर पाया, अरे permutation तो करना भी नहीं. You guys were not expected to solve permutation, guys. One thing, you guys were not expected to solve permutation. It was just given so that you guys can, brainstorm it, put your head around it, try it. सिर्फ उसके लिए दिया था. Not to be honest. N queens also was not expected. Okay, definitely. Famous sum you guys should. Sudoku again not expected. Sudoku not expected. Famous sum, yes, you guys were expected to solve. Subsequence not expected. 4 questions not expected. Batao. You guys hate me for that? Generally, people hate me for that. कि क्या कर रहा भाई? Do you guys hate me for that? Do you guys feel this is unfair? Do you guys feel this is unfair? And don't worry about performance record. So again, guys, if we are not expecting it, why will it affect your performance? If we are not expecting it, why will it affect your performance? Right? Why will you come to it? Chill, so you can relax more. Right? Challenge तो होना चाहिए, correct? Okay? Cool. So नहीं पढ़ेंगे आपसे. Talib is saying, that hurt. But क्या कर सकते हैं Talib? I don't think you have a choice right now. But again, yeah, क्या कर सकते हैं Talib? I'm very sorry, man. You're not enjoying it, but क्या कर सकते हैं? Cool. Okay. Okay. Cool. पढ़ना नहीं बोले सर. अच्छा. अरे that's fine, man. That's fine. We'll learn. Acha, cool. Now someone is asking what is actually backtracking. That's a good question. First of all, the first thing that you need to understand about backtracking is that it is a wonderful name. कितना अच्छा नाम है यार ये. How good a name is backtracking, guys? How good a name is backtracking? How many of you understand? कितना सही नाम है यार ये. I want to name myself. I want to be backtracking. I want to be called backtracking. How many of you understand कि कितना सही नाम है यार ये? किसी को feel हो रहा है? Are you guys able to realize how good a name this is? How good a name this is. कितना सही नाम है ना. Very cool name, guys. How good a name this is. कितना सही नाम है यार. Backtracking. Just realize this. Backtracking. Backtracking. हाँ नाम में क्या रखा है. That's correct. But backtracking sounds so good यार. Just say it. Just say it up there. Just try to say it. Pronounce it. Backtracking. Backtracking. Sounds great. Sounds great. One of my favorite names is Backtracking. I love the name. I just love the name. I don't know for why, but I love the name. Backtracking. काफी सही सा नाम लगता है. It's really good. Right? Exactly. The name gives confidence. Name may be cool, but the algorithm sounds confusing. Actually, it's not an algorithm. It's not an algorithm. It's basically a problem-solving technique. And this problem-solving technique is actually has been around thousands of years. Thousands of years. This problem solving technique has been around for thousands of years. Thousands of years. So guys, have you heard of this? Have you heard of this thing? अच्छा एक चीज लिखता हूँ, ठीक है? Go getter attitude. Have you heard of this little statement? Go getter attitude. किसने सुना है? Or have I written it wrong? I think I've written it wrong. इसको अच्छी तरीके से I written it more in a slang way. Get it done wala attitude. Now does it make sense? Get it done wala attitude. Have you heard of it? What is the meaning of it? What is the meaning of it? What is the meaning of it? The meaning of it is get someone who just get things done. कितना भी time लग जाए, you know, might be difficult, might be easy, but someone who just get things done. कैसे ना कैसे हो ही जाता है, right? कैसे ना कैसे हो ही जाता है. So that is the basis, or that is the hunch, or that is what you say the baseline of backtracking. That is the baseline of backtracking. में क्या करते हैं? Backtracking में we try everything that we can in our power to get the answer. To get the answer. जो बन पड़ता है हमसे, हम सब try करते हैं. But ऐसा तो same चीज हम करते हैं brute force में भी, right? ऐसी same चीज हम करते हैं brute force में भी, right? Yes or no? We do the same thing in brute force also. यही तो करते हैं, यही तो करते हैं यार, और क्या करते हैं? यही तो करते हैं कि नहीं करते हैं? यही करते हैं, right? यही करते हैं कि नहीं करते हैं? चलो, I'll give you one good example to understand the difference between backtracking and recursion. Oh, sorry, brute force and backtracking. चलो, guys, have you ever lost in the sense, मतलब, let's say, who are you closest to in your family or among your friends? Who are you the closest to? Are you closest to your friend? There might be a best friend you are closest to, your mom, your parents, whatever it is. Who are you the closest? Who are you the closest? Someone is saying brother, best friend, myself. ऐसा मत कर रहे हैं. You cannot be close to yourself, but have people around. Gardener, ठीक है भाई. Myself, अच्छा चलो ठीक है. Cool. Where is Shubhendu sir? Saurabh, we are missing him इतना कि बीच session में. I think you are closest to Shubhendu. Okay, nice. That's a good combination. So let's say Saurabh and Shubhendu. They both went to a let's say क्या कहते हैं guys उसको? क्या कहते हैं यार उसको? Where there are lots of rides and everything. क्या कहते हैं यार उसको? मेला. What do you call it in Hindi यार? हिंदी English में क्या कहते हैं? What do you call it in English? Fair. Adventure park. Nice. Adventure park. Okay. Okay. Saurabh and Shubhendu went to adventure park. क्यों गए adventure park में? Adventure करते, right? So they went and यहाँ पे spot 1 is the first adventure, spot 2 is the second adventure, spot 3 is the third adventure, spot 4 is the fourth adventure, spot 5 is the fifth adventure. ठीक है? And this is the gate of the adventure park. ये gate है, ठीक है? So what happened? Saurabh and Shubhendu entered the adventure park. They visited spot 1, they visited spot 2, they visited spot 3, they visited spot 4, they visited spot 5. फिर यहाँ पे there was an ice cream corner. Ice cream corner होता है guys. Ice cream पसंद है सबको? Everyone likes ice cream. Everyone likes ice cream, right? Everyone likes it, obviously. So there is an ice cream corner, right? So they both go and have an ice cream. So at this point, what does Shubhendu tells Saurabh? Here, I want to do some more adventures. You wait here. I would go. And Shubhendu actually goes. Shubhendu kahin chale jata, right? Shubhendu is missing, right? Everyone understands the scenario. Saurabh is waiting here and Shubhendu is somewhere here. He might be 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 here, right? So after some time, let's say Shubhendu is not coming back. Shubhendu is not returning, right? But Saurabh, he's waiting. He has to get home. Saurabh says, "कि यार मेरे को घर जाना है," right? Saurabh is waiting for Shubhendu to return. So now what will do? What will Saurabh do? Saurabh will start looking for him. Exactly. Saurabh will start looking for him. Yes or no? Saurabh will start looking for him. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? So now, if Saurabh has to start looking for him, Saurabh will use brute force. What is brute force? What is brute force? He'll go and check every possible place one by one and get it done. Every place one by one and get it done, right? This is brute force. Everyone understands this is brute force. Everyone understands this is brute force. And how will we achieve this? How will he achieve this? Kaise karega? How will Saurabh do this? How will Saurabh do this? Saurabh will basically go for spot number 1, come back, go to spot number 2, go to spot number 3, go to spot number 4, go to spot number 5, right? And he will try this out. Okay. Everyone understands this is brute force. Everyone understands this is brute force. सबको समझ में आया? Everyone understands this is brute force. सबको समझ में आया? Nice. Okay. Next scenario. ठीक है. This was trip 1. This was trip 1. And Shubhendu and Saurabh, they both enjoyed each other's company quite a lot, right? उनको दोनों को बड़ा मजा आया. They enjoyed it quite a lot. So what happened in the next trip? Next time they tried to go to a forest. Forest में गए. होता है ना? People go to forest all the time, right? People go to forest all the time, right? Let's say this is a huge forest. This is a huge forest, and they follow a particular thread, something like this. Then यहाँ से there is a diversion kind of a thing. Diversion kind of thing. Then यहाँ पे there are 3 ways. Then यहाँ पे let's say it's a dead end. यहाँ पे it ends here, dead end. Then यहाँ पे we have 2 more paths. This one ends at a dead end, and this is where Shubhendu is right now. And here it's another dead end, and here is another, right? And this is the beginning of the forest. Okay, this is the beginning of the forest. What happened in this case now? Again, our friends Saurabh and Shubhendu, they started the trek. Trek nahi bolenge, they started the adventure. They kept going along this path. खाली पता चलेगा, रुक जाओ. They kept going along this path. At this point, what happened? They got separated. यहाँ पे इस particular point पे Saurabh and Shubhendu got separated. That is, one of them went ahead and another was left behind. ऐसा होता है, right? This happens sometimes, right? Someone goes ahead and the other one is left behind. Yes or no? This happens. Yes or no? ऐसा होता है कि नहीं होता है? लाइफ में कभी नहीं हुआ क्या? कोई किसी को पीछे नहीं छोड़ा क्या कभी? होता है, हो जाता है, होता है, right? So what happened is Shubhendu went ahead and reached somewhere here. And where is Saurabh right now? Saurabh बेचारा यहीं पे wait कर रहा है. Now Saurabh has to look for Shubhendu again. Yes or no? But now the path is not that simple, guys. The path is not that simple, right? Saurabh comes across this situation. यहाँ पे आता है, right? Now tell me one thing. At this point, Saurabh will have to make a choice or not? Either he can go at this path or this path, right? Either he can go at this path or this path. And guys, again, remember this, that this is a forest. So have you seen those movies where they keep a track of what is the path that we followed? हमने कहाँ पे turn लिया था? They'll make a symbol, either an arrow or something like that, just to remember that this was the point where we made a turn, right? So what will Saurabh do? Saurabh will make a cross here. यहाँ पे I made a turn and I took this particular path. Saurabh makes this particular path but realizes this is a dead end. Shubhendu is not here. So now what does Saurabh needs to do? Saurabh needs to return, but does he needs to return to the starting point? Starting point पे वापस आना पड़ेगा कि does he need to come back to the previous point where he made a decision? Does he needs to come back to a previous point where he needs to make where he made a decision? Where did he made a decision? This one. So he needs to remember the point. He needs to remember the point. He needs to remember the point where he made a decision. Yes or no? He needs to remember the point where he made a decision. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right? Okay. He remembers that this is the point where I made a decision. So he starts exploring this particular path. And at this point again, how many options does he have? How many options does he have? 3 options. He can take this one, he can take this one, and he can take this one. But he first marks this position and then starts exploring this particular path. He starts exploring this particular path, yes or no? He starts exploring this particular path, yes or no? He realizes that it's a dead end again. Now, does he need to come back to the starting point, or does he needs to come back to the previous point where he made a decision? Right? He needs to come back to the previous point jahan pe decision hua tha, right? So he comes back here, and to come back to this particular point, he needs to remember the point. He needs to remember the point, yes or no? Yes. So he remembers this point. He has already marked it. He has already marked it. And then what he'll do? He'll explore another option. What is another option he has? This one. This one he has another option. This one he has another option. But again, it's a dead end. So does he needs to come back to the starting point, or does he needs to come back to the previous point where he made a decision? Previous point where he made a decision. And then he'll explore the next option. What is the next option? This one. And at this point, again, what has happened? Saurabh has to make a decision. What is the decision that he has to make? Explore this one or this one. So he'll make a call again. Okay, at this point, I'm making a decision. I will explore this particular path. I'll explore this particular path. But again, what is this? This is a dead end. This is a dead end. So what happens? He returns to the previous point where he made a decision. He returns to the previous point where he made a decision. So where did he make a decision? At this point. And then he will explore the last particular option, and he'll finally find Shubhendu, and he'll ask Shubhendu, sir, where were you? Kahan the aap? Right? This is the question he'll ask. Right? So guys, actually, again, this is similar to brute force only, right? Ye to brute force hi tha, right? Yes or no? Everyone understands this is brute force? Everyone understands this is brute force? But guys, one thing that was majorly, one thing that was majorly coming up is we had to remember the states, the previous states where we were making a decision. Because we were not going back to the previous point. We were going back to the previous point where we made a decision. Yes or no? We were coming back to the previous point where we made a decision. That's why it is important for us to remember this particular state. When I say state, what do I mean? State of the function hota hai na? State of the function hota hai, guys, remember? So we need to remember the state of the function. Usko usse compare karke dekho. Try to make sense of this analogy from that sense. We need to remember this state, right? We need to remember the state here. We need to remember the state. So the point that I'm trying to make is this is exactly like brute force. This is exactly like brute force, but one extra condition is being added that we need to remember the state. We need to remember the state of the function. How many of you understand this point, guys? Kitno ko samajh mein aaya that we need to remember the state of the function. Now the point is, recursion does that for you automatically. Does that for you automatically, guys? Recursion mein state is stored, no, in the recursion stack. Recursion mein the state is anyway stored, right? The state is anyway stored, right? So what is backtracking then? What is backtracking? Backtracking is basically a problem solving technique in which you explore all possible options till you get the answer. But one of the things is at some point you will have multiple options. So what does backtracking does? Backtracking explores all of the options, but it does not go back to the starting point. It gets back to the previous point where you made a decision. वो एक step पीछे आके You come back one place back, one decision back, and then try to explore the next option. But if you have to come back one step, you need to remember आपने वो step कहाँ से लिया था. You need to remember where did you take this step, and that is where recursion comes in handy. So if I have to say it in very simple words, what is backtracking, guys? What is backtracking? In very simple words, backtracking is recursion plus brute force. That's it. How many of you understand? How many of you understand? How many of you understand this point? What is backtracking? In very simple words, it is recursion plus brute force. What is the agenda? The agenda is try to explore all possible options to get the answer. But how do you do that? With the help of recursion. And why do you do that? Because let's say if at a certain point, if you are at a certain point and you have multiple options, what will you do? You will explore all of those options, right? अब जैसे यहाँ पे guys, at this point you had two options. You had two options, right? So first you went with this option, then you came back, and then you came across at this position. Now, when you come back at this position, you explore three options. But the point is, if you realize, okay, this is a dead end, that this particular path is failing, what do? You take one decision back. You basically, what you say, undo one decision. आप Control Z दबाते हो एक बार. You basically undo one decision. Undo one decision. Yes or no? You basically undo one decision. Yes or no? And how do you undo one decision? You get back. You get back. Right? You get back. And then what do? उस particular decision को undo करके you try the next option. What is the next option that I have? Then you come back, undo that decision, and try the next option. In this way, you explore every possible path that is there so that we can get the answer. You explore every possible path that is there to get the answer. How many of you understand? We can do undo using stack, as in, did not get the question. You will have to remember the state, correct? You can undo using stack. You have to remember the state, right? Exactly, that's a good point, Ayush. If we if we reach the state which we are looking for, then yes, recursion will be break. You can stop recursion then and there. That's perfect. That's perfect. Let's see it on the ID once. I want to, but today the time is not enough. Today the time is not enough for that. So I won't start today with the questions. And I think some people still would have missed some session today. That's why I don't want to start today. But for tomorrow, guys, the first thing that we'll be doing is, we'll be doing this question, generate subsequences. We'll be doing generate permutations. These two questions we'll be doing this. Okay. Now, this is a good question, although I think I've already pending रह जाएगा आज वाला. What is pending? I think this is generate subsequences. No? Arey, we'll be doing it. Come on, try this out. No? Actually, I can explain it in very simple way. मतलब मैं समझा तो दूंगा 2 minutes, but the question will take a lot more time. Let's say A, B, C. This is the what do you say, string, and we have to generate all possible subsequences of it. We have to generate all possible subsequences of it, right? What we have to do? So A, B, C. Now the point is, I would say that try to keep off it, matlab subsequence. Everyone understand what is subsequence? सबको पता है what is subsequence? Everyone understands what is a subsequence? A subsequence is a non-continuous part of a string. Non-continuous part of string. Everyone understands this part, right? It is part of a string, but non-continuous, right? Non-continuous. So for every character, actually, you have to make a decision whether to include it or not to include it. So for the first character, you have two options, whether to take it or leave it. Let's say you decide to take it. So what will it become? It will become A. And then the same thing you will have to do for the next two characters, B and C. For B, again, you will have to take a decision whether to take it or not to take it. So again, A, B. And if you decide not to take it, it will be just like that. I'll explore that path later, but let's go for here. Then for C, you will have two options. You will have two options, either to take it or not to take it. So if you decide to take it, it will become A, B, C. That's one of the subsequences. Then you will go back to the previous point where you made a decision and then explore the next option. What is the next option that you have? The next option is not to take C. So this will become AB. That's one of the subsequences. Now at this particular point, you have explored both the options. So what you will do? You will go back to the previous point and start the next option. What is the next option? Leave B. So if you leave B, your subsequence is still A. Your subsequence is still A while you still have to take a call on C. Again, for C, how many options you have? 2 options, whether to accept it or not to accept it. So you decide to accept it, it becomes AC, and this is one of the subsequences. And then since there are no more options available, you will go back and explore the next option. What is the next option that you have? Leave C. So this becomes A. This is one of the subsequences. Now at this point, you have explored both the options. At this point, you have explored both the options. So you go back and explore the options at this point. What happens if you decide not to include A? The subsequence will be still empty while you still have to take a call on B and C. So what will you do? You will take a call on B such that whether to include it or to exclude it. Let's say if you decide to include it, this will become B while you still have to take a call on C. If you still have to take a call on C, again 2 options: include it, exclude it. Include it, no more options available, you return. Exclude it. This is one of the subsequences. No more options available, return. At this level, both the options explored, return. Right. And now, what is the other option that you have? Exclude B as well. So this becomes empty while you still have to take a call on C. Include C, exclude C. Let's say if you decide to include C, what happens? C. If you decide to exclude C, what happens? Empty. This is one of the subsequences. And if you realize, at the bottom level, you have all the subsequences of this code. These are all. I'm not saying they're in the exact order required. It's not in, I'm not saying this is exactly in the order required. But again, this is all the subsequences, right? Right. So guys, tomorrow we'll be starting off how to change order. That's a good question, but I'll answer that question tomorrow, not today. So again, guys, this is the exact logic. This is the entire recursion tree of this code. This is the entire recursion tree of this code. So for today, go back, brainstorm, and try to think about it. Try to think about it. Okay. And for any other question that you have, guys, again, understand, as an instructor, it becomes very difficult in 1.5 hours or 2 hours to solve every question, every doubt that you have. So try to reach out on Slack also. Sometimes try to reach out on Slack also. I can take a lot more queries there. On Slack, I'm available most of the time. Right? Okay. Okay. Okay, everyone. Cool. Okay. Cool, guys. Thank you very much. That's it from my side. I'll upload the recording and the notes very soon. Today you have another interesting contest. Try this out and let me know what do you get, and we'll have some more questions. Right? Sir are taking full-time batch classes. Which sir are you talking about? Which sir are you talking about? I am taking full class. Yeah, I do work with full-time. Yes, I do.
And trust me, guys, I don't teach that well when I'm bored. Trust me on that. I don't teach that well when I'm bored. Trust me on that. If you want me to teach well, please be responsive. अरे don't worry. Again, evaluation में भी हो जाएगा, सब हो जाएगा. Let's start. Cool. So guys, I know that we have to start with Nick and Hacks, but the flow of backtracking is there. So let's start with backtracking. Nick and Hacks I'll take at the end of the session. Okay? Nick and Hacks let's take at the end of the session. Okay? Chalo. So first question that we have to solve, that we started working on, is generate all subsequences. Generate all subsequences. Guys, I hope everyone remembers our last conversation on this. Last में हमारा एक conversation हुआ था. We drew a recursion tree. If not, that's okay. But if yes, तो थोड़ा अच्छा हो जाएगा. Right? Guys, everyone is aware about subsequences. Everyone is aware about subsequences. क्या होता है इसका मतलब? Is there, and again, you don't have to be hesitant. If someone is not comfortable with the meaning of this name, subsequences, please let me know. I will explain it, and I will not mention your name if in case you are feeling hesitant or something. One thing you have to understand, there is no such thing as a stupid doubt. Any person who says this doubt is stupid, that person is stupid, most probably. There is no such thing as a stupid doubt. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. ठीक है? Every question is a good question. ठीक है? Now someone has said, I will explain this. Okay, so guys, what is subsequence? Subsequence is actually a non-continuous part of a string. Non-continuous part of a string. Guys, substring तो सबको पता है. Substring सबको पता है. Substring is a continuous part of string. Let's say AMAN, right? We all know Aman, right? He's there every day. He's there every day during this term. So let's take his name only. So guys, if I take a continuous part of this string, this one is a continuous part of this string. So what is this? This is a substring. But when I take a non-continuous part of a string, what is the meaning of non-continuous part of a string? That is, I take this A, I take this A, और इन दोनों को add करके I make this AA. What is this? This is a subsequence. Again, the order of characters have to be exactly same. So AN is also a subsequence, but NA is not a subsequence. Why? Because the order of characters is not same. Order of characters is not same. Is not same. Everyone gets this part? Everyone gets this part? The order of characters is not same. In case of a subsequence, the order of characters should be exactly same as it is in the string. But what you are allowed to skip certain characters. It does not have to be continuous, right? It does not have to be continuous. But अगर continuous है, so that is fine. How AM is substring? This one. So this person who is asking this doubt, do you realize that this is a part of a string? मतलब do you realize if this is a part of a string AMAN, ये इसका एक continuous part है? The person who asked this doubt, do you realize this is a part of a string? इस string में से इतना part, इतना टुकड़ा निकाल दिया मैंने, so this becomes a substring, right? Every substring is a subsequence. Every substring is a subsequence. But ulta is not true. Not every subsequence is a substring. ऐसा नहीं है. This is not true. So it is like this. Substring, ये substring का circle, इसके अंदर आता है subsequence. Everyone gets it? Everyone gets it, guys? Everyone gets it? समझ में आया सबको? How many of you got this? So what is the question now? The question says, very simple statement, the easiest you will ever hear. You are given a string. Let's say A, B, C, D. You have to find all subsequences of it. All subsequences. I'm pretty sure a lot of you actually have solved this question, but the only struggle is coming up with the order, right? The order of printing. है ना? This is the struggle that's coming up, right? We'll fix it. Although that's not a very relevant part to this understanding of the question, but we'll figure it out. कोई issue की बात नहीं है. We'll figure it out. But the first thing that we have to understand is how do you generate a subsequence? ठीक है? ठीक है? Guys, everyone understands the most important part here. Order is important. Order should be same as it is in the original string. Everyone understands this part. ये वाली बात सबको समझ में आ रही है? Original string. Everyone understands this part. Is this making sense? Is this making sense? Okay. Next. What is the next thing? 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 For every character, if you realize this, for every character, you actually have two choices. For every character, you have two choices. What are the two choices? You have two choices. What are the two choices? You can either skip it or you can accept it. ये वाला, is this point making sense? दो ही ऑप्शन है ना, you can add it or not add it, you can accept it or you can skip it, right? यही ऑप्शन है ना, और कोई ऑप्शन है? ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि a को आधा ले लें, आधा ना ले. Let's take half of a and let's not take the complete a. टमाटर तो है नहीं वो, right? We'll cut it in half and take it, है ना? पूरा ही लेना पड़ेगा, या तो मत लो, right? That's how it is, no? ऐसा ही है ना? और is there another way? किसी के पास है कोई middle way out? किसी के पास है कोई middle way out? No, right? You have to take it completely, no? Ah, nice. If you realize this part, that's great. Okay, chalo. So this is my string A, B, C, D. Initially, my subsequence is empty. Initially, my subsequence is empty, and I am taking a decision on. See, guys, A, B, C, D is the string. But again, I told you order is important. And if the order is important, that means you have to first take a call on A, whether you are going to accept it or not accept it. Only then you can make a call on B, right? Ulta nahi kar sakte aap. Why? Because in a subsequence, order is important. Kitno ko ye baat samajh mein aa rahi hai? How many of you are getting this point? What is this point? Before taking a call on B, you have to take a call on A because ordering is important. You cannot fumble with the ordering. Please ensure that you understand this part. आप ordering के साथ छेड़छाड़ नहीं कर सकते. For single character, अरे forget single character. Single character में है ही क्या छेड़छाड़ करने के लिए, है ना अमन? उसमें होता ही क्या है, right? Okay. So you are given a string. Now, before moving to A, is traversing the same as calling the string? I did not get the question, but Mandar, let's go for it completely, and then you let me know what you're getting. Okay? Because I sort of understand the question 60%, but I think it will present, the answer will present itself in some time. Okay? Cool. So guys, for A, I have two options. I can accept it or I can ignore it. Right? I can accept it or I can ignore it. Let's say I take the option of accepting it. So my subsequence will become A, and I still have to take a call on B, C, and D. Right? I still have to take a call on B, C, and D. Now, how will I take a call on B, C, and D? I can either accept it or I can either ignore it. Yes or no? I can either accept it or I can ignore it. So again, let's take a call on B. Let's take a call on B. Let's accept it, while we still have to take a call on C and D. Now for C and D, what is the option that I have? Oops, sorry. For C and D, what is the option that for C, what are the options that I have? Accept it, ignore it. Let's say I accept it, it becomes A, B, C, while I still have to take a call on D. Yes or no? Is this the case, guys? Is this the case? Definitely that is the case. What will happen now? I will take a call on D. What are the two options I have? Accept it, ignore it. Let's say I decide to accept it. A, B, C, D. Is there any other option available? Is there any other option available? No. So can I say this is one of the subsequences? Everyone agrees? Is this one of the subsequences? Yes. Don't worry about the order. Huh? जब code की बात करेंगे तो order की बात हो जाएगी. Don't worry about that. Can I say this is one of the subsequences of it? 100% yes, right? But guys, now since I don't have any options available, what will I do? Just as we spoke about it yesterday, I will undo the last decision that I made. What was the last decision that I made? What was the last decision that I made? I made a decision on D, that I will accept D. So I will undo that decision. If I undo that decision, where will I end up? I will end up with A, B, C, and I will take the next option. What was the next option? I could have ignored D. If I could have ignored D, what would have been the subsequence? A, B, C. A, B, C. And again, is there any other option available now? No. So I will return and I will undo the last decision that I made. What was the last decision that I made? Ignoring D. Ignoring D, right? The last decision that I made, I undo this. Now at this point, guys, I had two options. I could accept D or I could ignore D. Have I explored both the options? Have I explored both the options? Yes. So I will undo इस point पे I will undo the last decision that I made. What was the last decision that I made at this point? Accepting C. Undo that decision. If I ignore that, or if I undo that decision, the subsequence becomes AB. The subsequence becomes AB. Guys, this is the backtracking step. You are basically undoing the last decision that you made. How many of you are able to understand this part? You are basically undoing the last decision that I made. And guys, this is a humble request from my side. Please don't think about the code. Code is bullshit. We'll look at it later. Don't think about the code. Please. No one should think about the code. Kaise code karna hai, how to code it, forget all that. Just focus here. Okay, just focus here. Okay, just focus here. Now, how did I end up at this point? See guys, I was at this point where I decided I will accept C. Everyone understands that we came up at this point by accepting C, that I will take C. Then at D, I had two choices. I could take that D. Okay, so that will become A, B, C, D. And another option was I could ignore it. So this will stay A, B, C. These were the two options. And at this point, I realized that I took both the options. I have explored both the options. I have explored all the possible options at this point. So what will I do? I will take one more step back and I will undo the decision that I made to get to this point. Is point pe aane ke liye kya decision lena pada? What was the decision that you had to take to get to this point? What was the decision that you had to take? Accept C. Exactly. Let this go. Exactly. You had to accept C. So what will you do? You will undo that decision. You will ignore C and explore the next option. What is the next option? Ignore C. How many of you are okay till this point, guys? Kitne log okay hain till this point? How many of you are okay? Everyone with me, guys? If you are paying attention and not responding, 100% okay with it. But I hope you guys are responding. I hope you guys are with me. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Huh? Don't lose me at this point. Okay. Next option. What is the next option? We ignore D. D को ignore करके this comes out as A, B. Now we have taken a call on C that we won't accept it. Right? We have taken a call on C that we won't accept it, but we have to take a call on D. What is the call that we have to take? What is the call that we have to take? We either have to accept it or we have to ignore it. Okay, guys, everyone understands how did this come up? Code के बारे में मत सोचना, please. No code, no code. Okay, no code. Everyone understands how did we get to this point? We were undoing the decisions that we made, right? We were undoing the decisions that we made. Now, some of you might say that D पे तो decision ये ले लिया था, but this decision came after you took a decision of accepting C. So when you decide to undo that decision, तो ये decision तो already undo हो चुका है, right? Already हो चुका है. This decision has been undone. How did you end up this? You know, this has already been undone. So now you have to understand that it will become a call on D, right? You will have to take a call on D. Again, how did we end up at this point? फिर से देखते हैं एक बार, ठीक है? Everyone, just recapping a little bit. Initially, it was empty. You had to take a call on A. Now, what were the two options for A? Accept A or ignore A. You decide to accept A. Okay. Now, what was the next option? Accept B or ignore B. You decide to accept B. What was the next option? Accept C, ignore C. You decide to accept C. Then came a call on D. You decide to accept D, ignore D. The two options. And at this point, now you explored what happens after accepting C. But ignore C को ignore करने के बाद क्या होता है? If you ignore C, what happens? If you ignore C, what happens? You take the next option. You ignore C. The string stays the same way, while you still have to take a call on D. Right? So let's take a call on D. Let's take a call on D. And if I take a call on D, again, I have two options. I can accept it or I can ignore it. Let's say I accept it. This will become ABD. Is this one of the subsequences, guys? Can you please check? Is this one of the subsequences? It is, the ordering is same and it is not continuous. That's fine. Not an issue, right? Is there any other option which I have to explore? यहाँ पे कोई option है? No. So I will simply return. I will simply return. And what was the other option at this point? What was the other option at this point? Ignore D as well. So ignore C, ignore D as well. इसको भी ignore कर दो, तो what will become? It will become A, B. Is this one of the subsequences? It's a substring as well. It's a subsequence as well, and a substring. Any other option available at this point? Any other option available at this point? No. So simply return. Any other option available at this point? No. Simply return. Any other option available at this point? No. Simply return. What was the other option at this point? What was the other option at this point? Ignore B. We got AB twice. Where did we get AB twice? Sanjay, this was acha. This AB is different than this AB. This AB is different than this AB. How? At this AB, you still have to take a call on C and D. While at this AB, how did you reach? By ignoring C and ignoring D. So और कोई option बचा ही नहीं था. That's why it is the final, what do you say? It is the final, क्या बोलते हैं उसको यार? Final result, while this was the intermediate result. Right? Getting my point? Getting my point? Getting my point? Dead end, exactly. Guys, give me 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, cool. Guys, can you hear me? Exactly. After first AB, there is more to explore, but after this last one, there is nothing left to explore. यहाँ पे आप पहुंचे after exploring everything. Okay. So now what was the other option at this point? At this point, you could ignore B. Okay. You know what happens after accepting B. You want to know what happens after ignoring B. Let's say what happens after ignoring B. The string stays the same while you still have to take a call on C and D. While you still have to take a call on C and D. So what will you do? फिर से वही start the two options on C. What are the two options on C that you have? Accept it or ignore it. So accept it, it becomes AC. Now you still have to take a call on D. What are the two options at that point? Again, same two options, accept it, ignore it. So let's say I decide to accept it. What happens if I decide to accept it? A, C, D. Is this a subsequence? Is this a subsequence? Yep, 100% yes. Is there anything else left to explore? Is there anything else left to explore? No. So simply return. What was the other option? You undo that decision. Guys, this arrow is very important. This arrow is the arrow of backtracking. Very important. Huh? अभी नहीं समझ में आएगा तो कोई बात नहीं. It will make sense, but ensure this is very important. Okay. So once you go back, the decision that made you go there, that decision will be undone. So D ka acceptance is undone. Now you will ignore D. If you ignore D, it stays AC. AC. Is there any other option left to explore? Is there any other option left to explore? No, it's not. So what can I say? This is one of the subsequences. And since there is no other option left to explore, what will I do? I will return. But this was all possible when we decide to accept C. What would have happened if we would have ignored C as well? अगर C को भी ignore कर देते तो क्या होता? This would have looked like this, A, while we still have to take a call on D. फिर से कर लो, same thing. On D, there are two options. What are the two options on D? Take it or leave it. Exactly, simple. Take it or leave it. So AD, is this one of the subsequences? Yes. So now, since there are no other option available, go back and explore the next option. What is the next option? Ignore D as well. So it comes out as A. This comes out as A. And now, no other option available. So you return D. And is there any other option available at this level? No. So you return. Is there any other unexplored option available at this level? No. So you simply return. Is there any other option available at this level? Any another anything that is not explored? Right? No. But all this was possible when you made a decision of accepting A. That's why all of these are starting with A. Exactly, Monica. And why are they starting with A? Because the first decision that you took, that I am gonna accept A. मैं A को accept कर रहा हूँ. Right? That's why everything is starting with A. But what would have happened if I would have ignored A in the first place? So let's go back and explore this. Guys, extremely sorry. Someone at the door. Let me check. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Can you guess what would have happened? Any guesses? क्या हुआ होगा? Who was at the door? कोई guesses? Any guesses? Anyone would like to guess? Zomato तो नहीं है. Zomato तो नहीं है. Any guesses? Mute yourself. Shubhendu. Shubhendu is not here. नहीं. No party. No Zomato. No party. Father नहीं. Father is not here yet. Amazon भी नहीं. अरे नहीं यार. Aman. Why would Aman come here? So, okay. It was the milkman. Milkman. It was a milkman. Yeah, correct. So, you will get a question. Have you seen that question? Santosh and Profit. Have you seen this question? Santosh and Profit. So, my milkman is the what do you say, the inspiration. So, Santosh was here actually. The milkman is the inspiration of this question. So, the guy, the inspirational guy was here. That's why. Yeah, that's the story behind that question. So Santosh used to talk a lot about during lockdown. He would say regularly कि sir धंधा खराब हो गया है ये वो and all that. So I came up with this question. So that's the story behind that question. Are you the creator of the questions? And yes, I am. Some yes, not everything. Some yes. Cool. So let's get back. Okay. So guys, all this was possible when we decide to take a call on A, that we will accept A. But what would have happened if I would have ignored A? अगर मैं A को ignore कर देता, तो it would have been empty. My subsequence would have been empty, while I still have to take a call on B, C, and D. Yes or no? I made a decision that I will skip A. I will not take it. I will ignore it. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Right. So I will go ahead and I will take the next call. What is the next call? The next call that I have to take is on B. So what are the options for B? Same two options actually. Ignore B, accept B. Nothing much. Either you accept it or either you ignore it. Right. So let's accept it. Let's see what happens. This becomes B while you still have to take a call on C and D. Yes or no? And then you will explore the two options. What were the two options? Kya hai two options? The two options are accept C or ignore C. Let's say you decide to accept C. Yes, we have already ignored A. Sanjay, A को ignore करके ही आप यहाँ पे पहुँचे. Right? We have already ignored A. And since if you ignore it once, you cannot come back to it. Why? Because ordering is important. है ना? So let's say we decide to take C. Now we still have to take a call on D. Okay. So what are the options for D? Same two options for D. Accept it or ignore it. Okay. So let's assume that we accept it. B, C, D. Right? Is there any other option available at this level? Any other option available? No. So you simply return. And what is the other option for D? You could have ignored it. So it would have been B, C. Right? Right? Any other option available? No. So you simply return. All the options have been explored at this level. Yes. So you simply return and you explore the next side. What is the next side? You ignore C. Exactly. आप C को ignore करो. C को ignore कर दो, guys. So this becomes B while you still have to take a call on D. While you still have to take a call on D, yes or no? And then you explore the two options. What are the two options? Accept D, ignore D. Accept कर लेते हैं पहले तो. This is what it becomes. Then backtrack and ignore D. This is what it becomes. And we backtrack and we backtrack. All this was possible when you decide to accept B. But क्या होता अगर आप, what would have happened if you would have ignored B? अगर आप B को ignore कर देते तो क्या होता? What would have happened? Quite simple actually. This would have been empty while you still have to take a call on C and D. How many if you get this? कितना को समझ में आया guys? How many if you get this? Nice. Let's wrap it up now. Okay. Now you still have to take a call on C. You still have to take a call on C, right? Let's say you decide to take a call on C. What would have been? What would have happened? What would have happened? You can accept C. So this will become something like this while you still have to take a call on D. Now for D, what are the two options available? Two options. Accept D, ignore D. So let's say if you accept it, it becomes CD. Is there any other option available? No. So you simply return and explore the next option. What is the next option? Ignore C. So this becomes C. One more subsequence. Any other option available? No. So you ignore it and you come across this and you come across this. And what happens? What happens? All the options at this level have been explored. Yes or no? So you go back and explore the other option. What is the other option? Ignore C. Exactly. I'm going to take it a little bit on this side. Okay. Ignore C as well. What would have happened if you ignore C? क्या करोगे आप ignore करोगे C को? If you ignore C, what happens? If you ignore C, what happens? You have to take a call on D. This is empty. You have to take a call on D. Accept it, ignore it. ये हो गया accept और ये हो गया ignore. Empty. तो इससे can you tell me one thing? Is empty subsequence also a part of this subsequence? है कि नहीं है? Of course है. When you ignore all the characters, of course it is. So actually it is giving you all the subsequences. How many of you got this? This tree is the logic. अभी code कैसे करना है? That's a relative concept, or not a relative concept, sorry. That's a different concept or different topic. But how many of you understand this beautiful little tree? Most people, what they do, most people, अरे हाँ, of course, you go back. अरे ये खत्म कर देते हैं. So you go back, you explore, there is nothing left to explore. You go back, you explore, there is nothing left to explore. You go back and you get back to the original condition. Now, what do most people do? Most people actually look at this tree. Matlab you Google generate all subsequence and this tree comes up. Now, everyone would be scared to look at it. कोई भी डर जाएगा यार कितनी खतरनाक चीज है. But since you created this from scratch, you know exactly what happened, right? You know exactly how you got there. And this is exactly how it happens in life. अगर आप किसी को बोलो कि अंबानी is super rich, right? हमको लगता है यार ये तो super rich है. But Ambani has seen every level of his richness. Ambani has been at some point a lakpati. Then at some point he became a karodpati. Then at some point he became, I don't know, my father calls him a kharapati. I don't know if that's a word. And then I don't know, Arabpati. I don't know which one comes first, Arabpati or Kharapati. But Ambani has seen every level. Someone is saying नीता प्रतीक, क्या कह रहे हो यार? ठीक है, Arab comes first, तो इन दोनों को ignore कर दो, इन दोनों को swap कर दो, right? But the point is, if you see every level of thing, it doesn't seem complex. Ambani ke liye it's not complex. He knows how he got there. Similarly, since you know how you got to this particular point, this is not that much complex, right? This is not that much complex. But if you look at it from the very scratch, it seems complex, and that's why people complain that backtracking is complex. Nahi, it's not complex. It's actually pretty simple. You just have to thoda break it down into simpler words, right? And Rohan has a doubt, so we'll take that doubt definitely. Yes, Rohan, please unmute.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, Rohan, 100% audible. Please tell me.
Sir, on the first step, let's just say that you have one empty subset, and then you have to consider ABCD, right?
Uh-huh.
So I think there should be two options here, that you should take ABCD as a whole first or not. So basically, the empty subset that we are getting on the last thing that we did, we should get it here only.
Why?
Because ABCD या तो हम consider करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, हमारा question तो वहां से start होगा ना.
हमारा question actually again. देखो, ABCD is one subsequence of it. If you take this complete whole thing, are you generating the smaller subsequences like A, AB, AC, ये वाले subsequences? Are you able to generate that? वो कैसे generate करोगे?
सर वो मैं सेकंड स्टेप से स्टार्ट करूंगा. मैं ये कह रहा हूँ आपको कि मैंने इस पार्ट पे मैं आया, जो फर्स्ट स्टेप एकदम जहाँ पे मैं रेड से लिख रखा है, वहां पे मैं उस स्टेप पे मेरे पास तो दो ही ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं कंसीडर करूं ABCD के अंदर कुछ भी, या मैं कुछ भी कंसीडर ना करूं.
Actually, I just have one question. So yes, how it is coming up is, ऐसे सोचो, you are in a shopping mall. DMart, VMart जाते हो, Rohan? Do you go to?
Yes, sir.
You go to shopping?
Correct,
so currently what you are doing is, you are considering this as a whole rack, as a A, B, C, D, right? What you have to do is, you have to consider this like A, B, C, and D. And ऐसे सोचो that you are going for shopping. Now the thing is, there is a huge line behind it. So you cannot go back. आपको सिर्फ आगे ही जाना है, right? So what you are doing right now, आप अभी इसको एक साथ पूरा consider कर रहे हो, right? You are considering this thing as whole. My point is, don't consider this as whole. Consider this as 4 characters first. ठीक है? इसको 4 characters consider करो and take a decision on every character. उससे क्या होगा? That you will be able to build up to the solution small by small. Because in recursion, what do we do generally? We solve the smaller problems first, eventually to get to the bigger problem. What you are trying to generate is, you are looking at it as a whole picture. Try to break down the string into 2 halves. Because some part of the string is being generated right now, and eventually, are you missing out on any of the subsequences? आप कह रहे हो ABCD. I'm pretty sure that you are saying that this empty subsequence should not be a part of it. We can figure that out.
No, it should be a part of it, but it should come very earlier. That is on the second step only.
But again, my point is, what is the issue even if it comes at last? उसमें दिक्कत क्या है?
अच्छा, just like you yesterday told कि backtracking में कुछ भी करके लेके आना है आंसर, right?
That is also correct, but again, my point is, it is coming, no, eventually. You're not missing out on anything. My point is, if you bring ABCD first, how will you get the smaller ones now? How will you then break down the string?
See, मेरा point इतना है कि मैंने पहले ABCD को as a string consider कर लिया या नहीं करा, ये मेरा सबसे पहले option है.
Okay,
so let's just say if you
this one option is ABCD, another option is not considering anything.
Yeah.
And if you ignore everything, आप इस side कुछ नहीं कर सकते हो.
Correct, sir.
Right? Then what will you do?
Then A को select करना है नहीं करना, वहां से फिर हमारी पूरी कहानी start हो जाएगी.
हाँ, but don't you think that's one of a redundant step? ये तो थोड़ा redundant हो गया. इससे थोड़ा redundancy बढ़ेगी, right? ये तो actually this one is taking care of that case and also ignoring one other case, right?
Correct, sir. Correct.
Because eventually you will have to break it down, no?
Correct.
So why not break it down from the beginning only? Right?
All right, sir. हाँ, मतलब end में answer तो आ ही रहा है, तो yes.
Exactly.
Consider.
Right. And consider this like going to a shopping mart, ना? Shopping mall में यहाँ पे if you take a decision, I'm gonna accept it or not. Let's say you इसको ले लिया, you put it in your cart. इसको ले लिया, you put it in your cart, put it in your cart. Eventually you will end up with ABCD, right? But eventually, initially you decided you will go for A, B, C, D. तो आप इसको drop नहीं कर सकते फिर. कर तो सकते हो, but real life में तो कर सकते हो. But consider you cannot drop it, right? So why take that extra step, no? Why not go one step at a time? है ना?
Got it.
Okay, nice.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Guys, everyone got this? Everyone got this? Again, this tree should make you happy. This tree should make you happy. Why will we go empty rack? Empty rack जाते हैं कभी कभी यार. Window shopping is a concept, no? Window shopping is a concept. People do it all the time. People do it all the time. Window shopping करते हैं भाई, करते हैं लोग. How many of you do window shopping? कोई करता है? How many of you do window shopping? कोई करता है? What is window shopping? Window shopping is just observing and not buying anything. I think with Amazon and Flipkart coming up, this has increased quite a lot. Okay, cool. Shall we start solving this, guys? Ab code kare. Shall we do some code? Shall we do some code now? Shall we do some code? Okay. Everyone understands this first. If you understand this first, then code is pretty easy actually. So, do you want to think about the code for 1 minute? Everyone? Do you want to think about the code for 1 minute? 1 minute के लिए सोचना चाहोगे? Would you want to think about the code for 1 minute? जरूर, क्या बात है. Okay, think about the code for a minute. Think about the code for a minute. Come on, guys, come on. And let me know what do you get. So, smart people, what do you get? What do you get, guys? Okay. Null. That's not a good thing. Chalo, let's code. How many of you are excited to code? How many of you are excited to code? Guys, can you look at this code? Can you look at this code? This is one of the codes that you will probably get at some point of time in your course. I don't know, you might get this question in an evaluation also. Copy kar lo. You wanna copy this? Wanna copy this? You wanna copy this? Where are your ethics? Where are your ethics? What is this? This was a trick question. Trick question, guys. Trick question. You guys have failed. Bad. Super bad. What happened? Guys, you guys have failed. Real bad. This was an ethical question. And you guys failed. Trick question. Cool. So let's write a function. Shall we call it GS, generate all subsequences? What do we need? We need the string for it. Shall I call it str? Is it fine? Is it fine? Okay. We need a new string, the one that we are trying to generate, our subsequence. We need the index. And I think that's it. I think that's it. Chalo. If, okay, guys, this is gonna be an oh bhai moment, I'm pretty sure. Not equals to 0. Print new str. If index is equal to str.length, return Now for I is equal to index I lesser than str dot length, sorry, I plus plus, I'm gonna say, what I'm gonna say, new str plus equals to str of I. Then what else I'm gonna do with this? I'm gonna call my function gs str new str I plus 1, and then new str dot remove, sorry, new str dot length minus 1. And I am pretty sure you would be surprised to know this is done. Khatam. Code is done. This is the entire code. This is the entire code. Actually, yes. This will do the entire job. सब कर देगा. कुछ नहीं समझा. Of course नहीं समझा यार. Print भी कर दिया. देखो कहीं ना कहीं पे वो print भी कर रहा है. That's it. That's it. That is a good question, Saurabh, but yes. How is also a very good question. So does it feel unfair? Does it feel unfair कि यार ये क्या बात हुई, इतना सारा recursion tree बनाओ and code is 6 7 9 10 lines max. Does it feel unfair, guys? यार ये क्या बात हुई, ऐसे थोड़ी होता है. Does it feel like that? Actually, that's the beauty of it. Can you please dry run it? नहीं यार, I won't dry run it. Yugal, I'm very sorry, but I cannot dry run it. Of course I'm gonna dry run it, man. Yugal ने बोला भाई करना पड़ेगा यार. Yugal ने बोला तो करना पड़ेगा. Okay, only for Yugal. Yugal, this is only for you. Okay, so guys, every recursive function you cannot start it without initializing. The first function call has to be done. So let's say the str, the string is abcd. Okay, and what is the next part of it? What is the next part of it? String is equal to abcd. What is the next part? इसका next part क्या है? बताओ. Index will be initial value 0. New string will be initially empty. Do we need anything else? No, we don't. So the first function call str new str index, which is 0. How many? If you understand this first function call, how many if you understand this first function call, कितनों को समझ में आया? ज़्यादा कुछ समझने की ज़रूरत नहीं है guys, बस इतना ही समझने की ज़रूरत है. First function call. And I hope everyone remembers कि जैसे ही ये function call होगा, what will happen? It will go inside. 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 Inside the recursion stack. Correct. Can I name it x1, guys? x1 नाम दे दें. Can I name it x1? 100%. x1. So guys, I'm going to track new str here. It is going to be a global variable. I'm going to track new str here. My string is going to be the constant one. I will just track index here. x1 is, what is the index for x1? Index का value क्या है guys for x1? Is this 0? Smart people. As soon as it goes inside this, what will happen? Initially new string is empty, huh? Do remember this. As soon as it goes inside, we start executing it, right? Yes, Ravi, that's correct. Return type would be void. Again, guys, this is pseudocode. I'm not gonna write what is the return type and whatever it is. That's your job, not my job. Sorry, but not my job to do that. Let's go for it. What about this new str.length? Is this condition correct? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Is this condition correct? Is this condition correct? No, 0 to hai. 0 not equals to 0. False. So cannot execute this line. Is index equals to str.length? str.length is 4 and index is 0. Is 0 equals to 4? Is 0 equals to 4? Nahi. So you start with the loop. What is this loop? I starts from 0. Is 0 lesser than 4, guys? Is 0 lesser than 4? Yes. So what will you do? New str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I? Can you please confirm? What is str of I? Can you please confirm? Batao. Nice. It is A. So you get A here. Next thing. What is the next thing? The next thing that you get is this line. What is this line? क्या है ये? What is this line? जल्दी से बताओ. What is this line? What is the most thing that you are most excited about every day? A function call. Exactly. A function call. That is x2. X2 is a function call. So what will you do at this point? What will you do at this point? At this point, you will make this function call. You will make this function call. And what else will happen? What else will happen? This point pe kya hoga, guys? str is same. New str, you can already see it. But what about I plus 1? I plus 1 means what will be the index value? X1 is calling it. X1 mein I ka value 0. I plus 1 means 1. Awesome. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Can I move to line number 11? Can I move to line number 11? No, I cannot. Why? I have to execute the next function. Bhai, dusra bhi to karna hai na? I have to execute the next function. So let's execute this function x2. As soon as we start executing x2, what happens? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Is this correct? Correct. So what do you do? Print new str. I'm going to write the output somewhere. Let's write it here. What is the output? A. Okay. Now, is index is equal to str.length? Index ka value is 1. Is 1 equals to str.length? No. So you start with here. I'm going to go with I is equal to index. What is the value of index? 1. Is 1 lesser than 3? Yes. So I go here. New str plus equals to str of I. Can you please confirm what is str of I? What is str of I? I ka value 1. It is B. That is correct. What is the next line? GS is a function call. Smart people. X3. What will be I plus 1 for this, guys? What will be I plus 1 for this? 2. Nice. Nice. So now, can I move to the next line or do I need to execute x3 first? Of course, I need to execute x3 first. That's not even a valid question anymore, right? Thoda sa slow. Okay, I'll go a little slow. Okay, am I going fast? Am I going fast, guys? Sorry. If that's the case, very sorry. I will go slow. Don't worry. Okay. Now, is new str.length not equals to 0, guys? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Yes. A, B. Okay. Now, is index, that is 2, is equal to str.length? No. So this cannot be executed. So you have to start with the loop. What is the loop? I is equal to 2. I is equal to 2. Is 2 lesser than 4? Yes. So new str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I? I equals to 2. What is str of 2? C. A, B, C. Now what is the next line? The next line is another function call, which is x4. X4 means I plus 1 means it will be 3. Why can't you go to the line after the function call? Monica, that's the question we've been answering almost every day. You forgot one very important rule. What was the first rule that we studied? What was the first rule that we studied? Left to right, top to bottom. You cannot move down until and unless this has executed. So x4 has to execute. Usi ke baad you can go down. Monica, remember? Do you remember this part? Bhagwan ka rule hai yaar. You cannot forget God's rule. God's rule kaise bhul jaoge yaar? You want to stay in the world, no? Chalo. Let's move on. Now, new str.length not equals to 0. Is this correct? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Is this correct? Yep, 100% correct. So what will you do? You will print. What is this? A, B, C. And then is index, that is 3, equals to str.length. Is it correct? No. I is equal to 3. I is equal to 3. Is 3 lesser than 4, guys? Is 3 lesser than 4? 100% yes. So what you will do? New str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I? What is str of I? D. Nice. D. So now what will you do? After this, a function call, that is x5. And what will be I plus 1? Can you please confirm? 4. Right? So let's execute this. Is new str.length not equals to 0, guys? Is this correct? Yes. So print it. A, B, C, D. And what is the next line? Is index equals to str.length? Is index equals to str.length? Yes, 100% yes. 100% yes. So what will I do? I will return. I will return. And x5 will return to x5 किसके पास वापस जाएगा? x4. And at x4 what will happen? This line is done. Can I move to this line now? Can I move to this line now, guys? God's rule, no? I can move to this line. Now what is this line? New str.remove new str.length -1. That is remove the last character. What is the last character that you will remove? क्या है last character आपकी new str? D. So basically, you know what has happened? You are undoing the last decision that you make. So what is this step? This step is the step. You won't realize it right now, but thoda sa time de do. This will make itself very clear. But this is the backtracking step, guys. This is the backtracking step. You are undoing the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? Add D into your new str. And now you have undone it. Okay. Now, since this is done, what will I do next? I plus plus, I will become 4. Everyone agrees? I will become 4. Everyone agrees to this part? Everyone agrees to this part? Sanjay, hang on. I know it's a good thing that you're trying to relate the two, but stay with me. Don't lose me at this point. Okay, I equals to 4. Guys, is 4 lesser than 4? Is 4 lesser than 4? No. Can I say this is the end of the loop? And is there anything below the loop? No, that means end of the function. X4 is done. X4 is done. And since X4 is done, what will happen? It will return to X3. And at X3, what will happen? You will execute this line. What is this line? New str.remove new str.length -1. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Batao? Exactly. Remove it. What will you remove? What is the last character? See, remove it. And then I plus plus, I becomes 3. Is 3 lesser than 4? Is 3 lesser than 4, guys? Is 3 lesser than 4? Yes. So what will you do? New str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I now? What is str of I now? str of I equals to, check karo, I equals to 3. So what is str of I? What is str of I? D, correct. So you will add D here. Everyone gets this part? Everyone gets this part, guys? Everyone gets this part? Okay. Now, after this, what will happen? Okay, guys, did anyone miss me at this point? Did anyone miss me? Cool. Let's get back. Let's get back. What happened? ABC was here. Cool. X4. Do you remember at X5 what happened? Do you understand what happened at X5? X5 पे क्या हुआ? You returned, right? You returned, and then you came back to X4, and X4 what happened? This line got executed. Yes or no? This line got executed. Everyone understands this part? Everyone understands this part? Everyone understands this part? And again, guys, it's very possible that there is some mistake in this code. We'll figure it out based on what do we get. But the point is, you have to stay with me, huh? Very possible there is some mistake in this code. I'm not saying it's correct. Very small mistake though, but I'm not sure. You will say that who is our instructor? He's himself not sure, but trust me, it happens sometimes. I'm not familiar with this line 11. Arey, don't worry about it. Okay, cool. So guys, what is this line? What is this line? What is this line doing? New str.remove new str.length -1. This is pseudocode. What does this line do basically? It removes the last character in your string. When you came back, ABCD was the string. ABCD was the string, yes or no? ABCD was the string, yes or no? Yes or no? So what will it do? It will remove the last character of your string. What is the last character of your string? What is the last character of your string? D. So what will you do? You will remove this. Everyone gets this part. Now what it is doing? Arey, don't worry, we'll come to that. Correct. That is 100% correct, Rohan. But that's a different level optimization. Not optimization in a way. That's redundancy check, something that we call. But in terms of understanding, when you're trying to do it, it's much easier to keep it simple, right? So now new str dot remove new str dot length -1. In that sense, everyone understands we remove the last character. Everyone understands we remove the last character. Now, guys, tell me one thing. This is inside the loop. Since this is done, after this, what will happen? I plus plus. Everyone understands. Everyone understands I plus plus hoga iske baad, and the value of I will become 4. Yes or no? Everyone gets this part. Everyone gets this part. ये वाली बात सबको समझ में आई कि नहीं है? ठीक है, बढ़िया. I will become 4. Now, what is the next thing that we have to do? What is the next thing that we have to do? What is the next thing that we have to do? I equals to 4. We have to check this condition. 4 lesser than 4. Is 4 lesser than 4 correct? Is 4 lesser than 4 correct? Is 4 lesser than 4 correct? No, it is not correct. That means it is the end of the loop. And is there anything below this loop? Is there anything below this loop? Kuch hai? Nahin. So that is the first thing that we studied on the first session. Since there is nothing, that means by default return ho jayega. By default return ho jayega, right? All the instructions have been executed. So what will happen at this point? You will return back. And x4 is returning. x4 will return to which point? x4 किस पे return करेगा? x4 will return to x3. Correct. Nice. Guys, now everyone okay? Everyone okay till this point? x4 returning back to x3. Now at x3, I hope all of you understood that this was the line where the function was called. Now this line would be executed. Yes or no? This line would be executed. Yes or no? So what is this line? You remove the last character in your string. What is the last character in your string right now? Abhi jo aapka new str hai, what is the last character in that string? What is the last character in that string? C. So you remove this. It will. Rishabh, ruk jao. Abhi ruk jao. We are still in the middle. Okay. Now this line is done. After this line is done, can I do I plus plus? Can I do I plus plus? Yes, I can. So this will become 3. Everyone comfortable with this part? This becomes 3. Everyone comfortable? Now what is this? New str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I now? I is equal to 3. What is str of 3? D. Correct. So what will I do? I will add it. And what is this next line, guys? What is this next line? A function call. Let's say it is x4. What will it be? Str, new str is this I plus 1. What will be I plus 1? Can you please confirm? What will be I plus 1? Can you please confirm? 4. It will be 4. Correct. 100% yes. 100% yes. So what will happen after this? What will happen after this? What will happen after this? इसके बाद क्या होगा guys? इसके बाद क्या होगा? You execute x4. You execute x4 को execute कर लो. पहले execute करना पड़ेगा. Raj execute. Yes. So we execute x4. Is new str dot length not equals to 0? Is this correct? So what do you do? Print new str. What is this new str? A, B, and D. Is index, that is 4, equals to str dot length, that is 4? Is index equals to str dot length, that is 4, equals to 4? Yes. So what happens? What happens? Sanjay, thoda sa ruk jao. You are going one step aage. Thoda ruk jao. Thoda sa ruk jao. Thoda sa ruk jao. Just go with us. Don't go ahead. Ruk jao. Right? Just stay with us. Stay with us. You will get it. Okay? Okay. Guys, is index equals to str dot length? Yes, that is correct. So we will return. x4 is done. Can I say that x4 is done? Can I say that x4 is done? Yes. So in terms of my recursion tree, what happened? I decide to, this was my string. I decide to take A. I decide to take B. I decide to take C. I decide to take D. Sorry, A, B, C, D. Right? After that, I return, okay, I return and I decide not to take C. So I get A, B, C as well. Have I explored both the options? Yes. Dekh lo. This is generated. A is generated, AB is generated, ABC is generated, ABC, and this is generated. After this, what happens? I decide that I will ignore C. I decide that I will ignore C. And if I decide that I will ignore C, it will become something like this AB, where you still have to take a call on D and ignore D and accept D. Except D में क्या होगा? A, B, D while you are ignoring D. Now forget about the order. This order is according to the question, requirement of the question. But the point that I'm trying to make is, do you realize that we are here in terms of our recursion tree? Do you realize that we are here in terms of our recursion tree? How many of you are able to understand this part? कितनों को समझ में आया? How many of you are able to understand this part? कितनों को नहीं समझ में आया अभी तक? How many of you are able to understand this part? Did not get this? Did not get this? Cool. I think I need to start again. Good. No issues. Let me start again. Let's take a smaller example. I think this example is a little bit big. One second. Please let me get some water. One second. Okay. Chalo. I think I figured out a different way. Muntazir, you are trying to remove values, which is not nice. Okay. I think I figured out something. Guys, can you see my screen, everyone? Can you see my screen? Okay. Cool. Split this. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Now, guys, this is the code written in front of you. Now, forget what this code does. Forget what anything does. Forget what everything. Kuch sab bhul jao. Just focus on few things. What are the things that we have to focus on? What are the things that we have to focus on? That the string is ABC. Index is initially 0. I'm taking a smaller example. And this is the first line. Okay. Now, guys, if you have doubt, you will have to wait. If anyone has doubts in between, I'm sorry, I won't be taking it. After every little iteration, I will give you time to ask doubts. Okay. But please don't ask doubts in between. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Okay. Okay. Please ensure that is taken care of. Okay. Let's start. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah. Let's go for it. Now, what is the first function called? Let me. Guys, now no one should lose me at any point of time. Okay. Just remember a couple of things. Left to right, top to bottom. That's extremely important. Huh? Left to right, top to bottom. Extremely important. What is the first line? X1. X1. Now, what is the value of index initially? 0. So I'm tracking it here. For X1, the state of the function is index is 0. New str is global. So let's track it here. Initially empty. Okay. And str is ABC. That's again, it's going to stay the same. Now, can you please confirm is new str? As soon as X1 goes into the stack, is new str.length not equals to 0? Is this correct? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Is this correct? New str is no, it's not correct. I cannot do anything. Is index equals to str.length? I'm executing x1. No. So I'll start with this loop. Everyone understands that we have to start with the loop for x1. Everyone understands? Right. So this loop will start from I equals to index. What is the value of index? I is equal to 0. Okay. Is 0 lesser than 4? Remember the index value. Is 0 lesser than 4? Is 0 lesser than 4? Yes. New str plus equals to str of I. That means what is the character that you will be adding? What is the character that you will be adding? A. What is this next line? What is this next line? It's a function call. Who is calling this function? X2. Str, new str, I plus 1. What is I for x1? What is the value of I for x1? What is the value of I for x1? फिर से बताओ. What is the value of I for x1? 0. So what will be 0 plus 1 since x1 is calling it? What will be 0 plus 1? What will be 0 plus 1? 1. 1, right? Next line. What is this next line? What is this next line? A function call. Again, repeating this function call x1 calling x2. And since I ka value is 0 for x1, we will make it I plus 1. This is the first iteration. Can I move to the next line now? Can I move to the next line now? No, I cannot. Why? Because I have to execute x2. So x1 is stuck at which line? I'm going to call this line. क्या नाम बुलाएं इसको? Let's call this line. क्या नाम बुलाएं यार इसको? Let's call it Saf. X1 is stuck at Saf. This is the name of the line. Okay, everyone gets it? Everyone gets it? Sanjay, you get it? This is I plus 1. This is where the increment happens. Yes or no? Do you get this part or not? कितनों को समझ में आया? Any doubts in this? Please let me know. Any doubts in this? Okay, nice. Now, X1 is stuck at line Saf. Saf wali line pe. ठीक है? Saf, you own this line. Now, we will have to execute X2. Let's start executing X2. Is new str.length not equals to 0? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Rishabh, just focus here. Don't worry about stacks and all. जब होता ही नहीं है तो how can I make it? New str.length, is it not equals to 0? Is this correct? What is new str? A. Length is 1. Is 1 not equals to 0? That's correct, no? So print it. A. What about this? Is index that is 1 equals to str.length that is 4? Is 1 equals to 4? No. So go for it. Go for the loop. I is equal to index. Index means I is equal to index means 1. Correct. Guys, you have to respond at this point. Is 1 lesser than 4? Yes. So go with this. New str plus. Sanjay, what is the meaning of ye kya hai? I explicitly asked you, what is the meaning of this line? What is the value that is passed? What is the value that is passed for x2? It is passed as an argument to x2. Let me talk to her. 1 second, guys. Huh? Got it. ठीक है, चलो बढ़िया. Okay. So I is equal to index. That means I starts with 1. Okay. Str plus equals to str of I. What is the value that will be added? D. Okay. And what is the next line? A function call. What is this function call? X3. X3. So what is this X3 now? What is this X3 now? 2. Okay. Now, what happens at this point? This is a function call. Can I execute the next line? No. Saf wali line pe X2 is also stuck. Right? X2 is also stuck at Saf. Okay. And we start executing X3. For X3, is new str.length not equals to 0? Is this correct? Yes, it is correct. So you print new str, that is AB. Now, is index equals to str dot length? Index equals to 2? No. So what do? We move to the next line. What is the next line? For I is equal to index, that is I is equal to 2. Is 2 lesser than 3, guys? Yes. So new str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I? What is str of I? C. A, B, C. Okay. And then what is the next line? GS. That is another function call. Let's call it x4. New str I plus 1. What will be I plus 1? Nice. Now, is new str dot length not equals to 0? Yes. So print it A, B, C. Is index equals to str dot length? Yes. So what do? Index is 3. Str dot length क्या है? Shall I return? Shall I return ki nahi? Of course I should return. So x4 is done. Guys, is everyone with me so far? How did I return to this point? Everyone with me so far? Nice. Stay with me, okay? Stay with me. Next, at x3, what will happen? We were stuck at SAF wali line, right? Now we'll execute the line that SAF was saying. What is this line? Remove the last character of your string. What is the last character of your new string? What is the last character of your new string? Remove it. And once this is done, have I implemented everything in this loop? Have I implemented everything in this loop? So what will I do? I plus plus I becomes, what is the value for I? It was 2. So I plus plus means 3. Is 3 lesser than 3? Is 3 lesser than 3? Is 3 lesser than 3? Yes or no? No. So x3 is done. And x3 is done. What do we do next? We return to x2. At x2, what happens? We were stuck at SAF wali line. So we will delete the last character present in our string. What is the last character present in your string? Oh, sorry, this is the output. No? What is the last character present in your string? D. Remove kar do. Okay. And then I plus plus I becomes 2. Is 2 lesser than 3, guys? Yes, 100% yes. So new str plus equals to str of I. I is equal to 2. So what is str of 2? C. Add C. Add C. And what is this next line? A function call. x3. This comes out as str, new str, I plus 1. I ka value is 2. So I plus 1, 3. Okay. Now, let's execute x3. Is new string dot length not equals to 0? Is new string dot length not equals to 0? Rishabh, you return back to x2. x2 pe वापस आ गए, guys. You are forgetting the God's rule. The first thing, you return back to x2. So I ka value becomes 1, then it got incremented, becomes 2, then it got passed I plus 1. Okay, then it got passed I plus 1. Okay, now guys, stay with me. Please don't lose me at this point. Okay, now this is 3. Is new str dot length not equals to 0? Is new str dot length not equals to 0? It is not. So print it. What is the value of new str? A, C. Now, is index, that is 3, is equal to str dot length? Is 3 equals to 3? Yes. So what happens? It is done. Can I say x3 is done? Can I say x3 is done? x3 is done. Okay. x3 is done. What happens next? What happens next? What happens next? x2. You remove the last character. You remove the last character. What is the last character? Add it into your string. C. Okay. Next, what happens after this? I plus plus I becomes 3. Is I equals to 3, guys? Is I equals to 3? Is 3 lesser than 3? Is 3 lesser than 3? Can I say end of the function for x2? Yes. So this is done. And since this is done, what happens? Since this is done, what happens? We return back to x1. And at x1, what happens? Safe wali line. Remove the last character present in your string. Last character present in your string is A. Now x1 is empty. Sorry, new string is empty now. New string is empty now. New string is empty now. Yes or no? Is the new string empty? Now, when x1 started, guys, when x1 started, was new string empty? Was new string empty? So you know what has happened? You decide to take A, you decide to take B, you decide to take C, you decide to ignore it, so it remains B. You decide to ignore B, so it becomes AC, and then now you are back at this point. That's why new str is empty. And now what is the next decision that you will take? Of ignoring it and then taking a call on B and C. Is this now making sense? Kaise ho raha hai? How this is the backtracking wala step? How this is the backtracking wala step, guys? Is this making sense? How this is the backtracking wala step? How this is the backtracking wala step? You got back to the previous position, right? You got back to the previous position. Now, what is the next thing that you will do? What is the next thing that you will do, guys? Iske baad, again, this is done. So you will do I plus plus. I becomes 1. Is 1 lesser than 3? Is 1 lesser than 3? Yes. So what will you do? New str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I? Str of 1. That is B. And after that, what is this line? A function call x2. x1 is calling it I plus 1. I ka value is 1. So I plus 1 will be, what will be I plus 1? What will be I plus 1? 2. Yes or no? I plus 1 will be 2. And what is the next thing? After this, what will you do? You will start executing x2. Is new str.length not equals to 0? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Yes. So you print it. Is index equals to str.length, guys? No, index is 2. str.length is 3. So, no. You start with the loop. I starts from 2. Is 2 lesser than 3? Yes. So, new str plus equals to str of I. str of 2 means add C. And after that, a function call such that this is x3. x2 is calling it. x2 ke liye I ka value is 2. So, 2 plus 1 becomes 3. Let's execute x3. Is new str.length not equals to 0? Is new str.length not equals to 0? Yes. So you print it, it becomes BC. And then what is the next line? Is index, that is 3, equals to str.length? Yes, 100% yes. So what do? You simply return x3 is done and you return back to x2. At x2, what happens? Safe wali line gets executed such that the last character from the new str is removed, such that this one, that is the last decision, is undone. And after that, what happens? I plus plus, I becomes 3. 3 is not lesser than 3, so x2 is also done. And since x2 is also done, what happens? What happens? What is the next thing that you do? What is the next thing that you do? What is the next thing that you do? Safe wali line. After returning to x1, safe wali line. You remove the last character. What is the last character? So you know what has happened? You decide to take except B, then you take a call on C, ignore it, accept it, and then you return and accept the next part where you ignore B as well while you take a call on C. So now I plus plus means I becomes 2. Is 2 lesser than 3, guys? Is 2 lesser than 3? Yes. So new str plus equals to str of I. What is str of I? What is str of I? C. Add C. And then what is the next line? A function call x2. Since x1 is calling it, I ka value is 2. So what will be I plus 1? 3. Is new str dot length not equals to 0? Yes. So print it. This becomes C. Is index equals to str dot length? Yes. So you simply return x2 is done. x2 is done. x2 is done. And then you return back to x1. At x1, what happens? This line gets executed. You remove it. And then I plus plus becomes 3. 3 is not lesser than 3. So end of the function, end of x1. And it gets removed. And can you check the output, guys? Can you check the output? Are we getting all the subsequences? 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 Yes, no, something. Anyone? Are we getting all the subsequences? And actually, the order is also correct. Is this the required order? Is this the required order? Is this the required order, guys? Yes, 100%. Yes. How many? If you got this? How many? If you got this, guys? How many? If you got this? Again, guys, again, you have to understand one thing. This might not make sense completely, but you will have to do a dry run. I hope you understand that code is not the issue. Code to guys 4-5 line का है. Code to 4-5 line का है. But the major, most important crux of this question or anything related to backtracking is to understand this dry run. I hope you understand how complex this dry run is. How complex this dry run is when you start to do it. Everyone understood कितना complex हो जाता है? How complex it becomes? How many function calls you have to keep a track of? How do you understand? Even if you miss out a little bit, थोड़ा सा भी आप miss कर दो, everything is gone. Do you understand this part? कितना वो समझ में आई वाली बात? Do you understand this part? How many of you get it, guys? Say yes, no, whatever you want to say. This is very important. That's why it is extremely important to solve this on a piece of paper. Piece of paper पे जब आप ये solve करते हो, when you do this, that is the point. That is the point. That is where things make sense, right? You need to, you need to have 100% focus and attention, right? Exactly. Again, initially, yes, initially it will happen that you will not be able to convert the tree or the thought process into code. Initially, ये होगा. But once you understand all these things, no, it will make sense, right? It will make sense. So now I have a little task for everyone. Do a dry run for this string A, B, C, D. फिर से इस string पे do a dry run and let me know what do you get. Let me know what do you get. Okay, let me know what do you get. Cool? 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 Okay, so this question took actually much more time than I expected, so which is a little bad. We have to solve another question, but actually the second question is also quite similar to it. Let me take you to the board. Second. Yes, that's correct, Krishna. The time complexity is 2 raised to the power n. Why it is 2 raised to the power n? Because for everyone, for every character, we have to take 2 options. Either we accept it or no accept it. 2 options, 2, 2, 2, 2. For n characters, that is 2 raised to the power n. Right? As we discussed. Okay. Now the next question is, we are given a string, we are given an array, sorry. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Now the point is, we have to, what we have to do? We have to find all permutations of this. All permutations of this array. How many of you can solve this question? Actually, the logic is pretty simple. For the first position, how many options do you have? How many options do you have? For the first position, you can put 1 there, 2 there, or 3 there. So can I say 3 options? For the second one, how many options do you have? You might say 3 again, but one of the options will be exhausted here only, no? One of the options to yahin pe khatam ho gaya hoga, right? So you actually have 2 options. And for the third one, you just have 1 option. Yes or no? You just have 1 option. So 3 into 2 into 1, 3 into 2 into 1, right? Is this what it is? Is this what it is? So that's exactly what you have to do. So you know what you have to do. This is the initial string, this is the initial array. You have to take a call whether you keep it as it is, whether you swap it with this one or you swap it with this one. So how many options do you have? 3 options. You keep it as it is, you swap it with 2 or you swap it with 3. Let's say I decide to keep it as it is. How will it become? 1, 2, and 3. Such that I have decided that at this position 1 will stay. Now, similarly, for the next level, you will have to take a call on 2 and 3. But first, you will take a call on 2. So what are the options for 2? You can keep it as it is. You can keep it as it is, or you can swap it with, 3. So let's say I decide to keep it as it is. This will become 1, 2, 3, such that we have taken a call on 1 and 2. Now for the third one, do you really have an option, guys? Do you really have an option? एक ही तो option है. You have to keep it as it is. है ना? So this is one permutation of it. 1, 2, 3. But once you decided, what will you do? Since there are no more options available, you will backtrack and tackle the next option that you had. What was the next option? You could have swapped 2 with 3. So this will come out as 1, 3, 2. Such that you have taken a call on 1 and you have taken a call on 3. For 2, that is the last one, you don't really have an option. One position, one element. So 1, 3, 2. And since there are no more options available, what will you do? You will return. But all this was possible when you decided that 1 will stay at the first position. What was the other option? You could have swapped 1 with 2. So what would have happened? This would have become 2, 1, 3, such that you have to take a call on, you have fixed this one, you have to take a call on 1 and 3. Now for 1 and 3, you have two options. You can keep it as it is, or you can swap it with this one. So this becomes, what does this become? 2, 1, 3, such that you have fixed this one, you have fixed this one. For the last one, you don't really have an option. You have to keep it as it is. This one becomes 2, 1, 3. Now, all this was possible when you decided that 1 will stay at this position. What if you would have swapped 1 with 3? It would have become 2, 3, 1, such that this is fixed, this is fixed. You have to take a call on this, but that's not really an option. 2, 3, 1. How many? If you got this, right? And after this point, what will you do? You will return. And just give me 1 second. Extremely sorry. Okay. So you return at this point, but all this was possible when you decided that you will keep 2 at the first position. Was there another option? Yes. What would have happened if you would have swapped 1 and 3? This would have become 3, 2, 1, such that this position is fixed. This position is fixed, while you still have to take a call on the other 2. What is the option? I could keep 2 as it is, or I can swap it with this one. So this will become 3, 2, and 1, such that this is fixed, while I still have to take a call on this one. And what happens at this point? I will go with 3, 2, 1. But all this was possible when I decided to keep 2 as it is at this position. What would have happened if I would have decided to swap 3, 2, and 1? This would have become 3, 1, and 2, such that this is fixed, while I still have to take a call on this, but that's not really an option. This comes out as 3, 1, 2. That's it. How many if you got this? This is the entire logic of this question. How many if you got this question? How many if you got this? These are all the these are all the permutations, right? Are these all the permutations? Check kar lo. This one is 1. This one is 1. This is 1. This is 1. This is 1. And this is 1. Okay, are these all the permutations of this? Yes, these are all the permutations of this, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Yes or no? Cool. Okay, now you will ask me how to code this one, right? Is this the question that's coming up in everyone's mind? How to code this? How to code this? This is the question, no? So how many of you can think of how to code this? कैसे करेंगे guys? How many of you can think of how to code this? किसी के दिमाग में आ रहा है? This is the logic. This is 100% the same logic. और यही करने वाले. This is what we will be doing. We will convert this one into this one. Can you guys try this out? 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 Okay, try it out. Let me know what do you get. Try it out. Let me know what do you get. Okay. Yes, Manu, that's quite close to the answer. Quite close to the answer, but थोड़ा सा और सोचना पड़ेगा. Yes, at place of deleting we swap. That's also correct. But yes, remove की जगह swap करेंगे. But one important part you have to understand, जो मैं नहीं बताऊंगा, you will have to understand. मैं कल बताऊंगा. Right? But one little thing will be changed from the previous code. थोड़ा सा change होगा, थोड़ा सा change, which I am not gonna tell today. It's a surprise. Cool. So guys, that's it from my side today. I'll upload the recording of today's and yesterday's session, both of them. Guys, again, I hope you understand backtracking can only be done by practicing. Please practice it. Please practice it. Right? Please practice it. Please practice it. Okay, please practice it. Whatever questions you're solving, please practice it. And yesterday you got some questions, birthday, shopping, or problem of plagiarism or something like that. These questions can be solved the same way, right? These questions can be solved the same way, same, actual, exact same logic. Okay, so spend some time with those questions. Yeah, today I am thinking of not giving any assignments. You guys work on the previous ones. Okay, work on the previous questions and let me know what do you get. Okay, no assignment today, guys. No assignment today. Work on the previous ones and let me know what do you get. Cool. Cool. Okay, thanks guys. That's it from my side and I'll connect with you all later. Okay, bye guys. Okay, take care. Bye. See you. Okay, cool. Yeah, guys, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen, everyone? Yeah. So I'm gonna call it GP. Is it fine? Generate permutations. I need the array and I need the index. Is there anything else do I need? Is there anything else do I need? I don't think so, right? So if index is equal to array dot length, what do I do? Print array. Okay. If index is equal to array dot length, I will print array. Otherwise, what will I do? I lesser than array dot length, I plus plus. I will say swap array comma I comma index and GP array done. This is the entire code. Done. How many if you solve the same way? How many if you solve the same way? I told you there will be just one little change. Instead of deleting, we will be swapping. And I told you one little change would be there. Can you observe that one little change? Can you observe that one little change, guys? What is that one little change? Can you observe that one little change, guys? Come on, respond. Say something. We are swapping, correct? Yes, we are swapping again. Anyone confused? Why are we swapping again? Anyone confused? Why are we swapping again? Any idea? Any idea? Backtracking, that is correct. Okay, chalo. Cool. This is the array, okay? This is the array. Our indexing will start from 0, and then we'll call the function, let's say gp array index. Okay, that's the first function call, guys. That's the first function call. Yes or no? That's the first function call. We'll go inside this. Go inside this. This is my recursion stack. This will be x1. Okay. So at x1, what will happen? What will be the value? Array is gonna stay the same. I'm gonna keep my array something like this here. 1, 2, 3. Array is gonna stay the same. What will be the value of index for x1? 0. So as soon as x1 goes inside the stack, we'll start Is the noise irritating you? Is the noise irritating you, or you can hardly hear it? It's fine, no? It's fine, no? Very sorry, guys, but people are celebrating. Kuch nahi kar sakte. Yeah, I am getting a lot of noise. X0. That's a good suggestion. Chalo, X0. Nice. X0. Fine. So guys, Krishna says, let's take the first function call as X0. Okay. I want to use headphones, but kya kar sakte hain? They are out of charge. Cool. Let's start with X0. So for X0, guys, we start executing it. Is index, that is 0, equals to array.length, that is 3. Is this condition true? Is this condition true? No. So we move here. What is this? I is equal to index. I is equal to index means what will be the value? 0. Is 0 lesser than 3? Yes. So we swap array comma I comma index. This is the value of index. This is the value of index. Array comma I comma index. Array comma I comma index. Which two values are we swapping? 0 and 0. Any change in my array? Any change in my array? No. I'll move to the next line. What is the next line? A function call. Let's say x1. X0 is calling it. Index plus 1 will be index ka value 0. 0 plus 1 will be, what is 0 plus 1? 1. Okay. Can I move to the next line? Sanjay, what is the issue with swap? Ek second. Huh? Sanjay, can you unmute for a second, please?
I'm audible, sir.
Yes.
But like I'm confused in like we are swapping 3 numbers or
No. So the way, ek second. Let me write this swap function also. So the way this swap function is working, it will take the array, it will take I, it will take j, and temp is equal to array of I is equal to array of j, array of j is equal to temp, something like this. Is it fine? Fine, Sanjay?
yeah, sir. But then also, if there is no need of array, like whole array, why? Yeah.
I want to swap the 0th element of the array and the first element of the array. How will I do that?
Storing that in a
Sorry?
temp variable.
So temp value ke liye I will need the array also, no? How will you get ith value or ith index of the array?
Okay. INGR for the first index, right?
INGR indexes and array is the array, right? Array ka ith index, array ka jth index, usko swap karna hai na?
Okay.
Got
But
it?
no, sir. Then also, why we are putting array like three parameters are there in swap function, like whole array and then I and then index.
Now, how will you get array of I? I don't need I need array of I. How will you get that?
Okay. While calling the swap function, only I and index are in the swapping. Array is for okay. I was confused. Like whole three are swapping with each other.
Not swapping. That's the way. Okay.
Got it.
Okay. Nice. Nahi, Saurabh. You need to join through laptop. Okay. 1 second. Guys, everyone mute yourself. Mute yourself. Okay. Chalo. So let's go for x1. Okay. At x1, guys, everyone was okay till this point. Was everyone okay till this point? Was everyone okay till this point? Okay, nice. Now, cool. So what do? We were at x1. At x1, index is equal to 1. Is 1 equals to array dot length? No. So we go for this one. I will start from 1. And we swap array comma I comma index. Index ka value 1, I ka value 1. I'm going to swap this one with this one. Any change? No change. And the next line is a function call. Let's call this x2. x2, what will be index plus 1? x1 is calling it. So it will be 2. Right? Index plus 1, it will be 2. Right? So I will go again. Is index is equal to array dot length? 2 equals to array dot length? No. So I'll go with this one. I is equal to index. What is index? 2. Is index equals to 2 is this thing. Okay. I'm going to swap I, that is 2, with 2. Any change in my array? No change in my array. And what is the next line? A function call. What is this function call? x3, and x2 is going to call it. So what will be this? 2 plus 1? 3. Is index equals to array dot length? Is index equals to array dot length? Yes. So what will you do? You will print the array. 1, 2, 3. That's the array. And should I do anything after this? Should I do anything after this? Should I do anything after this? कुछ करना चाहिए? कुछ करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? Exactly. There is nothing to be done. So what will I do after this? Return. Everyone understood? Why are we returning after this? We have got one permutation of the array, right? So we simply return. And we will return. x3 will return to which point? x3 will return to x2. And once we return to x2, what happens? Once we return to x2, what happens? We execute this line. What is this? I equals to 2, index equals to 2. I am again swapping this one with this one. Any change? Any change? No change whatsoever. I plus plus, I becomes 3. Is 3 lesser than array dot length? Is 3 lesser than array dot length? No, 100% no. Right? 100% no. So what will I do next? What will I do next? x2 is done. x2 is done, no? So x2 returns to x1. And x1, what happens? At x1, what happens now? This line. Swap array comma I comma index. What is the value of I for this one? For x1, what is the value of I for x1? 1. What is the value of index? 1. Swap this one with this one. Any change? Any change? No. And after that, I plus plus, I becomes 2. Now this is where it will get interesting. This is where things will get interesting. So guys, when we reached at x1, what was the situation of the array? Array ka situation kya tha? How was the array looking? 1, 2, 3. This was the original state of the array when we arrived at x1. Sab log ye yaad rakhna. Everyone remember this little point. When we arrived at x1, the situation of the array was 1, 2, 3. I'll get back to this point. Do remember this. Now, is I equals to 2? Is 2 lesser than 3? Is 2 lesser than 3? 100% yes. Let's go for this. Swap array comma I comma index. Which two elements do we need to swap? Index is still 1, I ka value is 2. So 2 and 1, which two elements do we need to swap? These two. 2 and 3. Do we need to swap these two? Everyone gets this part. Everyone gets this part. We need to swap these two. I ka value is 2, index ka value is 1. So first index and second index, we need to swap this. Swap this. This will become. How many of you get this part, guys? How many of you get this part? How many of you get this part? Okay, Manu, can you unmute for a second, real quick? Jaldi se, real quick.
Yeah, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Manu, do you realize I ka value became 2?
Sir, actually, I just lose you when you use the like on when I was just like I equal to 3.
I
So
3.
yeah. At that time, you just print the whole array. Then after that, you just return to x2 call.
X2, I returned to x2. At x2, what happened? I became 3. And 3 is not lesser than 3, right?
Yeah.
So I return back to x1. At x1, what happened?
Again,
I
we just
became,
check.
I was
2.
1, it became 2, right?
Yeah.
ठीक है, यहाँ पे समझ में आ गया. अब don't lose me. Swap array comma I comma index. Now what is the value of I? 2. What is the
2.
value of index?
3.
Check करो. What is the value of index? For
2.
x1. For x1, I का value is 2. I am asking index, the parameter that you have passed.
1 1.
1, right? So basically what you have to do, you have to swap I equals to 2 and index equals to 1. That means which two elements do we need to swap? ये
1
ऐसा
and
था
2.
array. ये ऐसा था array. You have to swap I is equal to 2. This is the position. I is equal to 2 and index is equal to 1. Position 1 और position 2 पे कौन से elements हैं?
2 and 3.
So you need to swap them, right?
Okay, sir. Got it.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now stay with me. Don't lose me. Okay. So guys, everyone gets this? How did we swap these two? Everyone okay? Now let's move to the next point. What is the next line? A function call. What is this function call? Let's go for x2. Let's go for x2. And what happens at x2? x2 pe kya hoga, guys? What happens at x2? x1 is calling it. So what will be index plus 1? Can you please confirm? x1 is calling it. So what will be index plus 1? 2. Nice. Is index equals to array dot length? No, 100% no. I will start with this. I will become 2. I will become 2. Is 2 lesser than 3? Yes. I will swap array comma I comma index. Index is 2, I is 2. Any change in my array? Any change in my array? No. What is the next line? A function called x3. Since x2 is calling it, so index plus 1 will be 3. Let's execute x3. For x3, is index equals to array dot length? Yes. So what do? You print the array. What is the array now? 2. And after that, you return. So x3 is done. x3 returns to x2. At x2, what happens? At x2, what happens? Line number 10. What is line number 10? 10. Swap array comma I comma index. That is I equals to 2, index equals to 2. Any change? No change. I becomes 3. Can I say this is the end of x2? Yes. 100% yes. x2 is done. Okay. x2 is done. And what do you do after this? You move back to x1. At x1, what happens now? We execute this line. What is this line? We swap array comma I comma index. That is 2. In I ka value is 2, index ka value is 1. Which two elements are we swapping? These two. So now, why loop not here? Nahi, abhi I equals to 3 nahi hua hai, Krishna. Understand? We came back from this function. We have to execute this line also, right? Line number 10 is pending. Line number 10 is pending. Uske baad I plus plus hoga, right? Line number 10 is pending. Krishna, do you get this part? Line number 10 is pending. What is line number 10? Swap array comma I comma index. I ka value is 2, index ka value is 1. So basically again, index 2, index 1. Swap both of them such that the array becomes. How many of you get this part, guys? How many of you get this part? Kitna ko samajh mein aaya ye wala part? We go back to the previous state. So what is happening at this point? You are backtracking to the previous state. Do you realize this part? You are backtracking to the previous case. When you arrived at x1, I pointed this out specifically. What was the situation of the array? 1, 2, 3. So you are going back to the previous situation, the previous decision. You are undoing the decision that you made. What was the decision that you made? That you will be swapping these two. Uske baad, once you are done, you are undoing that decision. How many of you are able to get this part, guys? Kitno ko samajh mein aaya ye wala part? How many of you are able to get this point? Is everyone able to get this point, guys? Can you quickly respond? Yes, no, something on this. Come on. Cool. Nice. Great. Awesome. Now, at x1, what will happen? Then I plus plus I becomes 3. Guys, can you please confirm? Is this the end of x1? Is this the end of x1? 100% end of x1. Nice. Great job, everyone. Great job. So once we are done with x1, what will we do? we will return back to x0. x0 पे क्या होगा guys? This line, what is this line? Swap array comma I comma index. I का value 0, index का value 0. Any change? Any change? No. And after that, I plus plus I becomes 1. Is 1 lesser than 3? 100% yes. 100% yes. So what will you do? इसके बाद क्या करोगे? Swap array comma I that is 1 and index that is 0. Which two elements are you guys swapping now? कौन सी दो elements को आप swap कर रहे हो? I is equal to 1 and index is equal to 0. So basically you are swapping these two. Let's swap them. Let's see what happens. It becomes, sorry, 2 and 1. Yes or no, guys? It becomes 2 and 1. Yes or no? Everyone agrees to this part? Nice. After this, what is this? A function call that is x1. x0 is calling it. So what will be index plus 1? 1. Right. Now, is index is equal to array dot length? 1 equals to array dot length? Definitely not. So we'll go into the loop. I begins from 1. Is 1 lesser than 3? 100% yes. We swap array comma I comma index. I is 1, index is 1. Any change in my array? Should I be expecting any change in my array? No. I will be making a function call. What is that function call? x2. x2 pe kya hoga, guys? x1 is calling it. So what will be index plus 1? 2. Is 2 equals to array dot length? Definitely not. I'll start with the loop. I becomes 2. I becomes 2. Now, what will happen? What will happen? Is 2 lesser than 3? I equals to index, of course. Is 2 lesser than 3? Yes. Swap array comma I comma index. I is 2, index is 2. Any change in my array, should I be expecting? Definitely not. I should not be expecting this. What is this now? GP, a function call. Let's make this function call. x3, index plus 1. x2 is calling it. So what will be index plus 1? 3. Okay. Now, is index that is 3 equals to array dot length that is 3? Is this correct? Yes. So what will you do? You will print the array. What is the array now? What is the array? How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? Okay. And once we are done with this, we will simply return. So x3 returns to x2. At x2, what will happen? At x2, what will happen? At x2, what will happen? Again, we will execute this line. I equals to 2, index equals to 2. Any change? No change. And after that, I becomes 3. And since 3 is not lesser than 3, that's the end of the loop. x2 is done. And once x2 is done, it will return to x1. At x1, what will happen? Line number 10. Swap I, that is 1, and index, that is 1. Any change? No change. And then I plus plus I becomes 2. Is 2 lesser than 3? 100% yes. Swap array comma I comma index. I is 2, index is 1. This is I, this is index. We will be swapping them. Shall I swap them? Shall I swap them? Kar dete hain. So this will become, what will this become, guys? Something like this. Something like this. Everyone gets it? Everyone gets it? How did we come across this? Guys, yes, no, something. Index is 1, I is 2. That is the same, no? Index is 1, I is 2. Yes, see, dekho, I ka value 2, index ka 1. Oh, did I say the opposite? Very sorry for that. I meant the same thing though. Okay, nice. Let's move on. At x1. Now, once this is done, what is the next line? A function call. What is this function call? x2, such that now what x1 is calling it. So index plus 1 will be 2. Is index equals to array dot length? No. Let's start with the loop. I equals to 2. 2 is lesser than 3. Yes. So swap array comma I comma index. What is I? 2. What is index? 2. Any change? No. Let's make a function call. x3. Index plus 1 will be 3. Is 3 equals to array dot length? 100% yes. Print kar do. What is the array that we are printing now? What is the array that we are printing now? 2, 3, 1. Done. 2, 3, 1. And once we are done, what will we do? What will we do? What will we do? We will return. x3 returns to x2. At x2, what will happen? Line number 10. What is line number 10? Swap array comma I comma index, I equals to 2, index equals to 2, no change whatsoever. Let's remove it. And x1 पे होगा अब line number 10. What is line number 10 now at x1? What is line number 10? I equals to 2, index equals to 1. Basically the same situation. Swap कर दो. So what we did here, we are undoing the decision that we made. And इसके बाद क्या होगा? I equals to 3. Is 3 lesser than 3? No, that is the end of x1. Let's remove it. And now x1 returns to x0. At x0, what will happen? Swap array comma I comma index. I is equal to 1. I is equal to, I is equal to 1, index is equal to 0. You will be swapping. So let's swap them. Do you get 1, 2, 3? Is this the guys? Is this the initial condition? So you know what has happened? You are back to the top of the tree. You are back to the top of the recursion tree, right? You are undoing the last decision that you made. So what is this step basically? This step is the backtracking ka step. Everyone getting this point? Sabko samajh mein aaya guys this point? Everyone getting this point? Nice. Then I becomes 2. Okay, I becomes 2. Once I becomes 2, what happens? Once I becomes 2, what happens? I check this one. Is index equals to array dot length? Is index equals to array dot length? काफी जल्दी चलेगा नहीं. First we need to do this. पहले swap तो करें, right? Come back to this line. बहुत आगे चलेगा यार. I was just checking if anyone is paying attention. But you guys are. That's good. Okay, guys, everyone with me so far? Everyone with me so far? Everyone with me so far? Nice. Now, swap array comma I comma index. What is I? What is I? 2. What is index? 0. So which two elements do we need to swap? These two. So let's swap this one and this one. This becomes 3, 2, 1. Everyone gets it? Everyone gets it? Nice. What happens next? What happens next? A function call. What is the function call? X0 is calling it. So let's call it x1. Index plus 1. That is 1. Index plus 1. That is 1. So is index equals to array dot length? Is index equals to array dot length? Is index equals to array dot length? No, definitely not. So what do? You go for the loop. I starts from 1. Is 1 lesser than 3? Yes. So you swap array comma I comma 1. Any change? I is 1, index is 1. Any change? No, not so. And then we call x2. And since x1 is calling it, so index will be 2. Is index equals to array dot length? No. Then we start with the loop. I becomes 2. Is 2 lesser than 3? Yes. So swap array comma I comma index. I equals to 2, index equals to 2. Any change? No change whatsoever. You call the next function, that is x3. Index plus 1 becomes 3. Is index, that is 3, is equal to array dot length? Is this correct, guys? Yes, correct. Sanjay, that is correct. Is index equals to array dot length? Yes, come on, x3 guys, x3. Is index equals to array dot length? बताओ यार, कुछ तो बोल दो. Guys, can you hear me? हाँ. अरे, don't worry about order की चिंता ना करें. कृपया order की चिंता ना करें. That is a Java related thing that I was talking about. Don't worry. हाँ. That is a Java related thing. That is something we'll figure out. पहले निकाल तो लेते हैं. फिर we'll figure that also. Don't worry. We'll figure that also. Arey, don't worry, order की चिंता ना करें. We'll figure it out. Okay, x3 is done. That's a Java related thing, guys. I'll fix it. Fix कर देंगे. उसको भी fix कर देंगे. Don't worry. उसको भी fix कर देंगे. Don't worry. We'll fix that. Okay. For that we need something called as custom comparator. Very simple step. Very simple logic. बहुत ही छोटी सी चीज है. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. Okay. Yeah. And x3 is done. So I'll go back to x2. And execute line number 10. What is line number 10? Swap array comma I comma index. I is equal to 2, index equals to 2. No change whatsoever. I becomes 3 and 3 is not lesser than 3. End of the loop for this one. And we are done here. Once you are done here, what happens? I is equal to I is equal to swap array comma I comma index, I equals to 1, index equals to 1, no change whatsoever, I becomes 2. 2 is lesser than 3, so I'll have to go again. Now, interesting part. I is equal to 2, index equals to 1. Do I need to swap these two? Do I need to swap these two? Yes, I definitely need to. What will I do? I'll say 3, 1, 2. 3, 1, 2. What happens after this? I call this one. What is the function? X2 index becomes 2. Is index equals to array dot length? No. I start with the loop. I becomes 2. 2 is lesser than 3. So I go inside this. Is swap array comma I comma index. Any change? Any change, guys? No. Let's go for x3. This is 3. Is index equals to array dot length? Yes. So what do you get? 3, 1, 2. And then after that, you return. How do you return? Yeah, say return. Right. Now, what is the next thing that you will do? What is the next thing that you will do? What is the next thing that you will do? You will return to the function swap array comma I comma index. I is equal to 2, index equals to 2, no change. I becomes 3, and that's it. We are done. We are done with x2. We are done with x2. What happens next? What happens next? What happens next? What happens next? Loop is over. x1 पे क्या होगा? Swap array comma I comma index. I is equal to 2, index equals to 1. Swap these two things. And then I plus plus I becomes 3. Is 3 lesser than 3? No. So that is the end. X1 is done. X1 is done. And then we return back to x0 at x0. Swap array comma I comma index. Index is 0. I equals to 2. Swap this one and this one. And we are back at the top of the tree. And then I plus plus I becomes 3. That is the end of x0. And that is done. And can you check, were we able to get all the permutations? Don't worry about the order. Order ki chinta main kar lunga. Aap chinta mat karo. Order I'll take care of it. Order I'll take care of it. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Order I'll take care of it. Uski chinta na kare. Did we get all the permutations? Permutations aa gayi to order bhi aa jayega. Don't worry about it. Okay. So guys, order is not an issue here. So basically for the order, we need to know something called as custom comparator. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. I'll explain that as well. Okay. No issues with that. But everyone clear with the logic? Everyone clear with the code? How did we get all the permutations? How did we get all the permutations, guys? Everyone comfortable with this one? Yes. At last, I plus plus happened and the whole code ended. Great job, Sanjay. Now you are getting it, no? Abhi maza aaya. Nice. Badhiya. Cool. Don't worry about the order. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Chill. Okay. So guys, I'll have to explain custom comparator for the order. But before I do that, I want to explain another question, right? Because that is a 5-10 minute conversation. We can have it at the end also. But the nqueens one, I want to have it right now. So is it fine if we do nqueens right now and custom comparator at the end? Okay. Although I will give you a question in which it will be function complete. So the custom comparator wala part will be taken care by the backend, and you will just have to write the code for that one. I'll take care of that also. Not an issue. Okay. But yeah, let's go for that one first. And queens. Acha, how many of you play chess? Definitely. I'll definitely explain that. That's not an issue. I'll definitely explain that. Not an issue there. I'll definitely explain that. That's not an issue. Okay. So yeah, what do I mean to say? How many of you play chess? How many of you play chess? Kitno ko chess aata hai? Is there anyone who doesn't understand the rules of the chess also? Is there anyone who doesn't understand the rules of chess? Kisi ka aisa hai? King, Wazir, okay. Acha, what is the meaning of queen? How does the queen move? Any idea? How does the queen move? Cool. So I hope everyone knows that. Let's go to the board. Okay. Yeah, guys, can you see my screen? Everyone, can you see my screen? Okay. Nice. So guys, generally a chessboard is how long? Generally a chessboard is how long? 8x8, right? 8x8 का होता है ना? Generally it is 8x8, but we'll draw a 4x4 chessboard. ठीक है? Let's draw. Let's draw a 4x4 chessboard. Okay. What do we have to do with the chessboard? We have to place n queens. अब guys, queen का scene क्या होता है? What is so special about the queen is the queen can move in any direction. The queen can move in any direction, right? So suppose if the queen is here, the queen can move here, 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 and any number of moves. And any number of moves. कितने भी steps. The queen can move any number of steps. So the question says that we are given an n cross n chessboard, right? We are given an n cross n chessboard, and what do we have to do? We are given an n cross n chessboard, and what do we have to do? What do we have to do in this case, guys? We are given an n cross n chessboard, and what do we have to do in this case? We have to place n queens such that no queen can attack each other. No queen can attack any other queen, right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? Let me explain. Okay. Suppose I placed my first queen here. Of course, what is the value of n here, guys? What is the value of n here? N is equal to 4, right? So how many queens do we have to place? 4 queens. Okay. Now tell me one thing. I hope this point makes sense, that at one point or at one row, I can only place one queen. Acha, if I place one queen here, can I place any other queen in the same row? I cannot, right? Direct, वो तो direct attack हो जाएगा यार, है ना? Direct attack हो जाएगा, ये ऐसे तो कर ही नहीं सकते, right? Right? So everyone comfortable that in one single row or in one single column I can place only one queen. इतना clear है सबको? ठीक है? ठीक है, nice. So let's say I placed my first queen. नहीं ऐसे मत करो guys, please don't do that. Okay. So let's say if I decide to place my queen here, is my queen safe here, guys? Who's this? Please don't do that. Is my queen safe here, guys? Is my queen safe at this position? Yes. So I will move to the next row. Then I will try this position. Is my queen safe at this position? No. Is my queen safe at this position? Is my queen safe at this position? Yes. So let's place a queen here. Okay. Now I will have to move to the next row after this. Yes or no? So chalo. Is my queen safe here? No. Attack from this one. Is my queen safe here? No. Attack from this one. Is my queen safe here? No. Attack from this one. Is my queen safe here? No. Attack from this one. So there is no position in the third row where I can place my queen. And guys, if n queens are there, that means 4 queens. So हर row पे at least एक queen तो होनी पड़ेगी, right? At every row, I will have to fit one queen, right? That is 100% important. Otherwise, I cannot solve this, right? So what should I do now? क्या करें अब इससे, इस सिचुएशन में? व्हाट शुड आई डू? दैट मीन्स आई मेड अ रॉन्ग चॉइस, मैंने कुछ गलत किया, राइट? The last decision that I took was not wrong. So what will I do? I will undo the last decision that I made. What was the last decision that I made? To place my queen here. And I will move on. I will try next option. What is the next option? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Yes. Safe. Okay. Nice. After this, next row. Can I place my queen here? No. Attack from the above one. Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Yes, it is completely safe. 100% safe, right? Completely safe. Now, can I move to the next row? Can I move to the next row? Yes. Can I place my queen here, guys? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? No, there is no option. That means what happened? The last decision that I made was wrong. So वापस चले जाओ. What was the last decision that you made? To place a queen here. And move on. Try the next option. What was the next option? This one. Can I place my queen here? No. Can I place my queen here? No. Is there any other option left? No. That means the last decision, इसके पहले जो मैंने decision लिया था, that was also wrong. So what will I do? I will move on. And this one. Now at this level, is there any position left? Is there any other option left for me which I haven't tried? No. That means the last decision that I took before this, वो भी गलत था. That was also wrong. So what will I do? I will go back to that decision. And what was that decision? To place my queen here. This was a wrong decision. I will try the next option. What is the next option? This one. Can I place my queen here? Yes. Is it safe? 100% safe. No, completely safe. Right? And then I'll move to the next row. Can I place my queen here, guys? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Yes, it is safe, no? It is safe. देखो safe है. The above queen cannot attack this one. It is safe, no? It is safe, right? Now let's move on. Can I place my queen here? In the next row? It is safe. Not this one. This one. Both cannot attack. So safe है, right? And then I'll move to the next row. What is the next row? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Yes. How many queens have I placed now? How many queens have I placed now? 4. So this is one of the solutions of the n queens problem. This is one of the solutions of n queens problem. So I will take count is equal to 0 such that how many solutions have we got so far? Kitna solution mila? One way to arrange n queens on an n cross n chessboard such that no queen can attack each other. How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? कितनों को समझ में आया ये वाला पार्ट? अभी तक कोड की बात नहीं की है. Please don't think about code. No code, nothing. कुछ नहीं है. Everyone got this one? Everyone got this one? Okay, nice, awesome. Okay, but the point of backtracking is that we have to explore all the options, all possible options, and get all possible answers. So what will we do? We will undo the last decision that we made. What was the last decision that we made? Kya kiya tha, guys? What was the last decision that you made? To place your queen here, right? Undo that and try the next option. What is the next option? This one. Can I place my queen here? No. Is there any other option available which I haven't explored? No. That means इसके पहले का जो decision था, you have to undo that. What was the decision before this? This one. Undo that and try the next option. What is the next option? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? No. So what do you do after this? You undo the last decision before this because there is no option available. So how do you go about it? This one. Okay. Can I, is there any other option available? Is there any other option available? No. So undo the last decision before this. What was the last decision before this? To place your queen here. And move on. Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Is it safe? Is it safe? Yes, it is safe. Now, can I place my queen here? Is it safe? Yes. Move to the next row. Can I place my queen here? 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 Yes, it is safe here. Next row. Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Yes. So is this another way to place the n queens or the 4 queens on a 4x4 chessboard? So what will you do? Increment the value of count. How many solutions have you got so far? 2. Right? But again, the purpose of backtracking is to explore all possible options. तो फिर से करते हैं इसको. Let's undo the last decision that we made and try the next option. Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? No. So no other option left. So undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? This one. Is there any other option available? No. So undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? Place your queen here. Chalo. Try the next option. Can I place my queen here? No. Can I place my queen here? No. Can I place my queen here? No. So now no option available. Undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? To place your queen here. Can I place my queen here? Is it safe? 100% safe. So what do I do? Here. Now, can I place my queen here? Safe. Next row. Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? Yes. Safe. Move to the next row. Can I place my queen here? 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 No option available. That means undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision? Sorry. This one. Can I place my queen here? No. Undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? Ye wala. And try the next option. Can I place my queen here? Yes. Now, next row. Can I place my queen here? 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 No. So now what do you do? Undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? This one. Can I place my queen here? Can I place my queen here? No. So undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision? This one. Any other option available now? No. So how many possible ways to arrange 4 queens on a 4x4 chessboard? 2. And can you check the sample test case? It is given input is 4, output is 2. That's how the output is 2. How many? If you got this, the question completely. No, that's not the case. It can be 3, it can be 2, it can be 4, it can be 1, it can be 0. So if n equals to 2, if n equals to 2, that means on a 2x2 chessboard, you have to generate or you have to arrange Chalo, try to solve this. Can I place my queen here? Yes, safe. Next row. Can I place my queen here? No. Can I place my queen here? No. So I'll have to go back and undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision? This one. Can you place your queen here? Is it safe? Yes. Can you place your queen here? No. Can you place your queen here? No. Undo the last decision that you made. This one. Any other option available? No. So what is the answer? 0. Similarly, we can have 3x3 also. 3x3 के लिए भी try कर लो. Same. Logic remains the same. Right? How many of you got this, guys? कितनों को समझ में आया? How many of you got this? The question. And to be honest, we've discussed the approach also. We've discussed the approach also. That's what you have to do. Go row by row, row by row, row by row, and try to do all this. How many of you can go? How many of you can solve this now? कितने code कर सकते हैं? How many of you can code this? Code कर लिया. Okay, smart. How many of you copied the code for this from the internet? कितनों ने copy किया? सच बताना. That's fine, वैसे तो. How many of you copied the code from the internet? I know वैसे तो. How many of you copied the code from the internet? Guys, please don't do that. Please don't do that. It's not good. It's not good, guys. It's not good at all. It's not good. क्या बात है, थोड़ा किया हूं, अरे थोड़ा भी मत करो यार, don't do it. If you don't know it, that's fine, not an issue. I was not expecting you to solve anyway, right? But don't do it. Don't copy things, guys. Don't copy things. That's not how you will grow. Grow करना है, guys. Grow करना है. You have to improve the skill set. है ना? है कि नहीं? है कि ना? चलो. Shall we try? Shall we try to solve this now? Okay, chalo. Let's try. The question is quite easy, right, guys? Everyone says it's quite tough, but काफी easy है वैसे the question, right? Question easy, no? Everyone getting it? Quite easy. Cool. Can you see my screen, everyone? Not an issue. Right? Code is also quite simple. Okay. So guys, I will write a function n queens. Now, I hope everyone realizes the follow the night where we did one thing. Ones and zeros wala array, 2D array. Ones and zeros wala 2D array, guys. Remember? Ones and zeros wala 2D array. So we will do the same thing. We will take a board and we will say at which row we are at. If row is equal to board dot length, we will take a global variable. Let's say, let's call that count is equal to 0. If row is equal to board dot length, what will we do? Count plus plus and return. Otherwise, what will we do? For I is equal to 0, I lesser than board dot length, I plus plus. What will I do? I will check if the current position is safe or not. If the current position is safe, I'll place my queen there and move to the next row. Yes or no? So let's say, abhi ke liye, assume, for now, assume there is an inbuilt function which tells you safe or not. So let's say the name of the function is safe or not. It requires the board, it requires the row, and it requires the column, which will be I. If this function safe or not, now this will return true if it is safe, it will return false if it is not safe. We will look into this function, so you don't have to worry about it. Abhi ke liye, can all of you assume that it is an inbuilt function? Can all of you assume that it is an inbuilt function for the next 5 minutes? Can you all assume? Please assume. Okay, kar lo yaar, assume kar lo, please. Please assume it. Please assume it, guys. Please assume it. Kar lo yaar, assume. Okay. So if safe or not, if this function returns true, what will I do? At this one, I will place my queen and I will move to the next row. How do I move to the next row? I'll call my function board and then I will say row plus 1. And then I will remove my queen from there. That's it. This is the entire code. Done. Done, guys. Jaw dropping moment. Jaw dropping moment. Hey, anyone is saying like this? Kya? What is this? Itna sa? Any comments like that? Any comments like that? Any comments? No comments, no? अब तो अब ऐसा है रोज का ये, right? Right? अरे safe function. Safe function. Safe function. विशाल inbuilt. अभी के लिए inbuilt. अभी के लिए inbuilt. बहुत short है. Okay, चलो कोई बात नहीं. But guys, I hope you realize कि ये छोटा सा कोड तो होता है, but it works extremely hard, right? बेचारा बहुत मेहनत करता है, right? So this is my board initially, right? right? This is my board. What is the value of n is equal to 4, although we don't need it. Initially, which row we will be at? Initially, which row we will be at? 0th row, right? And I will make my first function call. Let's say this is the board and this is 0. Everyone fine with this, guys? Everyone fine with this? The first function call. Chalo. थोड़ी मजदूरी करते हैं, guys. Come on, let's do a dry run. Let's work a little bit hard on this. चलो थोड़ी मजदूरी की जाए, guys. Come on, everyone with me. Everyone with me. Guys, ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है. You guys are enjoying this. Is everyone enjoying it? Getting bored? What is the feeling? What is the feeling? Getting bored, enjoying it, मजा नहीं आ रहा? Tell me, whatever it is. Come on, come on, come on. Tell me. Enjoying, enjoying, enjoying. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Arey, these are good questions, guys. Good questions. Good questions deserve respect. If a good question is solved in what you say, if a good question is solved in one day, तो क्या ही मजा है यार. Good questions को तो 4-4, 5-5, 10-10 दिन लगना चाहिए, right? Right. Good one. Good one. So try karo. Try to understand. This will make sense. Let's say this is the first function call. X0. X0. Okay. Let's say X0. Now, guys, board is a global variable. We don't care about board, but we need to care about the row ka value. Which row we are currently at? 0th row. Okay. 0th row. If row that is 0 is equal to board dot length, is this correct? Is 0 equals to board dot length? No. So we'll have to start with this one. Now for I equals to 0, okay? I is equal to 0, I lesser than board dot length, which is 4. Is this correct? Yes. Is safe or not? Which sorry. Give me 1 second, guys. Guys, give me 1 second. Huh? Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I don't know. My throat kind of dried out a little bit. It's sort of. Yeah. Can you hear me, guys? Arey, yaar. Shit. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you for asking. अरे यार, whatever we drew, चले गया तो फिर कोई बात नहीं है. Draw it once more. Yeah, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Cool. Yeah. So, guys, x1 value of row will be 0. Okay. So x0. Sorry. Okay. X0. Now, if row is equal to board dot length, is this condition true? No, definitely not. We'll have to start with the loop. I is equal to 0. Okay. Now this is lesser than 4, so we'll go into this condition. Now, guys, what this function safe or not will do, this will basically tell us the current cell that we are at. Row comma I. What is the value of row? 0. I ka value 0. So 0 comma 0. This current cell, is this current cell safe? So just by looking at it, abhi ke liye to it is inbuilt. Can you please go for it and tell me, is this current function safe? Is this current position safe, guys? Is this current position safe? It is safe. So what will happen? I will go inside this condition and I will place my queen here. So what will happen at this position? I will make it 1 such that my queen is placed here. How many of you are able to get this part, guys? How many of you are able to get this part? My queen is placed there. And what is the next line? The next line is a function call x1. What is this function called? Board to guys, it will stay the same. Row plus 1. What will be row plus 1? Can you please confirm? What will be row plus 1? 1. Nice. Okay. Now, can I move to the next line or do I have to execute x1? Can I move to the next line or do I have to execute x1? God's rule, I have to execute x1. There is no other way around it, right? Let's start executing x1. Is row for x1, that is 1, equals to board dot length? No. So I'll have to start with this. Loop starts from I is equal to 0. Is 0 lesser than 4? 100%. I will check this condition. Now row comma I. Row is 1, I is 0. What is 1 comma 0? What is 1 comma 0? Is it safe? Is it safe? No, it is not safe. So will the safe or not function return true? No, it will return false. So what will I do? Can I execute this box? This yellow wala block? Can I execute this? No, I cannot. I simply have to do I plus plus. I will become 1. Okay. Then what is the next condition that we are going to check? Row, which is 1, I, which is 1. This one. Is this safe? Is this position safe? No, it can be attacked by the queen above. So what will happen? I will, again, I plus plus, I will become 2. Now we'll check this position. Is this position safe, guys? Can you please confirm? Yes, it is safe. So if it is safe, I will move to this line. And what is this line? Place your queen here. So 1 goes here. Everyone understands this part? Everyone understands this part? Now what will happen? What is the next line? A function call. That is x2 and board comma row plus 1. What is row plus 1? Can you please confirm? 2. Nice. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Don't lose me at this point. So now, is row is equal to board dot length? Is row equals to board dot length? Definitely not. I will start to go for this. I becomes 0. Is 0 lesser than 4? Yes. Now, is safe or not? Row ka value 2, I ka value 0. Is this position safe? Is this position safe? No. I plus plus. 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 I equals to 4. Now at I equals to 4, is 4 lesser than 4? Is this condition true? No. Can I say this is the end of the loop, guys? Can I say this is the end of the loop? 100% yes. What will happen? I will return to x1. x2 will return to x1. At x1, which line will be executed? This line. What is this line? Board of row comma I equals to 0. I ka value 2, row ka value 1. What is 1 comma 2? Can you please confirm? What is 1 comma 2? Can any of you please confirm? This one. Undo that decision. Make it 0. So what is this step, guys? What is this step? This is the backtracking step. You are undoing the last decision that you made. How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? Can you please confirm? Don't worry about the safe or not function. That's very simple. We'll figure it out. Bahut easy hai wo bhi. Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, let's move on, guys. Let's move on. Let's move on. Now, at this point, what will happen? I plus plus, I will become 3. Then I will be checking which one? This position. Because row ka value is 1, I ka value 3. 1 comma 3. Is this position safe? Is this position safe? It is safe, no? 100% safe. So what will I do? This safe or not function will return true. I will place my queen here. And then another function called x2 such that what will be the value of this? 2. Okay, 2. Now, is 2 equals to board dot length? Definitely not. I will start with the loop. I will become 0. I will become 0. So first of all, which position we will check? I ka value 0, row ka value 2, 2 comma 0. Is this position safe? No, the queen above can attack it. So I plus plus, I becomes 1. Is this position safe? Check karo, check karo. Is this position safe? It is safe, 100% safe. So the safe or not function will return true. I will go inside and I will say board of row comma I is equal to 1. What is this now? This will become 1. How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? How many of you got this? What is the next line? The next line is a function call. What is this function call? Can you please confirm? It will be x3 such that what will be row plus 1? What will be row plus 1? It will be 300%. Awesome, guys. Stay with me. Now, is row equals to board dot length? Definitely not. So we'll go there. Now, I is equal to 0. What is I equals to 0? What is I equals to 0? Which position are we checking? Row ka value 3, I ka value 0. Is this position safe? No. So I will have to do I plus plus. Is this position safe? No. I plus plus. Is this position safe? कहाँ safe है? देखो, this queen can attack, no? The queen above, ये वाली queen. Is this position safe? No. The queen above can attack. I becomes 4. Is 4 lesser than 4? This condition fails, guys. Can I say x3 is done? Can I say x3 is done? 100% yes. x3 is done. And once x3 is done, what it does? It returns to x2. At x2, what will happen? You will execute this line. What is this line? Board of row comma I is equal to 0. Row is 2, I is 1. So what is 2 comma 1? This one. Make it 0 again. Undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? To make it 1. And then move on. I equals to 2. Is this position safe, guys? Can you please confirm? Is this position safe? No. I becomes 3. Is this position safe? No. I becomes 4. At this point, can I say x2 is done? Can I say x2 is done? Can I say x2 is done? 100% it is done. So what will I do? x2 is done. So it returns to x1. At x1, what happens, guys? Which line? This line. What is this line? Row comma I is equal to 0. Row ka value is 1, I ka value is 3. So which line or which value? Undo the last decision that you made. And after that, I plus plus, I becomes 4. Is this condition false now? Or is this condition false now? 4 lesser than 4? Yes. So what happens? x1 is done. And once x1 is done, what do? You return to x2 such that what is the next thing that you will do? Undo the last decision that you made. What was the last decision that you made? Board of row comma I equals to 0. I is 0, row is 0. Make it 0. How many of you got this? How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? Guys, everyone with me after this iteration? If you are too focused, that's great. If you're not responding, that's thoda sad. Guys, it's a very beautiful concept. I need you to stay with me. It's a very beautiful concept. I need you to stay with me. Please stay with me. Please stay with me. Okay. What will happen after this? I plus plus, I becomes 1. So now I will check row ka value 0, I ka value 1. Is this position safe, guys? Can you please confirm? Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? It is 100%. So what will I do? I will place a queen here, basically this line, and then a function call. What is this function call? x1 such that, what is the x1? What will be row plus 1? Row ka value 0, so row plus 1 will be 1. Okay. And then is row ka value board dot length? No, definitely not. We start with the loop. I becomes 0. Now, row ka value 1, I ka value 0. Is this position safe? Is this position safe? No. Make it 1. Is this value safe or is this position safe? No. Make it 2. Is this position safe? No. Make it 3. Is this position safe now? Yes, it is safe. So what do? You go inside and put board of row that is 1, I that is 3. So 1 comma 3. This is 1, right? This is 1. Okay. This is 1. Now, at this point, what happens? At this point, what happens? You make a function call. What is this function call? x2. What will be the value of row now? 2. Okay. We start again. Is row equals to board dot length? No. So what happens? We go here. I starts from 0. Now guys, can you please confirm row ka value 2, I ka value 0. Is this position safe? Is this position safe? Safe hai, bilkul safe hai. Not this, not this. None of the queens can attack it. So what will I do? I will go inside and place a queen here such that this becomes 1. And then what is the next line? A function called x3. x3 is called, what is row plus 1? 3. And then I start again. Is row equals to board dot length? No. So I'll go here. I starts from 0. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I plus plus. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 2. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? Yes, it is 100%. Nice. So what do? You place a queen there. Board of row comma I equals to 1. Place it here. And what is the next line? What is the next line? It's a function called x4. And what is row plus 1? 4. Can you all confirm if row is equal to board dot length? Is this condition true? 100% true, guys. Success. Finally, after so much struggle in life, it is success, guys. What happens at this point? Count plus plus, count becomes 1. How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? How many of you got this? Please tell me something, guys. Please respond. Please respond. How many of you got this little beautiful, wonderful code? Kitno ko samajh mein aaya? How many of you got this? How beautiful is this thing? Nice. Stay with me. Stay with me. Abhi khatam nahi hua hai. Abhi khatam nahi hua hai. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. What is the next line? Count plus plus ke baad? Return. Return. X4 will return to? X4 will return to? X3. Nice. At X3, what will happen? This particular line will be executed. Yes or no? What is this line? Board of row comma I is equal to 0. That is, undo the last decision that you made. Because what is the purpose? To explore all possible options and get all possible answers. Right? So what is row? 3. What is I? 2. So 3 comma 2 means this one. Undo the last decision that you made. Isko undo kar do. And then I plus plus I becomes 3. Can you confirm if this position is safe? Is this position safe, guys? Check karo. Is this position safe? No, it's not safe. It is being attacked by the. Ye dekho, ye wali queen attack kar degi. Ye wali queen attack kar degi. Right? So it is not safe. So I becomes 4. If I becomes 4, can I say this is the end of x3? 100% yes. Kar do, khatam kar do x3 ko. Ki bhai, thank you very much. Tera kaam ho gaya. Chalo, jao वापस. And once it is done, what do? We return back to x2. At x2, what happens? This line executes. What is this line? Row ka value 2, I ka value 0. Which cell are we talking about? Undo the last decision that you made, which is this one. And then after that, what do? I plus plus. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 2. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 3. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 4. And once I becomes 4, can I say this is the end of x2? 100% yes. So we are done with x2. And once we are done with x2, we will return back to x1. At x1, what happens? Undo the last decision that you made. What is the last decision? I basically this line. Row comma I. Row is 1, I is 3. So undo this decision. And after that, I plus plus I becomes 4. Can you all confirm x1 is done? Guys, x1 khatam. x1 khatam. Everyone khatam. x1 bilkul khatam. And we are done. x1 is khatam. So what will happen to x1? It will return back to x0. At x0, what will happen? This line. What is this line? What is this line? Board of row comma I is equal to 0. What is row? What is row? 0. What is I? 1. Which cell are we talking about? This one. Undo kar do. And are we back to the original condition, guys? Are we back to the original condition? Yes. So what will happen then? I becomes 2. How many? If you got this, कितनों को समझ आया guys till this point? How many of you are with me so far? How many of you are with me so far? Say yes, no, something, something, something. कुछ तो बोलो. Okay, nice, nice. Stay with me, stay with me. Almost, almost. बढ़िया मजा आ रहा है guys. Everyone, stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. Okay, stay with me. Nice. Okay, I is equal to 2. 2 is lesser than 4, so definitely I can move ahead. I can definitely move ahead. So what is the cell that we are checking now? Row ka value 0, I ka value 2. Is this position safe, guys? Can you please confirm? 100% yes. So I will place my queen here. If I place my queen here, basically this line, I will have to execute this line. What is this line? A function call. What is this function call? X1 such that board and row plus 1. What will be row plus 1? X0 is calling it, so it will be 1. That's it. And then I will move ahead. I will move ahead. And then at X1, row is not equals to board dot length. I will start with the loop. What is the loop? I starts with 0. So row ka value 1, I ka value 0. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? 100% safe. So what will I do? Place my queen here, basically this line. And what is the next line? A function call, X1 calling X2, row plus 1. What is row plus 1? 2. Now, what is row plus 1? After this, what will happen? What will happen? Can you please confirm? Again, start the function. Simple. Is row equals to board dot length? No. Start the loop. I equals to 0. Let's start. Now, row ka value 2, I ka value 0. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? Is this position safe? Can you please confirm, guys? No. I plus plus. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 2. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 3. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? 100% yes. So what happens? This line, and then place a queen here. Once you place a queen here, what happens? You have to make a function call such that X3 row ka value 3. And then again, start the same thing. I is equal to, अरे यार जगह कम पड़ गई. 1 second guys. I hate this. क्या कर सकते हैं? It happens a lot. Okay. X3 is 3. Okay. So again, this condition is not true. So I'll have to start the loop. What is the loop? I is equal to 0. Now, which position are we going to check? This one. Row ka value 2, I ka value 0. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No, it's not safe. So I plus plus. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? 100% safe, guys. 100% safe. So what will I do? I will place a queen here. And the next line is a function called X4. What will be row plus 1? 4. Let's execute X4. For X4, is row equals to board dot length? Can you please confirm? 100% yes, guys. Success. Twice. Kya baat hai, guys? Count plus plus, count becomes 2. How many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this till this point? How many of you are with me so far? Do not lose me at this point. Nice. Let's return now. X4 will return. X4 will return to X3. At X3, what will happen? At X3, what will happen? ये अपनी छोटी सी backtracking वाली line. What is this backtracking line? Board of row comma I equals to 0. What is row? 3. What is I? 1. So basically, undo the last decision that you made and then move on. I becomes 2. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No, not safe. Move on. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No, move on. I becomes 4. Once I becomes 4, can I say X3 is done? 100% done. So remove it. Once you are done here, what will you do? You return back to X2. At X2, what happens? You were at this position. So this is 3, sorry. Undo the last decision that you made. What is the last decision? 2, 3. Second row, third column, basically. sorry, this one. And after that, I plus plus. Can I say this is done? Can I say x2 is done? 100% x2 is done. So x2 is done. And once x2 is done, what happens? We return to x1. At x1, what happens? Undo the last decision that you made. Basically, this line, board of rho comma I equals to 0. What is board? What is rho? 1. What is I? 0. And then I plus plus. I becomes 1. Is this position safe? No. Move on. Is this position safe? No. Move on. Is this position safe? No. Move on. I becomes 4. Once I becomes 4, can I say x1 is done? 100% x1 is done. And we are done. Once x1 is done, what will it do? Once x1 is done, what will it do? It will return to x0. It will return to x0. At x0, what happens? This choti si beautiful si backtracking line will work such that board of rho comma I. Rho is 0, I is 2. Which line? Which cell? This one. Undo the last decision that you made. I plus plus. How many? If you got it till this point, guys, can you please confirm if you got it? Can you please confirm if you got it, guys? Nice. Just let's finish it up. Let's wrap it up. Bas last hi bacha hai, guys. Okay. Let's wrap it up. What happens at this point? I will check. What is rho ka value? 0. What is I ka value? 3. Can you confirm if this position is safe? Can you confirm if this position is safe? 100% safe. No worries about that. Let's place a queen there. And once you place a queen here, make a function call x1 rho ka value 1. Rho is not equals to board dot length. Let's start with the loop. I is equal to 1. Oh, sorry, 0. 0. So which cell are we checking? This one. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? 100%. Yes. So what do you do? What do you do, guys? You make this 1 and a function call is made such that x2, what will be the value of rho? 2. And then since rho is not equals to board dot length, you start with this. I becomes 0. Can you confirm if this position is safe? Not safe. So I becomes 1. Can you confirm if this position is safe? No. I becomes 2. Can you confirm if this position is safe? Yes. So what do? You place a queen here and make a function call x3 such that what is rho ka value? 3. And then since rho is not equals to board dot length, I equals to 0, the loop starts. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 1. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 2. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 3. Is this position safe? Can you please confirm? No. I becomes 4. Once I becomes 4, can I say this is the end of x3? 100% yes. Bilkul yes. 100% yes. What happens then? x3 returns to x2. At x2, what happens? This little beautiful line works. What is this line? Rho comma I is equal to 0. Rho is 2, I is 2. So this line becomes 0. And then I plus plus, I becomes 3. Is this position safe? No. Attack from above. 4. Once it becomes 4, can I say x2 is done? 100% yes. And we are done with x2. Once we are done with x2, what happens? We go to x1 and one beautiful line executes. This beautiful line. What is this beautiful line? Rho comma I equals to 0. Rho is 1, I is 0. Which line are we talking about? Which cell are we talking about? This one. Undo the last decision that you made. I plus plus, I becomes 1. Can you please confirm if this position is safe? 100% yes. So make it and then another function call. x2 becomes with the value 2. Now this is not equals to board dot length. So loop starts. I equals to 0. Rho is 2. I equals to 0. Is this position safe? No. I plus plus. 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 Can you all confirm once it becomes 4, it is the end of it? It is the end of it, no? So x2 returns to x1. x2 returns to x1 and what happens then? उसके बाद क्या होगा? क्या होगा guys इसके बाद? Undo the last decision that you made. So basically this beautiful line, rho comma I equals to 0. What is rho? 1. What is I? 1. So undo that, and then I plus plus, I becomes 2. Can you please confirm if this position is safe? Not safe. I becomes 3. Can you confirm if this position is safe? No, I becomes 4. Once it becomes 4, can I say this is the end of x1? Yes. And once x1 is done, what do? It returns to x0. At x0, what do? This little beautiful line, what happens? Board of rho comma I equals to 0. Rho is 0, I is 3. Undo the last decision that you made. This one, I plus plus. Once it becomes 4, can I say this is the end of x0? Yes, finally, yes. Can you check what is the value of count? Can you check what is the value of count? That is the answer. How many of you got it? How many of you got it, guys? How many of you got it? Got it? Nice, nice, nice. Quite simple, no? Quite simple. So this is one of the most difficult questions that people believe, right? This is one of the most difficult questions that people believe in backtracking. But the point is, guys, the logic is simple. The logic is sound. The point is you have to do that tracing. ये जो tracing होती है ना, guys, वो code को आप, so what you see is the code. Don't look at the code. Look at the tracing behind the code. Whatever we did so far, that is the logic of this code. Guys, code तो chiller है. Code is nothing here. Code is so simple. There is nothing there. But once you understand that minute details, things become much more sense. And that's what you have to do in every problem in backtracking. आपको उसको break down करना पड़ेगा into simpler level, such that this is how it becomes. Right? 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 Yeah. Rohan, try to explore it थोड़ा बहुत. Try to explore तो करो. थोड़ा सा explore तो करो. Okay, but one thing is left. What is the one thing that is left? क्या बचा है, guys? What is the one thing that is left? Safe or not? है ना? Safe or not बचा है? बचा है कि नहीं बचा है? बताओ. Safe or not बचा है? तो चलो, let's try that now. उसको समझते हैं. Again, let's try. चलो, let me take you back to the board. ठीक है? Guys, first of all, tell me how many directions can a queen be attacked from? Let's say if my queen is here. It can be attacked from here, 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 right? अच्छा, ठीक है? So first of all, I am just my code is ensuring that at one row only one queen is placed. So do I need to check in this direction and this direction? Horizontally, do I need to check? कोई जरूरत है check करने की? My code is ensuring, no, once we place a queen there and we move to the next row. तो ऐसा तो कभी होगा ही नहीं. This will never happen that there will be two queens in the same row. This will never happen, right? This will never happen, right? Right? So can I say this check is not required? Can I say this check is not required? Buddy. Now coming to this one and this one and this one, guys, is there any queen? Is there any queen below it? आप ऊपर प्लेस करके आ रहे हो queen, नीचे कुछ नहीं होता. Do you understand how does it go? You place here, then you place here, then you place here. So there is nothing below. Below तो check करना ही नहीं पड़ता, right? So can I say that this one, this one, this one, that is also not required? Can I say that? Can I say that? So all I need to check is vertically above this one and this one. That's it. How many of you got this point, guys? कितनों को समझ में आया? All I need to check is this one, and this one. How many of you got this point? कितनों को समझ में आया ये वाला बात? How many of you got this one? थोड़ा बहुत. Quite simple. ऊपर क्यों नीचे नहीं? आयुष, the way I am doing it, I am placing a queen. उसके बाद I am going down. So is there ever gonna be a queen down? नीचे से कोई queen आएगी क्या? आप ही तो रख रहे हो queen. You are placing the queen, and you are not putting it anything downwards. है ना? You are just placing the queen ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर, उसके बाद नीचे आ रहे हो. नीचे कहाँ से queen आ जाएगी? पहले तो बेचारा chessboard खाली है ना. How will a queen come up from downside? Ayush, are you getting this part? Are you getting this point? You are the one that is placing the queen, and you are not putting anything below. तो वो क्वीन आएगी कहां से? There is no queen there, right? So there is no need to check downwards. There is no need to check downwards. All you need to check is this one, and this one. And guys, follow the night में हमने एक बात डिस्कस की थी. Do you remember we discussed one thing? This one, and this one I need to do. Okay. So basically, if I talk in terms of 2D array, if I'm moving upwards, what happens to my row? What happens to my row? Decreases. Exactly. It decreases. And what is this? What is this? Let's say, let me explain with the help of a chessboard. Nice, Rohan. Great job, man. Great job. Nice. Nice भाई अक्षांश, एक नंबर. सही, बहुत सही. Guys, are you getting where I'm going with this? Are you getting where I'm going with this? कितनों को समझ में आ रहा है? Suppose my queen, I want to place my queen at this cell. Suppose I want to place my queen at this cell. So I will check here. I will check here. I will check here. And I will check here. Right? ऐसे ही check करूंगा ना? These are the 3 checks that I need. I think this one is quite easy. Can you do this one? This one is quite easy. Basically, you have to traverse the column और कुछ नहीं करना है. What about this one? Can I say this one is basically 1 step right and 1 step up? Can I say that? ऐसा बोल सकते हैं guys? 1 step right, 1 step up. What is 1 step up? Row minus minus. And what is 1 step right? Column plus plus. That's it. That's it. Similarly, यहाँ से फिर 1 step right, 1 step up. That's it. And what is this? ये क्या है guys? ये क्या है? 1 step left, 1 step up. Left is column minus minus. Up is row plus plus. That's it. Done. यही करना है और कुछ नहीं करना. How many of you got the logic? Logic बताओ, फिर implementation पे we'll work on it. How many of you got it? How many of you got it? ठीक है, इतना समझ में आया? Oh, sorry. Yes. Row minus 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 minus. Yes. Right. Okay. Chalo. Let's work on the implementation of it. आ जाओ. Let's do it, guys. Guys, can you see my screen? I'm at the editor. अरे, don't worry, सौरभ. अभी करते हैं. That's what we'll be doing. Cool. Let's write the function. Save or not. What do we need? We need the board. We need the row, we need the column. Okay. First of all, can anyone tell me what will be the vertically upwards wala check? For what will be the vertically upwards wala check? Can you please confirm? क्या होगा? What will be the vertically upwards check? क्या होगा? बताओ यार. This is how many of you got this one? कितनों को समझ में आया? कितनों को समझ में आया कि नहीं आया? बताओ. चलो चेक करते हैं. कोई बात नहीं. 0 0 0 0. Guys, assume I want to place my queen here. What will be the value passed to row? What will be the value of row? Row will be, which row we are at? Second row. What will be the value of column? First column, right? So let's focus on this one. Okay, let's focus on this one. What will be I? I is equal to row minus 1 means what will be I? Row is 2. So 2 minus 1, 1. It has to be greater than 0. Is 1 greater than equals to 0? Is 1 greater than equals to 0? Yes. So what is this? Board of I comma column. What is board of I comma column? I is 1, column is 1. So am I referring to this cell? I'm checking कि ऊपर से तो attack नहीं हो रहा. And उसके बाद I minus minus, I becomes 0. Is 0 greater than 0? Is 0 greater than equals to 0? Yes. So check again. Board of I comma column. What is I? This one. What is column? 1. I'm checking. So is it checking completely above? Upar se koi attack to nahi aa raha? Is it checking that? Is it checking that thing, guys? Everyone understands this part? This is one part of it. This is one part of it. Vertically above wala check. Right? Now, next check. What is the next check that we have to do? Iske baad kya karna hai? Iske baad, yeah. Iske baad I need to check from ye wala. This one. From left upward. Correct. So I will take two variables in my loop. For I is equal to row minus 1 and j is equal to column plus 1. Column plus 1. And I should be, since I'm moving upwards, I should be greater than equals to 0. And since I'm moving rightwards, j should be lesser than board dot length. And how are we incrementing the values? I minus minus and j plus plus. That's it. This is the code. So if any of them, if board of I comma j is equal to 1, return false. Guys, is this making sense? Thoda bahut. Is this making sense? Thoda bahut. Thoda bahut. Thoda bahut. Thoda bahut. Thoda bahut. Chalo, check kar lete hain. Check kar lete hain. Check kar lete hain. Okay. Guys, what will be the value of I? Can you please confirm? What will be the value of I? Row minus 1 means row ka value 2. 2 minus 1 is 1. J is equal to column plus 1. What is column? What is column? 1. So 1 plus 1, 2. So what is 1 comma 2? Can you please confirm which cell will be 1 comma 2? Will it be this cell? Will it be this cell? Is this cell equals to 1? No, it is not. So I don't need to return false. And after that, what I'm doing? I minus minus. What is I minus minus? 0. J plus plus. What is J plus plus? 3. So are both the conditions true? Is I greater than equals to 0 and j lesser than board dot length? Are both the conditions true? Yes. So what will I do? I will check. Which cell are we talking about? This one. Am I being attacked from that direction? Am I being attacked from that direction? No, I'm not. So after this, what happens? I minus minus. This becomes minus 1. J plus plus. This becomes 4. Both the conditions are true. False. I is not greater than equals to 0 and j is also not lesser than board dot length. Can I say this is the end of the loop? Can I say this is the end of the loop? So which check is this? Okay. Which check is this, guys? Which check is this? कौन सा check हो गया ये वाला? Right upward. Correct. Aha. What happened? Cool. Right upward check. Guys, can you please you can see my screen, right? Now only the last part is remaining. What is the part remaining? कौन सा part बचा? Left upward. Left upward, right? Left upward check. So for I is equal to row minus 1, j is equal to column minus 1. I should be greater than equals to 0 and j should be greater than equals to 0. Why? Because in terms of column, we are moving left, and in terms of row, we are moving above. And decrement both of them. If board of I comma j is equal to 1, return false. How many of you got this condition, guys? कितनों को समझ में आई ये वाली condition? Let's check. करते हैं. Okay. I is equal to row minus 1 means row का value 2. So 2 minus 1 means, what is 2 minus 1? 1. What is j का value? Column minus 1. What is column minus 1? 0. So which cell are we talking about? 1 comma 0. This cell. Is this cell equals to 1, guys? Is this cell equals to 1? No, it is not. So I don't need to return false. I just need to do I minus minus becomes 0. J minus minus becomes minus 1. Now, can you please confirm if both the conditions are true? I greater than equals to 0 and j greater than equals to 0. Are both the conditions true? Are both the conditions true? No, it is not. So can I say this is the end of the loop? Because both the conditions have to be true, right? So what was this? left upward check. What was this? This was the left upward check. So I've checked vertically above, I have checked right upward, I have checked left upward. All three done. None of them is unsafe. So what will I do? Simply return true. कि भैया ये position safe है. That is it. Done. This is the function. How many of you got this? How many of you got this, guys? Function safe or not? Quite easy again. Just a simple 2D array implementation question, right? Simple 2D array implementation question, and that is the entire question. That is the entire nqueens variant. This is the code. Pura. How many of you like this question? कितनों को मजा आया guys? कितनों को मजा आया? How many of you got this? Beautiful question. Beautiful question, guys. Beautiful question. Amazing question. One of my favorite questions in entire DSO. I just love this question. Love this question, guys. But again, guys, this will never make sense. This will never make sense if you don't go back and try to solve this. You have to go back and try to solve this. I know we are left with the comparator wala part. That is something that we will be doing tomorrow. You said you are scared of it. I was scared of it in college. बाद में ऐसा हो गया तो I was okay. College में definitely scared. Shit scared. 100%. But abhi it's better. But again, I hope you realize it's not scary at all. Is it scary, guys? Is it scary? It's much, yeah, exactly, Krishna is saying it is much easier than the previous one. 100% correct. It's not that scary, right? But that's the point. Okay, sense bana? Maza aaya guys, maza aaya. Badhiya. So now guys, I know custom comparator is done, left. So what I'm doing, I am adding a new question in which the custom comparator part is handled by the backend. Okay, the custom comparator part is handled by the backend, so you don't have to worry about it. Tomorrow we'll finish up with the custom comparator. Okay, make sense? Make sense? Make sense, guys? Make sense? Definitely I'll tell tomorrow. Tomorrow definitely I'm doing it. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely, it's just a 5-minute conversation, 5-10 minute conversation. And if not possible, I will definitely be releasing a video for it. Not an issue. I'll release a video. I think that will be much better. I can release a video for it. I have it created. I'll try. I'll see what I can do. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks very much. Attend the questions, have fun, and see you. Okay, bye bye, guys. Take care. Okay. Cool. Let's focus on this question. Guys, how many of you solved this question? How many of you solved this question? How many of you solved this question? Is this question exactly similar to what we've already done? Quite similar? Quite similar, right? Okay. Okay. Now, what about this one? Is this quite similar to what we've already done? Okay. Again, similar. Is this question similar to what we've already done? Is this question similar to what we've already done? Yes. Now understand one thing, guys. Basically in backtracking, most of the questions are like this only. So if you really understand one or two questions, right? If you really understand one or two questions in much more depth, you can actually solve a lot more questions. So the way you should be preparing for the Monday evaluation is basically first ensure that you 100% understand these two questions: generate all subsequences and generate permutations. Just ensure you 100% understand these two things. That's point number one. That's point number one, right? That's point number one. Second point, in this one, don't worry about the order. Order ki chinta mat karo. If you are able to get that, most probably you'll get the order also. So in yesterday's assignment, if you have realized, I texted also, I have added a question in which you don't have to take care of the order. Sorry. Yeah, this one. In this one, you just need to, if you select Java here, it's a function complete problem, right? You just need to give a list of integer, right? And that takes care of the order. So the ordering is handled by the backend. So if you know this question, if you do this question correct, most probably you are getting things. Again, with backtracking, what happens, guys, with backtracking or with any complex topics, it takes time to grasp things. It takes time to grasp things, right? It takes time to get things done. Okay. Now, one more thing that I promised yesterday was comparator. So for comparator, I don't know if you can see it on the LMS or not, but at 10 around just after the session, I have released a 30-minute video recording, or I will, if you cannot see it anymore, I'll take care of that. A 30-minute video recording in which the comparator function is explained in depth, right? In Java, basically. So you can take some hints from that, right? Right. So in that case, you can actually generate the order and take care of the orders as well. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense or not? So Sanjay, how do you prepare for the evaluation then? How do you prepare for the evaluation then? Just ensure that whatever questions we've discussed, whatever 4 questions we've discussed in the session, you know them end to end. That's all. वो अगर समझ में आ गए, धीरे-धीरे everything will make sense. That's what you have to. And again, don't worry about the evaluation so much. Guys, evaluation की चिंता करने से कुछ नहीं होता. Trust me on that. Ensure you should be more focused and more worried about the practice assignments, because if you can get the practice assignments correct, most probably evaluations goes well most times, right? Array JavaScript mein to you guys can directly sort it out. Just make a 2D array and do array.sort. That's it. Ki will get at the end. We'll practice those, but kya will get at the end. Did not get that. Sanjay, what are you saying? What are you saying? Will get at the end 4 question. क्या कह रहे हो यार? नहीं समझ आया. Grammatical errors. इसके कारण कुछ समझ नहीं आया. Again, you cannot study with just the one you told now. I have to speak. Yes, Sanjay. क्या कह रहे हो?
Hello.
Yeah. What are you saying? Sorry?
Like I was saying that the 2 questions you told now, permutation and subsequent one. Like I'm not getting that much, but I will practice that question. Like I will get it till the end. Sorry.
Have you solved those 2 questions?
Yeah, I have solved once only, but still I'm not getting at some point. So I have
What are you
to
not getting?
solve.
Did you reach out to your mentor for that?
Yeah, sir. In at today in the afternoon, I had connect with him, but then also I was getting some problems. So I thought, let me solve that in today's discussion.
Do one thing. Try to solve it again. Rewatch the recording again. Okay. Let me know what is the issue. Text me on Slack. Text me on the channel. Right. DM would be very difficult, and let me know what you get after that. But again, we have discussed 3 questions so far. You've just solved one out of them. Why?
Yeah, sir. Because I'm not comfortable with the recursion. I'm getting much trouble. I'm not building intuition.
How many questions you solved last week? Last week, how many questions solved?
I'm comfortable with that factorial and sum only, sir. After that, I am facing much more issues.
So you solved just 3 questions. Just 3 questions last week.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, don't you think you should take some responsibility on this and solve some more questions? Because I believe I have discussed them. Your mentors have discussed them. Don't you think you should be solving some more questions? How much time are you giving to solving questions? Yeah. Please go on. Yeah.
Like I tried for 4 to 5 hours today also I tried, but I was not able to solve single question. Like with the help of editorial I'm getting some, but then also not getting that much intuition. I don't know why.
Okay. Do one thing. Try to solve questions. Jesse, first let's say after 20-25 minutes or half an hour, if you're still struggling, let me know.
Okay, I will try.
Because that's not your call to make. And if you're here to make comments, you can drop off of the session. Ashutosh,
Sorry,
that's
sir.
not your call to make. Not. I'm not saying to you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can mute. Sanjay, do let me know, right? Do
Okay.
let me know.
Thank
And
you,
do
sir.
try to solve on pen and paper. Correct.
Okay, sir.
Ashutosh, that's not your call to make, right? First thing. Do you get that part, Ashutosh? I don't like that comment. Huh? Do you hear me? Can you unmute for a second?
Yes, sir.
I don't like that comment actually that you made.
Sir, actually, I gone through with the same situation and I went into the
Yeah,
same
but
kind of scenario which I said.
don't
So,
like
and it was helpful. It was very helpful, sir, for me.
no, that is fine,
Yeah,
but
truly.
I don't like the tone of the comment actually. It's not how you.
Okay, sorry.
how you
It was just one word comment,
yeah,
sir.
still
It
do
was
not
just
feel
one
that
word.
right now. You
Okay,
don't do that, right?
sorry.
These are your fellow guys, no?
Sorry, sir.
No, not an issue, but I'm just telling you, right? Fellow guys, no, not good for the vibe, no? Right?
True, sir, but that's the reality of the world.
Reality, that's
According to me, that's totally my
no,
that's totally my view. Sorry.
No, that I 100% agree with. And to be honest, I agree to that fact and I am aligned to that fact. But again, the point is the vibe should be friendly. It should not be that. I don't know if that was your intention or not. It felt that way. Right?
Sorry, sir.
No, not an
Sorry.
issue. But just ensure that it's not coming up that way, right? Not good.
Sir, I was also expecting not to go through all these kind of things, but eventually I was in that situation, and I am in that situation. That's
Yeah,
why.
so again, 50% of people at Masai School, and I'm talking about entire full-time batches.
Yeah,
50% of people go through that and they do great. So I'll tell you a little story here. So guys, my first batch ever, the first batch ever which I handled, there was one guy, amazing guy, really hardworking guy. Okay, so at that point of time, we did not had this structure that you, based on your scores and based on your attendance and everything, you get an async. So that guy, according to everything, was in unit 3, just like yourself, right? So during the session, one of the question I asked one of the question, and Nupul was also there, right? So what happened is, Nupul suggested that right now, Nupul just told him that I don't feel that you have skilled, you have mastered things enough to be in unit 3. He got in async without no reason at all. There was no reason for him to get async. Performance wise, no reason at all. Getting my point? Performance wise, there was no reason for him to get an async. Suddenly he gets an async. Okay. Unit 1 happens, he repeats the unit, next unit, placements come. The first guy, who's the first guy to get placed? First guy from the entire batch. Day 1 of placements, first guy, he gets an offer the very first day. He's the first guy to get placed. I'm talking about Phoenix, which was batch 8, right? Batch 8. So it is not like async is a bad thing or async is something like you should be worried about. Async is, again, don't treat it as मैं fail हो गया. That's not the point. It's just you need to work on certain things again, right? होता है कि नहीं होता है? Do you get that or not, guys? Yes, no, something कुछ तो बोल दो यार. Right? So that happens with a lot of people. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, right? No, and don't worry about it. Cool. And Ashutosh, I think if you feel you have strengthened, Ashutosh, do you feel you have strengthened? You've strengthened? Do you feel you've strengthened on certain things? Yes, no, something. Yeah, that's fine. Knowledge is definitely there. Acha, okay. Cool. Ashutosh, do you want to speak to me after this? Like any challenges that you have? You want to speak to me after this? Cool. I'll speak to you. Okay. Let's you hang on after the session and we'll speak. Okay. Cool. So guys, what's the purpose today? What's the plan today? What's the plan today? We have to solve this question. How many of you solved this question already? How many of you solved this question already? Internet. कितने लोग internet वाले हैं यहाँ पे? How many of you are from the internet वाले? Just copy it from the internet. I know quite a few. Don't lie. Cool. How many of you have ever played Sudoku? How many of you have ever played Sudoku? How many of you have ever played Sudoku? Okay, guys, can you go through this question? Let me know what do you get. Can you go through this question? That's fine, Kamlesh, not an issue. Can you all go through this question and let me know what do you get? कुछ समझ में आया तो इससे? Ah, nice. Actually, if you understood the n queens, exactly, it is exactly same. Nice, correct. Because did you realize this? It is actually quite same as n queens, right? It's quite same to what you have with n queens. Cool. So, guys, basically, what is Sudoku? Sudoku is a game, right? Sudoku is a game. Again, just like n queens, we just have to fulfill certain conditions. What are those certain conditions? What are those certain conditions? Okay. The goal of Sudoku is to fill in a 9x9 grid with digits so that each column, row, and the 3x3 grid that is contained there. The 3x3 grid that is contained there, right? That sort of makes things a little bit, what do you say, tricky. Karna kya hai? If anyone doesn't understand the game of Sudoku, I'll let them know. Okay, don't look at this. This is the code. Don't look at this. Yeah. So guys, basically what you have to do, if you have ever seen a Sudoku on a newspaper, you would realize that some cells are empty. Usme kuch cells empty hote hain in that 9x9 grid, and some cells have number. Same is the case with this one. So what is the meaning of 0 here, guys? 0 means empty cells and other cells are filled. Other cells are filled. Now, whenever there is an empty cell, you have to fill. You have to fill a number in the range of 1 to 9. You can fill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Basically, what you have to do, you have to fill a number in the range of 1 to 9. Okay? You have to fill a number in the range of 1 to 9. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay. Now, the point is, there are certain conditions attached to it. What is the condition attached to it? When you are placing a number, let's say if you want to place 1 here, 1 should not be present in that row. It should not be present in that column. And it should not be present in the small 3x3 grid. There is a grid attached to every number. Every cell is part of a grid. So the number should not be present in the same row, same column, and same 3x3 grid. Okay, so that's what we have to check. And whenever we do that, we have to go for it. Okay, so basically, let's try to fulfill the first position. Can you all please confirm if the first position is empty? First position is empty. It is 0, right? It is empty. So what will I try? I will try to fill up a value there. What is the value that I will try to fill? I will try to either fill it up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. First of all, I'll try with 1. Guys, can I place 1 here? It is not present in the same column, but it is present in the same row. So if it is present in the same row, can I fill that up? Can I fill that up? No, I cannot. Now, for the next one, is this filled in the same column? Is this filled in the same column? Can I fill it in the same? Okay, column में तो present नहीं है, row में present नहीं है, but guys, can you check? ये grid, ये छोटा सा grid, it's present in the grid, right? In that 3x3 grid. How many of you are able to observe this? Guys, I'm not getting a lot of responses. I don't know whether you guys are getting this or not. If you're focusing, that's fine. But guys, I want you to be a little bit more responsive. Can you do that? Yeah, nice. Okay, badhiya. Okay. Oh, sure. I can zoom in. 1 second. Is it fine? Is it fine? So next I'll go with this 3. Again, guys, again, right now, let's not think about the code. Let's not think about how to do it. Just right now, सिर्फ सोचते हैं question क्या है. पहले question समझते हैं. First part, let's understand the question in complete depth. Why 8 is coming here? यहाँ पे 8 क्यों आया? कहाँ से आया? Right? So now, can I go for 3, guys? यहाँ पे 3. Can I place 3? Can I place 3? Can I place 3? No. Why? Where is it present? In the same column. Next, I'll go for 4. Can I place it? No. Present in the same row. Now let's go for 5. Can I place 5? No. In the same column. Then go for 6. Can I place 6? No. In the same grid. Grid 3 cross 3. 7. Can I place 7? No. In the same row. Then can I place 8? I think I can. Right? Think I can. I will place 8 here. And after that, once I've placed, I have made a decision that I will place 8 here. What will I do? I will go for the next move or next cell. What is the next cell, guys? 4. It's already filled. Can I do anything about it? Can I do anything about it? No. So I'll move to the next row. Now at the next row, how many options do I have? How many options do I have? Again, those same 9 options, 1 to 9. Again, those same 9 options, 1 to 9. So what will I do? I will try to put each and every one of them. I will try to put 1. Can I place 1 there? No, same row. 2, no, not possible. 3, is it possible, guys, to place 3? No. 4, no. 5, can you check with 5? It can be placed, no? 5, can I place 5 here? Let's check. Is it present in the same row? No. Is it present in the same column? No. So I can actually place 5. And once I've placed 5, what will I do? I'll move to the next row. And eventually, if let's say I will keep on placing them, going one cell after the other, and then this one, then this one, this one. If ever I come at this one, that means I would have filled all the cell above it. I would have filled all the cells above it. 3 is also possible. Correct? How is 3 possible? 3 is possible. Oh yes, 3 is possible. Smart. Is 3 possible, guys? It is possible, definitely. Why didn't you tell me, guys? Aisa na karo, guys. 3 is possible. But I think all of you must be realizing that it will fail at certain point. जैसे n queens में हो रहा था ना, guys. At one point you will come across a situation where there are no options available. So what you will have to do? You will have to return to the previous situation. You will have to return to the previous decision and undo that decision and try another option. Okay, yeah. So 3 is possible here. We'll go with this one. At this position, what can I place now? Can I place 1? No. 2? 2, is 2 possible? Is 2 possible? Check karo. Why is it failing? How is it failing? Row, column, grid. Where is it failing? 2 belongs to this grid. This position belongs to this grid, guys. Is it failing on the grid side now? I don't think so. It's not failing, no? This is part of this grid. This belongs to a different grid. This belongs to a different grid. Aisa. So, is it possible there? Of course, it is possible there. So what will I do? I will place 2 here and I'll move to the next cell. Now for the next cell, how many options do I have? Same. Nahi. Which grid are we seeing? How do I put this up? See, guys, this is one grid. This is one grid. Another grid. 3 cross 3 के grids बनाते जाओ, guys. 3 cross 3 के grids. If you make 3 cross 3 वाले grids, if you make those 3 cross 3 grids, you get 9 such, right? So everyone understands which grids you have to check. So every element, every position, every cell will be a part of a grid. Every cell will be a part of a grid, right? Every set will be a part of a grid, right? Exactly. The question says 3 cross 3, right? Okay. Now, where were we? Okay, we were somewhere here. We are trying to place the element 2. Now, once you are trying to place the element 2, is it possible to place it not present in the same row, not present in the same column? And is it present in the same grid? No, I'm going to place it here. And then I'm going to move to the next cell. If I move to the next cell, what are the options that I have? 1, not possible. 2, not possible. 3, not possible. 4, not possible. 4 is not possible because it is in the same row. 5, is 5 possible? Is 5 possible? क्यों नहीं possible वो भी बता देना. Not possible, why? Row, grid, column, कुछ तो बोलो. Grid में है, कहाँ है grid में? ये देखो इस grid में है. 5 not possible. 6 possible? 6 possible? Is 6 possible? Row, column, grid? नहीं, not possible. In the column, right? Then 7 possible? 7 possible? No, in the same row. 8 possible? 8 possible? No, in the grid. 9 possible? No, in the same row. Any option available? Any option available? So what do? I go back and undo the last decision that I made. What is the last decision that I made? This one. Okay. Now, if I go for this one, can you please tell me what will I have to do? I will have to change the previous one such that I will have to try the next option. What was the option that we tried here? यहाँ पे हमने क्या किया था? We had 2. So what we will do now? We will try the next option. What are the next option? Is 3 possible? No, same row. Is 4 possible? No, same row. Is 5 possible? No, grid. Is 6 possible, guys? Is 6 possible? Not possible here, here, here. 6 कहाँ से? Talib, why are you saying it's not possible? Row, column, grid. बताओ. Row, column, grid. Which one? Possible, no? 6 is possible, definitely. So if 6 is possible, what will I do? I will try to place it here and then move on. Then if 6 is possible, what are the next options that I have? Oh, sorry. 2 की जगह पे 6 था. Sorry. Little out of place today. 6. Okay. Is 6 possible here? Is 6 possible here? Yes, it is. Right. So now, sorry. Yeah, if 6 is possible, then what will I do next? I'll move to the next cell and I'll try all the other options. What are the options? 1, not possible. 2, is 2 possible? 2 possible? 2 possible है कि नहीं है? Possible. Move to the next cell. Now, what are the different options available for the next cell? 1, 2, 1 possible? No. 2 possible? No. 3 possible? No. 4, not possible, same row. 5, not possible, grid. 6, not possible. 7, not possible. 8, not possible. 9, not possible. No options available. What do? I will have to return. So basically, guys, do you understand what you have to do? इसमें करना क्या है? समझ में आ रहा है सबको? सबको पता है इसमें करना क्या है? Basically, what happens, guys, whenever you see a zero element, whenever you see an empty cell, आपको वहां पे सारे के सारे options try करने हैं. What are the options that you have to try? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are the options, right? You have to try all these options. If any of the option is valid, you place it there. You place it there and move to the next cell. If not valid, what do you do? If none of the options is valid, what do you do? You go back and undo the last decision that you made and try a different option there. That's it. That's it. Yes or no? And what will be the condition? When can I say that I have filled all the cells? When can I say that I have filled all the cells? जब एक एक करके, once I'm done here, 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 ऐसे करके, I come across this situation. When I'm out of this grid, इस 9 cross 9 grid के बाहर आ जाऊं मैं. If I'm out of this grid, yes or no? Can I say this part? Can I say this part, guys? If I'm out of this grid ever, how many of you understand the logic? That's quite similar to what do you get in Queens? That's quite similar to what do you get in Queens? Is the logic coming up, guys? Is the logic trying to formulate in your head? Is the logic trying to formulate in your head? And I hope you understand that the dry run will be immense for this. वो बहुत बड़ा हो जाता है, guys. I hope you understand, right? Because 81 cells need to be filled. So, right, what will I do? I will not be able to do the complete dry run for this, but I will definitely, lead you to the where we want to go. Right? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense, guys? Make sense? Okay. Okay. Now, I have a question. Can any of you think about the code? कैसा दिखेगा code? Can any of you just think, try to visualize code कैसा दिखेगा? Can any of you think about it? Come on, guys, think about it, think about it. Think about it, think about it. How can it look? कैसा हो सकता है? What can be the situation? How can it look like? How can it look like, guys? Whatever you've learned from N Queens, कैसा लिख सकता है? क्या होगा? अरे यार Sanjay, you are making a sarcastic comment now. Will not be more than 10-12 lines. Okay. Don't worry about is safe function. मतलब check करेंगे, no? You have to check row wise, column wise. उसकी चिंता नहीं. That is on me. That is on me. But how will this code beautifully work? उसको अभी के लिए inbuilt मान लो. Again, just like in Queens, try to see it's an inbuilt function. That's on me. Safe or not wala function is on me. I'll take care of it. Others, what about others? Same to same तो नहीं होगा यार. Same to same तो नहीं होगा. Okay. ये बात तो सही है सोमना. That is correct. That you have to do anything if the value of the cell is non-zero. You don't have to do anything, right? Guys, अगर value non-zero है तो you don't have to do anything, right? फिर तो कुछ नहीं करना है ना? Yes or no? Can anyone try to code this up? Can anyone try to code this up? It's very fine logic actually. Very fine logic. Anyone wants to try? Aditya, try करना चाहते हो? इस safe की चिंता मत करो. That is something that's on me. Aditya, you want to try? Can you share your approach? Can you unmute for a second? Can you share? Okay. Can you please raise your hand? I'll unmute you. Please raise hand. Aditya. Hi. Can you raise your hand? Can you raise your hand? Yeah, Aditya, you want to go ahead? You're saying yes, but you're not muting yourself. Unmuting yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Cool. You want to share your approach? Tell us.
Yes, sir. Exactly. We need to first of all like iterate from like 1 to 9 to check like if the value at that index if that is not just wait a second, sir. If the value at the particular index is 0, then we should try from 1 to 9 and check if like we have a possible solution or not.
Correct.
If there is a possible solution, then we should move with the next row and the column. Like for increasing the row and the column, I don't
Basically,
know
next.
but we have to yeah, we need to move to the next cell, and then we have to again check like if that particular cell is having like a 0, then we have to trade from 1 to 9 and check like if we get a possible solution or not. If we don't get a possible solution, then we have to move back and like we have to like erase like the previous solution and try with the another number. And when we move out of the Sudoku, then we have to print out the like the whole Sudoku. Like this is the solved Sudoku.
Nice. Awesome. Have you solved it already?
No, sir. Actually, I was trying, but I was not able to go through the
Very
logic.
close.
I was
Very close to that. Very close to it. Okay. Guys, how many of you got what Aditya said? Great job, Aditya. Thanks, man. Thank you. Guys, how many of you got what Aditya said? Basically, he said the correct thing. Whenever you see a 0 element, you have 9 options. You will try all the options 1 to 9. If you ever get to an option, you will place it there and you will move to the next cell and you will make the same function call such that the same thing will be done for the next cell, right? The same thing will be done for the next cell. And once you are done, you will return. And one thing about Sudoku, guys, it always has a unique solution. One thing about Sudoku, it always has a unique solution, right? एक unique solution ही होता है उसका. And there can be some cases in the input where you don't have the solution, जिसका solution नहीं आ सकता, right? And of course, what will be that situation? When you come across a situation where more than one cells cannot be filled, right? है ना? हो सकता है ना? That is a real possibility, right? That is a real possibility. So let's try to code this up. ठीक है? Let's try to code this up. Shall we? Everyone excited? Excited how to code this up? Excited how to code this up? Okay. Guys, can all of you see my screen? Can all of you see my screen? Okay. Can anyone recognize what code is this? कौन सा code है ये? Anyone recognize? This is the code that you will be getting next week. Next week ये वाला code मिलेगा. We'll be doing this. Okay. So function. What should I name the function? Sudoku solver. Again, guys, it will be a 9x9 grid, which is a 2D array. So can I call it my board? 2D array. Right. Okay. Then row, then column. If my row is equal to board.length, that means I am at a, let's say I'm at the 10th row, or sorry, I'm at the 9th row. What does that mean? What does that mean? I have filled all the cells above it. That means how many cells have I filled? I have filled the 0th row, the 1st row, the 2nd row, the 3rd row, the 4th row, the 5th row, the 6th row, the 7th row, the 8th row. That's how I come across the 9th row, right? So have I filled all the cells before it? That's what it means, no? Because how am I moving? I'm moving one cell after the other. So I can only come across the 9th or the last row once I'm done with the entire thing. Yes or no? Yes or no? कितनों को समझ में आ रही है, guys? I'm not getting a lot of responses, so I'm not really sure. Are you guys getting this part? Is row equals to board.length? What will I do? I will simply print my board and I will say return. Nothing else needs to be done, right? Otherwise, if that is not the case, that means I still have some values to travel, right? I still have some cells which I need to visit. So what is the next cell that I will be visiting after this? I should be prepared for it, right? I should be prepared for it. So right, next row will be, let's say I will initialize it to 0, and next column, let's say I will be initializing it to 0. Now guys, if the column that I'm currently at, if column is equal to board.length minus 1, that is I'm at the last column. That means if I'm moving to the next cell, what happens? The value of my row will be incremented, row plus plus, sorry. Next row is equal to row plus plus, and I'll be moving to the 0th column. Otherwise, I will say I am at the same column, but I am just moving one column ahead. It might seem very easy, but it is a little bit tricky. Please let me know if this part doesn't make sense. I'll explain. Please let me know if this part doesn't make sense. How many of you got this part? Should I explain this again? Yeah, sure, definitely, man, definitely. Let me make a 2D array. Okay, let's say 1, 2, 0, 4, 6, 1. I'm just taking a smaller example here, but please understand. Okay, I'm just taking a smaller example because I just want to make you understand. 4, 8, 6, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Okay. This is not a Sudoku, but I'm just trying to explain this part of it. Guys, let's say if currently I am at this position. If currently I am at this position, what will be the value of row? Can you please confirm? Row will be 0 and column will be 2. And column will be 2. Yes or no? 0, 2. Yes or no? Now, After this, I want to move here. I want to move to this cell. Now guys, can you tell me, is column equals to board dot length minus 1, or what will be the length of the board in this case? Am I at the last column basically? Am I at the last column in this case? No. So I will go into the else condition, right? What will be the else condition? Next row is equal to row. That means next row is equal to row. What is the meaning of row? 0. And next column is equal to column plus 1, that is 3. So have I found the location of this particular position? Have I found the location of this particular position? Right. But let's say I am at this position. If I'm at this position, after this one, I need to come to this cell, right? Because last column, no guys? So ऐसे चलेगा, right? ऐसा, 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 then move to the next row. ऐसा, 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 right? Right? How many of you get this point? So what will I do after this? If I'm at the last column, let's say in this case, it is 0, 4. If I'm at the last column, or 3, 4, 5, sorry, 5. If I'm at the last column, this condition will become true, right? Column equals to board dot length. This if condition will be true. So what will happen? Next row is equal to row plus 1, row plus plus. So row का value हो जाएगा 1, row का value हो जाएगा 1, and then next column is equal to 0. So have I found the location of this one? 1, 0. Have I found the location of this one? Yes, I have. And again, I'm not saying that's the only way to do it. There might be different ways to do it. You guys are free to do whatever you want. It's just an implementation level thing, right? The logic stays the same, guys. Implementation is fine. You can go any way you want, right? Right? Yes or no? It's like payment modes. Someone likes to pay in cash. Someone likes to do UPI. Someone likes to pay by card. पैसे तो सबको ही देना है, right? Right? That's how. So you guys are free to do it. Now don't tell me, Sukhdev, we don't want to give money. पैसे देने हैं ना भाई, पैसा कुछ. If you're buying something, you have to give the money, man. ऐसा कर लो, right? Okay. So guys, now I know where to go ahead after this. Okay. I have the location of the next cell. If my current position board comma row comma column, if my current position is not equals to 0, do I have to do anything in that case? Do I have to do anything in that case? No, I will simply move to the next cell. How will I move to the next cell? I'll make a function call, and I already have the next row and next column. So just give them a function call, or give them a call. Done? Guys, done? Right? Nothing needs to be done. Just simply move to the next cell. Else, what will I do now? Now, what if it is 0? That means what will I do? How many options I have? I can fill that place with the help of 1 to 9, right? Exactly, Sanjay. How many options do I have? I have options in the range of 1 to 9. So for I equals to 1, I lesser than equals to 9, I plus plus. But before trying to place a value, I need to check whether that particular loop, whether that particular condition is valid or not. Yes or no? If how will I check that? How will I check that? Board of if, sorry, again guys, there will be a function with the name of is safe. क्या नाम देना है function को? What is the name that you want to give? Is safe is fine? Is safe is fine? Yes, it is fine. It will have board, row, and column, and this function will return true if it is safe. Otherwise, what will it do? What will it do? It will return false. If it is safe, what will you do? At this position, you will place the value I, and after this, call the next one. What is the next one? And once you return from this, what will you do? Kya karenge? Any idea? Guys, this is something that you know. What will you do? Backtrack. Exactly. You backtrack. How do you backtrack? Hey, Kitsi, That's it. And this is the entire code. Done. Does this make sense, guys? Please let me know. Again, don't worry about is safe. For now, you can assume it is inbuilt. I will work on that, not an issue. But how many of you understood this one? Quite easy in terms of that. Quite easy, guys. Quite easy. Much, much, much similar to what you do in Queens. Same logic. Logic is completely same. Nothing changes on that front, right? Guys. What do you get? Kamlesh, what part you didn't get? Please let me know. Can you please tell me, Kamlesh, what part? Can you unmute for a bit? Just 1 sec.
Hello?
Yes, Kamlesh, please tell me. How are you?
No, sir. After the 15 number line.
15 number line. Oh, okay. This one. Do you understand line number 15? If it is non-zero, we don't have to do anything. Just simply move to the next row and next column. Right? Kamlesh, are you there?
No. Yes, sir. After that.
Yeah, sure. So after this, Kamlesh, if it is 0, that means I need to fill that cell, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what are the options that I have? I have options in the range of 1 to 9. But before trying to place a value, I need to check whether that position is safe. How is it safe? Not in the same row, not in the same column, and not in the 3x3 grid. And what is that is safe function doing? That is doing the same thing for me. For now, assume it is inbuilt. Abhi ke liye assume kar lo, it is inbuilt. We'll speak about it in 5 minutes. If it is returning true, that means I can place that. I can place it there. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And if I can place it there, I will place it here. And after that, what will I do? I will make the next function call, right? I'll move to the next row, because how is it happening? Just like in nQueens, you made a decision, let's say at 1, 0 pe, you decided to place 1, then you move to 1, 1, right? So 1, 1 pe, now you cannot place 1, right? So whatever happens to this, whatever choice you make at this point, that choice is gonna reflect, or that choice is gonna affect the next cell. Yes or no? Yes or no? So once you make a choice, only after that you should move ahead. And if that choice returns well, that's fine. Otherwise, what do you do? After that choice, undo that particular choice. Yes or no? Just like in nQueens. Kamlesh, is that making sense? Exactly similar to what you did. Nice. Guys, how many of you understand this part? Don't worry about it, safe. What easy. That is something we'll do. Everyone understands this part? Any doubts here? Why we need undo part? Why we need undo part? Okay. So Krishna, let's say we came across a situation, no, where we decided to place 8 at the first cell, then there was 4, then we placed 5, then we tried to place 2. But at the next cell, there were no other option available, right? यहाँ पे कोई भी option available नहीं था, right? So what you did, you returned and undo this decision and try the next option. कि चलो 3 रख के देखते हैं. 3 was valid, then you move to the next cell and so on. Krishna? Right? Just like in nQueens, why were you making it 0? So that you can try the next option, right? That's the point. Initially, if index non-empty means, again, we'll go with 0, 0 index as per this code. Did not get that, sorry. Akram? Initially, if index is non-empty as in, can you please unmute for a second and ask me? I am not getting this question. Sorry. 1 second, let's have to speak to Akram. Yes, Akram. Can you please go on? What's the doubt?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, I'm asking that if the first index is a non-empty, means non-zero, then again the Sudoku solver function will take the next row and next column means 0, 0, as we have defined next row and next column 0, 0.
Check kar lete hain. Let's say
Yes.
it is 0, 0. Okay. Is column equals to board dot length -1? Is this if condition true? Board dot -1 will be 8 and this will be 0. 0 equals to 8. Is it?
No.
So it will go into the else block, right?
Okay.
Second. Then what will be next row? It will be 0.
Okay. Got it.
कोई बात नहीं, ऐसे डाउट मत करो यार हमारे कोड पे, अकरम. Got it? Cool. Nice. Okay, cool. So guys, now we just need to figure out one little function. Which is that function? Is safe, right? So just like yesterday, we wrote this one. just like yesterday, we wrote this one. We have to go for this one. And again, guys, I hope you understand the dry run for this will be extremely long, extremely long. Like it will probably, so once I've tried that in a session, it took around 2 hours. I could not do anything else. I could not do anything else. So I hope you understand. And to be honest, it wasn't worth it because it gets really boring after a certain point, right? So, but again, it's not worth it to do it in a session. It's not worth it to do it in a session, but it is definitely worth it to do it on your own. So can I ask you guys to do it or try to do it and tell me how do you feel about it? Can you guys try this out? Batao? Can you guys try this out? Okay, I have that recording from the time I did it in a session. I think I did it with one of the PT batches only. I'm not sure was it PT Web 3 or Web 4. Not exactly sure about it, but I did this once. Ek baar ki thi. Took a long time, right? Long time. 6 to 13. Okay, so try this out and let me know. Dry run definitely feels rewarding, Chandradeep, 100%, but we won't be able to do everything, right? So you guys try this out. Okay, try this out, let me know. And what do you guys get? Okay, make sense, guys? Make sense? Is it a good thing? Make sense? Nice. Oh, okay, nice. That is nice. 100%. I 100% agree with you, Chandradeep. 100%. 100%. So one of the preparations that I have to do as for a session is I have to do a dry run for the entire thing. Again, guys, with backtracking, visualization happens a lot. If someone is saying I'm struggling with recursion and backtracking, they're basically not able to visualize the code. मतलब वो जो flow होता है ना, this dry run should be visualized. Visualization becomes more important rather than actually coding things, because code though you can understand, once you get the code, it is just 3 4 5 6 7 8 lines, max 10 lines, right? It's very simple, but visualization takes a lot of time, right? So the jump from visualization to code is not that long, but the jump from understanding to visualization, that is really long. Getting my point? Sanjay, are you getting this feeling? You are saying you're struggling with it. I 100% agree with you and I understand your point. But ऐसा होता होगा Sanjay that you won't be able to visualize things. ऐसा हो रहा है? Visualize नहीं होता कि यार ये हुआ कैसे? ये क्यों हो गया? Why this is happening? Is it happening? And that is why pen and paper become your best resort. 4 questions solve करने, लेकिन pen and paper पे भी solve करने. If you remember, we've just done 4 questions in like last 4 days, but every question first draw the recursion tree, try to do that, try for a this test case, is pe try karo, then come to the code hardly takes some time, then try run that code. Actual writing of the code takes 5-10 minutes max, and I'm saying max, right? So that is what you have to understand, guys. Very important, and very important to do this. Scribble it on a piece of paper, right? Okay, cool. So now let's focus on the isSave function. The isSave function will have 3 parts. What are the 3 parts? Definitely. One is the vertical check, present in the same row or not. How can I check? Oh, sorry, present in the same column or not. How can I check if it's present in the same column or not? For I equals to 0, I less than both dot length, I plus plus. If you are moving down, what is the value that changes? Or if you're moving vertically, what is the value that changes? Row, exactly. If board of I and column is going to stay constant, if any one of them has a value that we are trying to place, what is the value that we are trying to place? That also we need to give in this function. So यहाँ पे ये value लिखना पड़ेगा, and that's why here when you are passing it, you have to give the value of I which you are trying to place there, right? So if this value is already present, can I place this? No, answer is false. This is the vertical check. Everyone comfortable with the vertical check? Similarly, horizontal check is very easy. Horizontal check to bada aasan hai guys. For I is equal to 0, I lesser than both dot length I plus plus. Okay, if board of, now if I'm moving horizontally, what is the value that changes? If I'm moving horizontally, what is the value that changes, guys? Column, exactly. Row remains constant, so row comma I is equal to value. If that is the case, return false. Now comes the most interesting, everyone excited about it. Grid wala check. How to do this? कैसे करना है guys? बताओ. कैसे करना है? कैसे करना है guys? बताओ. बताओ 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 बताओ. For this, I will actually have to copy the sample test case. Copy this up. Yeah, guys, can you see my screen, everyone? You guys can see my screen now? Okay. Cool, nice. Guys, can you see my screen, everyone? Can you see my screen? Okay, on the right side we have. So let's pick up an element. ठीक है, एक element पकड़ते हैं guys. चलो. Let's pick up this position. This position. This position belongs to which grid, guys? कौन से grid को belong करती है ये position? This position belongs to which grid? ये वाला grid, no? Right? Can you tell me what is the index of this 0? What is the index? Can you please check? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth row. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is this? Which cell is this? कौन सा cell है guys? बताओ. What is the index? Index of this 0. Can you please confirm? Can you please confirm? Sixth row, fifth column, right? Sixth row, fifth column. Everyone agrees? बताओ यार. Sixth row, fifth column. 2D array, guys. Come on. Sixth row, fifth column, right? Okay. So now what will I do is I will do something again. How I came up with this, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. उसके पीछे एक story है. I'll tell you the story. But for now, let's say I will try to find a value. Let's say x. I'm going to call it row by 3. And guys, this will be the floor value. This will be the floor value. Everyone understands floor value? Floor value पता है सबको? This one into 3. Now in Java, by default, row by 3 will return the floor value. But if you're using JavaScript, you will have to use the floor value. Okay. So guys, can you tell me x is equal to row by 3 into 3? What is this 6? 6 by 3 means? What is 6 by 3? What is 6 by 3? What is 6 by 3? 6 by 3 is 2. And 2 into 3 is 6. So what is the value of x? What is the value of x that has come up? 6. Similarly, what is the value of y? Similarly, floor of column by 3 into 3. What is the floor value? 5 by 3. What is 5 by 3? Can you please confirm? 2. And 2 into 3? 6. So which cell are we talking about? Which cell are we talking about? 6, 6. 6, 6 means which is this one? Do I need this? Do I need this? Do I need this? What do I need? I need this. I'll tell you basically what's the logic. The logic is pretty simple. I am trying, पता है मैं क्या try कर रहा हूँ? Given the index, I'm trying to find the first element of this one. The first element of this grid. If I have the first element, then it's a traversal. Simple 3x3 matrix का traversal है, right? Is it giving me the right answer? Is it giving me the right answer? It is giving me the right answer. You guys are just doing a calculation error. What is 5 by 3 ka floor value? Thanks, Krishna. So that is he's the only guy who did it. I said 2, so you all said 2. It's not how it works, guys. You have to question logic. What is 5 by 3 ka floor value? What is 5 by 3 ka floor value? It is 1. And what is 1 into 3? 3. So what is this? 6th row, 3rd column. Can you tell me what is the index of which element is at 6 comma 3? 6 comma 3 means, is this the one? 1 second, let me check. Batao, which element is at 6 comma 3? Again, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0, 1, 2, 3. Is this the starting point of this grid? Is this the starting point of this grid? Yes or no? So what will I do? I will traverse a 3 cross 3 grid after this. ये तो बहुत simple है guys. इसके बाद तो it's just a 3 cross 3 traversal. Nothing much. Let me show you. How many of you got this? कितनों को समझ में आया? Where will I go after this? Where will I go after this? I equals to 0, I lesser than 3, I plus plus. Then for j equals to 0, j lesser than 3, j plus plus. If board of x plus I and y plus j is equal to value, you simply return false. How many of you got this grid check, guys? कितनों को समझ में आया? What did I do here? And if none of the conditions are true, you simply return false. Simply return true. It is safe. Neither present in the row, neither present in the column, neither present anywhere else. Let's check this. एक बार इसको end to end check करते हैं, because I am pretty sure some people have doubts. I'm pretty sure some people have doubts. And again, don't feel bad that if you are not able to come up with this approach. I was not able to come up with this approach. Most people I know were not able to come up with this on their own. So ये होता है, guys. That's fine. You know, don't be too harsh on yourself. I was never able to come up with this. I saw it somewhere. I was never able to come up with this. Trust me, I was not able to come up with this at all. Like, it was not even in my wildest dreams कि ऐसा कुछ होगा. Not even in my wildest dreams that I could do something like this. Right? So again, if you feel bad, that's perfectly fine. I also felt really bad here. मेरे को क्यों नहीं आया? But it happens. It happens. Okay, guys. Give me a random number. Give me any of the cells, and we'll see and we'll check. Give me any of the cell. Give me value of row and column. Give me some value of row and column. Come on. Give me a value of row and column, and we'll check. One dry run तो एक dry run तो बनता है सर. Let's go for नहीं give me थोड़ा 0,8. Nice. 0,8 is nice. Sorry. Row ka value 0, column ka value 8. Guys, can you please confirm what is the value of x? 0 by 3 is 0. 0 into 3 is 0. So 0. What is the value of y? Y means 8 by 3. Can anyone tell me what is the floor value of 8 by 3? 8 by 3 ka floor value is 2, and 2 into 3 is 6. So which element do we have at 0, 6? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this the beginning of this grid, guys? Can you please confirm? Is this the beginning of this grid? Can you please confirm? Yes. So let's start with this loop. What is the value of I initially? 0. Is it lesser than 3? Yes. So we'll go inside. What is the value of j? 0. Is 0 lesser than 3? Yes. So we will go inside. What is this? Board of x plus I. What will be x plus I? X is 0. 0 plus 0 is 0. What is y plus j? Y is 6 and j is 0. So 6. So which position are we checking? This one. And after this, j plus plus, j becomes 1. So y plus j will become 7. You will check this one. Then j plus plus, j becomes 2. It will become 8. You will check this one. After this, j will become 3. End of the nested loop. And then I plus plus, I will become 1. What will be x plus I? 1. And then j again will start from 0. So 0, y plus j will become 6. Which is the cell that we will be checking? 1 comma 6. 1 comma 6 is this one. Then j plus plus 7. 1 comma 7 will be this one. Then j plus plus 1 comma 8 will be this one. And then I plus plus, right? I becomes 2. 2 is still less than 3. So again, j will start from 0. It will be 6 again. 2 comma 6 is this one. Oh, sorry, this one. Then 2 comma 7 is this one. 2 comma 8 is this one. How many of you got this? Quite simple, no? Quite simple, guys. Quite simple. Quite simple. How many of you got this? Any doubts with this? Any doubts with this? Quite simple, no? Again, don't feel bad. It's just like a trick. Ek bar pata chal gayi, you don't forget it. But initially, it's hard to come up with this on around. Okay, guys, how many of you are comfortable with this question? How many of you are comfortable with this question? Comfortable? If you are comfortable, then I have something really interesting for you to discuss. What is value? Value is the index that you're trying to push, Krishna. The index that you're trying to push. Kaun si index you're trying to put it there? Like, let's say I equals to 1. What is the value that you're trying to check? Are you trying to check 1, 2, 3, 4? One of the values between 1 to 9, right? Krishna, get it? One of the values. If it is present in the same row, same column, or the same grid, then we cannot put it. And that's what we are trying. If it is present in the same row, cannot. Column, cannot. Grid, cannot. If none of the checks are done, what if already element there? Yes, that's what we are checking. No? Before placing it, we are checking. Dekho, I am first checking it, then I am placing it. Agar already present hai, to nahi hoga. Undo will happen once everything is done. Undo will happen once you have done everything. Right? Krishna, makes sense? I am checking first if it's present, then I am trying to place it. If it's already there, it will return false. Then I will not be placing it because this is not true then. Then simply I plus plus. N queens is safe. Simple. Right? Undo will not happen every time. Undo will happen almost every time. Yes, backtracking ka the property hai. It will happen. Cool. But now, guys, there is one more condition. There is one condition that if the answer does not exist, give -1. How will you verify that? वो कैसे verify करोगे? I'll leave up to you guys that. Although I'm not telling that. कैसे पता करोगे that you have found the answer? कैसे पता करोगे that you have ever reached this condition? कैसे पता करोगे? My recommendation, just give it a flag. Flag बना दो. If a global variable होगा flag is equal to true, जो initially होगा false. If you are ever able to print this, that means the flag will become true. And in the main function, यहाँ पे कहीं आपका main function होगा. In the main function, if you first call this function sudoku solver, जो भी है, if the flag is false, or guys, this thing is also written like this. Flag. If this is false, what do you do? Print. Print. क्या print करोगे guys? What will you print? That's one. That's it. That's the code. How many? You got this? Simple. Answer will be printed as answer and the board will remain same. Board will be same. Yes, backtracking की तो property है guys. Backtracking की तो property है, no? That everything will return to its original condition. That is correct, Sanjay. Sorry. Flag part. Bharat, any issues with the flag wala part? Yeah, flag. See, the thing is, the question says if you never got the answer, you have to print -1. How will you ever figure out that the answer is there? Because what happens in backtracking, the entire thing will go back to its original state. That's what happens, right? We've seen in nqueens also. Even though we found the answer, बाद में at the end क्या होता है? We are back to 0, 0, 0, 0, right? We're back to 0, 0, 0, right? So just to figure this out, I will take a value flag. If we ever come across this condition, row is equal to board dot length, and we are ever able to print this board, what we'll say, we'll make it the flag true, such that even though this, the flag is actually a Boolean variable only, Akshansh. That's it. That's only a Boolean variable only, right? This one, right? Make sense, guys? Make sense? Does this make sense? If this makes sense, I have a beautiful question for you now. this question, what motivates you to solve a question? What motivates you to solve a question? If I say that this question has been asked by Google, does that motivate you? Does that motivate you? If that question has been asked by Google, exactly, salary, money-minded people, money-minded people, right? Does that motivate you? Does that motivate you? So chalo, I'll give you a question which has been asked by Google directly, straight away, no change, exact. ठीक है? ठीक है? अच्छा लगेगा सुन के? अच्छा लगेगा सुन के? सुन के अच्छा लगेगा? बहुत सारा पैसा, too much money. Will it be fun? So actually the question is quite simple. Okay? The question is, you are given two arrays. Both of them are sorted. 1, 2, 2, 4, 11, 13. And another question, another array, 4, 6, 6, 7, 8, 10. And they are not of equal size also. ऐसा नहीं है कुछ equal size के. They're of different sizes. You have to merge them and create one single sorted array. That's the question. कैसे करोगे? अक्रम की मेमोरी बहुत तेज है भाई, बहुत ज्यादा तेज है. अक्रम, इतनी तेज मेमोरी कहाँ से लाते हो भाई? टू बताओ, टू क्विक. हाँ, नाइस. अरे पेयर प्रोग्रामिंग में, पेयर प्रोग्रामिंग I only decide. Have I given this? Have I given this? Yeah, nice. That's cool. But कैसे करेंगे? Now, best approach that everyone thinks of is, सबको एक दूसरी एरे में डाल दो, ठीक है? तो पहले पूरी की पूरी एक एरे कॉपी कर दो, 1, 2, 2, 4, 11, 13. दूसरी एरे इसको इसमें कॉपी कर दो, 4, 6, 6, 7, 8. फिर इसमें लगा दो बढ़िया सॉर्टिंग फंक्शन, है ना? मस्त हो गया काम, राइट? 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 7, 8, 11, 13. सिंपल लाइफ, राइट? मस्त हो गया. चलो चले गूगल, राइट? Let's go to Google, right? Right? But again, very simple question. Did you make use of the fact? Did you make use of the fact that this individual array was sorted? Did you make use of the fact that individually ये arrays sorted थी? Sorted. Did you make use of this fact? How many of you made use of this fact? कितनों ने इस बात का ध्यान रखा? कितनों ने इस बात का ध्यान रखा guys? How many of you made use of this fact? जल्दी बताओ. कुछ नहीं रखा, सीधा. क्या यार, ऐसे थोड़ी होता है guys. Something is given, there is a reason behind it. हर चीज के पीछे reason होता है guys. हाँ, अरविंद बबल सॉर्ट तो यूज किया, बट ये यूज नहीं किया ना कि ऑलरेडी सॉर्टेड है. चलो, लेट मी अभी ये सब हटाते हैं. इट कैन बी डन विद बैक ट्रैकिंग. नहीं यार, बैक ट्रैकिंग को बड़ी चीजों के लिए रखो, ऐसी छोटी छोटी चीजों के लिए मत लगाओ. कीप बैक ट्रैकिंग फॉर सम बिगर थिंग्स. लेट्स नॉट यूज इट फॉर एवरीथिंग. सो लेट्स से 1, 2, 2, 4, 11, 13. And then 2 is equal to 4, 6, 6, 7, 8. 4, 6, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take 2 pointers. One is here, let's say L1, and this is L2. Now tell me, which one is smaller? L1 is smaller or L2 is smaller? Currently the value held by L1 is smaller or L2 is smaller? Which one is smaller? Which one is smaller? Currently the value held by L1 is smaller or L2? L1 is smaller. So copy that into your new answer array and move L1 ahead. L1 comes here. Now, which one is smaller, L1 or L2? Which one is smaller, L1 or L2? Which one is smaller? Bharat, focus here, we are doing something beautiful. एक बार देखो, L1 is smaller. Let's move it ahead. Let's move it ahead. Now, which one is smaller, L1 or L2? L1. Move it ahead. Now, which one is smaller, L1 or L2? They both are equal. So let's take L1 और L2 को आगे बढ़ा, L1 को आगे बढ़ाते हैं. Okay. Now, which one is smaller, L1 or L2? L2. So copy L2 and move L2 ahead. Now, which one is smaller, L1 or L2? L2. So move it ahead. Now, which one is smaller, L1 or L2? L2. Move it ahead. Which one is smaller, L1, L2? L2 again. Move it ahead. Which one is smaller, L1, L2? L2. Move it ahead. Which one is smaller, L1 or L2? L2. Move it ahead. Which one is smaller, L1, L2? अरे L2 तो है ही नहीं अब. L2 is done. तो क्या करोगे? L1, whatever left of L1, copy that into this. L1, 11 is left. Copy it. Move it ahead. 13 is left. Copy it. Move it ahead. And L1 is done. And guys, एक बढ़िया सा observation करोगे क्या? Can you guys do a little beautiful observation? Is this sorted? Is this sorted? अरे सुंदर तरीके से sorted. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? Beautifully sorted. Did I use any algorithm? Bubble sort, selection sort, ये sort, वो sort? कुछ नहीं. Nothing. Nothing. How many of you got this? This has been asked by very good companies. समझ में आया? Everyone got this? Everyone got this one? So now if I give you two sorted arrays, can you convert them into a single sorted array in O of n plus m? Let's say the size of this is n and the size of this is m. That will be the time complexity, right? Every element has been visited by once by both the arrays. So O of n plus m, right? Rishabh is saying after array 2 is ending, just copy the leftover elements from array 1. Seth, once that is done, जितने बचे हैं सब भेज दो उधर, because ये तो sorted ही है ना. You can simply send it to the end, right? Right. Exactly. We are not using dot sort as well, so it is simply big O of n plus n. Wonderful time complexity, right? Wonderful time complexity, है ना? Wonderful time complexity, right? So चलो. Everyone understands this part? Everyone comfortable with this one? अगर इससे comfortable हो तो मेरे को और एक चीज बताने दो फिर. ठीक है, चलो. Let me tell you a little story. A little story is, let's say, Sanjay. Sanjay is a student of a class. Let's call that class Y. Sanjay is alone in the class. He's the only guy who studies in the class. Okay, Sanjay gave an exam. Sanjay gave an exam. If none array is sorted, this approach is not valid. Krishna, this approach is not valid if the array is not sorted. Okay. So guys, there is Sanjay in a class. He's alone, the only student studying. He gave an exam. Who came first? Who came first? First कौन आया? Sanjay. Congratulations, Sanjay. Who came last? Sanjay. Congratulations, Sanjay. Right. So इससे हमें क्या सीखने मिली? What do we understand from that? If in an array, if there is a single element, can I say it is always sorted? Right? Just like in an exam, आप ही first आओगे, आप ही last आओगे, that means you are sorted, right? A single element array is always sorted. Can I say this part? Can I say this? A single element, just like Sanjay was alone, so he was the sorted guy. First भी वही आ रहा है, last भी वही आ रहा है. There is no comparison, right? No comparison at all. So single element is always sorted. Always sorted, है ना? ये वाली बात. Everyone agrees to this part. Guys, say yes or no, huh? Say yes or no. Say yes or no. Okay. Oh, the video is on. I did not realize that. Stop it. Okay. It is always sorted. Everyone realizes this fact. Everyone realizes. चलो, if अगर ये समझ में आ गया तो let's move to the next line. What is the next line? Let's say you are given an array 4 1 7 6 9. Is this unsorted? काफी बुरी तरीके से unsorted. Right? Right? Okay, nice. So what will I do, guys? इसको break कर देते हैं. Let's break this array into two parts. ठीक है? Can you tell me? This is the beginning and this is the end. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What will be the middle of this array, guys? Can you please confirm? इसका middle element क्या होगा? Can you please confirm what will be the middle element of this? My tools. How do I find the middle element? 0 plus 4 by 2. Of course, we take the floor value. 0 plus 4 by 2. Low is equal to, sorry, beginning is 0, end is 4. The middle element, start plus end by 2, right? Start plus end by 2. अच्छा धीरज ये भी याद है क्या? ठीक है, सही है. 0 plus 4 is 4. 4 by 2 is 2. Can I say this is the mid element? Can I say this is the mid element, guys? ठीक है. अब एक काम करते हैं. Let's break this down. Let's break down this array into two parts. Odd number ही तो है. अमन देखो, this is an odd number. Let's break it down into two parts. Even का भी पता चल जाएगा. Don't worry, we'll get it. One is 4 1 7. Another is 6 9. ठीक है. I'll focus on the right part later. I'll focus on the right part later. Okay. Let's focus on the left part. Okay. For this one, 0, and what is this? 2. Can you tell me now what is the middle element for this one? What is the middle element for this one? This one, right? So let's break it down further. और तोड़ देते हैं इसको. चलो. Let's break it down further. If I break it down further, it is divided into two parts. One part is 4 and 1, and another part is 7. अभी right part पे we'll focus later. Let's focus on the left part. ठीक है? Can I focus on the left part, guys? Can I focus on the left part? Okay. Let's focus on the left part. On the left part, can I break this down further into two parts? Can I break this down further into two parts, guys? Yes, one part will be 4, another part will be 1. Simple. Same logic, बस तोड़ते जाओ. Right? Now tell me, can I break this down further? क्या मैं इसको और तोड़ सकता हूँ? No. Can I break this down further? No. And one more question. Is this sorted? Is 4 sorted? Is this sorted? Can I combine two sorted arrays to find a single, or combine or make a single sorted array? Two sorted arrays, can I make them one, a single sorted array? I can, definitely I can. अभी तो किया था. So let's combine them to make a single sorted array. ठीक है? So ये हो गया 1 and 4. Yes or no? Yes or no? Right now, can you guys focus? This is a sorted array, and this is also a sorted array. Single element is always sorted, right? Right. So can I combine these two sorted arrays to find a single sorted array? Can I combine them? Of course. Combine कर देते हैं. Yes. So this becomes 1, 4, and 7. Can you all confirm? Can you all confirm if this is correct? Can you all confirm? Nice. Stay with me, huh? Stay with me, guys. Don't lose me at this point. Next, at this point, what happens? Let's break down. इसको तोड़ देते हैं. Let's break these two down further. This becomes 6. This becomes 9. Are these two individually sorted? Are these two individually sorted? Yes. So let's combine them to form a single sorted array. Yes or no? Now, the last question. Is this sorted and this sorted? Are both of them sorted? Two sorted arrays, guys, two sorted arrays. So let's combine them to form a single sorted array, which is 1, 4, 6, 7, 9. Is this array completely sorted? How many of you got this? Is this array completely sorted, guys? Completely sorted. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? अभी ये जो छोटी सी चीज की ना हमने, जो इतना सारा ये तामझाम था, इसी को एक भाई ने, one guy just randomly came up and said, I will call this merge sort. That's it. यही हुआ. Exactly same two pointers we'll be using, nothing else. So one guy randomly said, we want to call it merge sort. Do you want to change the name, guys? किसी को नाम बदलने की इच्छा है? Do you want to call it something else? Do you want to call it something else? मिलन सॉर्ट. चलो मिलन सॉर्ट, आज से इसका नाम मिलन सॉर्ट. बट गाइस क्या है, दुनिया में बहुत सारे लोग हैं, राइट? इट विल टेक अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू कन्विंस एवरीवन कि नहीं भाई मर्ज सॉर्ट मत बोलो, मिलन सॉर्ट बोलो, राइट? तो लेट्स कंटिन्यू विद द ट्रेंड. जो चल रहा है चलने देते हैं, राइट? थ्री इडियट्स में एक डायलॉग है ना, जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे, जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे. लेट्स कॉल इट मर्ज सॉर्ट, राइट? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू गॉट दिस गाइस? डोंट वरी अबाउट द कोड. Code is faltu. Yes, Rishabh, give me 1 minute. I'll come back. I'll come. Question के लिए time दूंगा यार, चिंता मत करो. But how many of you got this, guys? How many of you got this? Everything that we did, we've already done. ऐसा कुछ नया नहीं करना, right? How many of you got this? How many of you feel, oh, nice, this is gonna be fun. This seems easy. How many of you feel, अच्छा, ये तो आसान है, ये तो हो जाएगा. Come on, respond. Respond तो करो यार, ऐसा ना करो यार, guys. Respond. Let me take a doubt. Yes, Rishabh, please unmute. Let me know what's the doubt.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Tell me.
Yeah, sir. Actually, my question was that here you are breaking it to a single element. Every element you are making it to a single array. Sir, I just wanted to ask, why didn't we use that two-pointer method after breaking it for the first time?
After breaking it for the first time, because this was not individually sorted. Is this individually sorted?
Oh, okay, okay, yeah.
It has to be individually sorted. Only then.
Yes.
पहले अपनी लाइफ तो सही कर ले, तब तो वो दूसरे के साथ मिलेगा. Right?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, how many of you got this? How many of you got this? How many of you feel you can code this up? कितने लोग सोचते हैं कि they can code it up? कितने लोग सोचते हैं they can code it up? Yes, no, something would be appreciated highly. Easy. Okay. कर लेंगे. Okay. I think I can. Okay. अब तो आदत है सर. Okay. Okay. What else? How many of you can do it? Okay. Can you guys try for 5 minutes and then let's quickly wrap it up, because we don't have enough time today, or do you guys want to try it today if we do it tomorrow? Aisa? Tomorrow there is another algorithm waiting for you. Yes, beautiful algorithm. This amazing algorithm. Achha, again, chalo, we don't have time for this today, so we'll do it tomorrow only. Okay, try this out, and try the leftover questions. And again, guys, today's assignment will have questions from merge sort. The approach is something that you already have. Try this out. Let me know what do you get, and फिर करते हैं, है ना? Let's do it again. Yes, Ashutosh, please, you stay with me, guys. About one of that you guys referred as Millen sort, but again, we'll have to speak to a lot more humans. That's why we had to go with merge sort. Yeah, there, guys. Anyone remembers? Right? Nice. Okay. So let's try to implement it today, and then we'll do something even more interesting. Merge sort is good, but the next one, guys, it sort of blows your mind. That's my favorite algorithm. The next one that you would see, no? That's my favorite algorithm. Guys, everyone clear with the idea of merge sort? Everyone clear with the idea of merge sort? Idea. Okay, nice. Little bit, okay, not an issue. Nice. Okay, this was the discussion, right? That we had on merge sort. Remember this one? Okay. So, guys, first of all, let's write a function. Let's write a function. When can we quickly rewrite it on merge sort? Okay, actually, yes, let's do it. Okay, since Rohan says so, let's go for it. So one of my best friends' name is Rohan, so that's why Rohan, I'll take your request. That's a bullshit reason though. I would have taken that anyway. Cool. So guys, what do we saw in merge sort? We kept on dividing the array. We kept on dividing the array into parts, such that you cannot divide the array any longer. You cannot divide the array anymore. Right? Basically, since till the point the array becomes 1. Till the point the array becomes 1. Right? And then once you are done, this sort of acts like two sorted arrays. And we already know how to combine two sorted arrays. We already know how to combine two sorted arrays, yes or no? And once we know that, what we will do? We will simply start merging them. And once we start merging them, we keep on merging them such that the entire array becomes sorted. This is what we had the conversation on it. Yes or no? This is the conversation that we had on it. Any one of you tried to implement this, guys? किसी ने try किया to implement this one? Any of you tried it? किसी ने try किया? Was anyone able to do it? How many of you tried it? कितनों ने try किया, guys? कोई बात नहीं कर पाया तो that's not an issue. Okay, nice. So, shall we implement it now? Shall we implement it now? Sure. Let's try. Okay, cool. The attendance is a little low. I'm guessing people have some commitments on Saturday. So let's hope that they'll watch the recording. So let's say function merge sort. What do I need for the merge sort, guys? What do I need for the merge sort? I need the array. I need low. I need high. What is low and high? What is low and high, guys? What is low and high? Low is the beginning of the array. High is the ending of the array, right? Just my indexes. Just my indexes. Nothing much. Can I say that? Is it fine to say that? Is it fine to say that? This will help me identify which one is the beginning of my array and which one is the ending of the array. Now, can I find the mid value? How can I find the mid value, guys? Low plus high by 2. And I hope you know this will be the floor value. And I hope you know this will be the floor value. Once you know this is the floor value, what you have to do? You have to divide the array into two halves. One half is from 0 to mid, other half is from mid plus 1 to end, and then do the same thing again. Correct? If you have to do the same thing again, don't you think it's a good idea to use the same function again? If you just have to do the same thing again, don't you think it's a good idea to do it? So let's call the same function, but instead of, I will give it the same array, beginning, but where does it end? It ends at mid. And then same thing, but for the next half. What is the next half? Comma, and once you are done with this, you just merge the two array. What are the two arrays you need to merge? Array low, high, sorry, and mid. Done, guys. This is the entire code. Congratulations, you guys know merge sort. End of the session. I'll see you on Monday. If only life would have been that easy, no, guys? If only life would have been that easy, right? Kash life itna easy hota, right? Right, guys? Kash. If only. Okay. But actually, this is the entire code. We just need to write one more function called as the merge function, which we will have array, comma, low, comma, high, comma, mid. Okay. So guys, if I ask you, can you copy the array from low to mid into a new array? Matlab, let me tell you what do I want here. Let's say this is my array. If I ask you to copy this array from 0 to mid into this new array called as, can you do that? Can you copy itna part of the array into this one and copy itna part of this array into new one, this one? ऐसे करके can you make two arrays out of this single array? कर सकते हो ना? कर सकते हो, right? Rohan, finally Rohan, someone said it's great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Exactly. How can it be a recursive function if there is no base case? Where are you guys? What is the first thing that we discussed? Thank you, Rohan. Thank you very much. Made my life happy. You made me happy today. Thank you. How can a recursive function be without a base case? Guys, what was the first thing? What was the first thing that we discussed? Acha, tell me, chalo, one thing. If low is equal to high, that means it is a single element. Single element, can it be broken down further? Can it be broken down further? So if low equals to high, chupchap return kar de. What do you guys suggest? Suggest? Nice. Finally. Thank you. So again, thank you, Rohan. Clap for yourself, man. We are too lazy to clap, but I hope you can clap for yourself. Okay. So guys, I'm going to create a left array. What is this left array? Copy of array from low to mid. What will be right array? Copy of array from mid plus 1 to high. Then I will take, let's say, a pointer. Let's call that pointer index. And I will start it from low. Now I will also take two more pointers. Let's say left array ka pointer is equal to 0. Right array ka pointer is equal to 0. While left array ka pointer is lesser than left dot length and right array ka pointer is lesser than right dot length. We can go inside. If left array, if left of left array is lesser than equals to right of right array, then I will say array of index is equal to left of left array plus plus else. Guys, anyone following where I'm going with this? किसी को समझ में आ रहा है? किसी को समझ में आ रहा है where I'm going with this? Anyone getting? थोड़ा बहुत. Are you guys following me? How many of you are able to follow me here? Come on, try hard. यहाँ पे थोड़ा hard try. Try a little bit harder here so that when I do a dry run, things will make much more sense. ठीक है? While I'm doing it, try a little bit harder to absorb it, and then it will make much more sense there when I'll be actually explaining. ठीक है? So while I'm typing, do focus. ठीक है? Else array of index is equal to right of right array right array plus plus anyway index plus plus. And once you are done with this loop, while left array is lesser than left dot length array of index plus plus is equal to left of left array plus plus. Similarly, while right array is lesser than right dot length array of index plus plus right of. This is the entire code for merge sort, end to end. End to end. This is the entire code for merge sort. Complete. So this is the merge function. This is the actual merge sort function. If you combine them together, that's the entire code. Okay, I'm giving you 1 or 2 minutes. Let's take 2 minutes. You guys analyze this. एक बार छोटा सा dry run करके देखो. Right, I'm gonna reduce its size so it's visible in one line. Okay, try to do a little bit of dry run and let me know what do you get, and then let's try to solve this up. Let's try to figure this out. Okay, does that make sense? Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? Make sense? Yes, no, kuch to keh do, please. Okay, come on, go for it, please. Go for it. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Can you see it now? Can you see it now? Sorry, guys. Sorry. Very sorry. Did not realize that. What is the length of it? It is copy from the array from low to mid. Arvind, so what will be the length of left? Low to mid. Whatever is the size of it. Cool. Shall I begin? Has anyone got enough time to analyze this? Guys, analyzed? Guys, समझ में आया? Anyone got it? Anyone tried? कितनों ने try किया? Genuinely. How many of you tried? Genuinely, guys. Genuinely. How many of you tried? Chalo, if you tried, that's great. Nice. Chalo, let's take a बढ़िया सा unsorted array. Let's take a बढ़िया सा unsorted array. कोई बात नहीं, we'll clear it up. 4, 9, 9, 4, 1, 5, 3. Is it quite unsorted, this array? Guys, is it quite unsorted, this array? काफी unsorted सा array. Okay, बढ़िया, nice. So I hope everyone realizes that as soon as this begins, what will happen? We'll have to make our first function call. What will be that? What will be the first function call? Anyone guys? क्या होगा first function call? x1, x0, sorry, x0. Then what will be the first function call? What will be the first function call? Batao. You will give it the array. What will be the value of low? 0. What will be the value of high? 4. Why? Because it's a 5 size array. So high will be, what will be the end? This will be low. This will be high. Guys, I need you to respond. Come on. Array will be this. So we don't need to keep a track of it. 0, 4. Come on, guys. Let's pay some attention, guys. Come on. Everyone with me? Everyone with me? I need some energy here. Come on. Are you guys with me? Are you guys with me? Okay, stay with me. Okay, stay with me. Cool. Now, let's start. As soon as this begins, this function call, let's focus here. Is low equals to high? Is this correct? Is this correct? So let's find the mid value. What is the mid value? Jaldi se batao. What is the mid value for this? I'm going to keep a track of it. 0 plus 4 by 2. This will be the floor value. So mid is equal to 2. Okay, mid is equal to 2. What is this thing? What is this thing? This line. What is line number 6? Line number 6 is a function call. Exactly. That's a function call. So if that is a function call, let's go for it. x1. And then what will be the value of low? 0. What will be the value of mid? Mid ka value kya hai, guys? 0 to 2. So now can I move to the next line, or do I need to execute this line first? I need to execute this one, right? x1 first. Correct. So let's start. Is low equals to high? No. So I will find the mid value again. But now what will be the mid value? 0 plus 2 by 2 is equal to 1. Okay. So for this, the mid value is 1. And what is the next line? A function call. What is this function call? Array, comma, low, comma, mid. What is x2? What is low? Still 0. What is mid? 1. Now, okay, can I move to the next line, or do I need to execute x2 first? I need to execute x2 first. There is no other reason. There is no other way around it. ठीक है, तो चलो execute करते हैं x2. For x2, is low equals to high? Is low equals to high? No. So let's find the mid value. What will be mid value? 0 plus 1 by 2, the floor value. क्या होगा, guys? 0. Perfect. Smart people. Mid will be 0. If this is 0, what happens? If this is 0, what happens? You go to the next line. अभी तक क्या कर रहे थे? वही तो कर रहे थे. x3. But now something interesting will happen, guys. x3, 0 is low. What is mid? 0. Is low equals to high now if I start executing x3? Yes, 100% yes. So return कर जाओ guys, return कर जाओ, and x3 is done. Can I say x3 is done? Stop it. Sort of broke my stack. Okay. Now once you return to x2, you will be basically returning to this line. So can I execute the next line now? What is the next line? Next line is another function call, guys. Another function call. What is that function call? X3, such that it is array comma mid plus 1. What will be this mid plus 1? What will be this mid plus 1? Mid plus 1 kya hoga, guys? Mid is 0. Mid is 0. Mid is 0. Check it out. Check it out. 0 plus 1 will be 1. What will be high? 1. And then you start executing x3. Again, check it out. What will be this mid plus 1? Mid plus 1. Mid is 0 for x2. So 0 plus 1 will be 1. So what will be this 1 comma 1? This will be 1 comma 1. Everyone able to get how did we go for this 1 comma 1? Mid plus 1. Everyone comfortable? Nice. Okay. So for x3 is low equals to high. Can you all please confirm? Is low equals to high? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So what will I do? I will return. X3 is done. If x3 is done, guys, can you please confirm if I can move to the next line? What is this next line? This next line is a call to the merge function. So what is x2 doing now? X2 is calling the merge function. What is the value of array? Array. What is the value of low? 0. What is the value of high? 1. What is the value of mid? 0. How many of you are able to get this part? कितनों को समझ में आया ये वाला part? Function call. Function call, guys. Function call. Now I have to execute the merge function. Ab sara ka sara concentration, the entire concentration should be on the merge function now. The entire concentration should be on the merge function now. Let's focus on the merge function. Okay. I want everyone to tell me what will be left. Left is copy of the array from low to mid. So what will be left? One single element. This is 9. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? One single element, that is 9. होगा कि नहीं होगा? होगा कि नहीं होगा भाई बताओ? होगा, of course होगा. This will be left. And what will be right? Right will be the copy of the array from mid plus 1. This is mid, huh? This is mid, high, and low. Copy of the array from mid plus 1, that is 0 plus 1 to high. What is 0 plus 1 to high? Everyone gets this part? Everyone gets this part? What will be left and what will be right? Left will be 9, right will be 4. Guys, yes or no? Yes or no? Can I say that? Can I say that? Okay. Now, what will be this index? What will be the value of index? Can you please confirm? 0, because low ka value is 0. Index is equal to low, right? Then left array 0, right array 0. So what is the index of 0? What is the index of left array? 0. Is it lesser than left dot length, which is 1, and right array, which is again 0, lesser than right dot length, which is 1? Are both the conditions true? Is 0 lesser than 1 and 0 lesser than 1? Is it true? It is true. So let's go inside this and execute this line. What is this line? What is this? Left of array, which is, what is the element that I'm talking about? Left of left array, that is left array 0. What is left of 0? 9. Is 9 lesser than equals to right of right array, which is again 4? Is 9 lesser than equals to 4, guys? Is 9 lesser than equals to 4? Is it true? No, not true. Everyone agrees to this part. Everyone agrees to this part, guys. Everyone agrees to this part. So what will we do? Can we execute inside the if condition? No, we'll have to go to the else block. And what is the else block? Array of index. Array I said. Okay? Array of index, that is array of 0 is equal to right of right array, which is, what is right of 0? 4. And after that, right array plus plus. Left array has no value. है ना? Again. देखो. Sorry, Muntasir, can you check this out? Left array, I copy the array from low to mid. So this is a separate function that I will write. मतलब इसमें मैं क्या करूँगा? I will copy the content of the array from low to mid. यहाँ पे low था 0, mid था 0. So from 0 to 0, I copied this array into this left. That's why what is this left? This is a single element array with the name 9 or with the element 9. Similarly, right is a single element array with the element 4. Muntazir, do you get this point? Muntazir, do you get this point? Nice. Okay. So guys, what will happen? Array of index, that is array of 0, will be equals to right of 0, because right array is 0. So right of 0 is 4. And after that, right array plus plus. So can I say this will become 1? Can I say this will become 1? Right array? Guys, everyone comfortable with this point? Right? After this, what will happen? Now tell me, is this while loop correct now? 0 lesser than 1 and 1 lesser than 1, are both the conditions true? Are both the conditions true? No. So what will I have to do? I will have to go out of this and I will have to go to this line. So while loop is done, so I'll have to go for this one. What is left array now? What is left array now? 0. Is it lesser than 1? Is it lesser than 1? Yes. And guys, यहाँ पे index plus plus हुआ था. I hope everyone recognize this. Index plus 1 will make it 1. Right? Will make it 1. Okay. So while left of array is less than, this condition is true. So what is array of index? Array of index, that is array of 1, will become left of left array, which is left of 0, that is 9. And I hope everyone understands the post increment operator. It will become index plus 1 plus plus, and this will become left array plus plus. So this will become 1. Now is left array, that is 1, lesser than left dot length, that is 1. Is this correct? Is this correct? No. So that is the end of the while loop. I'll go here. Now what is right array? What is right array, guys? Right array is already 1. Is it lesser than right dot length, that is 1? Is this correct? Is 1 lesser than 1? No, 1 ka lesser than 1. 1 to equals to 1. No, 1 is equals to 1. So that is done. Is this condition true? No. And if you check this out, there is nothing after it. Can I say this is done? Can I say this is done completely? And once this is done, what will happen? It will return to what? Where the function call was made. Where was it made? At x2, guys. At x2. Remember? Yaad aaya x2. So at x2, this will return, and x2 pe, what was the value of low to high? What was the value of low to high? Low and high ka value kya tha, guys? Low was 0, high was 1. Can you check if this part of the array is sorted? Can you check if this part of the array has been sorted? Can you check? Has it been sorted? How many of you got this? Has it been sorted? Has it been sorted? Yes, no, something. It has been sorted, 100%. What happens next? What happens next? Is there anything below this line? Is there anything below this line? No. So x2 is done. And once x2 is done, what will happen? It will return to x1. It will return to x1. At x1, what will happen? x1, we just executed this line. So what is the next line that we'll execute? Line number 7. What is this line number 7? Again, that's a function call. Let's call x2 mid plus 1. What is the value of mid plus 1? Mid plus 1. What is this mid plus 1? 2. What is the value of high for x1? What is the value of high for x1? 2. Awesome. Let's execute x2. Let's execute x2. Is low equals to high? Is low equals to high? Is low equals to high? Yes. So what do? We simply return. And if we simply return, can I say that I will return x2 will, that is basically x2 will return to x1, and which line we will be executing? Which line we will be executing? Merge function wala line, guys. So now x1 is calling the merge function. Yes or no? X1 is calling the merge function. Let's call the x1 wala merge function. Merge. Okay, I'm gonna just remove this a little bit. I'm just gonna remove this a little bit. Is everyone with me, no? So far, everyone getting whatever I'm saying so far? Everyone getting what I'm getting so far? सबको समझ में आया guys अभी तक? Not going too fast, no? I'm not going too fast, right? It's fine, no? The pace. Okay, chalo, nice. Okay, what is this merge function? Can you please tell me what is this merge function now? Array to array hai, koi issue nahi hai. What will be low for x1? 0. What will be high for x1? 2. And what will be mid for x1? 1. Okay. So now can we start executing the merge function, guys? Chalo, let's execute the merge function. Now, guys, you have to pay a little bit attention. Left kya hoga, guys? Left kya hoga? What will be left? What will be left? Copy of the array from low to mid. Low is 0, mid is 1. Can I say this part? Can I say this part? Yes. So 4, 9. This will be left. Similarly, what is right? Copy of the array from mid plus 1, that is 1 plus 1, to high, that is 2. Can I say this part? So this will be right. Guys, are these two individually sorted arrays? Are these two individually sorted arrays? Ayush, thoda sa attention dhyan dena yahan pe. Ayush, can you unmute for a second? I'll just recap with the help of Ayush. Guys, again, if it's going a little bit above, I'll just recap it with the help of Ayush. Yes, Ayush, can you unmute for a second? There are two Ayushes actually. I don't know which one to unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Ayush, what part you're struggling with exactly?
Sir, from the while loop, line number 17. Yeah.
यहाँ पे तो अभी तक पहुंचे ही नहीं है. Just tell me, do you understand this part?
Yeah. वहाँ तक there is no problem.
That's fine, no?
Yeah.
अरे वहाँ तक तो I'll make you understand. Not an issue. Guys, everyone clear with this part? How did we copy the array? Everyone clear with this part? Okay, take 1 minute and let me know if there is a doubt till this point. Let me know if there is a doubt till this point. You have 1 minute. Come on, guys. Take 1 minute and let me know. How we calculate? Aditya, you can use an array list for that. You can use an array list for that, or there is an inbuilt function also. I'll tell you that. एक array list भी होता है, वो भी कर सकते हो. और array list तो you know, right? Array list तो know, right? Yeah. Again, guys, this can be done. This can be done with, there are 2-3 ways to it. There is an inbuilt function for it, Rohan. There is an inbuilt function for it, and so on. Okay, don't worry. There is an inbuilt function in Java. I'll explain that. Not an issue. There is an inbuilt function for it. But you guys can do it, no? Guys, ये खुद से भी एक function बना सकते हैं, right? Can we make a function like this? मैं जल्दी से एक बार बताता हूँ. Array left. Hi, I want to copy the array from left to right. मान लो. Assume. So what will be the size of the array? Array का size क्या होगा, guys? Let's say size will be right minus left plus 1, and then for I is equal to left, I less than equals to right, I plus plus. Oh, sorry, I did not declare a new array, no? Sorry. Something like this. Then ans of size is equal to array of, and then finally that's it. Can we not make a function like this? Will it do the job? Will it do the job? Let's say I want to copy this array. I want to copy this part of the array. Itna part of the array. So what will be left? What will be left? It will be 0. What will be right? It will be 1. So what will be size? Right, that is 1 minus 0 plus 1. What is 1 minus 0 plus 1? 2. Right? Array, sorry. That is all correct. Sorry. Yeah. Guys, everyone gets how the size will be this? How the size will be this? Everyone gets this part? Then after that, once you have the size, you will move the array from left to right and put it in this new array. Yes or no? Ye to ho jayega, no? This is it. This is the function. Everyone, whoever was having the issue with copy array wala function. Everyone got it? Samajh mein aaya? Yes, no, Rohan, guys, whoever had the doubt, yes, no, something. Can you say something? Kuch to bol do yaar. Acha, okay. Okay, nice. So now I'm gonna just, for everyone's ease, I'm just gonna write this array. I'm gonna call the function copy array. I'm going to give it my array. Sorry, I'm going to give it my array and low to mid. Similarly, for the right one, what will I do? Right copy array mid plus 1 to high. Can you not do it, guys? Now, can everyone okay with this part now? How will we copy? Copy कैसे कर लेंगे? Okay, nice, बढ़िया. चलो. So now I hope everyone is clear till this point. इस line तक सब ठीक है. Ayush clear? No? Ayush okay? No? Now you're okay till this point? No? We haven't gone into the while loop. अभी while loop की चिंता मत करो. Index is equal to low. Guys, low का value is 0. So index value will be 0. Index value will be 0. Okay. Now, left array will be 0 and right array will be 0. So 0 lesser than left dot length. What is the array of left length? What is the size of the left array? 2. 0 should be lesser than 2. And right array. What is right array? Right array ka pointer, guys, initially 0 and it should be lesser than right dot length. What is right dot length? What is right dot length? 1. Only single element. Only single element. Okay. Are both the conditions true? Is 0 lesser than 2 and 0 lesser than 1? Is this correct? It is correct. No. Now, left of 0, that is 4. Is it lesser than or is it lesser than equals to right of 0, that is 1? Is 4 lesser than equals to 1, guys? Yes, correct, Rohan. That's the function I was talking about. Okay. Is 4 lesser than equals to 1? Is this correct? Is this correct, guys? No. So I will have to go to the else block. What is the else block? Array of, what is array of left? Sorry, array of index. What is array of index? Array of index means array of 0. At this point, what will you do? Right of right array. What is right of right array? Is it 1? Is it 1, guys? Guys, I need you to be responsive. If you are focusing, that's fine. But are you getting this or not till this point? Okay. And what happens at this point? Right array plus plus. Right array plus plus means this becomes 1. Now, is 0 lesser than 2 and 1 lesser than 1? Of course, index plus plus will also happen. Is 0 lesser than 2 and 1 lesser than 1? Is this true? Is this true? No, not true. So can I say while loop is done? This while loop is done. So we'll have to come to this line. Now what is left array? 0. Is it lesser than left dot length, that is 2? No, it is not. So what will I do? I will just copy it. Array of index, that is array of 1 is equal to left of 0, which is 4. Then index plus plus and left plus plus. Now is 1 lesser than 2? Yes. So array of index, that is array of 2 is equal to left left of left array. Left of left array is 9. Sorry, did I write 2 here? Sorry. It will be 9. And after that, index plus plus, index becomes 3. Left array plus plus, it becomes 2. Is 2 lesser than 2? No. End of it. Now right array. Right array mein to 1. The length is 1. Is 1 lesser than 1? No. End. If this is done, can I say the merge function is completely done? Can I say the merge function is completely done? Yes, 100% done. And once it is done, it will return to x1. And then x1, guys, the value of low was 0. The value of high was 2. Is itna part of the array that is from index 0 to 2 sorted now? Can you please confirm? Is this part of the array sorted now? It is sorted. It is sorted. It is sorted. So in my recursion tree, we are done with the left half. Now we are back to the top and we will move to the right half. How? X1 is done. And once X1 is done, what will it do? It will return to X0. At X0, what will happen? At X0, what will happen? At X0, what will happen? You will execute this line. What is this line? The merge function. Again, it will be called merge sort array. So ठीक है. Mid plus 1. Mid का value 2. So 2 plus 1 is 3. High का value 4. And that's the function call. Okay. That's the function call. That's what we are doing, Krishna. That's what we are doing. That's what we are doing. But now it has been changed. It has been changed. No? So that's why I cannot do it here again. बहुत पीछे जाने पड़ेगा. Right? But again, you will, the best part about recursion is, even if you start to focus right now, you will get it. Okay? Stay with me now. Cool. At x1. At x1, what happens? Low ka value 3, high ka value 4. Is low equals to high, guys? Is low equals to high? No. We'll find the mid. What is the mid value? 3 plus 4 by 2, the floor value. 3 plus 4 is 7. 7 by 2 ka floor value? 3. Okay. So mid value comes out as 3. Now, the next line. Okay. The next line. What is the next line? A merge sort, the function. So merge, isme kya hoga? That is x2. Now, what is the range? Mid plus 1. What is mid plus 1? Sorry. Line number 6. What is low, guys? What is low? Can you please confirm? For x1 is calling it. So low ka value 3, mid ka value 3. So can you please confirm, is low equals to high for x2? Is low equals to high for x2? 3, 3? Yes. So done. And once done, it will return and we'll get to this line. What is this line? Merge sort, that is x2 such that mid plus 1, that is 4, 4. 4. Let's try to execute x2. Is x2 low equals to high? Yes, it is. It is. And it is done. Once it is done, can you please confirm that we will be moving to this line? What is this line? What is this line? This line, the merge function. What is this merge function? Now x1 is calling the merge function. Okay, guys, stay a little bit more attentive, guys. Come on, a little bit more attentive. I know it's a Saturday. I know it's an afternoon. Sabka sone ka man hai. But come on, guys, stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me, guys. Come on. X1 is here. X1 is here. So at this point, what we'll get? The merge function. How will the merge function look like? Array, comma, low is 3, high is 4, and mid is 3. Okay. So let's start executing. What will be the left array? Left array kya hoga, guys? Copy of the array from low to mid. Low is 3, mid is 3. That means 5 will be the left array. Right. Copy of the array from mid plus 1 to high. What is mid plus 1? 4. What is high? 4. So this one. Someone is saying eyes automatic band ho rahi hai. Please, guys, please, let's not sleep. Come on, guys, come on. Let's not sleep. Come on, guys, stay with me. Don't lose me at this point. Very interesting. Chalo, guys. This is merge sort, guys. First question you get. Very important interview. पैसे चाहिए नहीं चाहिए? Job. I'm gonna say all the adjectives that you guys focus on. Chalo. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's not lose it. Okay. So This is my left array. This is my right array. What will be the value of index? Index is equal to low. What is this index? 3. Index equals to 3. Left array ka pointer 0, right array ka pointer 0. So what is the length of the left array? 0 lesser than 1 and 0 lesser than 1. Are both the conditions true? Is 0 lesser than 1 and 0 lesser than 1? Are both the conditions true? Yes, it is. So let's focus here. Is left of 0, that is 5, lesser than equals to right of 0, that is 3? Is it true? Is it true? No, not true. So what will happen? We'll go to the else block. What is the else block? Array of index. What is array of index? Array of 3. इस point पे क्या होगा? Array of 3 पे right of 0, which is 3, and then right plus plus, right becomes 1, and index plus plus, index becomes 4. Now is sorry, is 0 lesser than 1 and 1 lesser than 1? Is this true? Is 0 lesser than 1 and 1 less than 1? Is it true? No, not true. So end of the while loop, we'll come to this line. What is this line? Left array is 0. Is it lesser than left dot length, that is 1? Is 0 lesser than 1? Yes. So array of index, that is array of 4, is equal to left of 0, that is 5. And then left index plus plus becomes 5, left plus plus becomes 4. Is 1 lesser than 1? No, end of the array. Right array. What is right array? Right mein kya hoga, guys? 1 lesser than 1. Is this true? No. So we cannot execute it. So since this is done, can I say the merge function will return back to x1? If it returns back to x1, what will happen? Can you check from low to high, that is from 3 to 4? Is this array sorted? Is this array sorted from 3 to 4? Itna part. Itna part. Is this sorted? And since x1 is done, what will happen? It will return to x0. At x0, what happened, guys? At x0, we are done with this line also. So now can we move to the next line? Yes, the next line. What is this next line? Merge them. So now x0 is calling the merge function. What is the merge function say? Array, okay. Low is 0, high is 4, and what is mid? 2, right? So let's execute this final merge function and we will be done. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. Let me wrap it up. Is everyone with me so far? Everyone with me so far? Come on, come on, come on. Just last bit, last bit. Chalo, thoda sa dam lagayenge, guys. Come on. What will be this left array? What will be this left array? Left array is the copy of the array from 0 to, that is low, to mid. Low is 0, 0, and then is mid. 149. And what is the right array? It is the copy of the array from mid plus 1, that is 3, to high, that is 4. What is that? 3, 5. Guys, are these two individually sorted arrays? Yes, hum sort hi karke aaye the, right? We did that. What will be the value of index? Is equal to low, that is 0. Now focus here. Left array is 0. Right array is 0. Is 0 lesser than left dot length? What is left dot length? That is 3. And right, that is 0 lesser than right dot length, that is 2. Are both the conditions true? Yes. So let's focus. Is left of 0 lesser than equals to right of 0? Is this correct? Is this correct? Yes. So what will be array of 0? Array of 0. Array of 0 will be left of 0, that is 1, and then left plus plus, that is it becomes 1, and index plus plus, that is it becomes 1. We focus here. Now, again, is 1 lesser than 3 and 0 lesser than 2? Is this correct, guys? Is 1 lesser than 3 and 0 lesser than 2? Yes. So what will be this? Is left of 1, that is 4, lesser than equals to right of 0, that is 3. Is 4 lesser than equals to 3? No. So we go to the else block. What is the else block? Array of index, that is array of 1, becomes right of 0, that is 3, right plus plus, it becomes 1. Okay, it becomes 1, and of course index plus plus index becomes 2. Now, is 1 lesser than 3 and 1 lesser than 2? Are both the conditions true? Is 1 lesser than 3 and 1 lesser than 2? Yes. So let's go on. Now, what is left of this? Sorry. What is left of 1, that is 4? Is it lesser than equals to right of 1, that is 5? Is 4 lesser than equals to 5? Yes. So we go inside array of index, that is array of 2. We make it left of left array, that is 4, and then left plus plus such that it comes here, and index plus plus such that it becomes 3. Right? And of course, this becomes 2. Now, is 2 lesser than 3 and 1 lesser than 2, guys? Are both the conditions true? Yes. Now, what is left of 2? It is 9. Is it lesser than equals to right of 1, that is 5? Is 9 lesser than equals to 5? No. So we go to the else block. What is the else block? Array of index, that is 3. We make it right of 2, that is 5, and then right plus plus, it becomes 2. Okay, it becomes 2. Now, index plus plus index becomes 4. Now, is 2 lesser than 3 and 2 lesser than 2? Are both the conditions true? No. So while loop done, we come across here. Now, left array is 2. Is it lesser than left dot length, that is 3? Yes. So what do? Array of index. What is array of index? 4 is equal to left of 2, that is 9. So यहाँ पे आ गया 9 such that left plus plus, it becomes 3. Is 3 lesser than 3? No. End of the loop. Is 2 lesser than 2? No. End of the loop. Merge function done. Is the merge function done? Yes, it is done. At x0, are we done with everything? We are done with everything. Can you check if the entire array has been sorted from 0 to 4? Yes, it has been sorted. So just remove it from the recursion stack. And we are done, guys. How many of you got this? How many of you got this? How many of you got this completely? End to end? So, guys. Again, the code is long. Finally, recursion में थोड़ा code लंबा आया, guys. Nice. Got it. What is the time complexity? जल्दी बताओ. What is the time complexity? चलो, I'll tell you the time complexity. नहीं, यही तो बात है. ऐसे हर बार नहीं होता. अच्छा, चलो, just tell me what is the time complexity of this merge function. What is the time complexity of this merge function? Big O of n. In the worst case, every element is being visited once. विशाल ने मस्त गूगल किया what is the time complexity of merge sort और आंसर दिया n log n, है ना n log n, right? चलो, सही है. This is the time complexity of the merge function. But guys, what is the space complexity? What is the space complexity? We are using this left array extra, this right array extra, right? Yes or no? In the worst case, left plus right, what is the total amount of space that we'll be using? O of n, no? Pura ka pura array, even though it is divided in 2 halves, but n units of memory to lag raha hoga na, guys? N units of memory to lag raha hai, right? So the extra space that you are using is O of n. Everyone gets it? Everyone gets this part? Now, we just need to figure out what is the time complexity of this one. Isko samajhna hai, guys, bas. So, फिर this function every time is calling it merge function, which is O of n. So let's say whatever is the time complexity of this x into O of n, x into n, जो भी होता है वो. We just need to figure out what is this x, उसको n से multiply कर देंगे. Why are we multiplying? Because every time this function is calling it, right? तो एक बार बुलाया n, दूसरी बार बुलाया n, तीसरी बार बुलाया n, ऐसे x बार बुलाया तो n, right? We just need to figure out how many times if that function is calling. Yes or no? Logic clear? Logic clear? Sure. Okay. Ayush, जितनी बार ये merge function, merge sort वाला function है, हर बार is it calling the merge function? Every function that is being called, that is calling the merge function. So let's say, और हर बार जैसे मान लो इसको एक बार बुलाओगे तो n rupees खर्च होंगे, and you are calling it let's say x times. So what is the total amount of money that you would have spent? X into n. Yes or no? Ayush, ऐसे समझ में आया? You're calling it once, so n. You're calling it once, so that is n. But you're calling it x times, so that is x into n, right? And the copy function is also here, although you can actually create on your own, right? We just need to figure out the value of x. So shall we try to figure out the value of x? Try करें guys, try करें. Let's try. चलो try करते हैं. Let's try. Yeah. Let me get back to the board. Okay. So guys, can you see my screen? I'm at the board. Can you see my screen? Okay. Initially, I have an array of size n. I am dividing in two halves, n upon 2, n by 2. Then this further, I'm dividing into two halves, which will become n by 4, n by 4, n by 4, n by 4. Right? ऐसे करके I will keep on dividing them till the point उनका size कितना बन जाए? What is their size? They became 1. Till the point the size becomes 1. Right? So this n, can I write it as n upon 2 raised to the power 0? Can I write it? Yes. Can I write it as n upon 2 raised to the power 1? I can write it. Yes. Can I write it as n upon 2 square? And then it will become n upon 2 cube and so on. So let's say after some k number of steps, it becomes 1. So can I say n upon 2 raised to the power k is equal to 1 after some k steps? 1 step के बाद ये, 2 step के बाद ये, 3 steps के बाद ये. So after some 4 steps, it will become k. Yes or no? Can I say that? So let's take it there. अब n को multiply कर देते हैं उस side. So n becomes 2 raised to the power k. This k is the number of times it is running, right? This k is the number of times it is running, no? So has anyone heard of a term called log? सुना है? Log सुना है? Log. तो log ले लो दोनों side फिर. Log of n is equal to log 2 raised to the power k. Now there is a property of log. Log a raised to the power x is equal to x into log a. Let's apply that property here. Log n is equal to k into log 2. Now I'm going to take this log 2 this side. Now there is another property of this. Log a upon log b is equal to log a to the base b. So k is equal to log n upon log 2. So what is k now? What is k now? Log n. How many if you got this? How many if you got this, guys? How many if you got this? So now we have the value of x. We have the value of x, and this x is calling n wala function every time. So what is the total time complexity now? Log n into n, or as people call it, n log n. That is the time complexity of merge sort. And what is the space complexity? What is the space complexity? We go off. Everyone got this? Everyone got this? No, base is constant, no? So it doesn't really affect, but you should know it's 2. It doesn't really affect. Constant, no? That's fine. We don't write it. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? Time and space complexity. Does that make sense? How is it log of n and whatever it is? Make sense, make sense, make sense. Yes, no, something. Exactly. Though you have been using array dot sort, no? Array dot sort, uska time complexity kitna hota tha? N log n. So this is the best. This is the best case scenario. This is the best case scenario. But what if I tell you that your inbuilt sort is not merge sort? Inbuilt sort merge sort nahi hota. It's not n, it is n log n, but it is something else. What is that? The answer lies in the title of today's session. What was the title of today's session? क्या था भाई आज का टाइटल बताओ? Quick sort. The youngest algorithm of all. The youngest algorithm of all. Why do I say youngest? Correct, Rohan. That is correct. But I will be discussing that next week, not this week. Next week. इसको this week नहीं, next week करेंगे. ठीक है? There is a reason. वो क्यों बता रहा हूँ वो next week बताऊँगा. ठीक है, Rohan? Next week. अभी. Too much. नहीं तो वो हो जाएगा. Too much for one day. हाँ, अरे सब पता है यार. तो इंस्ट्रक्टर बनोगे? Wanna teach with me? Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. Cool. So guys, quicksort was developed in 1950s. So it is the youngest. I know some of you will be saying, "Itna young thodi hua," but relatively young. Relatively young. दादाजी की उम्र है, but हाँ, ठीक है, cool. So let's go for quicksort. Guys, can we go for quicksort? Everyone excited? Energized? ताकत है ना सब में? Everyone feeling energized, no? एकदम? Everyone feeling energized, no? एकदम? Or do you want a break? छोटा सा? चलो 2 minutes का break. I knew that, but चलो ठीक है. Let's take a break. You and I want a break. I'm really tired. Glucon D break. चलो. How many time went to school? School कितने लोग गए? School गए? कोई ऐसा है जो स्कूल ही नहीं गया? कोई बात नहीं वैसे. सब गए क्या? यार मैं अकेला ही हूँ क्या जो स्कूल नहीं गया? Feeling a little embarrassed, but कोई बात नहीं. Yes, bye bye. Yes. Okay. So guys, स्कूल में एक चीज होती थी assembly, right? स्कूल में एक चीज होती थी assembly, right? One assembly used to happen. And assembly में there used to be one weird rule that you have to stand height wise. Happens? You have to stand height wise. Yes or no? Height wise. And then what used to happen? उसमें क्या होता था? If you are standing height wise, what used to happen is that एक बंदा, there used to be one guy, वो जो 9 बजे का स्कूल होता था but 7 बजे आ जाता था. For some reason, I don't know. 9 a.m. used to be the school timing official, and that guy would go and sit at 7 a.m. Pata nahi, I don't know, his family didn't like or what, but one guy would go and sit at 7 a.m. right? And that guy would be too excited for everything, even for क्या कहते हैं उसको, assembly. So that guy would be the first guy to go and stand in the assembly, right? ऐसे जाके भाई खड़े हो जाते थे, right? Assembly में जाके. So now what used to happen? People who were taller than him will go and stand behind him. People who were shorter than him will go and stand in front of him. And in this way, what used to happen? Everyone used to arrange themselves according to this, what you say, बढ़िया आदमी, right? What you used to call, let's call this guy बढ़िया आदमी, right? 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 So this is the idea behind quicksort. यही idea है guys quicksort का. Quicksort में यही idea है guys. This is the idea behind quicksort. That every element tries to find कि if this array would have been sorted, अगर ये array sorted होती, if this array would have been sorted, where would my position be? I just want to figure out my position. बाकी भाड़ में चलो. Where would be my position? Where would be my position? That's all I want. That's all I want. Example. Is this काफी बुरा सा unsorted array? Is this काफी बुरा सा unsorted array, guys? Is this काफी बुरा सा unsorted array? And tell me one fact. Is this fact correct? In a sorted array, everything to the left is smaller or smaller or equal, and everything to the right is greater. Yes or no? Is this fact correct? सोच के देखना, सोच के बताना. सोच के बताना. Everything to the left is smaller or equal, बोल सकते हो, and everything to the right is greater. Nice. ऐसा ही होगा ना, उल्टा तो नहीं हो सकता. और कोई हो सकता है? नहीं, तो that is not sorted in a sorted array. So what we do is we randomly pick up an element. We randomly pick, जैसे हमने अभी 4 pick किया. We randomly pick up an element and we try to formulate the entire array, or we form to organize the entire array such that everything to the left of 4 should be smaller or equal, might not be sorted ना हो, but उससे छोटा हो, and everything to the right of 4 should be greater. यही करना है बस, और कुछ नहीं करना. ठीक है? तो we randomly pick up an element, एकदम random. और वो जो randomly element को pick up करते हैं ना, उसको कह देते हैं हम, क्या कहते हैं guys? The random element that we pick up, we call it pivot. Pivot बोल देते हैं उसको. ठीक है? And then we take 2 pointers. एक पॉइंटर हमारा आ जाता है यहाँ पे L, एक पॉइंटर हमारा आ जाता है यहाँ पे R. Now all we judge is whether this element belongs to the left half or right half. ठीक है? तो guys, चलो पिक करते हैं. Let's focus on the left pointer. Is everyone with me so far? Pivot is equal to 4. You just have to judge whether this element belongs to the left half or right half. Left half है तो L, right half है तो right. ठीक है? So is 4 lesser than equals to left? Does it belong to the left half? Does it belong to the left half? Yes. बढ़िया. चलो आगे बढ़ो. Is 1 belongs to the left half? 1 belongs to the left half? Yes. चलो बढ़िया. Let's move on. 9 belongs to the left half? 9 belongs to the left half? No. दिक्कत. Yes or no guys? दिक्कत. Right? Now अभी इस यहीं पे रुक जाओ. There is a problem. So wait. Hang on. रुक जाओ. Let's focus on the right pointer. देखते हैं तब तक right का क्या scene है. What is the scene with right pointer? Right pointer is currently pointing at 6. Does it belong to the right half? Yes. Let's move it ahead. बढ़िया. 3. Does it belong to the right half? Does it belong to the right half? I'm comparing with 4. It should be, for the right half, it should be greater than 4. Does it belong to the right half? No. Now guys, we have one element which does not belong to the left half and one element which does not belong to the right half. ऐसे सोचो, इंडिया में एक सिटीजन है जो यूएस का है और यूएस में एक सिटीजन है जो इंडिया का है. क्या करें? एक हाथ दे एक हाथ ले. राइट? भाई तू इधर चले जा और तू इधर चले जा. राइट? स्वैप कर देते हैं, तो स्वैप कर दो. ये भाई इधर, ये भाई इधर. सही है कि नहीं गाइस? करेक्ट? सही बात. Now, what is L pointer pointing to? L pointer is pointing to 3. Does it belong to the left half? Yes. आगे बढ़ा देते हैं इसको. Now L pointer is pointing to 9. Does it belong to the left half? No. तो अभी रुक जाओ फिर से. What about right pointer? Right pointer is pointing to 9. Does it belong to the right half? Yes. आगे बढ़ा दो. This 3. Does it belong to the right half? No. But can you swap now? Can you swap now? Swap करोगे आप? नहीं swap करोगे. क्यों? Because इन दोनों ने cross कर लिया है already. Left and right have crossed. If you cross it, you will be sending them into different halves, no? So left and right should be lesser than each other for swapping. Are they lesser than each other for swapping? No, right? No. Yes or no? Oh, yes or no? No. Right? So my left pointer, where is my left pointer pointing to? Here. And where is my